Lin Xiaofan and his girlfriend Zhao Lingyue had met and fallen in love, weathering countless storms together. Their long-distance race of love had astonishingly lasted a full 10 years. Throughout this long stretch of time, the two supported one another and kept each other company, walking together through innumerable days and nights. Now they had finally come to fruition, stepping hand in hand into the hall of marriage and receiving the red booklet that symbolized an eternal vow. To celebrate this special moment, Lin Xiaofan decided to take his beloved wife to the beautiful Liulian country for a romantic and unforgettable honeymoon journey. Yet fate chose this very moment to play a cruel joke on them. Just as they were immersed in happiness, disaster descended. Lin Xiaofan and his wife were kidnapped by a gang of vicious bandits. What exactly do you want? Lin Xiaofan stared in terror at the bandits before him, each one gripping a firearm, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The black muzzles of their guns were trained straight at him. Even more chilling, one of them pressed the icy barrel against the head of his tear-streaked wife. Speak. What is the number of your Datacoin account? And what is the password? A Chinese bandit thrust a sheet of paper viciously in front of Lin Xiaofan, forcing him to surrender the crucial information. How do you even know I bought Datacoins? Who in the world are you? Lin Xiaofan was both shocked and furious, glaring wide-eyed as he sized up the masked bandits from head to toe, trying to glean some clue from their figures or movements. But before he could react, a deafening gunshot cracked through the air. In an instant, blood spattered. The bullet mercilessly tore into Zhao Lingyue's thigh. With her mouth tightly sealed by tape, unable to cry out, Zhao Lingyue could only let out muffled groans of agony. Her once delicate and charming features were contorted by searing pain, tears pouring out as though a dam had burst. Wife! Seeing his beloved suffering such torment, Lin Xiaofan felt as though his heart were being ripped apart. He struggled like a maddened beast, roaring, "Animals! If you have the guts, come at me. Don't hurt my wife." He fought with every ounce of strength he had, but the vicious bandits were simply too strong, pinning him to the ground so tightly he could not move an inch. One of the masked men gripped a black pistol, its cold barrel aimed straight at Zhao Lingyue's head. He threatened viciously, "Speak. Hand over the encrypted Datacoin account and password, all of it. Otherwise the next bullet will blow her brains out." At this moment, Zhao Lingyue was utterly terrified. Eyes wide, she stared at Lin Xiaofan, shaking her head frantically, muffled sounds spilling from her taped mouth. Seeing his beloved wife in such mortal peril, Lin Xiaofan was consumed by panic. He knew all too well how ruthless these criminals were, capable of anything. I'll tell you. Just don't hurt my wife." To Lin Xiaofan, his wife was everything in his life. He loved her as dearly as his own life and was willing to sacrifice anything to ensure her safety. In truth, for the now successful and affluent Lin Xiaofan, money had long since become nothing more than an external possession. Back in that unusual year of 2020, following the trend, Lin Xiaofan had invested by buying Datacoins, purchasing a total of $70,000 worth at a price of $7,000 per coin. To his delight, by the following year, the price of Datacoins had soared all the way to $68,000. He decisively sold, successfully reaping an enormous profit. From that moment on, his life seemed to have been switched to cheat mode. Whether in business or investment, everything went smoothly. He drew ever closer to achieving a modest financial goal. Finally, at the end of December 2022, seizing the moment, he once again went all in on Datacoins at a price of $16,557. This round of investment proved even more fruitful. Up to now, the price of Datacoins had already skyrocketed above $100,000. Lin Xiaofan's personal wealth had instantly ballooned, easily surpassing several of his earlier financial goals. Astonishingly, barely anyone knew he had bought these Datacoins. None besides himself and his wife. Just then, one of the bandits, clutching a laptop, logged into the account, and after carefully checking, shouted in excitement, "Boss, the account and password are a perfect match." The others crowded around, staring at the screen together. There in clear digits was the enormous sum of $94 million with a staggering profit rate of 9,080%. "I beg you, since you've already taken the money, just let us go." Lin Xiaofan watched helplessly as blood gushed from his wife's leg, his heart feeling as though it were being torn apart. Yet in the face of his desperate entreaties, the bandit merely let out a cold laugh and replied, "Let you go? Ha, keep dreaming." Before the words had fully left his mouth, another gunshot rang out. The bandit pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet slammed into Lingyue's head. Blood sprayed, and Lingyue fell to the ground dead on the spot. "Wife!" Witnessing this inhumanly cruel scene, Lin Xiaofan let out a scream of pure heartbreak. Before he could even recover from his grief, another masked bandit stepped forward and fired several shots into Lin Xiaofan's body. As the gunfire echoed, Lin Xiaofan's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Just as his life was about to fade away, he suddenly heard a familiar voice and struggled to lift his head. One of the bandits suddenly spoke, his voice strangely familiar. "Lin Xiaofan, did you really think I would spare you?" Lin Xiaofan froze for a moment. That voice, he had heard it somewhere before, but could not recall where. Perhaps the bandit did not intend to give him time to think. After speaking, he raised the gun, its dark barrel pointed at the head of the unwilling to die Lin Xiaofan, and said icily, "Time to go." Bang, the gunshot. Mid-June at Jiangxing No. 1 high school. The sun was still blazing and the campus was suffused with the vitality of youth. At this moment in class, one of the third year, a boy who had been sleeping face down on his desk, slowly woke, his head still foggy. As he opened his eyes, he saw his best friend and deskmate nudging him and winking meaningfully. "Fatty, where's my wife? How is my wife?" Lin Xiaofan suddenly shot up from his chair, gripping his best friend by the shoulders and shaking him. "Your wife, boy." The chubby boy was completely baffled by his brother's sudden outburst. Laughter erupted all around, echoing in the ears of the still-dazed Lin Xiaofan and snapping him fully awake. "This is—" Lin Xiaofan looked around at his high school classmates clutching their stomachs with laughter, his jaw hanging open at a loss for words. At last his gaze fell on the school beauty, Zhao Lingyue. She was wearing the school uniform, her youthful and enchanting smile directed right at him. Only then did Lin Xiaofan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Patting his frightened chest with one large hand, he murmured, thank goodness, it was only a dream." Lin Xiaofan, get out and stand in the hallway. Out. The homeroom teacher on the podium had endured him long enough. The college entrance examination was the day after tomorrow, and he still had the nerve to pull a stunt like this. How could she not be mad? Oh. Amid his classmates' laughter, Lin Xiaofan hurried out of the classroom to stand in the corridor. Yet inwardly he was stunned. No, that's not right. Wasn't I dead? How have I returned to 2014? Could it be that I've been reborn? At this moment, a torrent of memories surged through Lin Xiaofan's mind, especially the image of his beloved wife dying right before his eyes. His utter powerlessness back then was a torment more excruciating than death itself. Lin Xiaofan stood in the corridor, his heart still pounding wildly. He lowered his head to look at his own hands, as if he could still feel the lingering warmth of fresh blood upon them. The dream just now had been so vivid. The tears of his wife, the feral grins of the thugs, the thunderous roar of gunfire. Everything seemed to be unfolding right before his eyes once more. Have I really been reborn? He muttered to himself as countless fragments of the future flickered through his mind. Heaven has granted me a second life. This time I will never allow anyone to harm you again. Peering through the window, Lin Xiaofan secretly watched the campus belle, Zhao Lingyue, with whom he had shared a 10-year love story in his previous life, and silently swore an oath to her in his heart. Just then Zhao Lingyue's gaze drifted toward the window and landed on Lin Xiaofan outside. Their eyes met and locked together. In such a situation, Zhao Lingyue ought to have blushed with shyness, yet when she recalled the utterly dazed look on Lin Xiaofan's face earlier, she could not help but cover her small mouth and secretly laugh. Beautiful, so beautiful. Lin Xiaofan found himself staring, utterly entranced. Her eyes were like ripples of jade-green water in late autumn, limpid and unfathomably deep. Her lashes fanned like butterfly wings. With a single gentle blink, they stirred endless flights of fancy in Lin Xiaofan's heart. No wonder she is my wife, he thought. She's this breathtaking. I'm hopelessly in love with her. Lin Xiaofan fixed his gaze on a corner of the classroom, where Lingyue sat quietly, the book in her hands rustling softly as she turned the pages. Her look of total concentration was irresistibly captivating. At the same time, Zhao Lingyue noticed that this guy was staring at her so intently, and she secretly mused, could he have just dreamed about me and started treating me as his wife? At this thought, Lingyue's heart fluttered wildly a few beats faster, and she once again looked out toward Lin Xiaofan, standing in the corridor. He was strikingly handsome, his features as sharply defined, as if carved from stone, his face possessing an extraordinary masculine beauty. A head of thick, jet-black hair framed his face, and beneath his sword-like brows lay a pair of narrow peach-blossom eyes brimming with tenderness, eyes into which one could easily and helplessly fall. Watching him smile at her, Zhao Lingyue murmured under her breath, what business does this guy have being that handsome? Soon after the class ended, the chubby boy Yang Lingfeng bounded over with an admission ticket in hand, stuffed it into Lin Xiaofan's palm, and dragged his sworn brother home with him. In a situation like this, Lin Xiaofan should have gone over to chat with Zhao Lingyue for a bit. But when he thought of the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow and the class reunion that would follow afterward, he decided not to talk to Zhao Lingwei now lest he affect her performance on the exam. Bro, what are you spacing out about? The chubby Yang Lingfeng looked at his unusually silent friend, so unlike his old self. He knew this ironclad brother of his far too well. From primary school to junior high and then to high school, they had always been classmates, and even desk mates. What Yang Lingfeng did not know was that in the previous life they had even gone to the same university, shared a desk, and a dorm room there as well. I'm wondering if in our past life we were brothers who lived and died together, Lin Xiaofan said, slinging an arm around the chubby boy's shoulders, and that's why in this life we've been together from primary school all the way to high school. We agreed, didn't we? A top-tier 985 university. We'll go together and be brothers for life, Lin Xiaofan said, tightening his arm around his friend's shoulders. The 160 gene chubby Yang Lingfeng slung his own arm over Lin Xiaofan's shoulder and replied, deal. As your good brother, relax. I'll help you steer clear of those fake manipulative girls. At that, Lin Xiaofan recalled how his ex-wife had betrayed him in his previous life to the point that he had nearly killed himself in despair. He had transferred all his assets into her name before marriage. After the divorce, he was left with nothing. He had even raised another man's child for several years before discovering the boy was not his own. Nothing but curses from your mouth, Yang Lingfeng retorted. You're already jinxing me with some fake manipulative girl. You must be itching for a beating. Careful, or I'll tell your classmate Ling Wei that you've been fantasizing about her. Get lost. Ha ha, did you just dream about her? Come on, tell me. Did you dream about doing that with her? Scram. If you hadn't dragged me off to game all night, would I be this sleepy? You were the one who said just one more match, then begged me to queue again. Youth was a wonderful thing and rebirth even better. Every regret could now be mended. What did the year 2014 hold? In the World Cup, had anyone ever heard of a 7-1 scoreline on the betting slips? Of the astronomical odds that came with it. There were also those monstrous stocks, and especially Bitcoin and gold, soaring so high they would make a person doubt reality itself. The school where Lin Xiaofan studied was the best key high school in the entire city, and his class was the top experimental class in the school. As for this year's college entrance exam papers and answers, they were imprinted in his mind as clearly as if they had been written yesterday. Lin Xiaofan remembered clearly he had scored 665 on the college entrance exam, the chubby guy 670, and Zhao Lingwei 678. 6 of their classmates had scored around 710 and gone on to Tsinghua and Peking University. In a certain rundown residential complex, a door creaked open. Mom, I'm home. Lin Xiaofan tossed his backpack onto the sofa and ran straight toward the kitchen. He wrapped his arms around his mother's waist from behind like a spoiled little boy seeking affection. You rascal, what are you doing? His mother asked, glancing back at him. Are you scared you won't do well on the exam? Mom, you promised that after the college entrance exam, you'd give me 5,000 yuan in pocket money, Lin Xiaofan said, clinging tightly to the waist of his mother, who was already past 40. He remembered all too clearly that in 2020 his parents had been among the first to contract the virus and die a blow that had devastated him just after his university graduation. Now that he had been reborn, he would never allow that tragedy to happen again. I heard from your sister that you like a girl in your class. After the exam, do you want to invite her out for a meal or something? His mother asked, not wanting her son to miss out on anything important. Mom, you know about that too. Leaning on his mother's shoulder, Lin Xiaofan watched happily as she sliced vegetables and asked his question. He remembered clearly that in his sophomore year at university, he had received a text message from Zhao Lingyue, if I didn't contact you, would you never reach out to me first? From that moment on, the two of them had gradually grown close. Yet because of the differences in their family backgrounds and the opposition of Zhao Lingyue's parents, their relationship turned into a 10-year-long marathon of love before they finally ended up together. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined not to let her wait until 29 to marry him. That's what your sister said. She also mentioned that the campus belle at your school is quite pretty, his mother joked. Mom, did my sister also tell you that back in her university days, she was absolutely a campus belle too? That part she didn't say, his mother replied with a smile. All right, now go wash your hands. We'll eat in a bit. Then his mother added, your aunt and uncle said that if you score 650, they'll reward you with 10,000 yuan, and your cousin said she'll buy you an iPhone. Really? That's fantastic. Lin Xiaofan had been worrying about not having enough money to bet on that 7-1 scoreline. With odds of 6,500 to 1, if he put in 20,000 yuan, how much would that become? That night, the chubby guy did not drag Lin Xiaofan online to game, claiming he needed to revise and prepare for the exam the day after tomorrow. And Lin Xiaofan, he had no need to revise. After the college entrance exam in his previous life, the teachers had posted the answers in the classroom so everyone could estimate their scores. Those exam answers were etched in his mind as clearly as if they had appeared only yesterday. But when he thought of the questions where Zhao Lingyue had lost points that year, he began to write out the final long-answer math problem from memory. He altered the numbers slightly so they would not be identical to the original, though the solution method remained the same. Then he picked up his phone, took a picture, and sent it to his classmate, Zhao Lingyue. Classmate Lingyue, I don't know how to solve this problem. Could you work it out and send it back to me? Let me have a look. I'll reply to you in a bit, Zhao Lingyue replied. I'll be waiting, Lin Xiaofan texted back. He had just begun setting a little trap for her. After tomorrow's math exam, whether she got the question right or wrong, he would have even more to talk about with her. Half an hour later, Zhao Lingyue sent over her solution with 2 different methods written out. Did you work this out on your own? Lin Xiaofan asked as he looked at the elegant handwriting. It's a bit difficult. I had to look it up in a book before I got it. See if it's right, Zhao Lingyue replied. Yes, that's exactly it. I just finished working it out too. My answer is the same as yours, Lin Xiaofan texted back. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to revision, Lingyue asked this daydreamer, who had been spacing out in class. There are 2 English words I don't know. Could you help me translate them? Can't you look them up yourself? She replied. Too lazy, he answered. These 2 translations pertain to Zhao Lingyue's lost points in the college entrance examination. Indeed, within a minute she completed the translation, but the content was incorrect. My dear class representative, you translated it incorrectly, Lin Xiaofan replied. Zhao Lingyue did not respond to him immediately. A few minutes later she replied, I was just testing you, the lazy class representative. You don't even know when you've made a mistake. Here's the correct answer, take it, no need to thank me. Lingyue added a few English words. Thank you, good luck on the exam. He didn't chat much, with Lingyue focusing instead on his performance. You too, good luck. The college entrance examination is a journey filled with anticipation and tension for every student. The college entrance examination is one of the crossroads in life. However, it does not represent all choices in life. It is merely a process. The day of the college entrance examination had begun. Lin Xiaofan did not dare to be careless. He scrutinized the questions with great concentration, his mind racing with thoughts. Familiar content on the test paper and familiar answers made him nod and smile, with joy, his face alight with excitement. It's not asking too much to aim for a perfect score in math, is it? After completing the exam, Lin Xiaofan checked his math paper again and again. As he left the classroom, he saw a graceful girl waving at him from below the examination building. Indeed, this beautiful school belle had started to fall into the trap set by Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, how did you do on the exam? Zhao Lingyue asked him excitedly. What about you? Did you get the last big question right? Lin Xiaofan asked the future wife, who wore a bright smile, secretly thinking, my dear, I won't let you wait for 10 years again in this lifetime. Well, if there are no problems, I should be able to score above 110 points, Lingyue replied confidently. That's great. Lin Xiaofan, looking at her confident posture, couldn't help but think about her figure. What do you mean by great? I mean that's really good. Zhao Lingyue noticed his gaze lingering on her chest, her face flushed to the roots of her ears, as she hurriedly turned and jogged away from school, leaving this guy to watch her graceful figure while chuckling foolishly. Just then Yang Lingfeng, his good buddy, appeared. Seeing Lin Xiaofan standing there gazing at the school belle, Yang Lingfeng suddenly leaped onto his back like a koala, wrapping his arms around Lin Xiaofan's neck and venting his emotions. Bro, I got a few questions wrong, let me bite you. If our class math representative got it wrong, then what about us? I didn't even scream, did I, eh? Lin Xiaofan lifted him up by the legs, carrying Lingfeng out of the examination hall. Bro, we promised to attend the same school and class at 985 University, majoring in business management, Yang Lingfeng said with confidence. Did your mom say how much pocket money she'd give you after the exam? Yes, a reward of 1,000 yuan, Yang Lingfeng replied, leaning on him. Then you can lend me 8,000 yuan. Lin Xiaofan thought of Lingfeng's parents, both high-ranking employees in a unit, with a combined monthly salary of around 3,000 yuan. He also recalled how much this good brother had helped him in his previous life, especially with the down payment for a wedding house, where he borrowed 2,000 yuan from Lingfeng. In this era, being able to lend 2,000 yuan is a sign of a very good and trustworthy brother. All right, no problem. The chubby Yang Lingfeng jumped off Lin Xiaofan's back, saying, aren't you going to ask what I need the money for? Bro, do I not know you? The 175-meter-tall Yang Lingfeng patted Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder as they walked out of the school. Good brother, I will help you chase away any green tea girls and introduce you to beautiful girls. Get lost. How could I with my keen eye fall for a green tea girl? The chubby boy lightly bumped fists with him. Then he ruffled his short hair, saying, You made me feel like my hair is turning green. Luckily I'm more handsome than you, a heartthrob. Lin Xiaofan was speechless. He didn't even think he was handsome, and the self-confident chubby boy had an unusually thick skin. He thought to himself, no wonder he is so confident that he doesn't even realize he has been greened. The next day after the English exam, Zhao Lingyue waited in the same spot for Lin Xiaofan to come out. She knew that if Lin Xiaofan hadn't pointed out her translation error that day, she would have made mistakes on the test today. You should know that missing 1 point can mean missing a school, and the tuition fees can vary. So after the exam, I will treat you to dinner. Will you come? Zhao Lingyue looked at Lin Xiaofan, whose features were handsome, and felt a bit shy asking. She didn't ask how Lin Xiaofan did on his exam today. Because Lin Xiaofan was the class representative for English and usually performed excellently in mock exams. If the school belle invites me to dinner, of course I will go. Let's eat sushi at Wanda Plaza. Lin Xiaofan remembered that she liked sushi the most. Okay, let's go with that. I'll head home first. Hearing Lin Xiaofan agree to dinner, she seemed happier than if she had gotten a perfect score. If she had no feelings for Lin Xiaofan, she wouldn't have sent him a message in her second year of university, saying, if I don't contact you, won't you take the initiative to contact me? Looking at Zhao Lingyu's graceful and extraordinary figure, and thinking of her family background and parents, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, It seems that in this lifetime I have to work hard to make money, or else my beautiful young mother-in-law would oppose us. In a few days the World Cup will begin. For him this is a prime opportunity to make money. Lin Xiaofan is not a football fan, but he likes to keep track of the results of a few teams after the matches. Moreover, his dad is somewhat of a fan of a certain football team, sneaking out of bed at midnight to watch games, especially that one match with a 7-1 score and 6,500 odds. The important thing is that in 2014, the mobile payment app had a function for buying lottery tickets that could be directly operated on the phone, which was very convenient. Later, due to issues with offline physical stores and various unsafe factors regarding prize redemption, all online lottery purchasing apps were shut down. The 3 days of the college entrance examination passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Lin Xiaofan received his first payment transferred to the payment app by his good friend Yang Lingfeng. 800 yuan, not too much, not too little. Bro, this is my living expense for university, you do as you see fit. Yang Lingfeng left a message for Lin Xiaofan. Thanks, I'll pay you back with interest later. Lin Xiaofan replied, Whether you want it back or not doesn't matter, it would just take care of my meals in university. I don't eat much, just 4 meals a day. 4 meals a day, including afternoon tea and late-night snacks. After chatting with the chubby boy, Lin Xiaofan said to his mom, Mom, tomorrow I'll be having dinner with your daughter-in-law, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Really? Lin Dad Nan Hui sat up suddenly. Looking at this son who never made him worry about studies, he smiled and said, As expected of my son, Dad supports you. Dad, aren't you going to ask who it is? Is she pretty? Lin Xiaofan asked his dad, feeling speechless. You should know whose son I am. I trust your judgment, go for it. Lin Nan Hui patted Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder with a smile. First, transfer 5,000 yuan into the payment app for me to say. All right, here's your living expense for university in advance. Be frugal and bring your girlfriend home during university. Dad readily transferred 5,000 yuan to his son. After the winter break in university, I'll bring her home for you to meet, as she's really pretty. Really? Is it true? Do you have a photo? I want to see. High school does not allow students to bring their phones to school. There are no photos of classmates on Lin Xiaofan's phone. However, Lingyu's phone contains many photos of Lin Xiaofan, each seemingly taken secretly. Now, as she thinks about inviting this handsome guy to dinner tomorrow, her heart is filled with anticipation. I really want to confess to him. Lingyue gazed at the photos of Lin Xiaofan on her phone, her eyes brimming with tenderness. If I confess to him, will he reject me? What if he says no? What if he agrees? Should I kiss him? I need to dress up nicely tomorrow. Pure-hearted girls in love often exhaust their mental energy. Before anything happens, they tend to indulge in wild fantasies and various speculations. The result is predictable. She couldn't sleep, and it wasn't until around 5 in the morning that she finally dozed off. Lingyue, get up. Didn't you say you were going to have lunch with your classmates? Lingyu's mother's voice came from outside the room. Huh, is it already 11:30? A sharp voice rang out from inside the room. Then came a grumbling voice. Mom, why didn't you wake me up earlier? I see how hard you study. It's rare for my precious child to sleep so soundly, Lingyu's mother said with a smile. I'm late. Lingyue hurriedly scrambled out of bed. Then she picked up her phone and sent a text to Lin Xiaofan. Are you there? I should arrive around 12:30. Please wait for me. Lin Xiaofan was just getting ready for the meeting. It's rare for the future school beauty to invite him to dinner, so he didn't want to be late. Seeing the message from Ling Yue, he shook his head with a smile and replied, "No rush, he'll wait for you." Lin Xiaofan didn't want to go over so early, but his mom insisted he arrive early for the date. She said that boys waiting for girls is like girls waiting for boys. By around 12:30, Lin Xiaofan waited for half an hour at the entrance of Wanda Plaza. Finally, he saw Ling Yue arriving late, breathless, as she jogged up to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Ling Yue said, panting. "It's fine, I just arrived too," Lin Xiaofan said as he looked her up and down. She had a graceful figure wearing a deep blue dress that swayed gently with her steps, exuding a seemingly effortless elegance. The dress accentuated her curvy silhouette, her skin as delicate as cream, seemingly nourished by a light rain, exuding a faint glow. "Well, let's go eat." Ling Yue felt a little nervous under Lin Xiaofan's gaze and spoke, "Mom." Due to the reasons of their past life, Lin Xiaofan looked at her with tender affection. Although Zhao Lingyue invited him to dinner, she regarded today as their first date. She was very nervous and didn't dare to speak up. "You look beautiful today," Lin Xiaofan said to the school beauty Lingyue sitting across from him. Her features were exquisite, her eyes like a starry night, deep and bright, as if they could peer into the depths of the human heart. "Really?" Lingyue felt her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at his handsome face, a hint of blush rising to her cheeks. "After we finish eating, how about we go watch a movie?" Lin Xiaofan, knowing she liked him too, suggested. She nodded, slightly excitement bubbling within her. She didn't want to just have dinner and then say goodbye. However, as a girl, she felt shy about inviting him to go shopping or watch a movie. Lin Xiaofan felt the same. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, he might have to wait until their second year of college to connect with Lingyue again. "What are your plans for college? Where do you want to go?" Lingyue noticed that Lin Xiaofan had been staring at her the whole time, making her feel shy. She couldn't meet his charming gaze. "Wherever you go, we'll go too, okay?" Lin Xiaofan said as he placed the salmon sashimi, served by the waiter, onto her plate. "Really?" Zhao Lingyue looked at him happily. "Aren't you glad?" Lin Xiaofan asked this innocent future wife. "Of course I'm glad. Having familiar classmates in a strange city is a wonderful thing." She didn't dare to confess her feelings to Lin Xiaofan, just thinking that in the same city during college there would be more opportunities to meet. "If I invite you to dinner later, will you come?" Lin Xiaofan began to pry her thoughts. If I have time, I will come," Lingyue nodded slightly. Gradually, Zhao Lingyue realized that Lin Xiaofan was a very easygoing guy. This made her feel less nervous than before. However, Lin Xiaofan, being emotionally intelligent, shared funny topics about himself and his chubby friend, making the beautiful girl in front of him giggle behind her hand. "It's a promise. If you're ever unhappy, call me or text me, and I'll be your listener." Lin Xiaofan shook his phone. "You know, my parents divorced when I was very young." After Lingyue finished speaking, her eyes, like a starry night, gazed deeply and brightly at Lin Xiaofan's expression. "The failures of parents' relationships are borne by the children, but I believe that parents love you the most in their hearts." In his past life, Lin Xiaofan had no idea how many times he had been lectured by her parents. They nearly dragged him away to beat him up for having their daughter by his side for 10 years. "All right, let's not talk about them. They only care about work and money." Lingyue brought this up only to gauge Lin Xiaofan's reaction. "What are your plans for the summer?" Lin Xiaofan felt an urge to invite her to travel. "My mom said after the graduation gathering, she would take me traveling for 2 weeks, and then after resting for a few days, my dad would take me abroad for 2 weeks. Zhao Lingyue wanted to tell Lin Xiaofan that she would love to travel with him, but she couldn't find the words. Instead, she asked him, "What about you? How will you spend your summer?" "I plan to get a driver's license." Lin Xiaofan thought about getting a driving license while also trying to find ways to invest in some business. But he didn't say it out loud, not wanting Lingyue to think he was just focused on money. Afterwards, the two of them went to watch a movie. After watching the movie, they also went to grab some plush toys. With his skills, he could get several toys for 100 yuan. If it weren't for Lingyue's mom calling, she would have loved to stay out and have dinner with Lin Xiaofan. "Mom, I got it. He'll be back soon." Lingyue's happy mood was interrupted by her mom's call. But she didn't want to upset her mother, as her mom was very important to her, even more so than her dad. Having grown up with her mother, she later realized how hard it was for her mother to take care of her. "Let me take you home," Lin Xiaofan said as he looked at her holding a bunch of plush toys. "Do you like wearing watches?" Zhao Lingyue didn't refuse his offer to take her home, but asked Lin Xiaofan. "I do, but I don't have money to buy one. It would be great if someone gifted me one." Lin Xiaofan knew she might be hinting at a gift for him, so he raised his wrist, pretending to be helpless. "Let's go, let's head home." Lingyue's smile returned. "I heard some boys secretly gave you love letters. Is that true?" Lin Xiaofan teased her. But I don't like them. What kind of boy do you like? I won't tell you. It is said that Zhao Lingwei comes from a single-parent family, yet she resides in a grand villa. To be honest, Zhao Lingwei really wanted to kiss him in the taxi, but she simply lacked the courage. I'm home, Lingwei said, lingering in the car, as if waiting for Lin Xiaofan's next move. You go home first, and we can arrange to meet again next time. Lin Xiaofan looked at this innocent, lovely, and beautiful Lingwei and said nothing. On their first date, they had a meal. He didn't kiss her or hold her hand, fearing he might scare away his future wife. Oh. Lingwei slowly got out of the small car, clutching a few plush toys. Bye, see you next time. Lin Xiaofan waved. After watching Zhao Lingwei enter the villa, he asked the driver to take him home. Although Lin Xiaofan didn't exit the car, a beautiful young woman inside the villa noticed that the taxi had been parked for a while. Her darling daughter occasionally turned back to glance at the taxi, longing for the person inside. This mature and alluring woman understood what was happening. She did not question her daughter, but saw the smile on her face and unprecedented happiness, as radiant as flowers. Mom, I'm back, Lingwei said to the beautiful woman in the house. How was it? Did you have fun today? She asked with concern. Yet her heart thought, usually when I send those large plush toys, I've never seen you this happy. With just a few small toys, you're overjoyed. I wonder who that guy is. She didn't inquire about which classmate Lingwei had dinner with, pretending to know nothing, because she understood her daughter very well. Moreover, she had been young and had loved before. I had fun today. We ate sushi, watched a movie, and got plush toys. Zhao Lingwei happily returned to her room with the toys. She placed them prominently, treating them as her most treasured possessions. Then she sent a text to Lin Xiaofan. Thank you, I had a great time today. Lin Xiaofan received her message with a smiley face. He had just returned home when he was immediately besieged by his parents, who snatched his phone. Then they opened the photo album on his phone to look. See, let them look. After all, this is their future daughter-in-law. Why do I feel like there's a flower growing out of cow dung? Mom Yang Xiaolan asked, looking at the girl, who looked like a princess from a fairy tale. What do you mean, a flower growing out of cow dung? Is my son not good enough? He looks just like me. Dad Nanhui magnified the photo and said, in a word, handsome, striking. He thought to himself, why do I feel like the ancestral grave is smoking? How did this guy attract such a girl? Everyone says my son looks like me. Can you stop being so vain? Mom shot him a glare. Son, do you know what the girl's parents do? Lin Nanhui asked. They are senior executives in a company rumored to earn over 10 million a year. Lin Xiaofan recalled that in his previous life, Ling Yue's father had met with him, urging him to stay away from his daughter. So much. It's hopeless, it's hopeless. Dad, Lin Nanhui exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean it's hopeless? It's just beginning. Why do you underestimate your son? Lin Xiaofan said to his unambitious father. Son, it's not that your dad wants to discourage you, but rich people like that won't agree to their daughter marrying into a poor family. After all, he was also a father with a daughter and wouldn't agree to her marrying someone from the countryside. The same reasoning applies to upper-class elites. They wouldn't want their daughters to marry poor people, fearing their daughters would suffer. In this world, which father doesn't want his daughter to live happily? Yet happiness often ties to wealth. There's a saying, families without money have many troubles. I don't have money now, but I will have it in the future. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to explain too much. Mom supports you, Mom Yang Xiaolan said encouragingly. Alas, I'm just worried you'll get hurt. The deeper the love, the deeper the pain. Lin Nanhui shook his head. If something unhappy happens in the future, remember to call and tell your mom. Don't do anything irrational. Mom, your son isn't a child anymore. You don't need to worry about me. Lin Xiaofan thought of the virus that would take his parents' lives a few years later, which hit him hard. You little rascal, in our eyes, you will always be our little rascal. His parents were quite open-minded. After all, their son was no longer a child, but an adult. They feared his thoughts were too naive and that he would end up getting hurt. Though they said this, from this moment on they would no longer interfere in their son's romantic life. Because from this moment on they felt their son had grown up. He was preparing to venture out, chasing his dreams and a poetic life. Time flies like a galloping horse, fleeting in an instant. The 2014 World Cup has finally begun. It signifies the arrival of the 7-1 odds of 6,500. Lin Xiaofan clearly remembered the first match, Brazil versus Croatia 31. He opened his payment app to check, and indeed there were World Cup betting options. The odds are so low. Damn, it's not even double. As the home team and a strong contender, Brazil's 31 odds were 168, a less than double. Forget it, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Lin Xiaofan bet his entire balance of 1300 on 31. After placing the bet, Lin Xiaofan downloaded a stock trading app on his phone. Then he registered and opened an account. In the 76 days he confined himself at home in 2020, he began learning to trade stocks, investing all his savings into cryptocurrency and some domestic stocks. Meanwhile, he researched the top 10 hot stocks over the past decade through the internet. If I remember correctly, this year's hot stock king is Lancey Heavy Industries, which will multiply 6 times next season. Lin Xiaofan thought of this, opened the trading app, and looked up the stock, clicking on it to follow. If I make money from the World Cup, I must quietly buy it in advance, without letting the big players know. Lin Xiaofan said, feeling slightly excited. Besides following this hot stock king, he also kept an eye on Zhongke Shuguang, which was expected to multiply by 5 times. Just then Zhao Lingwei called Lin Xiaofan, gently asking, "Tomorrow we have to estimate scores in class. Are you going to school?" Estimating scores means comparing against the answer key to gauge what score one might achieve. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaofan responded, "Are you going? If you go, I will definitely go, but if you don't go, I won't bother making the trip." After all, it's not a crucial matter. The reason he answered this way was merely to subtly hint at his feelings for Zhao Lingwei. He hoped his words would reach her ears, bringing her a sense of sweetness. Just then a shy voice came from the other end of the phone. I have something I want to give you." Lin Xiaofan immediately became interested and quickly asked, "What is it? Is it a mysterious gift from the class beauty, our school flower? I must go tomorrow then." Zhao Lingwei seemed amused by his teasing and playfully chided, "You're so annoying, you love to joke. In any case, remember to come tomorrow. Let's not miss each other." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A mysterious gift. Lin Xiaofan seemed to have guessed its nature. Hadn't Zhao Lingwei asked him whether he liked wearing watches? She wore one delicate feminine watch on her wrist. The matching masculine timepiece remained nestled in its elegant box. Lingwei opened the box again, and again her brow faintly furrowed with quiet apprehension. Would Lin Xiaofan even like this design? Would he truly apply to the same city as she had? He's so thoughtful, she mused. Yet, is he just hopelessly awkward? Or does he simply not feel the same way? Memories of yesterday flooded back. Dinner, a film, strolling hand-in-hand, winning plush toys together. She dropped every subtle hint, but he hadn't once reached for her hand. He's breathtakingly handsome, Lingwei murmured, opening a photo on her phone. In nearly every selfie, her head leaned instinctively toward his shoulder. Yet he stood beside her like a tranquil, unswerving pillar of wood, never drawing nearer. Still, in every photograph they shared, Lin Xiaofan's face bloomed with unrestrained joy and tender sweetness, so captivating that she lost herself in his smile. "Darling, what are you looking at?" A woman bearing a striking resemblance, 7 parts likeness, to Lingwei slipped silently onto the sofa beside her. "Mom, how do you move without a sound?" Lingwei gasped, hastily shutting off her phone screen. "It's not that I walk without sound. It's that our dear daughter is utterly spellbound." Her mother gazed upon her with boundless warmth and affection. "Mom, you saw?" Lingwei read her mother's knowing glance instantly. "Come now, tell me, what young man has captured the heart of our family's cherished daughter?" Jiang Yixia took her daughter's hand gently. "Does this mean you disapprove, Mom?" Lingwei had long feared this very question. "My dearest, you're no longer a child. And frankly, would my disapproval even change your mind?" She knew her daughter well. Once her heart was set, not 10 oxen could drag her from her course, just like her father, stubborn to the core. Still, she guided her daughter with gentle wisdom, teaching her how to protect herself and choose a life partner worthy of her devotion. "Mom, where are you going with this? He might not even like me at all." Lingwei lay across her mother's lap, idly turning the elegantly chosen masculine watch over in her fingers. "Surely not. Our daughter pining away alone." She had assumed some boy was pursuing Lingwei, never imagining it was her own daughter who carried a quiet, fervent flame. It baffled her. What could possibly be lacking in her daughter? How could any young man remain unmoved by such radiant beauty, the school's undisputed flower? "Mom, do you think he'll like this watch?" Lingwei asked softly. "I won't forbid it, but neither will I encourage such boldness. It leaves you vulnerable, my innocent, love-struck girl. But didn't you always say, if you truly desire something, you must pursue it?" Lingwei slipped the watch back into its box. "And I refuse to spend my life regretting what I never dared to try." "Very well. Our daughter has grown up. Tell me his story, and I'll help you see it clearly." Lingwei had once told Lin Xiaofan that her parents had divorced when she was very young. To Jiang Yixiao, a woman who had weathered divorce, Lingwei was her emotional anchor, her most treasured being. Her father felt the same, though they parted, neither ever remarried. Their daughter became the shared sanctuary of 2 hearts, doted upon, adored, wrapped in boundless love. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan's first act upon waking was to open his mobile payment app and check his balance. "Balance, 21840. Excellent," he exclaimed, seeing his World Cup football bet had just cleared. Tomorrow's match, Netherlands versus Spain 51, offered odds of 500 to 1. The scent of fortune filled his senses. Without hesitation, he placed 218-0 on the outcome. His path to instant wealth hinged entirely on tomorrow's game. This time I'll catch my future father-in-law completely off guard. Lin Xiaofan dressed and washed, preparing to return to campus. Yet Ling Yue, unusually early that morning, asked her mother to drive her to school, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. "Mom, you can head to work now. I'll wait here for my classmate." She stepped out at the school gate. "May I just take a quick look, just once?" Jiang Yixia confessed, genuinely eager to glimpse the young man who had captured her daughter's heart. "Mom." Ling Yue's voice softened, tender and childlike. "All right, I'll go to work. Your father will join you for lunch today." Jiang Yixia knew her daughter disliked such overt curiosity. "Go on then." Ling Yue waved cheerfully. Today the school's most celebrated beauty, universally admired by every boy, had dressed with extraordinary care and grace. Her skirt swayed gently with each step, outlining a figure both voluptuous and refined, exuding an effortless, ethereal charm. There she stood, poised at the school gates, awaiting his arrival. "Ling Yue, are you waiting for me?" Zhang Yinxing had just stepped out of her father's car and spotted her best friend gazing expectantly at the entrance. "Could you keep me company for a moment?" Ling Yue tensed, then instantly seized her friend's arm as relief washed over her. "Stunning. Our class's golden lotus truly is peerless," murmured the boys who'd arrived early. There she stood, her lustrous hair flowing like silken threads, drifting lightly in the breeze, evoking spring's tender willow down. At the school gates, Ling Yue became an indelible vision, radiant, magnetic, impossible to overlook. "Good morning, Ling Yue," called classmates hurrying back to campus. "Morning," she replied warmly. "Are your eyes blind?" Zhang Yinxing snapped at the boys whose gazes lingered only on Ling Yue. "Good morning, Yinxing." "Humph, now that's more like it." Today, however, their eyes drifted, inevitably, to the graceful curve of Ling Yue's chest. They had never imagined their school's beloved blossom possessed such alluring statuesque allure, perhaps obscured before by her loose-fitting athletic uniform. "Is that a cup?" whispered one boy. "At a size 36, oh," another replied. "No wonder she's our school's queen, absolutely flawless." "Don't stare. None of us could afford a lady like her. Beauty like hers. I'd gladly trade a decade of life for a single date." Soon Lin Xiaofan arrived, pedaling swiftly on his bicycle. Spotting his future wife waiting at the gate, he abandoned his bike beside the curb and rushed forward, only for her to press a small, exquisitely wrapped box into his hands before he could even ask if she'd been waiting for him. Then, seizing her friend Zhang Yunqing's arm, she darted into the classroom, leaving no room for refusal. "How utterly charming. I adore it." Lin Xiaofan chuckled, watching her flustered retreat. He lifted the lid of the delicate box and fastened the masculine watch firmly around his wrist. "Exquisite. It'll surely leave half the class green with envy." Lin Xiaofan knew several boys secretly admired this petite, luminous blossom. A tiny note nestled inside bore a playfully imperious line: "If you don't like it, you mustn't wear it." So Lin Xiaofan pulled out his phone and typed, "I truly love this watch. Thank you." Smiling face, "How exactly do you plan to thank me?" Blushing face came Ling Yue's reply, her cheeks flushed with delight. "How about lunch?" Lin Xiaofan texted back as he walked toward the classroom. "You said it. So I'm choosing French cuisine." After replying, Ling Yue immediately phoned her father to cancel their planned lunch, saying she'd be dining with a classmate instead. To Ling Yue, meals with her father were always possible, but time with Lin Xiaofan was rare, precious, irreplaceable. "Fine. Tonight I'll treat you to sushi." "Agreed." Her father's voice echoed warmly through the line. "We'll decide tonight," Ling Yue replied, polite yet distant. As one of the key schools in the city, and also a key class one of the senior year has the highest hopes of sending students to Tsinghua and Peking University. The teachers posted the exam papers and answers to see the assessed scores of the students in their class. As a result, it was found that most of the boys' gazes fell on Zhao Ling Yue, no longer interested in evaluating any scores. "Dude, aren't you going to take a look? What's there to see?" "Scoring 700 isn't a problem," said Lin Zafin confidently, while the chubby Yang Lingfeng looked at him sitting at his desk examining his new watch. "I estimate my score to be around 670, fluctuating a bit," the chubby boy added. At the same time, Yang Lingfeng also noticed that the class beauty Ling Yue was wearing the same style of women's watch as Lin Zafin on her wrist. Then he shouted loudly, "Bro, is your watch with Ling Yue a couple's watch?" With that shout, all the graduates in the class turned their gazes to the couple watches on their arms. The shy Zhao Ling Yue immediately pulled her hand back, behind her back, to prevent them from seeing. Yet inside, she wanted them to see, as if she wanted them to know her relationship with Lin Zafin. "Why shout so loudly?" You only need to know in your heart. Why are you so awesome, bro? How did you manage to flirt with her, and when did it start? Lin Lingfeng asked, more excited than Lin Zafin. When did you become so gossipy? This isn't like you. Lin Zafin asked, looking at him in a state of overexcitement. I'm just happy for you, man. This is your dream goddess. To be honest, Lin Zafin really wanted to sew this loud mouth shut. However, he knew the reason Yang Lingfeng shouted so loud was to let certain people know about his relationship with Linghua. Let them feel envy, jealousy, and cry in the toilet. Stop shouting. Why shout so loudly? My girlfriend is shy. If you scare her away, I'll hold you accountable. Lin Zafin lightly tapped his fist against his arm. A certain classmate, hearing Lin Zafan's words, clenched his fists tightly. Looking at the couple watches on their wrists and Zhao Lingyu's cheeks flushed to her ears, they felt a pang of unwillingness. Everyone was smart, and since Zhao Linghua didn't refute the chubby boy's words, it indicated she had implicitly acknowledged her budding feelings with Lin Zafin. We are good sisters. When did you two start this? I didn't even know. Zhang Yunqing, another classmate, was even more gossipy than the chubby boy next to her. At this moment, she was pestering her good sister with endless questions, her curious expression resembling a little cat that had caught the scent of fish. Zhao Linghua gently swatted Zhang Yunqing's hand that was resting on her arm, playfully saying, "Oh, stop making a fuss. By the way, what score did you estimate for this exam?" Zhang Yunqing blinked thought for a moment and replied, around 670. It shouldn't differ much from my previous mock exam scores. After saying that, she cheekily smiled at Zhao Linghua. However, Zhao Linghua confidently stated, I believe I can score over 700. As soon as she said this, Zhang Yunqing was taken aback, her eyes widening and mouth agape. In disbelief, she exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. Linghua performed exceptionally well this time, especially in mathematics and English. It should be noted that for this year's college entrance examination, most students lost points on the last problem in mathematics. Does anyone else estimate scores above 700? The head teacher was no longer concerned about their feelings. After all, they were adults preparing for their future. Teacher, my bro said scoring 700 is not a problem. The chubby boy raised his hand and pointed at Lin Zafin. Anyone else? The teacher nodded slightly and asked them. Teacher, a few of us here. The class leader and a few others raised their hands. Okay, the teacher noted down their names. Then the head teacher addressed these graduates, saying, at the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, I want to wish you all a bright future and not waste your youth. Because she knew that some students might not attend the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, this graduating class was her best class among many she had taught. 100 will be admitted to undergraduate programs. However, 98 of the senior students in the entire school can also be admitted to undergraduate programs. Otherwise, how could it be called the most prestigious key high school in the city? Lin Zafin, stop, right there. Zhao Linghua saw Lin Zafin leaving the classroom and hurriedly chased after him. What's up, my school beauty? Lin Zafin turned around and teased the angry Linghua, asking, Humph, what did you just say? Who says you're my girlfriend? I was just joking with them. Don't be angry. Wait for me to go to the restroom, then we can go shopping and eat together. Lin Zafin looked at her cute appearance, his eyes crinkling with a smile. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Linghua waved her little fist in a huff. Bro, where are you guys going to eat? Take me along. Yang Lingfeng just came out of the classroom and heard their conversation, saying, you're not afraid of eating dog food. Just come along. Lin Zafin replied. Zhang Yunqing, do you like being a third wheel? Following your best friend means you get free meals, the chubby boy Zhang Lingfeng called out to Zhang. Lin Zafin was speechless at this loudmouth. Zhao Linghua felt the same, wanting to sew this chubby boy's mouth shut. This loudmouth seemed to want the whole class to know that she and Lin Zafin were going out for meals. Zhang Yunqing, seeing the looks from her sisters, quickly understood and said, Fatty, I'll treat you to milk tea. It's better than eating dog food. Haha, I was just joking with you guys. I don't like eating dog food. The chubby boy laughed heartily. Although he didn't like dog food, Long Guangxing from the class surprisingly liked to be a dog. As long as Zhao Linghua hadn't left school, he took out a gift box from his backpack and stuffed it into Linghua's hand. What's this? Before Zhao Linghua could react, Long Guangxing ran out of the school in a hurry, saying nothing. What's this? Trying to dig my bro's wall. The chubby boy ran over to take a look. Inside was a platinum chain from a big brand, Chow Tai Fook Jewelry. Linghua, I see that you don't like him, right? I'll help you return it to him. The chubby boy handed it to Long Guangxing's good friend. Yeah, I was just thinking of throwing it away, Linghua nodded. If you want to thank me, let's take a few photos together so I can post them on my social media and show off. The chubby boy took out his phone. No way, I don't want others to misunderstand our relationship. Linghua refused to take photos with him. How about just a solo shot? The chubby boy asked, still persistent. No. Alright then, Zhang Yunqing, treat me to milk tea. I want 2 cups, my heart hurts. The chubby boy Yang Lingfeng clutched his heart, pretending to be hurt, saying, "How could I be so handsome and have a girl refuse to take a picture with me? I'm wounded. How about you treat me to milk tea, and I'll take a few photos with you?" Zhang Yinqing smiled at him. "Although you're one of the school beauties, you're not my type. That place is too small. Get lost." Lin Zaifan had just come out of the restroom when he received a text from the class sports committee member Long Guangxing. "You're not worthy of Zhao Lingwei, you're a dead poor guy." The second text read, "Give you 500 yuan, leave Zhao Lingwei." Lin Xiaofan did not reply to his message and directly blacklisted the class sports committee member. Wasn't he just a second generation who understood reincarnation? Although reincarnation is an academic subject, Lin Xiaofan is now a reborn person and he can no longer be dragged down. If the score of tomorrow's game is correct, he will become a millionaire. "Fatty, you really won't eat dog food with us, right?" Lin Xiaofan came out of the bathroom and saw the chubby Ling Feng still there. "Bro, I'm just keeping an eye on your girlfriend. What if someone snatches her away and you end up crying in the bathroom again?" Yang Lingfeng rolled his eyes and said, "That trash Long Guangxing even gave Lingwei a neck chain just now. I didn't accept anything from him, don't misunderstand me," Zhao Lingwei quickly explained. "That guy is no good, he's just relying on his family's money," Lin Xiaofan said. "Zhang Yinqing, let's go, we'll treat you to bubble tea." The chubby guy called Ling Yu's best friend away. "Do you want to take a photo with you?" "I really don't mind." Yang Yinqing followed. "I told you you're not my type. The women I like will be waiting for me in college. I prefer someone a bit bigger like classmate Ling Yue above a D cup." The chubby guy said confidently. "There are 50 classmates, but not every classmate has such a strong bond. Zhang Yinqing is quite pretty, sunny, and charming. It's just that her figure is a bit lacking, who knows if she even has a B cup." Class flower Zhao Lingwei went shopping and dining with Lin Xiaofan for the second time, no longer as shy and innocent as the first time. She felt a bit more joy, happiness, and excitement. "Classmate Ling Yue, you gave me a watch, should I give you something in return?" Lin Xiaofan asked, looking at the men's mechanical watch on his wrist. "No need, you don't have to give me anything." She thought of Lin Zaifan's average family economic situation and quickly shook her head. "Are we considered to be dating now?" Lin Xiaofan probed into her heart. "Not yet, we're just good friends at most," she said. Although she said this, she secretly cursed in her heart. "What an idiot, we've come this far yet he doesn't even know to hold my hand. Good friends. That's right, we've only interacted twice." Lin Xiaofan almost forgot about his rebirth. In his past life, he had a 10-year-long relationship with her, but now reborn, he had only spent time with her twice. How could he possibly think of her as a lover? "Do you have something on your mind?" Ling Yue asked, looking at him with a heavy heart. "No, I just want to tell you, give me some time, and I will prove it to you," Lin Xiaofan assured her. "Prove what to me?" Ling Yue asked the confident, handsome guy. "Prove that I am better than those boys. You have always been so excellent." "Really?" During their second meal, they sat facing each other, thoroughly observing one another. No matter how they looked, they never seemed to tire of it. It was as if they were admiring a peerless work of art. At the same time their gazes met, Zhao Lingyue caught a hint of unsavory intention in his eyes. She noticed that his eyes occasionally drifted to look at her neckline like other boys who enjoyed staring at her ample bosom. If it were any other boy looking at her like that, she might feel disgusted and annoyed. But in front of her, this classmate Lin Xiaofan made her not only feel no disgust, but also a slight joy and an accelerated heartbeat. "Do your parents know you're having dinner with me?" Lin Xiaofan noticed the surrounding men were all captivated by Lingyu's beauty. "My mom might know, but my dad doesn't." She rested her chin on her hand, admiring the handsome boy in front of her. "If your dad finds out, will he come looking for me with a knife?" Lin Xiaofan thought back to his past life, where his father was the first to bring several men to his doorstep, truly scaring him. There was no way Lin Xiaofan had taken away Zhao Jingha's little cotton-padded jacket, so it would be strange if he didn't come looking for him. "No, my dad is very reasonable." She shook her head. "Not a chance," Lin Xiaofan muttered. If her mother was reasonable, Lin Xiaofan would believe it. Sometimes one must admit, this world is really small, or rather this city is small. Even during lunch they encountered Zhao Lingyue's father's colleague. However, the other party did not greet Zhao Lingyue, but quietly took pictures of them dining together. Then needless to say, it was certainly sent to Lingyue's father Yu Jinghao. "Yue, is this your daughter?" "Mut." Yu Jinghao put the photo under a larger view. His precious daughter could be recognized at a glance, but today Lingyue's outfit seemed beyond his imagination. Okay, let's not discuss how beautiful her outfit is. But she rejected her father's invitation to lunch just to have lunch with a boy, breaking his heart. He had finally managed to carve out some time to accompany her for a meal, only to be rejected by his daughter. Was he, as her father, not as good as this boy? "Hey Dad, what's up?" "I'm having lunch." Lingyue saw her father calling her. "Are you eating out?" Yu Jinghao feigned calmness and asked. Yes, I'm eating out with classmates. Ling Wei glanced at the handsome Lin Xiaofan and said, Is your classmate a boy or a girl? Yu Jinghao asked again. Of course it's a girl. Ling Wei blushed and lied to her father. All right then, enjoy your meal, Dad won't disturb you. After Zhao Yinghao hung up the phone, his first action was to pound his chest, feeling a deep pain in his heart. Thinking of his precious daughter, who actually lied for a boy, made him very angry. Zhao was not angry with his daughter, but with Lin Xiaofan, wondering why his precious daughter treated him so well. As a father, he had never seen his daughter invite him to dinner. He felt as if his treasure was about to be taken away. Then he called his ex-wife, Jiang Yixia. Jiang Yixia, do you know your daughter is having lunch with a boy outside? Are you sick? Why are you shouting at me? Jiang Yixia immediately retorted when she heard her ex-husband's angry voice on the phone. I asked if you knew she was dating a boy. He suppressed his anger and cursed. What, dating a boy? Having a meal with a boy is dating. Besides, your daughter is not a child. She has her own circle of friends. Jiang Yixia certainly knew her daughter liked a boy named something like Lin Xiaofan. But whether the other party liked her daughter was another matter. From Lingyu's words, she learned that her daughter had only eaten with him once, which hardly counted as a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Because they hadn't even held hands, it was simply her secretly having a crush on him. How did you teach your daughter? She lied to me, saying she was having lunch with a female classmate. He pushed the responsibility onto her. And how did you teach your daughter? How many times have you spent with her in a month? As a strong woman, Jiang Yixia couldn't stand his bad temper and scolded him. If there's nothing, just get lost. If you call again, I'll blacklist you. Zhao Jinghao heard the busy signal and knew he had been hung up by his ex-wife. Zhao Jinghao dared not call his ex-wife again, knowing she was still furious. Perhaps she was right. Today marked the end of the National College Entrance Exam estimation period. Soon classmates would part ways, and sharing a meal with a close friend hardly qualified as dating a boyfriend. At this thought, he reassured himself. All right, I was overthinking it. After all, Zhao Lingyue remained in his eyes a child. Too young for romance, too vulnerable to deception by men. Even if she were to choose a boyfriend, he must be her equal, worthy of his daughter. As night fell and city lights bloomed, Zhao Jinghao drove his Mercedes-Benz to the villa gate to pick up his beloved daughter for dinner. Over the meal, he observed her closely, her expressions, her subtle shifts in demeanor, and noticed an elegant women's watch adorning her delicate wrist. It was not one he had purchased. Sweetheart, did you buy this watch yourself? Or did a classmate give it to you? He asked, curiosity lacing his voice. I bought it myself, for 2,999 yuan. Will you reimburse me? Lingyue asked her perpetually busy father. Didn't I already gift you several watches costing over 10,000 yuan each? He replied, assuming this one must be worth hundreds of thousands. Well, can't I simply prefer this model? Lingyue's mood was especially radiant today. Lin Xiaofan had invited her to watch a film and play claw machines. Sweetheart, come September you'll begin university. Proof that you've truly grown up. Zhao Jinghao gazed at his once little girl, now a poised and graceful young woman, and said, You'll meet countless people then, and form many friendships. Dad, what are you really trying to say? She asked, sensing the unspoken weight behind his words. I only wish to remind you, families burdened by poverty often drown in strife. Domestic violence, bitter quarrels, flare up easily when finances falter. He offered this lesson gently. And wealthy families? Lingyue asked between bites. They possess higher emotional intelligence, skillfully navigating even trivial grievances. Then why don't I see much of that EI in you? How exactly did you handle your own marriage? Well, your mother and I simply differed in temperament. But you're my treasured daughter. My sole wish is your lifelong happiness and peace. Indeed, Zhao Jinghao's emotional intelligence shone subtly. He never mentioned boyfriends outright, yet every remark circled back inevitably to matters of love and courtship. Dad, if someday I find a man who brings me profound joy and fulfillment, yet his family is poor, would you offer them financial support? At the thought of Lin Xiaofan's striking features and tender affection, Lingyue's heart fluttered sweetly, though he had never uttered the words, I love you, or I like you. Ahem, why pull money out but never put it back in? My earnings are hard-won sweat and toil. How could I hand them over to others? Zhao Jinghao sighed at a loss for words. Dad, I'm full. Buy me a new iPhone 5S. Your iPhone 5S isn't even a year old, he asked, incredulous. I want a new one. Fine, I'll buy it for you. But remember my words, poverty breeds discord, and not every friendship deserves your trust. Understand? Got it, Dad. That's more like it. Let's go. I'll take you to get your new phone. Speaking of phones, Lin Xiaofan planned to purchase an iPhone 16 in September. It wasn't that he disdained domestic brands, but in this era Apple's signal strength and intelligent operating system far surpassed those of homegrown alternatives. Meanwhile, Long Guangxing, having gifted a platinum necklace earlier that day, found it returned to him through mutual friends. Now blocked by Lin Xiaofan, unable to send messages, he resorted to calling Lin's classmates instead. Hello? Who is this? Lin Xiaofan answered distractedly while practicing questions for his driver's license theory test, seeing an unknown number flash on screen. Lin Xiaofan, it's me. Have you decided yet? Long Guangxing raised his offer to 100,000 yuan. Just walk away from Linghua. Do you honestly believe wealth entitles you to claim any woman you fancy? Lin Xiaofan retorted coldly. Don't think I don't know. You're penniless. What right do you have pursuing Linghua? Long Guangxing snarled into the phone, gripping it tightly. Because I'm handsomer than you. Trash. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan hung up instantly and blacklisted the number. Conversing with such arrogant airs was futile. Unless one possessed greater wealth, their mouths stayed stubbornly open. Go to hell, you wretched pauper. Long Guangxing hurled his phone onto the floor. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. Before Lin Xiaofan, he felt like a tail-tucked dog. No sooner had Lin Xiaofan ended Long Guangxing's call than Zhao Linghua dialed him. Not texting, but calling directly. What are you doing right now? Her voice flowed warmly through the line. Practicing for my driver's license theory test, he replied. Could you come to my place tomorrow morning? That single sentence startled Lin Xiaofan. His mind leapt to the possibility of meeting her parents. When silence followed, Linghua added softly, I have something to give you, and my mother won't be home. All right, I'll come by tomorrow morning. He'd already planned to register for his driver's license exam. Stopping by her home en route would be effortless. I'll wait for you. See you tomorrow, bye. Linghua ended the call and headed to shower. Though she couldn't help wondering, hadn't she gifted him a watch just that morning? What else could she possibly have to give? So urgently, so privately. Curiosity compelled him to text, Linghua, what are you up to right now? Hearing her phone chime mid-shower, Linghua snatched it up immediately and replied, I'm showering. Ordinarily, she never brought her phone into the bathroom, but ever since their first dinner together it rarely left her side, lest she miss a message from him. Showering. Lin Xiaofan instinctively sent the playful emoji, by now second nature. A mere emoji flushed Linghua's cheeks crimson down to her neck, as though he'd glimpsed her bare skin. What does that emoji mean? She typed back, heart pounding. A quiet suspicion flickered. Could he possibly want to watch me shower? Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Lin Xiaofan's mind conjured vivid images. Their cohabitation in his past life, the intimacy of shared showers after work, the tender, blush-inducing rhythm of their private world before marriage. Nothing special. I was just curious. Whatever you're giving me, please don't go to any trouble. He swiftly steered the conversation elsewhere. Just come tomorrow. You'll get a surprise. She too had learned to punctuate her messages with a bashful emoji. Fearing he might video call her at any moment, Linghua's pulse raced wildly. A surprise. Could it be? Come tomorrow, you'll find out. Time to shower now. Zhao Linghua invited him to her home. Regardless of the dangers ahead, Lin Xiaofan was determined to go. After studying some VIP questions for the first subject, Lin Xiaofan said before entering the room, Dad, while you watch football tonight, please keep the volume down. I need to sleep. You haven't said how much you expect to score today at school. Lin Nanhui had already prepared beer and peanuts. What score can I expect? Over 700 points. Lin Xiaofan replied. Really? Or are you just joking? If that's true, I'll tell your grandpa to honor our ancestors. He looked at his son earnestly. From various mock exams, he knew his son typically scored around 670 points. Hearing him say over 700, he naturally believed him. You'll find out when the time comes. Lin Xiaofan went back to his room. If you really score over 700, they'll give you 5,000 yuan as pocket money. Dad, do you have pocket money? Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm not foolish. He replied proudly. Then he added to Lin Xiaofan, I'll check with your aunt and uncle to see if there's a reward for scoring over 700. Lin Xiaofan was speechless. As dawn broke, the city's hustle and bustle gradually awakened. A new day had arrived. The moment Lin Xiaofan got up, he opened his mobile payment app to check his balance. After seeing the balance, he let out a long sigh. Phew, finally, after being reborn, I don't have to worry about money anymore. He had successfully placed a bet on the Netherlands versus Spain match with odds of 500 to 1. The balance displayed 10.9 million yuan. He then transferred 10 million yuan to his bank account. After hastily eating a bit of breakfast, he rushed to the driving school to register for a driver's license. Next, he went to the bank to set up high-limit transfers, becoming a VIP guest with his millions in assets. Finally, he hurried to a jewelry store in the mall. In his previous life, Lin Xiaofan could not afford to give her expensive jewelry. In this life, he was determined to find a way to give her the stars. It's 10 o'clock, Lin Xiaofan, are you coming yet? Zhao Lingyue had been waiting at home for 2 hours watching a drama while checking her messages. Finally, she couldn't help but send Lin Xiaofan a text. On the way, Lin Xiaofan replied, "Oh, we'll wait for you. He'll be there soon." This message made Lingyue's heart flutter with sweetness. Lingyue looked at the brand new phone on the coffee table, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if he likes this color." Soon Lin Xiaofan hurriedly arrived at this familiar yet strange villa. Familiar because he had been there many times in his previous life. Strange because it was his first time entering this luxurious villa in this life. As he stepped into the villa, Jiang Yixia, who was working, received an alert on her phone. She had installed smart cameras in the villa that would trigger an alert if any strangers appeared. How did this little guy end up in my house? Jiang Yixia zoomed in on the camera feed. If she hadn't seen him in her daughter's phone gallery, she might have thought he was a thief. Then she saw her daughter in the villa's hall, giving the new phone that her father bought yesterday to this boy. I knew it. The phone hasn't even been 6 months, and she's already getting a new one for this kid. Jiang Yixia put down her work and focused on the phone screen, wondering if this boy might have ill intentions towards her daughter. Because there was no one else in the villa, the nanny had been sick and taken a few days off. I wonder if her dad knows. Will he get jealous and come to cause trouble? Jiang Yixia recalled how her husband had called the previous day to question her. After all, they had raised their precious daughter without ever accepting any gifts from her. Those couple watches were bought with her pocket money, saved from her daily expenses. Although Lingyue's family was wealthy, her parents only gave her around 1,000 yuan a month for pocket money. Lin Xiaofan planned to buy the new iPhone 16 when it was released, but didn't expect Lingyue to gift him an iPhone 5. Lingyue, I also have a gift for you. Lin Xiaofan finished speaking and pulled out a sapphire necklace from his pocket. Indeed, it was just the necklace without a box. He had thrown the box away but only had a receipt for 99999 yuan in his pocket. This thing costs just a penny less than 1,000 yuan. Most people wouldn't dare to buy it. So beautiful. Lingyue admired the exquisite necklace. Do you like it? Lin Xiaofan asked, looking at her sweet expression. Yes, I like it, she nodded slightly, and asked, is it very expensive? Not really expensive, just 299 yuan. Lin Xiaofan dared not mention 99999 yuan. He understood Lingyue too well. If she knew the necklace cost that much, she would definitely make him return it. Come on, let me help you put it on. Lin Xiaofan helped her wear it. Lingyue's face blossomed with a happy smile. Their every move seemed to be under Jiang Yixia's watchful gaze. She noticed that Lin Xiaofan had quite the romantic flair. It reminded her of the time when her father pursued her. Darling, you must hold back. A man can't be too good to a girl. If he is, she won't cherish him, Jiang Yixia said while staring at the phone screen. At that moment, a female assistant entered the office and saw Jiang Yixia lost in her phone, asking Director Jiang, have you signed the investment department's documents yet? Not yet, let them wait a bit. Jiang Yixia replied, still focused on her phone screen. Okay. The assistant quietly left. She thought to herself, what's up with Director Jiang today? Why is she so agitated? Lin Xiaofan had been to Lingyue's villa before he knew there were 2 smart cameras in the hall. He couldn't rule out the possibility that all his actions were being monitored by his future mother-in-law. Thus in the hall, Lin Xiaofan behaved properly around Lingyue, not daring to act excessively. Lingyue, during the day, I need to practice driving for my license, but we can meet at night. Can you come out? Lin Xiaofan took the opportunity to press forward, wanting to secure her affections while she was still in love. He worried that when she went to university, she might meet someone better than him. It wasn't that Lin Xiaofan lacked confidence in himself. It was just that there were many unpredictable factors in the environment and society that were beyond his control. Yes, that works. I'll ask Yinqing to accompany me. My mom won't suspect anything. Lingyue nodded. Can we stay out overnight? Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but gaze at her beautiful legs and asked. No way. My mom never lets me stay out overnight, even at Yinqing's house. Lingyue shook her head, secretly pondering, does he want me to accompany him to a hotel? Why is your face so red? I was just asking, where did your mind wander? Lin Xiaofan teased this adorable future wife. Nothing, I wasn't thinking of anything. Lingyue lowered her head shyly, unable to meet his charming gaze. She nearly reached out to slap Lin Xiaofan for bringing up such topics. If it weren't for him steering the conversation, would she have pictured going to a hotel with Lin Xiaofan? Thank you for the phone, or I really like it. When the iPhone 16 comes out, I'll get you one too. Lin Xiaofan said to this lovely, beautiful, and pure school belle. No need. I've only used this phone for half a year, you don't have to spend money on me. She thought about Lin Xiaofan's average economic situation and didn't want him to feel pressured to spend money on her. I will work hard to earn money, so you can live a good life in the future, Lin Xiaofan said to this exquisite school beauty, whom he felt indebted to from his previous life. Who wants to live with you? Though she said this, her face turned red, creeping down to her neck. You really don't want to live with me? Lin Xiaofan teased her. Ignore you. You better go back. Zhao Lingyue said, gently pushing him out the door, fearing that if she continued, she might lose control and leap into his arms. After pushing Lin Xiaofan out the door, Ling Yu felt a pang of regret. So strong she nearly opened it again to call him back. Yet the words stuck in her throat. All she managed was, my mother will be home for lunch. Go home for now. We'll meet again tonight. All right then, I'll head off. Lin Xiaofan gazed upon this delicate, blossoming campus beauty with genuine, heartfelt affection. He silently thanked heaven for granting him this second chance at life. This lifetime, he vowed he would love her deeply, protect her fiercely, and shield her from every harm. Thank you for the gift. I truly love it. Ling Yu leaned against the door's inner surface, fingers idly tracing the gleaming gemstone pendant around her neck, a quiet surge of joy swelling within her. Her mother had gifted her several pieces of jewelry before, as she simply hadn't worn them to school. At noon, Jiang Yixiao returned home to cook for her beloved daughter. The moment she stepped into the villa, her eyes fell instantly upon the pendant resting against Ling Yu's throat. It looked strangely familiar, as though she'd seen it somewhere before. Mom, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Zhao Lingyue asked, flustered under her mother's steady gaze. Lingyue, that necklace is exquisite. How much did it cost? When did you buy it? Jiang Yixiao probed, gently drawing out information. 299 yuan. It was a gift from my classmate Lin Xiaofan, Ling Yu replied without hesitation. He came to our home. Jiang Yixiao feigned surprise. Yes, I invited him over to retrieve his phone, and he gave me this. As she spoke, she softly bit her peach blossom lips and looked up at her mother, both sister and guardian, and whispered, Mom, I think I'm falling in love with him. What should I do? Recalling the moment she'd pushed Lin Xiaofan out the door, Ling Yu's heart fluttered wildly. Are you certain it's love, not mere fondness? I don't know. How about I treat you to lunch outside today? Let's talk it through together. Yes. And so the next few days unfolded. After completing his Subject 1 driving exam, Lin Xiaofan practiced diligently each day, reversing into parking bays, parallel parking, navigating curves, ascending and descending slopes. Though an experienced driver in his past life, he knew exam techniques demanded strict adherence to the instructor's guidance. Meanwhile, his World Cup bets yielded consistent returns, modest yet steady. Odds rarely exceeded 6-fold, 500-fold payouts were unheard of. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaofan began quietly accumulating shares in Longshore Heavy Equipment, the year's most volatile stock, purchasing several million yuan daily across its multi-billion yuan market cap, causing barely a ripple. He had positioned himself early, poised to ride the wave as financial institutions drove the surge and reap immense profits alongside them. Still too little capital, Lin Xiaofan mused, watching 2 million yuan flow into Longshore shares and other holdings, stirring no visible movement. Yet his World Cup balance seemed to double daily, now hovering near 10 million yuan. No one could fathom how, starting with just 13,000 yuan, he had earned over 40 million yuan from the World Cup in mere days. Brother, why are you transferring money to me? Lin Ruoyin asked upon seeing the transfer notification. For you to spend, buy whatever you wish, eat whatever you crave. Lin Xiaofan replied to his elder sister's message. In his previous life, she had cherished him unconditionally. Part of his down payment for their first home had come from her hard-earned wages, loaned to him so he could marry. Back then, she'd been in a 5-year relationship, yet remained unmarried at 30. After their parents passed, she shouldered the family's burdens, caring for him with unwavering devotion. Where did you get so much money? Lin Ruoyin typed swiftly, her words brimming with astonishment and doubt. Dad's reward after the Gaokao, 5,000 yuan all told. Reading this, Lin Ruoyin pouted instinctively, her fingers flying across the screen. Humph. How unfair. When I graduated, Dad only gave me 3,000. That's quite the disparity. Sensing his sister's indignation, Lin Xiaofan quickly pivoted. Sis, isn't it enough that your brother treats you well? By the way, when does your summer break start? 2 days before your Gaokao results come out. I'll be free by then. So brat, have you missed me? Lin Ruoyin teased playfully. Of course I have. When you return, I'll take you out for a grand feast. Lin Xiaofan responded eagerly, only for Lin Ruoyin to suddenly grow wary. Oh ho. Since when did you turn so obedient and thoughtful? You wouldn't be hiding some ulterior motive, would you? As his elder sister, she knew him better than anyone. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan feigned wounded pride. Oh sis, how could you say such a thing? Your brother is utterly heartbroken. None of that. I want the truth. What scheme are you scheming? She pressed further, and what about that campus beauty you've been mooning over? Have you mustered the courage to pursue her yet? What if we're already together? Would you believe me? Lin Xiaofan added a playful emoji, as if I'd fall for that. He then sent her a photo from his gallery, him and Zhao Lingyue side by side, leaving her to marvel in silence. Little brother, your taste is impeccable. That figures a 36D. I'm envious. She appended a cheeky emoji, then added, how far have things progressed? Have you taken advantage of that innocent girl? Do you really think your brother is that kind of boy? Lin Xiaofan sent a dog face emoji, then a tapping emoji. Sis, do you even have a boyfriend? Our Lin family's reigning campus beauty surely deserves one. Uft, there are countless prettier girls on campus. Sis, let me earn money to support you from now on. You said it. Keep going, little brother. I mean it. I'll support you for life. Ing. Just then Zhao Lingyue called. Before Lin Xiaofan could even ask, she spoke first. Are you free tonight? My mother would like to meet you. What? Your mother wants to meet me? Lin Xiaofan nearly dropped his phone. They'd known each other for mere days. He hadn't even held her hand yet. So soon, to meet the parents. Yet, picturing his gentle, youthful, stunning future mother-in-law, he steadied himself. I'm free tonight. Where shall we meet? The Western restaurant at Wanda Plaza, at 7 o'clock. Don't be late. Zhao Lingyue said, radiant with delight. Understood. After he printed some materials and returned home. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xiaofan stood in front of the mirror, meticulously organizing himself. Mama, classmate asked me out for dinner, so you don't need to wait for me to eat. Lin Xiaofan said to his mother in the kitchen while putting on his shoes. Going to meet that female classmate. Yang Xiaolan poked her head out, a teasing yet affectionate smile on her face. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. Yes, her mother wants to meet me. Oh, my son, you're meeting her parents so soon. Didn't you say you haven't even held the girl's hand yet? Mom put down the spatula and walked briskly over to scrutinize him, saying, Son, do you want me to give you some advice? Lin Xiaofan's parents had seen the girl's picture. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also from a wealthy family. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I can handle it myself. Lin Xiaofan smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm an adult now, almost 19. I can manage. Yang Xiaolan recalled her son mentioning the girl's family and felt a bit worried that he might get hurt. She said, didn't you say her father is the president of the U Group and her mother is the chairman of the Jiang Investment Company? Is this really going to work out? Lin Xiaofan held his mother's hand and chuckled. Mom, don't underestimate your son. He will become even more outstanding in the future. He thought to himself, I've already been reborn, ooh, I won't be swayed anymore. I must ensure my mother lives a good life. In his previous life, there were too many regrets. After graduating from university and starting work, he hadn't had the chance to repay his parents before leaving this world. His mother sighed, considering their family circumstances. Son, it's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that with our family's background, won't it be? Mom, it won't be like that. Lingyu's mother is a reasonable person. Lin Xiaofan thought of his future mother-in-law's mature and charming character, which was quite easy to get along with. Seeing the determination in her son's eyes, his mother nodded helplessly. That's fine, go ahead, don't keep them waiting. If things don't go well, don't act like a dog begging. Lin Xiaofan was speechless at that remark. He hadn't expected his mother to understand what it meant to beg like a dog. He rode his mother's electric bike and arrived at the restaurant where he was to meet Lingyue half an hour early. He chose a seat by the window from where he could clearly see the entrance and the comings and goings of guests. A young waitress poured him a glass of lemonade, and he sipped it with a heavy expression like a middle-aged man. However, his gaze never left the entrance. Around 6:50, a luxury imported Maybach pulled up in the restaurant's parking lot. Though he appeared calm, Lin Xiaofan's heart couldn't help but race at the thought of meeting his future mother-in-law so soon. No wonder she's my wife, she's just so beautiful. He saw the pure and beautiful Zhao Lingyue get out from the passenger seat, followed by an elegant and mature lady. Here they come. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath to steady his emotions, stood up, and adjusted his slightly faded school uniform. Zhao Lingyue, with her exceptionally beautiful and refreshing oval face, immediately caught sight of Lin Xiaofan and beamed a radiant smile. Zhao Lingyue hurried over, but paused a few steps away from Lin Xiaofan, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly glanced back at her mother. Hello, Auntie, please have a seat. Lin Xiaofan stepped forward, slightly bowing as a gesture of invitation. Jiang Yixiao assessed the young man before her with her phoenix eyes. He appeared more mature than in the photos, with proper demeanor and clear, steady eyes. You must be Lin Xiaofan, right? Jiang Yixiao smiled warmly. Sit down, you don't have to be so formal. After all three were seated, Jiang Yixiao got straight to the point. I heard from Lingyue that you are classmates. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan noticed not just her stunning beauty, but the commanding aura she possessed. Clearly beyond her beautiful exterior, there was a sense of confidence that made him feel neither pressured nor inferior. Let's not forget this was his future mother-in-law, someone he had interacted with countless times in his past life. Yes, Annie, we are classmates in class 1 of Senior 3. Lin Xiaofan replied with a composed demeanor to the formidable woman before him. Ling Yue mentioned you did well in the college entrance examination. Jiang Yixia's eyes were fixed on him. It's decent. I estimate my score to be above 700, so getting into Tsinghua or Beida shouldn't be a problem. Though he said this, Lin Xiaofan noticed Zhao Lingyue sitting next to her mother, looking at him with pure eyes, as if admiring an antique, conveying an aura of taste. Mom, can you please stop interrogating him like this, and just order some food? Zhao Lingyue tugged at her mother's sleeve. Jiang Yixiao understood her daughter's meaning, but still wanted to gauge the thoughts of this high-achieving student. Do you have plans for which university to apply to? I plan to apply to Fudan University's finance department, Lin Xiaofan said, turning his gaze to Zhao Lingyue, his future wife. Wherever Lingyue goes, I will follow. This statement made Zhao Lingyue's heart flutter with joy, her sparkling eyes meeting Lin Xiaofan's. In that instant, the pure light in Zhao Lingyue's eyes seemed to illuminate thousands of lights filled with uncontainable delight and happiness. Her beautiful eyebrows gently arched, reminiscent of willows dancing in the spring breeze, and her cherry-red lips unconsciously curved upwards, sketching a charming smile that enchanted Lin Xiaofan. Her blossoming smile was filled with the taste of happiness, and her pure eyes seemed to reflect Lin Xiaofan's full figure containing only him. Jiang Yixia quickly noticed the exchange of glances between the two. She took a sip of lemonade and continued to question the young man who had stolen her daughter's heart. I heard your family runs a small business. Yes, Auntie, Lin Xiaofan replied candidly. My parents run a small restaurant. A small restaurant? Jiang Yixia asked Lin Xiaofan. From an ordinary family, do you have any plans for your future work and life? You should know that Lingyu's father has high expectations. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan realized that this mature and beautiful mother-in-law was neither against them nor supportive of their relationship. She was experienced and knew that first loves rarely ended well. Lin Xiaofan straightened up, knowing that the most critical question had arrived. Whether he could gain his mother-in-law's support depended on earning her approval. Annie, I have been following the stock market fluctuations recently and have made some investments. I believe I will accumulate funds soon. Oh, stock trading. Jiang Yixia's interest was piqued at the mention of investments and the stock market. Tell me more, I would like to analyze it with you. To deal with her future mother-in-law, Lin Xiaofan had already prepared the questions related to her most interesting work. He took out a printed document from his pocket and handed it to his future mother-in-law, saying, This is a stock I've recently invested in, and based on my analysis, it has a high potential for significant growth in the second half of the year. Jiang Yixia did not look down on this high-achieving student, as scoring above 700 was rare in the entire city. So she took the document from Lin Xiaofan and carefully flipped through the details of this stock, which was not deemed promising. As the chairperson of an investment company for over a decade, she could immediately tell that this proposal was more professional than that of her own employees. The data analysis was thorough, market predictions were accurate, and it was completely unlike anything a high school graduate could produce. Did you do all this yourself? Jiang Yixia asked in surprise, looking at the high school student in front of her. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. Yes, Aunt Jiang. I have always been very interested in the financial market and have been researching it constantly. Talking about financial topics with someone in the industry naturally led to many shared discussions. Had it not been for their age difference, their souls could have resonated. At that moment, the mature and beautiful Jiang Yixia closed the document and looked meaningfully at the high school graduate, saying, It seems my daughter was right. You are quite outstanding. Hearing her mother praise Lin Xiaofan, Zhao Lingyue revealed a delighted smile. She secretly extended her delicate foot under the table and nudged it against Lin Xiaofan's calf, and they exchanged knowing smiles. And if you have some funds, you could invest a few million, and I guarantee you will see substantial returns, Lin Xiaofan suggested. He then added, moreover, its fluctuations are not significant, so buying it won't incur much loss. Indeed, it has risen a bit these days, she remarked as she looked at the data above. Yet she did not know that the recent increase stemmed from this young man buying it in secret. Everyone enjoyed the meal pleasantly. Jiang Yixia did not ask any sharp questions about the two of them, but instead conversed with Lin Xiaofan about the domestic investment market, feeling as though she had found a confidant. Lin Xiaofan's views on the future domestic market gave her the impression that he displayed insight and courage far beyond his peers. As they were leaving, the beautiful and charming Jiang Yixiao looked at him meaningfully and said, "Xiao Lin, although I do not oppose you to remember what I said today, Ling Yue is my only treasure, and I do not wish for you to harm her. Don't worry yet. I will protect her with my life and ensure she is not harmed, nor will I let anyone hurt her. Please believe me." Lin Xiaofan promised, remembering how he had wronged her in his past life. He secretly vowed that in this life he would not allow history to repeat itself and would not let Linger suffer any harm. "I will head home first. You can take Linghua back later." Jiang Yixiao picked up her bag and the document Lin Xiaofan had. "All right." Lin Xiaofan watched Jiang Yixiao drive away. However, Zhao Linghua excitedly exclaimed, "Great. It seems my mom likes you a lot." Lin Xiaofan looked at her joyfully ecstatic expression and said, "It's still early, but it's a good start." He knew that what he said was merely one-sided words in the eyes of the elders. If promises could really be turned into meals, couples would have paired up long ago and wouldn't experience breakups or divorces, would they? You should know that Zhao Lingyu's father is not easily fooled. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Lingyue gazed at him affectionately, observing his silence. Zhao Lingyue looked at the wooden-head guy and thought that in this situation, he should be happily holding her hand. So she focused on Lin Xiaofan's large hand, bringing her small jade hand closer. As her fingertips were about to touch his palm, her heart raced like a little deer. "I was thinking that in this lifetime I will protect you well and not let anyone harm you." Lin Xiaofan recalled his past life, where Zhao Lingyue fell before him, her desperate gaze making him feel more hopeless than death itself. "Really?" Lingyu's cheeks instantly flushed with a light rosy hue resembling a captivating sunset. She secretly thought, "Is he confessing to me?" As she thought of this, the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, adding a touch of shyness to her already delicate and elegant features. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she looked at him, revealing uncontainable joy and anticipation, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Yes, I will not disappoint you again." After his rebirth, Lin Xiaofan had been pondering who that voice belonged to. He would not allow history to repeat itself. He must unearth the beast that had kidnapped him and Lingyue. "If I don't get into Qingbei and you do, will you still attend the same university as me?" Zhao Lingyue wished to share the same university and life with him. Of course. Qingbei is indeed a place for research, a holy land many aspire to, but I want to start a financial investment company, Lin Xiaofan said, showing a solid understanding of the economic direction for the next decade. "Since heaven has given me a second chance, I will not let my parents die from illness in a hospital again, nor will I let Zhao Lingyue perish during her honeymoon." But she slightly parted her red lips as if wanting to say something, but her turbulent emotions choked her words. "Don't think too much. Graduating from university and finding a job is merely for a couple of coins. Without connections, you could spend 10 or 8 years without becoming a deputy director." After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, one large hand grasped her delicate hand. At that moment, Zhao Lingyue felt her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Being held by the boy she liked for the first time made her heart race like a little deer, and her expression grew even more enchanting as she bit her cherry lips, trying to calm herself down. She said nothing, just like a cute little calf being led by Lin Xiaofan to the mall to buy clothes for her. Inside a clothing boutique. "Remember, this is the last item." Lingyue looked at the few dresses Lin Xiaofan had bought for her that evening, not wanting him to spend more. Come out quickly and let me see how pretty you look," Lin Xiaofan said, holding a large bag of clothes and looking towards the fitting room. "This dress is a bit short." At that moment, the curtain of the fitting room was gently pulled open, and Zhao Lingyue walked out like a blooming, beautiful lily. The short skirt she had changed into perfectly wrapped around her curvy, honey-colored hips, while the hem revealed her long, beautiful legs. "Is it pretty?" Zhao Lingyue watched as he stared intently at her legs. Lin Xiaofan was not seeing this for the first time, but his mouth slightly opened, his throat feeling as if something was stuck in it, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, his gaze was filled with amazement and infatuation, and this shameless gaze glued to Zhao Lingyue's legs made her face flush slightly. "It seems like something is missing," Lin Xiaofan remarked, looking at her straight and well-proportioned legs, their skin as fair as the first snow in winter, glowing under the soft yellow light. "What is missing?" Zhao Lingyue looked down at her legs from her round thighs to her slender calves. "Miss, if you wore black stockings you would look even more beautiful," the attendant nearby said, seeing such a pure and beautiful girl for the first time. Black stockings. She thought of how her mother wore black stockings every day. Yes, black stockings would definitely make you look breathtaking. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were fixated on the graceful lines of her legs, as if they were meticulously sculpted to be alluring. Despite Lin Xiaofan's countless experiences with Ling Yue in his previous life, her current innocent and pure demeanor made him want to tease her. Of course, he would never admit that he liked girls in black stockings. After all, every boy has his little secrets. Waiter, please pack this dress. Lin Xiaofan tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. However, a glint of mischief flashed in Zhao Lingyu's eyes as she crossed her arms over her well-proportioned chest, raising her brows and saying, "Are you thinking about seeing me in black stockings? What other secrets do you have?" "No, I'm a pure boy, not the kind you think." Lin Xiaofan replied calmly. "I never said what kind of boy you are. Look at how flustered you are." Zhao Lingyue gently tilted her chin, looking at him, with a playful smile spreading across her lips. Lin Xiaofan was at a loss for words at her playful smile. Then the two attractive young adults continued their shopping, buying not only clothes, but also some chic items that girls love. Until 9:30 p.m. Lin Xiaofan hailed a ride to take her home. As soon as Zhao Lingyue returned home, she hurriedly brought her clothes into her room. "Linger, what are you doing with my stockings?" Zhang Yixia was studying the data Lin Xiaofan had, starting to buy stocks lightly. She saw her precious daughter change into a short skirt and then rush back into her room with a brand new pair of black stockings. Lingyue didn't answer her mother's question, as she simply put on her mother's exquisite black stockings, typically worn for work, the new stockings clinging tightly to her long and graceful leg lines. Could it be? Zhang Yixia's mind involuntarily conjured a picture. She guessed correctly. This infatuated daughter really wore black stockings, lifted her phone, and angled the camera slightly downward to cleverly avoid showing her flushed face. Lingyue looked at the photo with satisfaction, then gently clicked to send it to her friend Lin Xiaofan, a hint of pride on her lips. "Do boys like looking at this?" She imagined Lin Xiaofan's surprised and enchanted expression upon seeing the photo. Just back home, Lin Xiaofan saw the picture sent by Zhao Lingyue and couldn't help but enlarge it to admire. It was a pair of legs perfectly outlining the smooth curves of her calves with not a hint of excess flesh, like a carefully crafted piece of art. Whose photo is this? Lin Xiaofan knew it was Lingyu's beautiful legs. After all, no man in this world was more familiar with those legs than he was. "You have to tell me first, is it pretty?" Zhao Lingyue replied to his question. "It's beautiful, perfect to the point of having no excess flesh at all." He praised the picture. "Do all boys like looking at this?" Her cheeks flushed slightly, though Lin Xiaofan couldn't see it. Pretty much, although every boy is different, they all share one common trait. They like seeing these things. Lin Xiaofan revealed the preferences of all boys. After all, he was just saying that all boys were like this. He was merely one of them, and couldn't claim he was the only one with such tastes. "Are you really in the same school as me?" she asked eagerly. "Yes, I said I would protect you well in this lifetime." "Thank you." Time flew like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, June 25th, the day to check exam scores arrived. This day meant many people would be either happy or disappointed. Lin Ruoyin, with her soft and delicate hands, hooked her arm around Lin Xiaofan's and smiled brightly, blinking her beautiful eyes, saying, "Brother, quickly bring your admission ticket. The scores are out." "Little rascal, do you want money? If so, hurry up and take it out. Your aunt said if you score over 700, there's a reward of 1,000 yuan. Dad, Lin Nanhui and the others are not opening the restaurant today. Here, take this to check." Lin Xiaofan handed his admission ticket to this stunning sister, saying, "Dad, let me do it." Lin Ruoyin had already opened her laptop. She just needed to enter the admission ticket number. "I'm a bit nervous." Mom Xiaolon tightly clutched her clothes while looking at the computer screen. Lin Xiaofan remained calm because he was very confident in his results. After all, he was a reborn person, and those exam questions were vivid in his memory. When this second-year university sister excitedly pressed the enter key, her expression instantly became even more excited, showing an incredulous look, her beautiful eyes fixed on the computer screen as she covered her mouth tightly, unable to speak. "Total score, 728. Mom, my brother scored 728. The sister exclaimed excitedly. 728. "You can go to Tsinghua, son, you can go to Tsinghua." Dad excitedly picked Lin Xiaofan up and spun around. "Dad, what are you so excited about?" "I want to go to Tsinghua." Lin Xiaofan looked at his excited demeanor and said, "What? Say that again." Lin Nanhui set him down, his eyes searching for a broom ready to discipline him. "If you're not going to Tsinghua, then Peking University," his sister said excitedly. "Wait, let me see how many points your girlfriend scored and where she's going." Lin Xiaofan ignored their expressions and took out his phone to contact Zhao Lingyue. Right now, Zhao Lingyue was still traveling with her mother in another city. She probably knew her score already. In the class group chat, the information flew around as classmates reported their scores for the teacher to record. "You go first, tell me how many points you got." Zhao Lingyue asked happily. Indeed, her tone was very cheerful as she scored more than 10 points above her usual performance. I only scored 728 points. What about you? Did you get 680? Lin Xiaofan thought that Fudan required at least 660 points for admission. 682 points. Are you going to Tsinghua or Peking University? She suppressed her excitement, not expecting Lin Xiaofan's results to be so astonishing. Wherever you go, I will go too, I told you already. Lin Xiaofan looked at his dad and others surrounding him, their excited and expectant glances more nervous than checking the scores. Zhao Linghua planned to go to Fudan University, but she didn't expect that her score this time exceeded the admission cutoff for Tsinghua. Tsinghua scores in this province are 629 for arts, 679 for sciences. Then let's go to Tsinghua. Zhao Linghua said without a second thought. Tsinghua and Peking University are the goals of all students. Anyone who graduates from there is a dragon among men. It is a gathering place for elites in the country and the cradle of future pillars of the nation. Yes, let's go to Tsinghua together. Lin Xiaofan did not expect everything to change after his rebirth. In his previous life, he was at Jiaodong University with a chubby friend, while Zhao Linghua was at Fudan. They'll go back tomorrow as see you at the class reunion the day after. Zhao Linghua was even more excited on the phone than Lin Xiaofan's parents. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow, bye. Lin Xiaofan was happy for her too. Just after hanging up, his chubby friend Yang Lingfeng immediately called. This guy either sends him messages or calls him every day to the point where it feels like he would run to his house. Bro, I texted you, why didn't you reply? The line was busy. Who were you talking to? Is it with our school beauty? Fatty, how many points did you score? This time I might not be able to go to university with you. Lin Xiaofan said apologetically over the phone. I knew it, didn't we promise to be brothers for life? Have you started to look down on me? I only scored 678, just 1 point short of Tsinghua. But I'm still happy to say if you guys go to Tsinghua, then I'll go to Peking University. I will still be in the same city. Peking University. Just take a chance and apply to Tsinghua. Who knows, they might admit you even if you're 1 point short. My dad said the same thing. How about we go out to celebrate? My mom is rewarding me with 1,000 yuan. It'll treat you to a big meal. Aren't you going to ask how many points I scored? Did it even need asking? Earlier during the school's estimated scoring session, Lin Xiaofan had told him confidently that scoring 700 was no challenge. Had he not lost a few points on the English composition, the Chinese essay, and the political science long answer questions, he might well have scored 740. With 728 points, he achieved perfect scores in physics, mathematics, and chemistry, earning him the title of provincial top scorer in each subject. He was also the highest scoring student in the entire city, unrivaled. Inside a bustling roadside barbecue stall. Damn, 728 points. No wonder he's my bro. Boss, roast a whole lamb leg and bring us a pitcher of beer. My chubby friend exclaimed, beaming with pride for his comrade. Got it, the grill master shouted back. Bro, how far have you gotten with our school's beauty? Have you kissed her yet? He asked while texting Zhang Yinqing to join them for barbecue. Not yet, just holding hands, that's all, Lin Xiaofan replied to this ever-curious gossipmonger. I feel like my girlfriend is already waiting for me at university, the chubby boy mused, dreamily picturing his future college life. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you so you won't get betrayed again. Lin Xiaofan recalled how in his previous life his college girlfriend had cheated on him relentlessly, even through marriage, until his own mother could barely recognize the truth. They'd even had a son, only after raising him for years did he discover the child wasn't his. Wasn't that profoundly tragic? Get lost. I'll never be betrayed. Besides, Zhao Lingyue is stunning and wealthy. Whether you two end up together remains entirely uncertain. The chubby boy skewered another grilled stick and continued, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you. It's just that your family backgrounds are worlds apart. Unless you make a name for yourself after graduation. Hey, do you need cash? Lin Xiaofan asked, remembering the upcoming Brazil vs. Germany World Cup match on the 9th of next month. With Brazil losing 17 to Germany at odds of 6,500 to 1, even a 100 yuan bet would yield 600,000. What kind of question is that? Who doesn't need money? Wait, you bought football lottery tickets? The chubby boy instantly caught on. Just a little. Lin Xiaofan gave a slight nod. Dude, you're not using my money to buy lottery tickets, right? Damn. Mentioning football lottery lit a spark in the chubby boy. He'd placed bets too, though losses far outnumbered wins. Here, I'll transfer it back to you right now. Lin Xiaofan pulled out his phone and opened his payment app. Wait, you actually won. Pure luck. No way. I'm treating this round. Stingy. You promised you'd treat us. Lin Xiaofan said nothing about having earned over 10 million yuan from football betting, merely attributing it all to chance. After all, in his past life, he and this very friend had been kidnapped and murdered in Durian country, precisely because they'd flaunted their wealth. He would never let history repeat itself. Not even if Zhao Lingyue herself sat across from him would he ever disclose the extent of his assets. Moments later, Zhang Yinqing arrived on her electric scooter, finding the two friends deep in boisterous banter and playful boasting over skewers. I scored 677. How come I'm 1 point behind you? It's utterly unjust. Zhang Yinqing plopped down beside the chubby boy, glaring at his shamelessly confident grin with quiet indignation. She'd consistently outscored him by several points in mock exams, yet he'd surpassed her on the national exam. Can't help it. I'm just naturally handsome. Huh? Yang Lingfeng tossed his hair playfully. Vain much. Zhang Yinqing rolled her eyes. By the way, what schools are you applying to? First choice Tsinghua or Peking University, second Peking University, third Fudan. The chubby boy rattled off. I missed Tsinghua by 2 points, but my preferences align closely with yours. Lingyue scored 682. Several classmates had hit the 700 mark. But Lin Xiaofan stood alone at 728, the sole student to reach that pinnacle, driving Long Guangxing to near apoplexy. Later, both the school and a local enterprise awarded him a combined bonus of 2,000 yuan, while Tsinghua and Peking universities each offered 1,000 yuan scholarships. Those honors lay ahead. Right now, Lin Xiaofan's father had returned to their ancestral village for rites where their family was celebrated as paragons of honor. Xiaofan, Auntie Lin Lanxue transferred 1,500 yuan to you. Please confirm receipt, she called. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xiaofan replied, opening WeChat to accept the transfer. Your mom mentioned you've started dating someone. True, his aunt probed eagerly. Yes, more or less, Lin Xiaofan admitted openly to the aunt who doted on him since childhood. All right then, you're grown now, so I won't lecture you. Just don't let your studies slip. There are still 4 years ahead at university. Auntie, I understand. Well, we'll visit your home for spring festival. Auntie's got work to attend to. Bye-bye. That day, Lin Xiaofan received countless congratulatory calls. Even his junior high homeroom teacher rang him. Naturally, his high school subject teachers also called. Not for the bonuses, but because his success reflected glory upon them. Now let us turn our gaze to our heroine Zhao Lingyue, the school's radiant beauty. Her joy knew no ordinary bounds. Back at her hotel, she immediately sent Lin Xiaofan a carefully composed, exquisitely beautiful photograph. Though not her first such image, every photo in her gallery featured a different pair of stockings. Lingyue, sometimes a young woman, must preserve her dignity. Don't give too much away so easily, Jiang Yixiao observed. She'd noticed her daughter's newfound fascination with stockings, black ones worn daily, then photographed meticulously, and without needing confirmation sent straight to Lin Xiaofan. Mom, I'm not giving anything away. I'm just showing him my legs. There's nothing else to see. These past few days, Lingyue had delighted in teasing Lin Xiaofan. Watching his flustered reactions, her heart swelling with quiet, unspoken glee. Do boys really enjoy this sort of thing? Jiang Yixiao murmured, sitting nearby as she opened her laptop to check Lansure Heavy Equipment Co. Ltd., noting a steady 3 gain over recent days. Not sure, but last time we dined out he picked out short skirts for me and even remarked I needed more black stockings. Lingyue replied, sweetly recalling the memory with a soft smile. So you wear them daily, just for him? Jiang Yixiao studied her daughter's elegant ensemble. She felt a flicker of envy. Lingyue was already breathtakingly beautiful, and those sheer black stockings wrapped around her long, shapely legs like veils of midnight mist, ethereal, alluring, irresistible. Wherever she walked, through ancient temples or modern plazas, she became a vision of captivating grace, turning heads wherever she went. Her mother, watching this love-struck daughter, could only sigh wordlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan, still joking and bantering with Yang Lingfeng and the others, heard his phone chime. He glanced down and froze, eyes widening in stunned disbelief. Whoa, what is that? The chubby boy leaned over, catching sight of the message from their school's beloved beauty. Move aside, none of your business. Lin Xiaofan shoved his grinning face away. What is it? Zhang Yunqing, curious, watched the two friends' sudden shift in expression. Eat up, the lamb leg. Let's toast. If Tsinghua's out of reach, we'll settle for Peking University. The chubby boy watched Lin Xiaofan, whose gaze was magnetically locked onto the screen, as if spellbound, his eyes alight with awe. Didn't you say you'd only held hands? Yang Lingfeng drained his cup and leaned in close. Back off, this is private. Lin Xiaofan's fingers zoomed in, again and again, his soul seemingly drawn into the image, his breath quickening, his mind emptied of all thought. I heard Lingyue's father is a corporate executive, and her mother a CEO. Do you truly believe they can be together? Zhang Yunqing, intimately familiar with her best friend's family, couldn't help but worry for Lin Xiaofan. Even if Zhao Linghua loved him, her parents might never approve. My bro's got weak teeth, he prefers soft rice. If he can't swallow that, I'll protect you. The chubby boy laughed, slapping Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. You focus on yourself first. Just don't end up being a dishwasher for someone else's kid. Lin Xiaofan thought wryly of his dear friend, whose wife had borne a son he'd raised for years before learning the child wasn't his. Get lost. To be honest, this chubby guy has really helped him a lot. However, for the sake of his own safety and that of his future wife, he jokingly said to the chubby guy, "Buddy, help me act out a line." What are you talking about? Yang Lingfeng asked as he watched him put away his phone. Come on, just say to me, Lin Xiaofan, do you think I will let you go? Lin Xiaofan wrapped his arms around the chubby guy's broad shoulders and said, you need to sound a bit menacing, like you want to kill me. Let me see if you have the talent of an actor. Indeed, this line had lingered in his mind since his rebirth, an echo that refused to fade. He felt that the voice was familiar, yet he couldn't recall who it belonged to, if only that beast had not pulled the trigger at that time. If given a little time, he might remember who had kidnapped him and his wife Linghua. All right, I'll give it a shot, the chubby Lingfeng said, putting down the skewer in his hand, taking a sip of beer, and clearing his throat. You need to sound a bit murderous, like you want to kill me. Lin Xiaofan thought that the words threatening his life must have come from someone close to him in his past life. Listen up, I'm about to start. Lin Xiaofan, do you think I will let you go? I must say the chubby guy really had a flair for acting, his eyes and tone fixed intently on Lin Xiaofan. At the same time, he grabbed Lin Xiaofan by the neck and said, Lin Xiaofan, do you think I will let you go? I'm going to kill you. Get lost. I asked you to act, not to get physical. Move away a bit. Lin Xiaofan used one hand to grip the chubby guy, squeezing hard on his flesh. Ouch, ouch, bro, where are you squeezing? That hurts. The chubby guy rubbed his own flesh with one hand, his belly jiggling in response. Can you two be a bit more serious? Zhang Yunqing said, feeling at a loss for words towards the two of them. Let's eat barbecue and toast to everyone's bright future, charging forward towards wealth. The chubby guy said optimistically. Perhaps for this academic achiever, he truly hadn't faced any setbacks from elementary school to high school except for discovering that he had been cheated on. In his previous life, if it weren't for Lin Xiaofan's guidance, he would have really sent that green tea BTCH to the hospital. Good brother, lifelong good brother. Lin Xiaofan hugged the chubby guy and thought to himself, thank goodness it wasn't this stupid fat guy, or else I would have to sever ties for the greater good. This day Lin Xiaofan really didn't know how to get through. It seemed that the entire day was spent receiving phone calls not only from friends and family, but also from various prestigious schools in the country. We clearly had a great meal today. Why do I feel like I'm as tired as a dog? Lin Xiaofan returned home and lay on his bed, unwilling to move. Brother, why did you transfer money to me again? Lin Ruoyin asked upon seeing the 1,000 yuan she received. Sister, this is for you to buy clothes. My teacher told me my scholarship is 2,000 yuan, and that doesn't even include what's from the university. Although Lin Xiaofan had not yet received any awards from his alma mater or local enterprises, he had over 100,000 yuan in cash on hand. The recent World Cup had earned him quite a bit. Now he was just waiting for the odds of 1/7 on the 9th of next month. It's worth noting that several betting companies offered odds of 6,000 to 6,500 times. He could place bets across several lottery agencies, not relying on just one. Thanks, brother. Lin Ruoyin happily kissed him on the cheek. We're siblings, no need to be polite. When I get the 2,000 yuan, I'll give you half. Lin Xiaofan felt an indescribable affection for this sister. Really? The sister looked at this different-feeling brother with crescent-shaped eyebrows. This demeanor appeared mature, steady, and experienced. If she hadn't seen the elegance on his face, she might have thought he was an uncle. In addition to giving his sister 1,000 yuan, Lin Xiaofan also sent Zhao Linghua a 520 red envelope. Why are you sending me money? You should buy a few more pairs of stockings. Don't be polite with me. Lin Xiaofan added a smiley emoji at the end of his message. Have you not replied to the small black lace stockings I sent you today? Do they look good? Zhao Linghua asked with an emoji. They're beautiful. They left me dumbfounded. Lin Xiaofan had feelings for her in every aspect, whether in his previous life or this one. If I say it's not my picture, would you believe me? Seeing Lin Xiaofan's words and expressions, her cheeks flushed. I believe it's not yours. You downloaded it online, right? Yes, I just downloaded it and forwarded it to you. Lin Xiaofan didn't expose her lie. If he did, he might not get to see it next time. This pair of perfectly rounded curves had no excess flesh, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art. Even after his rebirth, he still vividly remembered the figure of the school beauty. When are you coming back tomorrow? Did you bring me a souvenir? Not telling you, see you tomorrow. Did you miss me? Not really. What are you doing? Just finished eating, about to take a shower. Can we video chat? Knock knock. Zhao Lingyue seemed to have a lively chat with Lin Xiaofan every night, talking about the places she visited with her mother each day, shopping and dining. Sometimes she laughed secretly while chatting, even dreaming while laughing, leaving her mother speechless. To this lovesick daughter, it seemed there was no cure, as if she might be whisked away by some boy. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhao Lingyue noticed her mother sitting beside her, watching her text. Linger, your cheeks are so red, don't you know? Jiang Yishao looked at her daughter's shyly flushed cheeks, inwardly cursing, that kid better not be discussing inappropriate topics with my daughter. Is it? Zhao Lingyue covered her hot face with both hands, then turned and entered the bathroom, saying, Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Do you even take your phone into the shower? Afraid that your mom will check your phone. Jiang Yishao looked at the phone in her hand, reluctant to put it down. Mom, do you think Dad would oppose my relationship? He definitely will, unless he's better than your dad when he graduates from university. Otherwise your dad wouldn't agree to you two being together. Jiang Yishao knew her ex-husband very well. Is having matching social statuses really that important? Lingyue asked. In poor families there are countless trivial matters. You're still young and don't understand these social intricacies. Though Jiang Yishao did not oppose their relationship, she still reminded her daughter not to be too at a disadvantage. A love cannot be eaten in place of food. She then said to her lovesick daughter, it's not that I look down on him, but I hope you find your own happiness and joy and do not take the same path I did. Mom, if we don't do well in the future, can you and Dad support us financially? Lingyue thought of her parents' assets, which were less than $1 billion, but enough to sustain an ordinary life for a lifetime. It's too early to discuss this now. You might meet an even better guy in college. All right, enough of this, go take a shower. Though she said this, Jiang Yishao felt a bit speechless, touching her forehead, feeling that this daughter was a bit ungrateful. Did she not know that the money from her mom and dad did not come from the wind? Linger, don't send him random photos. Girls should be a bit reserved, can't be too nice to boys, or they won't know how to cherish you. Mom, I know. Knowing is one thing. Jiang Yishao knew her daughter all too well. In the past, Lingyue never wore black stockings with dresses, and certainly never took photos of herself. Now, however, she seemed to wear a different style and color every day, photographing herself constantly, as if enchanted by her own beauty. At this moment, Lingyue stood in a mist-laden bathroom, warm steam enveloping the compact space. She leaned lazily against the edge of the warm bath, pouring generous amounts of her favorite body wash into the water until the surface shimmered with snow-white foam. What are you doing? Lingyue messaged Lin Xiaofan. Just waiting for your photo. I'll be watching, he teased his innocent campus-celebrated girlfriend. Promise me, you'll delete it after seeing it. I want to see it. Tapping sound. Leaning back against the tub's rim, Zhao Lingyue slowly lifted her long, graceful legs from the foamy water. You'll die from beauty. With a soft tap, Lingyue sent the photo to Lin Xiaofan. Did you see it? A playful smile curled at the corners of her crimson lips. Her eyes, like twin pools of spring water, glistened with mischievous brilliance, as though she could peer right through the screen and glimpse his stunned expression. Baby, don't speak. Let me savor this vision of loveliness, Lin Xiaofan teased. Tapping, though her words were light, her cheeks flushed deep as wine, rosy and radiant, intoxicated by sweet honeyed delight. I can't take it. I'm heart-racing, breathless. If only I could see the full view, my pulse would settle. His fingers trembled slightly as he typed swiftly across the screen, a barely suppressed smirk playing on his lips. Though he had seen such images countless times in his past life, he truly loved her, deeply and sincerely. I won't fall for your tricks, Zhao Lingyue replied, her blush deepening down to her slender neck. She knew exactly what he was thinking. But seriously, tomorrow when you return, will you wear a short skirt? We'll see tomorrow. Can we video call it? Not now, I'm bathing. Let's talk after I'm done. Not even now. Absolutely not. After finishing their chat, Lin Xiaofan opened his payment app and checked today's bet, Ecuador 0-0 France. That 0-0 draw left a profound impression on him. World champion France locked in stalemate with a small nation. Who would believe it? So Lin Xiaofan placed a $1,000,000 wager on that match, with odds of 9-1, exceptionally high. Thanks to recent matches, his accumulated assets had surged to 40 million yuan. If I weren't worried about covering potential losses, I'd have bet 10 million. He murmured, gazing at the odds displayed on screen. Just as the bedroom door eased open, Lin Ruoyin glided in gracefully, her damp hair wrapped in a towel, its fresh fragrance softly permeating the room as she asked, Brother, what are you up to? Sister, why didn't you knock? What if I wasn't wearing anything? You'd have seen me. Lin Xiaofan watched her elegant figure move, her jade-like hands gently patting her wet tresses, releasing a delicate floral scent that lingered like a gentle breeze throughout the room. "Put the phone away and go shower," she said, her voice as clear and soothing as a mountain spring, her lips curved in tender amusement at her love-struck younger brother. "Okay, but don't peek at my phone." Lin Xiaofan grabbed his clothes and headed toward the bathroom. Lin Ruoyin smiled demurely, her delicate hand lifting to cover her lips. "What secret are you hiding?" "I won't tell you," Lin Xiaofan replied to his sister, whose gaze held nothing but warmth. "Our family's top scholar. Hurry off to bathe. I promise I won't look at your phone." Lin Ruoyin felt radiant joy, not just for herself, but for her parents and brother alike. At last, university tuition fees were no longer a burden, neither hers nor her brother's, especially if scholarships from both school and enterprises came through. But honestly, do you really believe she wouldn't sneak a glance at her brother's phone? Girls are even more curious than cats. A password. Lin Ruoyin stared at the lock screen. First attempt, the brother's birthday, wrong. Second attempt, her mother's birthday, still wrong. Third attempt, her own birthday, and the screen unlocked. So, I truly hold such importance in my brother's heart. Well, then a quick peek is hardly unreasonable. A quiet thrill fluttered within her. In an instant, she bypassed the lock and opened his WeChat chat history to discover exactly what he exchanged daily with Zhao Linghua. She hadn't looked yet, but once she did, those messages and images flooded her cheeks with heat and set her heart racing wildly. Is this what being deeply in love looks like? Good heavens, how daringly suggestive. Are today's youth all this bold? Lin Ruoyin couldn't believe her brother harbored such a side, so captivated by campus beauty Linghua. Do boys truly all share this fascination? She suddenly recalled how male students at school always admired girls in skirts. When Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed from outside the door, "Sister, are you looking at my phone?" "No, absolutely not. Do you think your sister is that kind of person, eh?" Startled, Lin Ruoyin dropped his phone onto the bed. "Don't peek. Give your brother some privacy, let him keep up his cool act," Lin Xiaofan called out, poking his head around the bathroom door. "I already told you, I'm not that kind of girl. Now hurry up and bathe. We'll have a midnight snack downstairs together." Lin Ruoyin hurried out, closing the door behind her. "But sister, you're always dieting, never eating late-night snacks. Today I'm celebrating. Can I indulge just once?" She spoke lightly, but inwardly she realized she needed to reassess her brother's character entirely. She had never imagined her seemingly refined, mild-mannered brother was in fact a quietly passionate soul, and that his girlfriend was cut from the same cloth, reserved yet intensely expressive. A perfect match indeed. One reveled in flirtatious banter, the other delighted in sending intimate photos to her boyfriend. Their conversations had only just begun heating up. Surely before long, even bolder images would find their way to him. When Lin Xiaofan emerged from the bathroom, he found his elder sister gazing at him with an unusually keen and curious expression, as if she had just discovered a new continent, her eyes sweeping over him from head to toe. "Sister, why are you staring at me like that? I'm certainly not your fairy tale prince," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest. "Brother, your mind has grown rather impure." Lin Ruoyin finished speaking and glided lightly toward him, her youthful charm mingling effortlessly with quiet allure. Her radiant smile lit up her beautiful face as she looked at him. "What do you mean, impure? I'm utterly innocent, honestly." Before Lin Xiaofan could finish, his sister extended her hands, soft, supple, and graceful, and gently looped her arms through his. Her smooth, tender arm pressed lightly against his, evoking a warm, comforting sense of familial closeness that stirred a gentle warmth in his heart. In his past life, beyond failing his wife, he had failed most grievously this pure and lovely elder sister standing before him. Lin Ruoyin's eyes sparkled as she regarded her academically gifted younger brother. "Come on, treat me to late-night snacks." Her voice rang clear and bright, laced with playful affection, and her entire presence exuded an irresistible charm that made refusal unthinkable. All right. I'll treat you to spicy crayfish and grilled lamb skewers," Lin Xiaofan replied, recalling her favorite dish. "Little rascal, don't forget to bring back a package for me to watch the World Cup." Their father watched the two siblings head out for their late-night meal. "Oh," Lin Xiaofan answered absently. Lin Ruoyin's delicate boneless fingers curled gently around his arm as she smiled sweetly and blinked her luminous eyes. "Brother, how far have things progressed between you and Linghua?" "I'm permitted to hold her hand." As Lin Xiaofan and his sister descended the stairs together, he reflected that he lived in an aging residential compound, not one of those modern high-rises with elevators. Yet deep within, he had already resolved after university he would purchase an apartment in Shangjing and bring his parents there to live. Girls often feign reserve on the surface. You must take the initiative. With someone as stunning as Zhao Lingyue, your rivals will multiply once university begins. Elder sister Lin Ruoyin offered this gentle counsel, urging her brother to act boldly, to win over this graceful, long-legged campus beauty before it was too late. Even without her prompting, Lin Xiaofan had already resolved to make Lingyue fall in love with him over summer break, so that by the time they entered university her eyes would brim with unreserved affection for him. If their romance unfolded smoothly, perhaps 4 years later, graduation day, they might even pose together for the class photo, cradling their child in their arms. Brother, what are you smiling about? You look terribly mischievous. Have you been watching too many films? Lin Ruoyin asked attentively, observing his expression. Nothing much, but please don't cling to my arm like this in public. Strangers might mistake you for my girlfriend. Lin Xiaofan remarked, glancing at the envious glances surrounding them. Indeed, his sister was breathtakingly beautiful. Fresh from her bath, her silken hair flowed freely, her figure elegant and poised. Even before they reached the open-air food stall downstairs, a delicate, intoxicating fragrance wafted from her. Are you afraid your girlfriend will grow jealous? Lin Ruoyin teased, settling beside him with a playful grin. She wouldn't be. After all, I'm your sister. I'm only worried some admirer of yours might see us and misunderstand. Lin Xiaofan observed his sister leaning back, casually, one leg crossed over the other. I don't have a boyfriend yet. What's there to fear? Truth be told, this district was no small or insignificant corner of the city. Even a simple late-night snack brought them face-to-face with Zhao Lingyue's best friend Zhang Yunqing, who happened to be dining there with a plump classmate and enjoying barbecued skewers. Lin Xiaofan, what a coincidence. And who is this? Zhang Yunqing halted her pink electric scooter, her gaze arresting upon Lin Ruoyin, a vision so stunning it seemed to halt time itself. My elder sister. What brings you here? Lin Xiaofan quickly interjected. How could he not clarify? If she snapped a photo and sent it to Zhao Lingyue, who knew what complications might arise. I live nearby. I stopped by to pick up some spicy crayfish for Dad. She secured her scooter and smiled. Oh, please join us. Have a bite before you go. Lin Xiaofan welcomed Zhang Yunqing, the closest confidant of Zhao Lingyue, with genuine warmth and hospitality. After all, should any misunderstanding ever arise between him and Lingyue, he would need her to whisper a few kind words in Lingyue's ear. One must remember, women trust their girlfriend's counsel far more readily than their boyfriends or husbands. Thus, the nature of one's friendships often shapes the course of one's life. Lingyue returns tomorrow. Aren't you delighted? Zhang Yunqing slid onto the bench beside Lin Xiaofan. It was undeniable when a young woman wore a short skirt, her beauty and allure became truly extraordinary. The delicate fabric of her skirt draped softly over her shapely legs, revealing subtle, rounded contours. Her gentle gaze lingered on him, warm, knowing, as though she longed to speak but held her words in reserve. Not particularly. Lately, Lin Xiaofan had been immersed in obtaining his driver's license. Just 1 week remained until he'd receive it. Time, he mused, had flown by with startling speed. It's obvious Lingyue truly cares for you, so don't betray her trust. If you do, I won't forgive you. With that, the beautiful Zhang Yunqing playfully shook a tiny clenched fist, feigning indignation as a gentle warning. Brother, I say the same. Don't do anything to hurt that dear girl, Lin Ruoyin remarked, savoring a mouthful of numbing spicy crayfish. Once she's back, help me invite her here for crayfish. I'll treat you to whatever you like. Lin Xiaofan began currying favor with Lingyue's closest friend. Is that true? The food-loving Zhang Yunqing's eyes lit up instantly. Were finances no obstacle, she'd eat crayfish daily, paired with cold beer, her idea of life's ultimate bliss. Indeed, the crayfish served at this open-air stall were renowned throughout the neighborhood, their fiery spice, fragrant garlic, and aromatic 5-spice varieties unmatched. Yes, it's true. Lin Xiaofan nodded. But fair warning. You two mustn't shower me with excessive affection. I am, after all, a confirmed singleton. Upon saying this, Zhang Yunqing lowered her shapely legs and shifted gracefully into a relaxed cross-legged pose. Lin Xiaofan smiled warmly at the lovely classmate and said, in the future, I'll rely on your kind guidance and your favorable words before Lingyue. Zhang Yunqing studied the handsome young man before her, her lips curving into a soft, charming smile. Since you're treating me tonight, I'll certainly sing your praises later. Yet beneath her cheerful exterior, a quiet pang of disappointment flickered in her heart. I'd planned to confess at tomorrow's reunion. But now, a faint sigh escaped her, though her face remained radiant with its practiced, sweet smile. She bent her head, peeling a crayfish with delicate fingers stained crimson with savory oil, perhaps concealing just slightly that tender undercurrent of melancholy. By the way, on this trip with her mother, did Lingue say anything unkind about me? Lin Xiaofan deftly placed a garlic-baked oyster onto Zhang Yunqing's plate and met her clear, intelligent gaze. She lifted her eyes, lovely expressive, and asked, "What's this about? Are you trying to fish for information?" Looking at the fair-skinned, delicate-featured Lin Xiaofan, who exuded a blend of handsomeness and gentleness, Zhang Yunqing deliberately elongated her tone, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. "She keeps mentioning you in front of me every day, asking, is the handsome Xiaofan tired from driving? And did you eat well and sleep enough?" Meanwhile, Lin Ruoyin, her sister, elegantly covered her lips with her hand and interjected with a smile. "Oh dear, your best friend seems quite attached to you. It seems my top student brother has quite the charm, hee." Lin Xiaofan cleared his throat lightly in response to his somewhat playful sister. "Sister, there's still a long way to go, so don't get carried away with your cheers." Zhang Yunqing suddenly uncrossed her legs and leaned closer, lowering her voice to say to Lin Xiaofan, "However, it seems that Lingyu's father is quite strict and has started to suspect things." His brow slightly furrowed as he thought about Zhao Lingyu's father's domineering style, but once he learned that they were in a relationship, he would certainly try to stop them. But Lin Xiaofan, thinking quickly, had long since planned for his university entrepreneurship after his rebirth, intending to surpass her father Zhao Jinghao in assets. Then he would naturally have to yield. Back then, with the encrypted data currency he possessed, he forced her father to acknowledge him as a son-in-law. The truth will eventually come to light, but I will make sure her father agrees to our relationship. Lin Xiaofan said, a faint smile, curling his lips, his gaze resolute. The night breeze brushed past the street with the lights of the food stall reflecting on the faces of the three youthful boys and girls. Zhang Yunqing gazed at Lin Xiaofan's confident and handsome profile, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she quickly took a sip of beer to mask her expression. "I'll head back first. Let's meet again when Lingwei returns tomorrow," Zhang Yunqing said as she hurried home with her packed small lobsters. "All right, be careful on your way. Take care." Lin Xiaofan waved goodbye to this equally innocent beauty classmate. "Bye-bye." At the same time, he also ordered a portion for his parents along with some grilled beef skewers, lamb skewers, and a batch of garlic grilled oysters. "Brother, why do I feel like this girl has an interest in you too?" Lin Ruoyin had been observing the girl's expressions all along. "Don't talk nonsense, just go home and sleep. There are all kinds of dreams in your sleep," Lin Xiaofan responded to his somewhat gossipy sister. "Zhang Yunqing is quite pretty, a beautiful girl, but just a bit flat. However, many girls only develop after entering university." "Is that so? Can girls really experience a second growth spurt?" "The pressure in high school is intense, and only after entering university do they start to express themselves, and the fat naturally begins to grow." "I see." Before sleeping, Lin Xiaofan chatted with Zhao Lingyue for a while. Then he continued with his World Cup betting. On the 26th, there were a total of 4 matches, but he didn't remember every single one. He only recalled Algeria 11, Russia Group H, Curitiba, and Germany 10, the USA Group G, Recife. Both Germany and the USA were former World Cup champions, so Lin Xiaofan had some impression of this match. However, the odds were too low for the two past champions playing against each other, less than double, and there wouldn't be any surprises, unlike the shocking upset in the semifinals between Brazil and Germany. Algeria 11, Russia with odds of 3. For a draw, not bad, I'll go with that. Lin Xiaofan saw the odds and immediately started betting. "Not much, let's bet 1,000,000 yuan and split it across 3 betting companies. The lowest odds for a draw at one company is 3. 2. Be bold and risk it all, be timid and starve." With the remaining funds, Lin Xiaofan continued to operate and quietly bought into some speculative stocks from 2014. "Even if they can't afford to pay out, I still have 40 million in the stock market, so I won't worry about not having funds on hand." Lin Xiaofan is all in for this round. However, he was overthinking it. It's important to know that every year the betting companies for the World Cup only earn and never lose, raking in billions. In payment apps, as a super public company, they buy lottery tickets on behalf of customers in the company's name and then take a commission from them. If the betting company doesn't pay, they might even sue the company. The next afternoon, Zhao Lingyue returned home from her trip with her mother. Because tomorrow is their class gathering, this might be the last time she sees some classmates. Life is indeed wonderful. Everyone's fate is predestined, and every meeting is less than the last. Originally, Lin Xiaofan should have gone to the airport to pick them up, but Lingyue told him not to go because her father would personally pick them up, and it wasn't his place as a boy. "Linger, are you happy? Did you miss your dad?" At the airport exit, the successful Zhao Jinghao saw his daughter and ex-wife and immediately rushed over. Zhao Jinghao now resembled a subordinate, trying to flatter his superior, carefully attending to this little princess. He took her luggage, his face filled with a doting smile as he looked at his precious daughter. Dad, don't touch my bag. Ling Yue snatched her bag back as if it contained some treasure. All right, let's go home. You can take a few days to rest, and then Dad will take you abroad to play. His eyes were only focused on this precious daughter, as if the whole world consisted of just the two of them. Qinghua, he had never seen her there, at most only thought that his precious daughter would attend Fudan. He never expected his precious daughter to score 682, which was such a big surprise. How could he not be happy? Now he boasted about his daughter on his social media every day. Oomph. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's stunning mother stood by watching the intimate scene between father and daughter while dragging a large suitcase. Let me help you with the luggage, Zhao Jinghao said, hearing his ex-wife huff coldly, and immediately rushed over. Get lost, who asked you to touch my things? Jiang Yixia gave him a cold glare. In front of our daughter, can you at least give me some face? He looked innocently at his ex-wife, whose eyes held a hint of complex emotions. Give you face? What do you think you are? Get out of my way. Jiang Yixia, dressed elegantly and exuding a noble demeanor, radiated a captivating charm. Their ethereal beauty and unmatched grace seemed to leave some men entranced. Dad, can you both stop arguing? The originally cheerful Ling Yue felt her mood sour at the sound of their complaints. Mom, are you going home first? Are you going with Dad or with me? Jiang Yixia saw her assistant, the female secretary, come over and said, My little princess, Dad will take you out to eat and then take you home later. Zhao Jinghao spoke, cautiously fearing to upset her. All right, I want to eat sushi and sashimi. Ling Yu's eyes instantly filled with joy. Let's go. Zhao Jinghao wanted to call his ex-wife along, but thinking of Jiang Yixia's aloof demeanor, he did not want to argue in front of his daughter, so he refrained from calling her. In the back seat of the car, Ling Yue jumped into her father's arms, rubbing her little head against his arms, sweetly saying, Dad, I got into Qinghua. Can you reward me with a Mercedes or a BMW? Zhao Jinghao gently stroked his daughter's silky hair, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world, smiling kindly. My little princess, you don't even have a driver's license yet. My classmate has a driver's license and can drive me. She thought of Lin Xiaofan, who would be getting his license in a few days. Then she could ask him to take her on a road trip and invite Zhang Yinqing along so her dad wouldn't suspect anything. Your classmate? Is it a boy or a girl? Is it Yinqing? This love-stricken Zhao Lingyue almost let slip the name of Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, she quickly nodded and said, Yes, my best friend classmate Yinqing. Even if you buy a new car, it will take about a month to get it, but you can drive your dad's small car in the meantime. Zhao Jinghao said with a face full of doting smiles. Oh, Ling Yue replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Then she added, Dad, I'm not going to travel abroad anymore. Oh, I want to travel with my best friend. Zhao Jingha's plans were disrupted by his daughter's words. He had originally intended to accompany her abroad for a week, allowing her to experience the foreign economy and environment, broadening her horizons. Now he had no choice but to respect his daughter's choice, for a girl's best friend is indeed of great importance. Sometimes girls are more willing to listen to their friends than to their parents. Where do you want to go? Zhao Jinghao asked his little princess. I want to go to the ancient towns of the Jiangnan water region. Dad, you won't object, will you? Zhao Lingyue wrapped her arms around her father's acting cute dad. I have no objections, but for the next few days you need to stay at Dad's house and spend some quality time with me, all right? He thought about how his daughter had been living at her mother's house for a long time, and now she was starting college, gradually drifting away from him. To be honest, he really didn't want to let go. But he also thought of his precious daughter growing up, and one day she would inevitably fly away from her parents' wings, so he had to let her pursue her dreams. That I promise you. Hearing her father's lack of objection brought a smile to Zhao Lingyu's face as she kissed him. You must remember, no matter what happens outside, what difficulties you encounter, Dad will always support you from behind and love you. Thank you, Dad moi. Zhao Lingyue said, pulling out a souvenir from her bag and placing it in her father's large hand. It was a peace charm ornament. When she opened her bag, Zhao Jinghao inadvertently saw a string of yellow pearwood bracelets which looked very exquisite, and he couldn't help but feel fond of them. Several of his old friends in his circle played with bead bracelets, and every time they socialized they would show off the beads on their hands. Is this a bead bracelet you bought for Dad? Zhao Jinghao asked, looking at the exquisite ghost face pattern bead bracelet in her bag. It's not for you, it's a gift for a friend. Zhao Lingyue quickly closed her bag. Is it for classmate Zhang Yinqing? He thought of his daughter's best friend Zhang Yinqing. She didn't say it was for Lin Xiaofan, just nodded. Do girls wear such large wooden bead bracelets? What does it matter to you? Since his daughter finished the college entrance examination, he noticed a significant change in her. Her face was full of sweet smiles sweeter than candied fruit. It was a sight that could make anyone enchanted, melting hearts away. However, he didn't ask about his daughter's happiness, simply thinking she was joyful for getting into Tsinghua University. That night, she stayed in her father's luxurious apartment, a spacious 280 square meters, with exquisite renovations. The master bedroom was decorated like a princess room exclusive to his precious daughter, with the bedroom and bathroom combined featuring a sofa desk and bookshelf. Lingyue, when you go out to play with Yunqing, don't come home too late. Zhao Jinghao stood outside his daughter's room shivering. That I know. After Zhao Lingyue came out of the bathroom, she stood in front of the large dressing mirror beside the wardrobe, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, for she was about to go on a date with the boy she liked. The mirror reflected her voluptuous figure perfectly outlined by a pleated black-blue skirt. The skirt's cut showcased her curvy peach-shaped hips, radiating a sense of youthful elegance. You should like these black stockings, right? Lingyue thought, admiring her beautiful legs that were partially visible under the skirt in the room's lighting. She picked up her lipstick and carefully applied it in front of the mirror. The vibrant watermelon red spread across her full lips, resembling a blooming fresh lily. She pouted slightly in front of the mirror, checking if the lipstick was evenly applied on her jade-like lips, her beautiful gaze reflecting a dedication to perfection. What if he kisses me on the lips? What should I do? Thinking of this, Lingyue's cheeks flushed with a light blush as she murmured, I wonder what a kiss feels like. After carefully dressing up, Lingyue turned in front of the mirror, her skirt swaying gently, the beautiful legs beneath the exquisite black stockings appearing tantalizingly. Baby, what is this? When Zhao Jinghao saw his daughter dressed up like this, he was left speechless, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Dad, I can't talk to you right now. Classmate Zhang Yunqing is waiting for me downstairs. I have to go. Lingyue grabbed her expensive handbag and rushed out. All right, but don't come home later than 10:30. Zhao Jinghao tried to control his emotions, realizing that his daughter was now an adult, no longer a child. In the past, he would have definitely blocked the door, making her go back to her room to change into long pants, forbidding her from wearing black stockings. Zhao Lingyue, who was originally as beautiful as a child of God, now dressed up and made up, was so stunning that Lin Xiaofan nearly couldn't help but embrace her and kiss her. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Lingyue, seeing Lin Xiaofan dumbfounded after not meeting for 2 weeks, felt her cheeks flush slightly. You're so beautiful that someone is tempted to think of inappropriate things, Zhang Yunqing said with a gentle smile covering her lips. So beautiful, our Lingyue is too gorgeous, like a fairy descended to earth. No, she should be a celestial being. Lin Xiaofan admired the stunning figure before him with a slender waist and a curvaceous form as breathtaking as rolling mountains. At the same time, his eyes were drawn to her long, rounded legs beneath the short skirt. They looked so slender, indicating elasticity and a silky texture. Lingyue elegantly covered her lips with her hand and smiled. Then she took a beaded bracelet from her bag and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. What about mine? You promised to bring me a souvenir. Zhang Yunqing stretched out her small hand, asking. Here, this is yours, a small red sandalwood bracelet. Lingyue presented a string of small purple sandalwood beads to her. This is more like it, hee. Zhang Yunqing replied, putting it on her wrist and admiring the beautiful little purple sandalwood beads. Isn't it pretty? Lingyue asked. It's beautiful, beautiful, Lin Xiaofan said, while looking at the ghost eye pattern yellow pair wood bracelet on his hand. That's not what I was asking. Lingyue glared at this wooden block. It's pretty beautiful, I like it very much, Lin Xiaofan said, admiring her long silky black legs. Then he took the initiative to hold her small jade-like hand, pulling her soft, delicate hand that was as white as snow. If he weren't afraid of scaring her, Lin Xiaofan would have liked to rest his hand on her beautiful black-stockinged leg. You promised not to flaunt your relationship in front of me, or I won't help you next time, Zhang Yunqing remarked as she watched the two of them holding hands. I know, but you should think about where we should travel, my dad agreed. Lingyue said, a hint of happiness on her face. Traveling is just a cover. You're just using the opportunity to flirt with Lin while making me a third wheel. Zhang Yunqing, knowing her well, said. Are you going or not? Lingyue saw her best friend hesitate and quickly took her small hand, saying, Is it okay if I hold your hand like this every day? Can I say no? Then the three of them began to discuss their travel itinerary, planning to enjoy half a month of fun. They would travel from north to south, and then to several cities in the west. Should we invite the fat guy? Zhang Yunqing thought of their close relationship. What for? To be a third wheel. Lin Xiaofan didn't want him tagging along and interfering with his plans with his future wife. He had to strive to win her heart during the summer break, making Lingue fall deeply in love with him. I'm just worried you might invite him. Zhang Yunqing peeled a little crayfish while watching the two of them hold hands tightly. Especially the sweet expression on her best friend's face made her feel a mix of envy and more of a sense of loss. However, she didn't show it in front of them. If we go on a trip, should we rent a suite, or a triple room, or one double, and one single room? Zhao Lingue wished she could leap into his arms, but recalling her mother's words about girls needing to be a little reserved and not too proactive, she held back. Yet she truly desired to embrace him and engage in more intimate gestures. Lin Xiaofan's fingers gently traced small circles on her delicate palm, making her heart flutter like a little deer in a flurry. If there's a suite available, let's rent that. If not, a triple room. I don't trust you two alone together, Lin Xiaofan said to the two inexperienced girls. Isn't that going to be inconvenient? Zhang Yunqing paused her peeling and asked. Don't you trust my character? Lin Xiaofan knew what she was thinking. I trust your character, you won't be reckless. Zhao Lingue said to her wooden-head boyfriend. Sister, you're doomed. Aren't you afraid he'll make a move on you at night? She was speechless at her love-struck best friend. I'm not afraid. If he really wanted to, he would have long ago, and we've been together for 3 years, you know him well enough. Indeed, he's just a blockhead, a bookworm. Just then they hadn't talked for long when Lingue's dad called to urge her to come home. Since the two of them had just sat down to eat crayfish, they had already received 3 calls from their dads in less than 2 hours. Is it already 10:30? Zhao Lingue glanced at the time and said, You should head home first, we'll see each other tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan also felt that time had passed a bit too quickly. Alright, I'll head back first. She stood up, her skirt swaying gently, and the beauty of her legs under the black stockings made his heart race again. Zhao Lingue seemed to understand Lin Xiaofan's gaze. Before letting go of his hand, she gently pulled him closer, allowing his hand to brush against her beautiful leg covered by black stockings. Then she released his hand and said, I'm off, see you tomorrow, bye. Even though it was nighttime under the lights, Lin Xiaofan saw her cheeks flushed with a light rosy hue, as if tinted by the joy from her racing heart. See you tomorrow? Lin Xiaofan watched as the two of them rode away on their electric bike. Tomorrow they would have a reunion for their college graduation class at the Crown Hotel's dining hall. Of course, each student would contribute 100 yuan for the meal along with the remaining class meeting expenses, which should be sufficient. Moreover, the school also provided some subsidy for these students from Tsinghua and Peking University. This year they brought glory to the school, making their teachers and principal proud with a provincial top scorer. So fragrant, I won't wash my hands tonight. Lin Xiaofan sniffed the faint fragrance on the back of his hand. This familiar scent was neither perfume nor body wash, but Zhao Lingue's unique fragrance. After returning home, Lin Xiaofan opened the mobile payment app to check the results of the sports betting he placed. The draw he bought for 10 million yuan yielded 33 million after deducting personal taxes and fees. He ended up with less than 24 million in hand. Time flies, we've already entered the top 16. Lin Xiaofan remarked as he looked at the ongoing matches. Lin Xiaofan withdrew the money to his bank, then invested in Zhongke Shuguang and Tonghuashan stock market. He was preparing ahead of time, waiting for financial institutions to profit together in the second half of the year. Of course, Lin Xiaofan invested 20 million in launcher heavy equipment, which had slightly increased during this time, earning him a 5% profit. Dad, are you betting on soccer? Lin Xiaofan looked at his father sitting in front of the TV, placing bets on his phone. The amount he was betting wasn't much, only about 1,000 yuan. Don't speak so loudly. Lin Fenghui was unaware when his son had appeared behind him. Did you win? Lin Xiaofan asked, glancing at his father, looking around the room, fearing his mother would hear. Lost more than one, just for fun. His father shook his head. In his heart he thought, if my son knew I was betting with his red envelope money, would he tear me apart? After all, 2 days ago he returned to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors, and the villagers all knew Lin Xiaofan was accepted into Tsinghua. The younger brothers in the village all stuffed him with red envelopes, claiming it was a reward for this top student. Then he asked his proud son, what do you think about tonight's Portugal versus Ghana match? I think it'll be 21 for Ronaldo. 21, let me check the odds. His father opened the mobile payment app again to place a bet. 8. 5 times, Dad, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Can you place a bet for me? Lin Xiaofan didn't mention that he had just placed a bet of 10 million yuan in his room and that the match was about to start. Just for fun, I'll bet you 200 yuan. I'll bet on the safer odds, even though it's only 1. 6 times, even a mosquito leg is still meat. He didn't know that his son in front of him already had assets exceeding 60 million. To this son who never caused him worry, he found everything about him pleasing to the eye. Just now, when he returned from a late-night snack with his girlfriend, He even remembered to bring back some crayfish marinated duck feet and a bit of peanuts and beer for him. Remember, don't tell your mom, his father said softly after placing the bet. Got it? Lin Xiaofan smiled at his dad. In his past life, he hadn't had the chance to repay his parents, they just left him like that. He still didn't know how he had endured that year. If it weren't for Ling Yue the fat guy and his sister's encouragement, he would have seen no glimmer of hope in life. No one knew what kind of mindset he had while staying at home for over 70 days. Kid, why are you getting so close? Are you trying to act cute like your sister in front of me? His father looked at Lin Xiaofan, who was leaning against him. Dad, I will make sure you have a good life in this lifetime, or just give me some time. The reborn Lin Xiaofan's voice seemed steady and powerful, each word resembling a solemn promise to his father. He was determined to change the family situation and would not let history repeat itself. Hearing his words, his father revealed a smile of relief. He reached out and gently patted Lin Xiaofan's shoulder with endless paternal love. You should know your father and mother do not ask for you to be wealthy, only that you live safely and healthily. His father's expectations were not high. With their academic achievements, having 3 meals a day wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, his voice was gentle and warm like the comforting sun in winter, warming Lin Xiaofan's heart. Thank you, Dad. Lin Xiaofan's voice choked with emotion. He knew how much his father had sacrificed for him and his sister Ener. The toil of these years was etched on his parents' faces and bodies, and it was engraved in the hearts of the siblings. Studying is tough. Your efforts will lead to better rewards in the future. Just work hard for another 4 years and your dad and mom can retire. Dad, all right, go back to sleep now. Don't disturb me while I watch the game. Do not assume that Lin Xiaofan's father at 45 is incapable of romance. Rather, he simply feels too shy to express it in front of his children. After Lin Xiaofan returned to his room, Lin Nanhuai quietly called his wife out to watch the football match with him, savoring spicy crayfish beef skewers, lamb skewers, and chicken wings, takeout delicacies their son had brought home, while sharing a few glasses of wine. In that moment, life felt finally worth living. His son's admission to Tsinghua University filled his wife with profound joy. She felt every drop of sweat and sacrifice over the years had been amply repaid. Honey, do you remember our first year of marriage? How you dragged me to stay up all night watching the World Cup? Yang Xiulan asked her football-obsessed husband. You mean 1994? Lin Nanhuai turned to look at his wife, whose temples were now dusted with silver strands. Gently tracing the fine lines fanning from her eyes, he murmured, time truly flies. 20 years have slipped by like a breath. Yes, 20 years. Their daughter Lin Ruoyin had just turned 20. Shortly after midnight, she arrived home carrying bulging shopping bags and brought her father dried squid strips and braised duck feet. Like her brother, she knew her father was a devoted football fan, though tonight her mother was keeping him company during the match. Mom, I bought you some clothes. Come try them on. Lin Ruoyin said to her mother, whose cheeks glowed faintly from the wine. I'm not lacking clothes. Why spend money on me? Though spoken lightly, those words concealed deep delight. Both her children were thoughtful, dutiful, and never gave her cause for worry. You've worn each piece for years. It's time for an update. Lin Ruoyin glanced at the faded pajamas her mother wore. Washed so often, the fabric had softened into translucence. If it still fits, there's no need to waste money. Her frugal mother replied, ever mindful of every yuan since marriage. Mom, brother asked me to buy these. Come, let's try them on. Lin Ruoyin began guiding her mother toward the dressing mirror. How much did they cost? Around 100 yuan per piece. I got you 4 tops and 3 sets of undergarments. As mother and daughter laughed and tried on clothes in the bedroom, their father sat in the living room cheering wildly and clapping along with the match. Clearly his idol Cristiano Ronaldo had just scored. So elated he nearly burst into the bedroom to embrace his wife. Honey, how do these look? Her mother stepped out wearing a flowing dress, twirling once before him. Lovely, absolutely lovely. You look younger already. Come sit beside me and watch the match. He drew her close. They spent 1,000 yuan on me today, Yang Xiulan whispered, her heart swelling with uncharacteristic radiant joy. What about me? Lin Xiaofan's father asked. A black t-shirt. Not raised in vain then, cheers. Once the kids graduate, we can finally retire. When the second half ended 21, Lin Xiaofan's father grew even more ecstatic, so much so that he nearly rushed into his son's room to share the thrill. He placed a 200 yuan bet on the outcome and stood to win 1,900. He'd also wagered several thousand yuan on Ronaldo's team to win outright. Honey, could you please sit still? Why are you so worked up? She noticed he couldn't stay seated through the second half. My idol Cristiano Ronaldo just scored. Lin Nanhuai dared not confess his bets to his wife. Instead, he watched the final minutes with feverish intensity, mentally tallying his winnings. How could he possibly remain calm? Not until 1:30 in the morning did Lin Xiaofan's father happily lead his wife back to their room, where for once he doubled the monthly quota of marital devotion. This had been his happiest night since the World Cup began. "Honey, did you swallow something strange tonight?" Yang Xiulan stifled a giggle behind her delicate hand. "No, I'm just overjoyed. Our son is my lucky star. He's incredible." Lin Nanhuai recalled how last night his son had helped place the 21 bet and won an 8.5-ton payout. "Did you win betting on football?" as she asked. "What? You know. Your thoughts are transparent. I've known all along. Tell me, how much did you win?" In truth, she'd known for quite some time, but sometimes a man needs space. She'd chosen silence, knowing his side betting was merely harmless amusement and his personal stash amounted to only a few thousand yuan. Before confessing everything, Lin Xiaofan's father resolved to complete his late-night duties first. The next morning, warm sunlight pierced the gaps in the tattered curtains, casting slender golden ribbons across Lin Xiaofan's sleeping face. "Is it already dawn?" Dad must have been utterly euphoric last night. He didn't let anyone sleep. Lin Xiaofan blinked awake, dazed and disoriented, feeling as though he'd barely closed his eyes before daybreak. He glanced at the sky beyond the window, then reached for the brand-new smartphone resting beside his pillow, first checking the time, then unlocking the screen and squinting sleepily as he opened his payment app to check his balance. The moment he saw the total displayed, his eyes flew wide open, his lingering drowsiness vanishing instantly, swept away like mist before sunrise. "Now I have enough for the trip with Linghua." His gaze locked onto the figure on the screen, 70 million yuan, wealth equivalent to several lifetimes' earnings for an ordinary person. If he wished, he could live in serene idleness, never worrying about expenses again. I wonder how much Dad won last night. He wasn't asleep until past 3. Recalling the sounds from the night before, the shifting expressions on his face, the muffled exclamations, he realized how terribly thin the walls were in this modest apartment. Just then, his elder sister Lin Ruoyin gently pushed open his unlatched door, peeking inside to see if he was awake. She found him sitting on the edge of his bed, absorbed in his phone. With a soft, graceful step, she glided toward him. Dressed casually at home, her exquisite statuesque figure swaying with quiet, innate rhythm. Watching her brother lost in his screen, Lin Ruoyin's lips curved upward instinctively, her beautiful face lighting up with a tender, captivating smile. "Brother, why aren't you up yet to wash up and eat breakfast?" Her voice rang like a clear, melodious bird call, echoing softly in his ears. "Oh, I'll go right now." Lin Xiaofan immediately powered off his phone and rose lazily. "Are you chatting with Linghua? Let me take a peek." Lin Ruoyin playfully pinched his cheek with slender fingers, a gesture that carried a quiet, bittersweet weight, as if saying, "If I don't pinch you now, I may never get the chance again." Lin Xiaofan rolled his eyes at the familiar gesture, and couldn't help but notice how, without a proper undergarment beneath her loose top, her full curves rose and fell subtly with each motion. Though barely 20, she radiated a beguiling maturity, an intoxicating blend of youthful grace and womanly allure. "Sis, do you have enough money?" Lin Xiaofan carefully averted his gaze from her captivating silhouette and said gently, "Let me transfer some more to you. You deserve to be treated well, especially as a young woman." "Brother, what's gotten into you? You seem different somehow." Lin Ruoyin's pulse quickened, her hands instantly looped around his arm, pressing it tightly against her chest. "Sis, mind your posture," Lin Xiaofan remarked dryly, feeling the warmth of her embrace seeping into his sleeve. "You're my brother, not some stranger. Why should I mind my posture? If I don't hold you now, there may never be another chance. Let your big sister spoil you just once." She thought of how he now had a girlfriend and was entering university, meaning the gulf between them would inevitably widen, erasing forever the easy intimacy of childhood. "You're my brother. I'll spoil you however I wish, HMPF. Lin Ruoyin pouted like a girl half her age. "Fine. Just for that line alone, you're my sister, so if not you, who else would I spoil?" 100,000 yuan. Please confirm receipt. Lin Xiaofan gazed at his elder sister, still regarding him as her little brother, with eyes resolute and a faint, tender smile. If even her own younger brother refused to dote on her, who else in this world would cherish her so devotedly? Why had he been reborn? Precisely for this warmth, the unshakable bond of familial love. "Brother, are you teasing me?" Lin Ruoyin's ample figure rose and fell gently with her quickened breath upon hearing his words. Her long, poetic tresses, usually cascading freely over her jade-like shoulders, now appeared slightly disordered, stirred by the shock etched across her face. "You're serious? You've received a scholarship?" Lin Ruoyin watched as her brother's fingers danced swiftly across his smartphone screen, deftly entering her bank transfer details. Yes, it's a reward from a local business owner. Lin Xiaofan dared not confess it was winnings from a World Cup bet. With a light tap confirming the transaction, his brand new iPhone flashed a success notification. Bold characters reading 100 shimmered before his sister's astonished eyes. Lin Ruoyin heard the phone's chime and snatched it up instantly. When she saw the 10th Sandiyuan transfer, her heart skipped. Her starlit eyes widened in wonder. Her crimson lips parted instinctively into an adorable perfect O as she gazed at her brother. All right, I'll hold on to this as your future wife fund. What wife fund? This is your pocket money. I'll earn my own wife fund. Lin Xiaofan said to his stunned sister, I promised. I'll spoil you beyond the heavens. Brother, do you truly mean it? Hearing his unwavering tone, gentle yet trembling with quiet intensity, her face bloomed with uncontainable joy. You're my sister. If I don't spoil you, who will? Go buy yourself something lovely, more if you need it. Lin Xiaofan placed the phone on the desk and headed into the bathroom to freshen up. Thank you, brother. Though spoken lightly, she had no intention of spending that sum frivolously. Watching her brother, so unexpectedly confident and poised, she puzzled inwardly. Could it be that today's top graduates are all this mature, this composed? How refined his speech has become. She chuckled softly, unaware that this beloved younger brother was in truth a soul reborn from another life. Sister, where are father and mother? Lin Xiaofan noticed they were the only two at home. Father and mother have opened their restaurant. I've cooked you noodle breakfast, his sister replied. Oh, Lin Xiaofan murmured in acknowledgement. His sister's culinary artistry bore the true imprint of their mother's mastery. Even simple noodles shimmered with richness, a fragrant clear broth infused with tender chicken cubes and slow-braised lean meat. One bite brought not just nostalgic delight, but a deep, quiet swell of happiness. Father transferred 2,000 yuan to me. Would you like some? Seated at the dining table watching her brother savor her hand-cooked meal, she felt her own heart brim with quiet fulfillment. After all, he'd set his phone password to her birthday, a silent testament to how deeply he cherished her. Only 2,000. No need to send it. I've got money. You keep it for new clothes. Lin Xiaofan assumed his father had struck it rich the night before. All right, I'll go shopping with my friends later and pick up a few pairs of black stockings. Lin Ruoyin teased, recalling how her brother admired girls in black stockings. Her gaze remained fixed intently on his expression. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, speechless. Meanwhile, his graduating class had arranged a farewell dinner meet at the hotel at 1030 M. Dine at noon. Zhao Linghua, the campus's most radiant beauty, had accompanied her father for morning tea at the hotel, then rushed home to prepare herself meticulously. Beyond Zhao Linghua, the embodiment of pure youthful charm, nearly every boy and girl in the class had dressed with exceptional care. Each hoped to leave a lasting favorable impression as they scattered towards separate destinies. Surely this will do. I wonder, does he favor this style? Standing before her mirror, Zhao Linghua had already tried on several outfits before finally adjusting her attire with quiet satisfaction. She wore an exquisitely crafted pleated skirt, the delicate sakura pink hue Lin Xiaofan himself had chosen for her, evoking cherry blossoms in full spring bloom. Her slender, graceful legs were sheathed in black stockings, ultra-thin, luxuriously smooth, catching the soft room light with a subtle, luminous sheen. Linger, ready yet? Dad's driving you there. And heading to work afterward, Zhao Jinghao asked his daughter, now increasingly fond of elegant self-presentation. Almost. Linghua fetched a pair of brand-new high heels and slipped them on, delicate stilettos with vivid red soles blazing like smoldering embers of youth and vitality. The slender soaring heels accentuated her statuesque figure, lending her presence both elegance and allure. When she emerged from her room, clutching a Louis Vuitton bag, her father stood utterly transfixed. Darling, surely you won't wear this to the gathering. He gazed at her, innocent yet enchanting, as though she'd stepped straight from an immortal painting. What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful? Zhao Linghua spun lightly and placed her expression bright with playful curiosity. This? Zhao Jinghao opened his mouth, then paused. Stunned by his daughter's radiant joy and breathtaking beauty, he swallowed the words rising in his throat. What is it? If there's a problem, say it quickly. I'll change. Linghua watched her father's eyes widen, his gaze flickering with awe and emotion, making her feel a gentle, urgent impatience. No problem at all. I simply meant, dressed like this you'll eclipse every other girl in your class. His eyes shimmered, not with critique, but with poignant pride at his daughter's swift, stunning metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, his little cotton-padded jacket had blossomed into a vision of grace, poised to leave his nest, step boldly into society, and chart her own path through life. Really? Zhao Lingyue winked playfully, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming like polished gemstones. Let's go. Dad will drive me there. Zhao Jinghao drank in her ensemble, the fresh, innocent charm of youth now subtly interwoven with the magnetic allure of emerging womanhood. Utterly captivating. Xiaofan, I'm heading to the hotel now. Have you arrived yet? Lingyue sent him a message, her fingers light on the screen. Leaving now. Lin Xiaofan too was carefully dressing, not wanting to let Lingyue down, determined to outshine every other young man and uphold her dignity. When Lin Xiaofan stepped from his room, he seemed lit from within, like sunlight made flesh. Brother, even people going on blind dates don't dress as splendidly as you. His sister watched him, clad in a minimalist, pristine white cotton t-shirt paired with crisp khaki trousers. His tall, straight frame lent the pants an impeccable drape, falling flawlessly over legs longer even than most women's without a single crease. Am I handsome? Want to take a few photos together? I'll post them on WeChat Moments, just for show. Lin Xiaofan adjusted the sleek metallic buckle at his waist with a light, confident touch. One word: handsome. His sister admired his sharply defined features, those deep-set eyes holding galaxies within their mysterious depths. Haha, I agree. Absolutely handsome. Lin Xiaofan brushed his fingertip lightly beneath his high straight nose, his lips curving upward in a self-fashioned, effortless smile. Vain. One compliment, and your tail's already in the clouds. Go on, don't keep someone waiting. Lin Ruoyin teased, gazing at her brother, like a male model stepped from the pages of a high-fashion magazine. His entire being radiated an irresistible magnetic charisma, prompting her silent, affectionate marvel. That sniffling little shadow who followed me everywhere has grown into this. Sister, go buy those black stockings now. I'm off. By Lin Xiaofan grinned, teasing his equally celebrated elder sister. When Lin Xiaofan arrived at the private room of the Crown Hotel, he was stunned by the various stunning outfits of his female classmates, with their sexy attire and black stockings accentuating their long legs. They were gathered in small groups, chatting, discussing their preferences for universities and their dreams for the future. Hey, we're over here. Little fatty Yang Lingfeng was chatting with Zhang Yanqing. Dude, is that suit rented? Is there such a large size? Lin Xiaofan looked at Yang Lingfeng's figure, which weighed over 160 pounds. Mind your own business, at least I'm more handsome than you. Aren't you envious? Jealous? The little fatty confidently adjusted his hairstyle with hair gel. Alright, you're so handsome, even the mirror would shatter. After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, he went to greet the homeroom teacher and various subject teachers who were surrounded by classmates. Similarly, the girls in the class and some boys with whom they had good relations were taking photos with the top student of their class. Only Long Guangxing and his group watched as the classmates gravitated toward Lin Xiaofan. Lin will see you at Tsinghua. Oh, let's take care of each other in the future, said several girls who also got into Tsinghua. Definitely, definitely. Lin Xiaofan replied to these future high executives. Lin, is that bead bracelet on your wrist made of ghost eye patterned Wang Wali? A boy asked, playing with his own bead bracelet. I don't know, it was a gift from Lingyue. Lin Xiaofan said loudly as if addressing someone. Damn, that bracelet is worth several tens of thousands. He couldn't help but curse. Poor guy only knows how to rely on others. Long Guangxing, hearing their conversation, couldn't help but curse. The clothes he's wearing are definitely paid for by scholarship money or Lingyue's cash. Right, my brother has bad teeth and likes soft food anyway, the little fatty remarked, knowing that Long Guangxing had been pursuing their school's beauty. Lingyue is just temporarily blinded by love. Once she's in college, it won't be long before they break up. Long Guangxing didn't believe they would have a good outcome. They talked about Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrived. Today's protagonist belonged not only to Lin Xiaofan, but also to the most beautiful school belle of their school. Everyone knew that Zhao Lingyu's parents were corporate executives, not to mention assets in the tens of billions. They definitely had several hundred million. When Zhao Lingyue appeared in the private dining room, everyone instantly fell silent, their gazes fixed on the stunningly beautiful Lingyue. Zhao Lingyue was already quite beautiful, and now dressed elegantly with a light touch of makeup, she appeared even more enchanting. Damn, I feel like a flower is being placed on a pile of dung. Yang Lingfeng and the others gazed at Lingyue, who wore a delicate light pink short skirt reminiscent of the blossoming cherry blossoms in spring. The pleated skirt was cleverly tailored, and the high-waisted design perfectly showcased her slim waist. The hem of the pleated skirt swayed gently as she walked toward Lin Xiaofan, like a flower blooming in the spring sunshine. Her white blouse, complemented by the towering heels beneath her, accentuated her upright posture with slight movements. Beautiful. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were closely fixed on her long, straight legs encased in black stockings. She's obviously not as handsome as me. How could Lingyue like her? Damn it. Yang Lingfeng narcissistically ran his hand through his hair. Likewise, he and the other boys were fixated on her beautiful legs beneath her short skirt. The beautiful black stockings appeared quite delicate, shimmering softly under the light in the private room, enhancing the allure of Lingyue's legs, as if they possessed a mysterious charm that captivated their attention. Lingyue, this is for you. Congratulations on getting into Tsinghua. Long Guangxing had prepared a bouquet in advance. He retrieved a hint of his astonished expression and presented a bunch of bright red roses to her. In front of Lin Xiaofan, how could she dare to accept roses from another boy? But her innocent thoughts left her unsure how to refuse this so-called blessing. If you don't like them, just give them to me. Lin Xiaofan helped her ease the awkwardness, seeing that she didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Lingyue took the bouquet of bright red roses and handed it to Lin Xiaofan, causing Long Guangxing beside them to clench his fists tightly, visibly grinding his teeth. Clearly it was he who had given it to their class beauty, yet she returned it to his rival. But he felt too embarrassed to ask for it back in front of Zhao Lingyue. Even more humiliating was when Lin Xiaofan took the exquisite bouquet, knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Lingyue, and said, "Linger, will you go out with me?" You? Long Guangxing nearly vomited blood from anger. This move astonished everyone. They all looked at this exquisite school belle whose cheeks flushed a deep red that extended down to her snowy neck. Everyone's gaze fell on Lingyue, only to see her jade-like hand gently tuck her poetic long hair behind her ear. Her beautiful ear revealed a pair of delicate gemstone earrings that swayed gently with her tender movements, emitting a warm glow. Get up, oh, everyone is watching. Zhao Lingyue smiled happily and accepted the bouquet from his hands. That appearance was truly beautiful. Only Long Guangxing's face was filled with rage, nearly bursting, wanting to rush up and beat Lin Xiaofan, the shameless one. Asking his goddess for a relationship with the bouquet he had given her was infuriating. All right, everyone, give a round of applause for my brother, wishing them both happiness. Yang Lingfeng led the applause, clap clap. The applause was heartfelt and sincere. Students who could get into Tsinghua or Peking University would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Linger, you look truly beautiful today. Lin Xiaofan held her little hand and said, "Really?" she joyfully asked upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's words. "Of course, the most beautiful one in our school is none other than our Linger," Lin Xiaofan said, soothing the happy school belle. "All right, stop flaunting your affection. Come sit over here," Zhang Yinqing remarked, watching them show off their love. Besides the two of them, there were also a few couples in the class seemingly attracted to each other. Just like that, they walked together, and after graduating from university, they didn't even have a banquet because they chose to marry during a special period when gatherings were not allowed. After a few simple words of blessing from the homeroom teacher and various subject teachers, they began to serve food. Speaking of food, Long Guangxing was filled with rage, his eyes fixed on them as they held hands while eating. They held hands, and Lin Xiaofan's palm rested on Lingyue's beautiful leg in black stockings. Naturally, Lingyue's little hand also gripped the back of his large hand, fearing that he might act inappropriately. "When are we leaving?" Zhang Yunqing, sitting next to Lingyue, asked. "What do you mean, when are we leaving?" the fatty sitting next to Lin Xiaofan asked. "None of your business," Zhang Yunqing replied to the thick-skinned fatty in the class. "The day after tomorrow, Linger, what do you think?" Lin Xiaofan's large hand gently rubbed her beautiful leg, inciting a desire to move upwards. Just the day after tomorrow, then." Lingyue's face flushed slightly, feeling a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock on her leg. "Are the three of you going on a trip?" "Damn, how can you not take me along?" the little fatty cursed. "Are you going to be a third wheel?" Zhang Yinqing queried. "Aren't you the real third wheel?" The fatty shot her a glance. To be honest, although Zhang Yinqing was so beautiful, this little fatty didn't seem to appreciate her and even complained about her figure. "We're all sharing a room." Before Zhang Yinqing could finish, the fatty interjected, "Damn, is it going to be that thrilling? Forget it, I won't join your trip anymore." "What do you mean by thrilling? Where is your mind wandering?" Lin Xiaofan knew that his brother had a somewhat dirty mind. Although they spoke quietly, Long Guangxing, who was pursuing Zhao Lingyue, nearly exploded with rage upon hearing them. They had only been together for a few days and were already planning to travel and share a room. That statement hit him like a hammer to the chest, rendering the food tasteless. Long Guangxing stood up, pointing at Lin Xiaofan, and said, Lin, if you dare to hurt Ling Yue, I will kill you. I mean what I say. Jealousy and rivalry certainly exist not only with Long Guangxing, but also among other boys who harbor similar feelings. In these youthful years, would you believe me if I said they don't secretly have crushes on girls? Especially for some introverted boys and girls, they understand little and tend to bury their feelings deep inside. As long as the other person is happy, they too feel joy, wishing for the other's happiness for a lifetime. Once they enter the workforce, they realize how ridiculous and foolish their past behavior was. Regarding this dog-licking classmate, Lin Xiaofan's unwavering vow declared, "She is my one true love. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate, and there's no need for you to worry." Hearing Lin Xiaofan's steadfast vow, Zhao Lingyu's expression froze momentarily, her small hand instinctively tightening its grip, unwilling to let go of his large hand. Her alluring red lips trembled slightly, as if 1,000 words surged within her heart, yet she did not know how to express them. If it weren't for everyone watching, she would truly want to throw herself into Lin Xiaofan's embrace. "Fear not, my brother, haha, come, let's raise a glass, and wish you both a lifetime of happiness together," the chubby boy teased from the side. "Has someone moved my sister to tears?" Zhang Yinqing noticed the glimmer of tears beginning to form in Lingyu's eyes, like dewdrops rolling on morning lotus leaves, swirling within her starry gaze. "I am not crying." Lingyue looked at everyone's gaze fixed on her, her fair cheeks, flushed with excitement, spreading from her ears all the way to her beautiful face, resembling a tipsy maiden. Lin Xiaofan felt her delicate hand unconsciously gripping tightly onto his large hand, resting on her beautiful black silk-clad thigh, as if this were the only way to control her agitated emotions. "Linger, these are my sincere words. In this lifetime, I will love you well and protect you." Lin Xiaofan professed his feelings before everyone. Linger, this sweet nickname, was how he referred to Ling Yue in his previous life, and she adored being called that by him. "Xiaofan." She was genuinely moved, her voice as magnetic as a gentle sob, filled with endless emotion and deep affection. "You two should stop feeding dog food to us single dogs, and hurry up to eat and leave." The boys and girls below locked their gazes tightly on each other, as if at that moment the world consisted solely of the two of them. Long Guangxing could not contain himself watching their affectionate display. He ran to the bathroom and squatted down to cry. He simply couldn't understand why he lost to him. Was it just because he scored 10 points higher? He could also enter Tsinghua University, and his family was wealthy. From his first to third year of high school, he had always been outstanding both academically and in terms of family background. Ah Sheng, think long-term. Perhaps your true goddess is waiting for you at Tsinghua. The women there are truly remarkable and beautiful. His sidekick followed him into the bathroom, watching him squatting on the ground, covering his face while sobbing. That sorrowful appearance tugged at the heartstrings. "I'm fine, I just can't accept it for a moment." Long Guangxing took a deep breath. Throughout his life, in the eyes of his parents, classmates, and teachers, he was the brightest star. He never imagined that he would ultimately lose so completely in matters of the heart. "As long as you're okay, I'll head out first. Although I can't accompany you to Tsinghua, Peking University is also my goal." This boy named Fang Yu had been accepted to Peking University. Then he comforted Long Guangxing, saying, "The teacher once said that after we finish university, our wives might still be in kindergarten." Indeed, some couples have age gaps of more than 10 years. After finishing university, their wives might still be in kindergarten. They graduated from their third year of high school, and the teachers would no longer intervene in their personal and romantic lives. According to their words, this was the best batch they had taught since they began their careers, allowing them to bask in the glory of being the top scorers. "Come, give me your ID numbers, and I'll buy the tickets. Our first stop is Jiangnan Watertown." Lin Xiaofan felt unusually satisfied seeing Long Guangxing, the class monitor, brought to tears. The day after tomorrow. Zhang Yinqing picked up his phone and started operating it. "Yes, we depart the day after tomorrow." Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. Then he said to the chubby boy beside him, "Brother, it's not that I won't take you, but my happiness in the second half of my life lies in this journey. You understand?" "Got it. I was just joking, and besides, I just signed up for a driving license. How would I find time to travel?" the chubby boy said enviously to his brother. Going on a trip with the school beauty is one thing, but being allowed to share the same room is the key point. "The day after tomorrow, Xiaofan, wait for me at the airport. Yunqing, come to my house, and we'll set off together." Zhao Lingyue created a group chat for just the three of them and left a message inside. "Received." Yinqing replied briefly. "Later we'll go shopping for clothes. You don't have to come with us. After I finish, how about a late-night snack? I'm treating. Are you two coming?" The chubby boy's parents gave him a substantial bonus of 20,000 yuan, and he seemed eager to spend it all. "We'll see how it goes, or I don't know if I can get out," Lingyue said, recalling how strict her father was. "Oh, Lin Xiaofan and the chubby boy responded in unison. Zhao Lingyue seemed moved by Lin Xiaofan's words just now, or perhaps had other intentions in mind. After lunch, she pulled him into the separate bathroom. Come help me wash my hands. They looked at their beautiful school flower, pulling Lin Xiaofan over. It was unlikely he would accompany her to wash hands. If she were really washing hands, it would be with her close friend Zhang Yunqing, not with a boy like Lin Xiaofan. At this moment, Zhao Lingyue, dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, stood in front of Lin Xiaofan, the two exchanging glances. Lingyue's cheeks were as red as clouds dyed by the evening glow, and her starry eyes held a hint of shyness and excitement. Today I'm very happy, I'll let you kiss me, but no mouth in mouth. Lingyue's voice was as light as the rustling of sugarcane leaves in the breeze, yet in this quiet little space, it resonated clearly in Lin Xiaofan's ears. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. He widened his eyes, looking at the stunning Zhao Lingyue, feeling as though he could hardly believe that such fortune had befallen him. Only upon seeing Zhao Lingyue's familiar shy gaze did he finally confirm that he had not misheard her words. Hurry up, Yunqing is still waiting for me outside. Her face flushed, she bashfully looked at Lin Xiaofan, who seemed to be wooden. Indeed, in her eyes Lin Xiaofan was just a blockhead. However, in Lin Xiaofan's eyes she was a little treasure, delicate as candy, afraid it would melt in his mouth, cautious, as if afraid of dropping her from his hands. He treated her with utmost care, wishing for her happiness, wanting her to be the happiest girl in the world. This time he no longer believed he had misheard. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced suddenly, as if it were about to leap out of his throat, his eyes fixed intently on the ethereal beauty of the school flower before him. Approaching Zhao Lingyue cautiously, he gazed closely at her exquisite features. Finally, Lin Xiaofan gently leaned toward her ear. He could smell the faint familiar fragrance emanating from Zhao Lingyue's hair, and secretly felt pleased within himself. For in this world no one understood the weaknesses of his future wife better than Lin Xiaofan. Perhaps even Zhao Lingyue herself was unaware. Lin Xiaofan secretly chuckled to himself. Little girl, this is what you asked for, so you can't blame me. Then he softly kissed beneath Zhao Lingyue's ear. In that instant Zhao Lingyue was completely stunned. It seemed as if her body had suddenly been struck by an electric current. A wave of tingling electricity spread from her ear throughout her entire body, leaving her mind blank. Her black-clad legs went weak, and she involuntarily fell into Lin Xiaofan's embrace. Are you okay? Lin Xiaofan had been prepared, quickly reaching out to hold her tightly. This was the first time since his rebirth that he was so close to her soft body, seemingly able to feel the warmth of her heartbeat. I? Zhao Lingyue was at a loss for why she felt this way. She simply buried her face in Lin Xiaofan's chest, her cheeks flushed with warmth, too shy to look up at him. After a while, as the invisible tingling sensation dissipated, she gently pushed Lin Xiaofan away. Grabbing her bag, she hurried into the bathroom and shut the door tightly. Wait for me outside for a moment, came Zhao Lingyue's voice from inside the bathroom. Oh, Lin Xiaofan responded. He secretly thought, little girl, just wait until we go on that trip. You'll see how I make you fall head over heels in love with me. As for what she was doing in the bathroom, he didn't even need to guess. Because girls always keep some mysterious items in their bags. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan chose not to accompany the two girls while they went shopping. Speaking of Zhao Lingyue, she couldn't quite understand how Lin Xiaofan knew that her ears were the most sensitive part of her body. Even she herself was unaware of this. So before bidding farewell to Lin Xiaofan, she sent him a warning message: next time don't kiss my ear. Sister, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Maybe I drank too much, Zhang Yunqing observed, looking at her flushed face. Come on, let's go buy some lingerie. They'll get you a few sets too, Zhao Lingyue said, gently rubbing her hot cheeks as she pulled her best friend along. Really? You said it. Zhang Yunqing's eyes lit up at the mention of buying clothes. It wasn't that she didn't have money, it was that there were some high-end brands she simply couldn't bring herself to buy. My dad rewarded me with 1,000 yuan, and he'll pick out a few pretty ones for you, Lingyue said, holding her friend's hand. I feel like I've grown a little during these days, right? After the college entrance examination, I've been eating a lot and feeling no pressure, so I've gained a pound in the last few days, Zhang Yunqing remarked, glancing at her chest. I've gained 2 pounds, this won't do, I need to lose weight. If any boys had heard their conversation, they would be speechless. Where on earth did they have any excess fat? They were both slim enough to be blown away by the wind, clearly standing at 1.67 meters, weighing less than 55 kilograms. What about Lin Xiaofan? After coming out of the hotel with the chubby guy, he directly called a few close male friends to sit at his parents' small restaurant. They were good friends, but not the kind of brothers who shared hardships, so they couldn't be compared to the chubby guy. Uncle, please fry up a few small dishes for us. We want to have a good gathering, the chubby guy exclaimed, slapping a few hundred yuan on the table, acting all high and mighty. Come eat here for free, take it home, uncle will treat you, Lin Nanhui said, looking at his son's friends, especially that chubby guy. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it seemed there were no customers left in the small restaurant. Xiaofan, I want to repeat a year, what do you think? Asked a close friend. With your score you could get into Fudan, right? Lin Xiaofan thought back to his previous life, where he had scored even lower after repeating, and still couldn't get into Tsinghua. After that he had not heard anything further about him, as in the year following 2020 Lin Xiaofan suffered a major setback and withdrew from his social circle. Except for maintaining contact with the chubby guy. But my goal is Tsinghua or Peking University, Ashin said a bit dejectedly. You should consider that many people can't even get into Fudan. Repeating a year may not guarantee you the same luck. Besides, life isn't just about studying to succeed. By the way, do you know how many students are advised to withdraw from Tsinghua and Peking University every year? Lin Xiaofan continued, addressing Ashin. You're right, Ashin, you shouldn't repeat a year. Many prominent figures have come from Fudan. A gold will shine no matter where it is. The chubby guy took out a few bottles of soda from the fridge and handed them to them. Just focus on getting through. If I weren't accompanying Linger to Tsinghua, I would want to go to Fudan too, Lin Xiaofan said, emphasizing to the score-obsessed Ashin. My dad says the same, but my mom says to respect my choice. Ashin was hesitating about whether to repeat a year. Some people can only answer exam questions and cannot live independently or adapt to life's environment, which is why they are advised to withdraw from school. If they weren't advised to withdraw, they would negatively influence other students. Therefore, not everyone is suited for every environment. The path is chosen by oneself, we just provide a bit of advice. Ultimately, how to proceed is up to you. Thank you, will think it over, Ashin said. The circle of friends influences one's future destiny to some extent. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion become red, and those who are close to ink become black. If you're with delinquents, your mind will be filled with violence and a misguided sense of loyalty. Xiaofan, did your sister really give you 1,000 yuan? His mother Sholan asked as she brought over a few dishes, noticing the change in her son. Indeed, he had matured significantly. He was stable and sensible. Yes, sisters are meant to be spoiled. If I don't spoil my brother, who will? What do you think? Come on, why would you be my sister's type? Lin Xiaofan retorted. Doesn't college require tuition, living expenses, and various miscellaneous fees? His mother worried that he might not have enough money. Andy, my classmates are so outstanding, once they get into college they might win scholarships every year, making a fortune, Ashin and the others said. Right before graduating, he could earn hundreds of thousands from scholarships, the chubby guy added. All right, mother believes in you, but don't overexert yourself. She said this to her son, who had never given her any worry. She didn't seek wealth and prosperity for him, just health and happiness. Son, what do you think about the top 16 matches? After finishing a few dishes, Dad Lin Nanhui sat down beside his son, placing a big hand on his shoulder. Having tasted a bit of sweetness last night, he looked at his son with renewed interest. For the top 16 matches, I think Brazil is good. The chubby guy and the others chimed in. Son, do you have any score predictions? How many goals do you think the other team will score? Lin Xiaofan clearly remembered a few teams from the top 16 matches of the 2014 World Cup. I predict Colombia 2-0 Uruguay for this match. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and said 2-0. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanhui immediately ran back to the kitchen to operate his smartphone. The odds for a win or loss were very low, less than 1.5 times. However, the odds for goals were much higher. Otherwise, how could there be a 6,500 to 1 chance? The upset rate was such that only that European drunkard likely won 200 euros. One could also say that in the 2014 World Cup, the bookmakers earned to the point of questioning life. The upset rate of a single match harvested all the global fans. Time flies, 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Come, let's raise a glass to everyone making it ashore. A few buddies at Lin Xiaofan's parents' restaurant were chatting and boasting, talking more than girls. They chatted until dinner time before heading home to eat. The chubby guy treated calling his classmate Yunxing, who was shopping, to come over for dinner. This included Lin Xiaofan's sister, but it was not the chubby guy who called, it was Lin Xiaofan who invited her to dinner. He didn't mention that the restaurant was his parents' to avoid scaring Zhao Lingwei. Linger, this is my sister, my biological sister, Lin Ruoyin. Lin Xiaofan introduced his sister to her. Hello, sister. Zhao Lingwei didn't expect his sister to be so beautiful both in figure and looks not inferior to her as the campus belle. Chubby, remember you're treating this time, can't eat for free from uncle. Classmate Axin said to the chubby guy. Got it, I didn't eat to my heart's content at the hotel at noon. Here, this drink is on me. If I become successful in the future, don't forget your chubby brother. The chubby guy toasted, saying, if possible, pull me up. All right, if I become successful in the future, I promise to help you out. Lin Xiaofan patted his hefty shoulder and said, you rely on others, but I don't rely on others. The chubby guy looked at Lingyue, the campus belle, sitting next to him. In school, who didn't know her parents were top executives of big companies, and they were quite wealthy. Moreover, Zhao Lingyue was an only child. When her parents retired, all that money would be hers. Get lost, do I look like someone who relies on others? Lin Xiaofan shot him a glare. Xiaofan, have you noticed that the boss and the boss lady here keep staring at me? Zhao Lingyue noticed the woman at the cash register watching her with a smile. Our Linger is so beautiful, come eat this your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Lin Xiaofan didn't mention that they were his parents, but simply placed her favorite sweet and sour spare ribs into her bowl. He couldn't help it. Zhao Lingyue was shy, and if she knew, it was his parents who knew if she'd run away. How did you know I liked this? Zhao Lingyue smiled, even sweeter. Lin Xiaofan's parents increasingly liked this beautiful girlfriend of their son, noting down her preference for sweet and sour spare ribs. One could say that all the dishes on the table were ordered by Lin Xiaofan, and each one was a family dish that Lingyue liked. Son, you have good taste. Keep it up, Dad supports you. Lin Nanhui quietly sent a message to his son. Speechless in the end, he replied to his dad, Dad, stop staring at my girlfriend. Hey, was she shy? Oh, what if you scare her away? After receiving the message, Dad Lin Nanhui turned back to the kitchen, letting Mom keep an eye on things outside. Watching these youthful boys and girls, every word they spoke radiated youthful energy, lifting everyone's spirits. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan planned to invite both of them to watch a movie together. However, seeing Lingyue's father constantly calling and messaging her, he decided to let her return home early. Lin Xiaofan accompanied his sister home and soon received a call from his future mother-in-law. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xiaofan was more familiar with this phone number than anyone else besides Lingyue. Little Lin, I heard Lingyue is traveling with her best friend. Is that true? The tone on the other end of the line was very calm. Although she didn't ask if he was going along, Lin Xiaofan guessed that his future mother-in-law had already figured it out. So Lin Xiaofan confessed, Auntie, don't worry, I will go along to protect Lingyue. Traveling is just an excuse, the real deal is a date with you. Though she said this, Jiang Yixia did not blame Lin Xiaofan and did not stop her daughter from traveling. She simply said on the phone, it's not that I look down on you, but if you truly love her, don't hurt her at this age. Auntie, don't worry, I won't hurt her. I will work hard to prove to you that I am someone worthy of entrusting your daughter to me. Lin Xiaofan firmly assured his future mother-in-law on the phone, letting her know that he was an outstanding young man whose future achievements would definitely surpass theirs. Listen, well, I have just this one precious daughter. I do not oppose you, but I will not support you either unless your future achievements satisfy me. I know I will work hard, Auntie, you can rest assured. Also, I don't want to bring a baby to you in college. It won't happen, don't worry. What step have you two reached? Just holding hands, that's all. Really? Really just holding hands. Facing this mature and charming future mother-in-law, Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to hide anything. In her eyes, it seemed as if Lin Xiaofan and Zhao Lingyue had no secrets, as if she could see through them. Moreover, if he were to hide anything from her, and if Jiang Yixia discovered that Lin Xiaofan had lied to her about being with Lingyue, what do you think would happen? Alright, Annie believes you, but you also need to work hard. You see, Lingyue's spending capacity is quite high. That bracelet you gave her costs about 900 yuan, an ordinary worker's annual income. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Lin Xiaofan, but still reminded him that Zhao Lingyue was not someone any man could afford. If it were before, Lin Xiaofan might feel pressured. However, he had been reborn, and not to say he would become a tycoon, earning a few billion shouldn't be a problem. Annie, what do you think of Zhongke Shuguang and Teng Huashan? Lin Xiaofan started discussing a topic he was most interested in. Indeed, when it came to finance and investment, Jiang Yixia's interest began to rise. These two aren't doing well at the moment. The fluctuations aren't significant. Annie, I don't think so. We are in the era of smartphones, and Teng Huashan will see a wave of favorable conditions. Lin Xiaofan shared his insights. What do you think of Zhongke? She did not refute Lin Xiaofan's views. A student scoring 728 in a single subject must have exceptional insight. As I mentioned earlier, we are entering an intelligent era. Many domestic companies will need a large number of servers coupled with strong domestic promotion and support. Don't miss out. Lin Xiaofan analyzed this mature and beautiful female president, drawing her attention to these two stocks. As for whether she would buy, and that was her call. In any case, Lin Xiaofan had already started to quietly buy into them lightly, improving his layout just waiting for the domestic signals to be released for financial institutions to lift him up. Intelligent era. Jiang Yixia found this top student's topic a bit avant-garde. It seemed somewhat elusive, yet she felt he might know something. Yes, I've read many technology magazines and analyzed that the future belongs to the intelligent era. Have you heard of 5G signals? 5G signals. 4G has barely been promoted for 3 years. How can it turn into 5G? Indeed, 4G has been out for less than 3 years, but it won't be long before the technology breakthrough transforms 4G into 5G. What does that have to do with Zhongke? Server systems, 5G technology cannot be separated from these. Come tell Auntie about your analysis of technology and where you plan to develop in the future. How about this, come to my villa and let's have a good chat. Lin Xiaofan dared not refuse his mother-in-law's request. After all, she was now a woman in an intermarriage. Moreover, Zhao Lingyue was not in the villa, it was just her and a maid at home. Lin Xiaofan was not foolish. He realized that the fact his mother-in-law had summoned him indicated that she valued him as her future son-in-law. Alright, I'll take a shower and come over now, he said. Okay, I'll hang up for now, Jiang Yixia said. By the time Lin Xiaofan arrived at the villa in a Didi car, it was already 8:30 in the evening. To be honest, he didn't particularly want to come, but his mother-in-law mentioned discussing the financial market and the so-called technological development. As the president of a financial investment company, would you believe that she was not highly attuned to the market? Thus, she sensed a whiff of money from Lin Xiaofan, wanting to see what opinions this talented individual had regarding the market and future developments. Come in, Mrs. Zhang is waiting for you in the study upstairs, a middle-aged maid in her 50s said as she opened the door for Lin Xiaofan. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xiaofan nodded, slightly glancing at the study door upstairs, which was ajar, soft light spilling out. He had visited this villa countless times in his previous life. It was quite familiar to him. In his past life, Lin Xiaofan had been in a long-term relationship with Zhao Lingyue for 10 years before they married, and there were no signs of her reconciling with her husband. She had remained single. Auntie. Lin Xiaofan appeared at the study door, lightly tapping on the adjacent door. Come and don't close the door. Jiang Yixia seemed to be waiting for this little guy. Oh. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but be captivated by her mature beauty. He looked at Yixia standing under the soft light, resembling a stunning painting crafted by a master artist, mature, beautiful, and graceful. Especially as she wore a light purple silk camisole nightgown that looked extremely soft, accentuating her somewhat alluring charm. Where are your eyes wandering? Jiang Yixia observed Lin Xiaofan, whose gaze was fixated on her chest. Her delicate little hand unintentionally tugged at the slender, exquisite straps on her fragrant shoulders, letting them dangle loosely over her smooth, rounded collarbone. No, Auntie, you are too young. If others didn't know, they might think you are Lingyue's sister. You look about 23 or 24. As Lin Xiaofan noticed her slight movements, the delicate straps occasionally slid over her tender skin, creating an unintentional beauty. Let's not forget that he was currently a man nearing 30. The kind of sweet and savory love he shared while living with Zhao Lingyue in his previous life seemed to have returned with his rebirth. No wonder my daughter is so confused by you. Jiang Yixia responded to this little guy's compliment. It's known that older women love to hear men praise their youth and beauty. As the saying goes, flattery is always welcome. No matter where it is used, everyone loves to hear it. Auntie, I truly mean it, not a word of falsehood. Lin Xiaofan feigned innocence and raised his hand earnestly. Uffed. She, with her elegantly painted bright red nails, covered her lips lightly and smiled. All right, save those words to flatter my daughter. As Lin Xiaofan looked at Jiang Yixia, slightly moving her hand, the neckline of her nightgown opened slightly, revealing a beautiful fair patch of skin. No matter how one looked at her, she did not resemble a 39-year-old woman. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat jade, showing no signs of the passage of time. Annie, what do you want to talk about? Lin Xiaofan could not take his eyes off her. Clearly she was doing this intentionally, seemingly testing his self-control. One must know that this society is filled with deadly temptations. One careless step could lead to irreparable consequences. Money, beauty, power. Each one is enticing. Auntie, do you think I'm handsome? After Jiang Yixia spoke, she turned around in front of Lin Xiaofan, the hem of her voluptuous yet graceful light purple silk nightgown swaying. With her small movement, the short skirt swayed gently, revealing her beautifully shaped legs with no flaws. Auntie, don't tease me, and my heart belongs to Lingyue, and I won't fall for your tricks. Lin Xiaofan knew she was testing his self-control, yet he couldn't deny that she was extraordinarily beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to Lingyue. Under the light, her exquisite face looked like a piece of art meticulously carved by time, with every contour perfectly balanced. Lin Xiaofan noticed her eyes resembled a deep, bottomless pool, profound, mysterious, and beautiful, with a gem-like sparkle, revealing a calmness and maturity born from worldly experience. You also see that Lingwei grew up in an imperfect family, and she has many shortcomings. Are you sure you can tolerate her bad temper? Jiang Yixia leaned back casually in her chair, her long legs crossed the sheer silk skirt, accentuating her curves, her gaze soft and alluring as she looked at him. I know her well. If you two go on a trip this time, she will definitely be unable to resist wanting to experience the taste of love. What taste of love? Lin Xiaofan pretended not to understand and asked. Aren't you clever? Why can't you figure it out? She hadn't expected Lin Xiaofan to turn the question back on her. This made her mind involuntarily recall blush-inducing moments with her ex-husband Zhao Jinghao. Despite her 39 years, the profound and unforgettable love had left a mark she could never erase. Men have their needs. Women also have their needs, and the older a woman gets, the more she feels the length and loneliness of the night. Is it those embarrassing matters between men and women? Lin Xiaofan asked, pretending to be clever. Yes, you know, once Lingwei sets her mind on something, not even 10 oxen can pull her back, and she is more curious than the average girl. She had once unintentionally seen her daughter secretly watching those movies, and she had been watching them quite frequently. She just hadn't broken that layer of awkwardness. Sometimes she thought that discussing physiological and psychological topics with her would help her through her youthful phase. As a result, she found her daughter to be more curious and yearning for her own love. Indeed, Lingwei is a bit curious. Lin Xiaofan could affirm that he understood her better than Lingyu's father, perhaps even more than her mother did. Hasn't she asked you to let her take a look? Jiang Yixia's luscious red lips resembled a ripe cherry, her mouth curving into a barely noticeable smile as she looked at Lin Xiaofan. She seemed eager to know what topics the two of them chatted about daily, wanting to glean some information from Lin Xiaofan. Did Auntie ever make such requests when dating Uncle? Lin Xiaofan looked at his future mother-in-law, whose smile carried the charm of a mature woman along with an elusive mystery, as if she were trying to draw him in. You little brat, I'm asking you a question. How come you're turning it back on me? How disrespectful. Jiang Yixia lightly played with a few strands of hair that fell over her chest, her eyes scrutinizing the boy who had been staring at her alluring figure. She thought to herself, why do I feel like Lingwei has chosen a wolf? This ambition doesn't seem typical for his age, but seems he has his eyes on me. Likewise, Lin Xiaofan secretly thought, could Annie have her eyes on me? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is shifting? Is she testing me? At that moment, the housekeeper presented a cup of red tea and some pastries to the study, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Lin, please enjoy your tea, said the housekeeper. He had encountered many women in his past life, but never had he faced such a stunningly beautiful woman alone, especially one who was divorced. Under the light of the study, she appeared ethereal, like a crescent moon surrounded by mist, with a beauty that was both enchanting and breathtaking. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkled like stars, resembling a serene autumn lake. Her noble and elegant demeanor exuded a captivating charm. Come share your insights on the market for the next few years with Annie. She did not underestimate this talented student. He was the top scorer in Jiang City in recent years, a figure coveted by prestigious universities. However, he and Ling Yu had already applied to Tsinghua University, and he believed the admission notice would arrive in a few days. If Annie were to invest in real estate now, she should start to withdraw in 4 to 5 years. Lin Xiaofan knew that Zhao Lingyu's parents had built their fortune on real estate. Real estate is currently the most lucrative industry at its peak. It won't last forever. Jiang Yixia looked at him in surprise. I didn't say to withdraw now. I meant that in a few years it will be unfeasible. The market will be saturated and domestic funds will concentrate on technological development. Lin Xiaofan thought of 6 years later, when the real estate market would see numerous developers going bankrupt, impacting the entire supply chain. Furthermore, the mass unemployment of migrant workers coupled with the pressures of trade wars would lead to economic contraction entering a special period. If Auntie invests 5 million yuan in you now, how much can you return to her in 4 years? Jiang Yixia leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan. However, her actions and tone carried a captivating allure, her delicate hand resting lightly on his shoulder, her fingers gliding gently across his back. This made Lin Xiaofan's skin crawl, standing on end. Stay calm, stay calm. He knew she was formally testing him as a potential son-in-law. If Lin Xiaofan was not mistaken, this so-called investment of 5 million yuan was not intended to gain much profit. Instead, it was meant to suppress Lin Xiaofan, ensuring that he would not bully her daughter or cause her any harm. However, Lin Xiaofan turned to look at this mature and beautiful mother-in-law and said, If you invest 5 million yuan in me, I can return 20 million yuan in 3 years. This statement nearly caused Jiang Yixia to lose her balance as her strap slipped down to her arm. She quickly pulled it back up to cover herself, fearing that Lin Xiaofan might see. Then, feigning calmness, she glared at Lin Xiaofan, who was stunned by her beauty, observing his awestruck expression. Are you sure you can return me 20 million yuan? She blushed slightly, staring at the young and vibrant man. She knew that even if she had 5 million yuan, it would be difficult to earn 20 million in 3 years. A threefold return on an investment of 5 million yuan within 3 years would be extraordinary. Financial investment companies usually operate with large sums, earning the spread. For example, an investment of 100 million yuan, if it earns a profit of 10 in a year, would yield 10 million yuan. If the investment were 1 billion yuan, a 10 profit in a year would yield 100 million yuan, making it very profitable. Of course, if it could double, that would be even better. But this young man before her confidently said, "Yes, I can return you 20 million within 3 years. What if you can't?" She sat across from Lin Xiaofan, crossing her legs, watching this confident young man. "If I can't, then I will work for you for life after I graduate from university," Lin Xiaofan teased his future mother-in-law. If he truly succeeded, Lin Xiaofan believed she would not only betroth her daughter to him, but would also entrust her company to him and Lingyu. Of course, Lin Xiaofan preferred to establish a financial company during college and merge it with her company for expansion. "Is that all?" She stared at the talented student and asked, "If I achieve this, can Auntie give Lingyu to me?" Lin Xiaofan's gaze inadvertently fell on her beautiful legs. He thought to himself, if this mature and beautiful mother-in-law wore black stockings, it would look even better. "Is there anything else? I allow you to make one excessive request." Jiang Yixia noticed his gaze revealing a predatory nature as he stared at her long, beautiful legs, wondering what he was thinking. An excessive request? Well, Lin Xiaofan sized her up. Jiang Yixia watched Lin Xiaofan's gaze reveal a predatory instinct, and she began to calculate. "So you want to make an excessive request? Let's see how I deal with you." This woman's schemes are indeed profound. She isn't afraid of the sacrifices needed to tempt him into making excessive actions. However, she also underestimated the young man before her. How could he possibly be enchanted by this auntie? What an excessive demand. Just now he proposed an additional investment of 5 million, yet ended up with nothing. With the same question, Lin Xiaofan would not fall for the trick twice, so he turned his back on Zhao Lingyue, leaving with a promise to his beautiful and mature mother-in-law. Returning from where he came, Jiang Xiai stood on the balcony of the villa, the gentle night breeze lightly caressing her silk light purple camisole dress. "Auntie, I will prove it to you." Lin Xiaofan turned to look at the beauty on the balcony. Under the light on the second-floor balcony, her mature figure was clearly visible, the silk dress perfectly outlining her curves. "Don't bully Lingyue, or her father won't let you off the hook." She waved her jade hand at Lin Xiaofan. The gesture caused her delicate camisole to slide slightly off her rounded shoulder, as if it might fall to her arm at any moment, presenting Lin Xiaofan with a visual temptation. What a seductress! "Fortunately, I have been reborn, otherwise I would have fallen for her tricks tonight," Lin Xiaofan thought as he saw her seemingly fishing. He dared not look any longer and quickly turned to leave this place of temptation. "If you just work for me your whole life." Jiang Yixia stood quietly on the balcony, her gaze gentle yet complex as she watched the talented Lin Xiaofan leave. She did not believe he could earn 200 million in 3 years. However, recalling the wolf-like gaze he had just cast, her full lips slightly pursed, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I really don't know where he gets his confidence. Don't disappoint me." As she watched the car drive away, her long jade hands gently rested on the metal railing of the balcony, her fingertips unconsciously tapping it lightly, as if lost in thought. Damn, this mother-in-law is so intimidating. Lin Xiaofan sat in the car, secretly wiping his sweat. In his mind, the mysterious and beautiful scene he had just seen on the snowy peak floated back. No matter how he thought about it, he could not comprehend how his future mother-in-law could have such a side. In his previous life, he only saw her once or twice a month and had never witnessed her alluring charm. Is it because she is still young and feels lonely? Lin Xiaofan thought of how he got to know her and get close to her 6 years later in his past life. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye 2 days passed. Lin Xiaofan dragged his newly bought suitcase, ready to meet Zhao Lingyue. Before university, he wanted to spend some honeymoon time with Zhao Lingyue to make up for his previous life. He didn't wait at the airport entrance, but instead waited for the two of them in the lounge after checking. "Sweetheart, no matter where you go, remember to call me every day," Zhao Jinghao said, watching his precious daughter queue for inspection. "Got it, Dad, I'm not a child anymore," Zhao Lingyue said, playfully shooing her father away. If you run out of money, call me. That's enough, Dad, we don't eat much, she said to her father as he watched his daughter travel with her friend. Be careful when you're out. If anything happens, call 110. He could not recall how many times he had repeated these tedious words, but he still reminded his daughter. Dad, we're heading to the boarding area. You can go back now, Lingyue said after finishing her inspection, dragging her luggage to meet Lin Xiaofan. Sister, wait for me. Zhang Yunqing hurriedly followed. At that moment, the lounge was bustling with tourists, the noise filling the entire boarding hall. Suddenly, a captivating figure appeared in the lounge, seemingly attracting all eyes. Indeed, it was Zhao Lingyue. Lin Xiaofan had already been waiting for an hour. Finally, he saw his future wife, Zhao Lingyue, appear. She glided over like an elegant swan, walking lightly, as she and Zhang Yunqing slowly approached with their suitcases. Linger over here. Lin Xiaofan stood up, waving enthusiastically at the two of them. Xiaofan. Zhao Lingyue's face lit up with a radiant smile, blooming like a flower upon seeing her boyfriend. She wore the pleated short skirt Lin Xiaofan had bought for her, swaying gently with her steps, the length of the skirt hitting just 10 centimeters above her knees, showcasing her long, slender black silk legs. The beautiful short skirt clung tightly to her round hips, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Each eager step she took toward Lin Xiaofan sounded like dancing notes, exuding the rhythm of youthful vitality. Linger, why are you still wearing a short skirt and black silk for our trip? Lin Xiaofan gazed at the black silk on her beautiful legs, resembling transparent black satin, tightly wrapped around her perfect long legs. The sheen of the black silk shimmered under the lounge lights, drawing the attention of all the surrounding males. Beautifully mysterious and alluring, no one could bear to look away from her. Someone said you like it, so I dressed like this, Zhang Yunqing said with a playful smile as she approached. Do you have flat-soled shoes with you? We're going to many places, so we can't wear high heels. Lin Xiaofan looked at Lingyue in her high heels, the slender and tall stilettos, making her figure appear even more captivating. These expensive shoes added a touch of mature charm to her pure and enchanting aura, making her look nothing like a student. Yes, I brought a pair. Lingyue's eyes were filled with affection for him, like a well-behaved girl. Let's change into flat shoes after we get back to the hotel. Lin Xiaofan gazed at her long, beautiful legs, reluctant to let her wear pants. It reminded him of the night before last when her mother had called him to the villa, her mature legs, just as beautiful. Have you booked the hotel? She thought about sharing a room with Lin Xiaofan, her face involuntarily flushing slightly, like a peach blossom blooming in the spring sun. With her soft poem-like long hair gently brushed behind her ears, she said, Yes, I booked a double room. You two can share a bed while I sleep alone. Lin Xiaofan was mesmerized by her every movement. Where are you looking? Zhao Lingyue glanced at him, her gaze locked onto her face. Our Linger is too beautiful. Look around, everyone is captivated and lost in you. Lin Xiaofan looked at the surrounding tourists, unable to help but be drawn to this beautiful, enchanting school belle who was receiving envious glances from everyone. Who's your Linger? You're so vain. Zhao Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. All right, stop showing off in front of me, otherwise I'll go home and leave you two to yourselves. Soon the three of them began to board the plane. Lin Xiaofan had booked 3 first-class tickets to enjoy the warm service of the flight attendants. Lin Xiaofan asked as he looked at the radiant smile on Zhao Lingyue's face, Are you happy? I'm very happy. Lingyue nodded slightly. Flight attendant, could you bring a blanket for my girlfriend? Lin Xiaofan said to the beautiful and gracious flight attendant. Sure, please wait a moment. The service in first class was indeed different. The food and drinks were much more plentiful than in economy class. However, Lin Xiaofan was not focused on eating, but instead draped the blanket over Lingyue's beautiful legs. Nevertheless, Zhao Lingyue grasped Lin Xiaofan's hand, not allowing him to move it around, permitting it only to rest on her legs. Sister, your legs are so beautiful. Zhang Yunqing, sitting beside them, also reached into the blanket draped over Lingyue's legs. Stop messing around. Lin Xiaofan, what are you thinking about? Zhang Yunqing teased Lin Xiaofan. Nothing. If I don't talk to you, I don't want to be thrown off the plane by Linger. The flight attendant sitting opposite them was speechless at the antics of these 3 university students. Of course, Lin Xiaofan would not bully Lingyue as he had promised her mother unless Zhao Lingyue agreed. Have you two kissed? Zhang Yunqing began to gossip. No. Lin Xiaofan and Zhao Lingyue replied in unison. Should I film your first kiss on the plane? No way, that would be so embarrassing. She felt shy with the flight attendant nearby. How could she kiss? This is your first trip and it's on a plane. It's very memorable and unforgettable. No. However, while saying no, Zhao Lingyue took advantage of Lin Xiaofan's unpreparedness, suddenly turning her face and swiftly pecking his exquisitely sculpted face. Her bright lipstick left a faint red mark on Lin Xiaofan's cheek, resembling a peach blossom blooming in the snow. Lin Xiaofan was initially stunned, unable to regain his senses for quite a while. This surprise attack was too sudden. He did not expect this future wife to be so bold and proactive. No wonder in his past life, she had actively given him her phone number in her sophomore year. Can we do it again? I'm not ready. Lin Xiaofan's brain seemed to short-circuit. This happiness came too suddenly. He subconsciously reached up to touch his face as the lingering fragrance seemed to penetrate through his fingertips into his heart, sweet and delightful. Just one, that's it, she said shyly. Zhang Yunqing beside them noticed the blush that involuntarily appeared on Lingyu's cheeks, and her delicate features were painted with a rosy hue like the evening glow on the horizon. Looking at Lingyu's bashful appearance, she said, "It's agreed that you two won't flaunt your affection in front of me. Consider my feelings as a single dog." That's a bit unfair. Lin Xiaofan looked into Lingyu's eyes, which sparkled with a lively light, her beautiful lips curling into a playful smile, as he couldn't help but tease this innocent campus beauty. Bashful Zhao Lingyue buried her head in Lin Xiaofan's embrace, squeezed a little, and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back to the hotel." Then with a playful and cute smile, she said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking of throwing me off the plane?" Zhao Lingyue felt her sister's small hand playing tricks. "It's not me, it's your boyfriend," Zhang Yunqing said playfully. "That's not true, I've been holding his hand all along. Don't learn bad things." Lingyue kept holding Lin Xiaofan's hand. Only Zhang Yunqing sitting next to her started to encourage this good sister. Such a beautiful campus beauty made even Zhang Yunqing want to flirt a little, finding her too adorable. "Stop messing around." Lingyue was somewhat speechless at her sister. "He who told you to flaunt your affection in front of me," Zhang Yunqing said with a grin. Although the flight was supposed to take 90 minutes, Lin Xiaofan felt like it had only been 30 minutes when the plane began to descend. Lin Xiaofan disregarded the envious gaze of the flight attendant, simply extending his large hand from the blanket, feeling too happy after his rebirth. This long-lost fragrance seemed to awaken his soul. "You're asking for trouble. Next time, don't touch me." Zhao Lingyue saw Lin Xiaofan smelling the fragrance on his hand, and her cheeks instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but lightly patting Lin Xiaofan's chest. "So happy in this lifetime, I am determined to marry you." Lin Xiaofan, smelling this long-lost fragrance, looked at his girlfriend with renewed vigor. "You smell so good too. Is this your manly scent?" Lingyue leaned her delicate nose closer to sniff Lin Xiaofan. "What about mine?" Zhang Yunqing leaned in. "You smell like sweat. Move away, don't get close to me." Lingyue pushed her away, saying, "There's no love left. My friend with a boyfriend is starting to dislike me. Woe is me, I want to go home. I'm not playing with you anymore." "Puff, stop joking, tidy up, and get ready to disembark." Lin Xiaofan, "Take a whiff. Do I smell good?" "You stink, don't get close." Lin Xiaofan brought his face close to her hair to sniff, joking with her. She was starting to feel like hitting someone, but this was on a plane. However, she didn't say that out loud, just angrily waved her small fist. Their first stop was the ancient town known as the Jiangnan Water Town. After getting off the plane, they took a taxi directly to the hotel in the ancient town. "Dad, we have landed. Oh, we're taking a taxi to the hotel now." Zhao Linger called her father. "Okay, call me when you get to the hotel. By the way, what's the taxi license plate number?" "Send it to me," Zhao Jinghao said on the phone. "Sure, Dad. If anything happens, call me. Dad has a meeting to attend." After Zhao Lingyue hung up, Lin Xiaofan leaned closer to her ear and asked, "What you said on the plane earlier, is it true?" "What did I say?" "I forgot what I said on the plane." Zhao Lingyue pretended to not remember anything. "I knew you would say that," Lin Xiaofan said, knowing this shy future wife very well. "Lingyue, did you forget that you just said on the plane that when we get back to the hotel you would kiss?" Zhang Yunqing, sitting beside them, misinterpreted the words. Don't say it, I never said that, don't make things up." Lingyue covered her mouth. "If you say it, ill so your mouth shut," Yunqing said with a smirk, covering her small mouth. Lingyue thought about the promise she just made, and her face involuntarily flushed. She gently patted her sister's arm and said, "Yunqing, you're bad. You're even bullying me, and I'm your sister." Truth be told, Lin Xiaofan had no desire to bring Zhang Yunqing along. She was nothing but an unwelcome third wheel. Without her, Zhao Lingyue would have no excuse to leave home. After returning to the hotel, Zhao Lingyue called her father to report that she was safe, but dared not mention traveling with a boy, fearing his disapproval. "Stinky little brother. Wicked little brother. You go on vacation without taking your elder sister. I hate you. I'm ignoring you." Lin Ruoyin fumed inwardly as she sent the message. Within minutes, her bank account registered a deposit of 1,000 yuan, and a reply from Lin Xiaofan appeared. "Sis, here's 1,000 yuan. Go off and travel with your junior high and high school best friends. It's not that I don't want to take you. I'm securing my future happiness. I'm finding a wife for your little brother. Fine. I'll hold on to this money for you, your wedding fund. Lin Ruoyin decided to stop teasing him. Hold on to it. This is your travel allowance. Spend it freely, clothes, handbags, sightseeing. Don't skimp for your brother, he'll earn far more in the years ahead. I won't travel. I'll help Mom at the restaurant. You and Mom and Dad should take a few days off. Money can wait, but peace of mind cannot. I'll talk to Mom about it tonight. All right. I'll go play with Ling Wei and the others. Ever since that night, when Lin Xiaofan received 5 million yuan from his future mother-in-law, she had been messaging him daily. While Zhao Lingwei spoke with her father, Lin Xiaofan quietly messaged Jiang Yixia to let her know they'd arrived safely at the hotel, and that she needn't worry. Meanwhile, Jiang Yixia had spent the past 2 days closely monitoring 2 stocks, Shuguang Technology and Tung Huashan, tasking her subordinates with detailed evaluations. She was preparing to make a modest investment, perhaps several million yuan, to test their potential. Agreed. You may share a room, but do not mistreat Linger. She's still young. She doesn't yet know how to rein in her emotions. The aunt issued this gentle warning. Understood. I won't mistreat her. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help recalling that evening at the villa, when quite by accident he'd glimpsed her exquisite figure. At times he wondered had the aunt orchestrated it, or had the strap simply slipped. Regardless, he urged Ling Wei and the others to change into flat shoes before heading out. They'd even booked a local professional female photographer as their guide, capable of capturing elegant studio-grade portraits. The day-long service cost 220 yuan inclusive of costumes and makeup. Do you have scholar gown costumes from the imperial examination era? Zhao Lingwei lifted a stunning antique-style ensemble, leaving Lin Xiaofan momentarily spellbound. She was already breathtakingly beautiful, but in that gown she seemed to step straight from an inkwash painting ethereal, untouchable, a celestial maiden unbound by mortal concerns. Zhang Yunqing too underwent a transformation. Truly a man is enhanced by fine attire, a Buddha by gold. Yes, we have them, the makeup artist nodded. A scholar gown for my boyfriend, please. Zhao Lingwei declared, radiant with delight. Certainly. What is meant by a match made in heaven? Lin Xiaofan and Zhao Lingwei embodied it perfectly. Set against the backdrop of a Jiangnan watertown ancient town, their photos evoked a timeless scene, a scholar returning home after passing the imperial exams, welcomed by his beloved bride. Each pose, each gesture was a masterful artistic composition, so captivating that Zhao Lingwei stood entranced. No one expected Lin Xiaofan, in his scholar's robes, to photograph so flawlessly, his charisma radiating effortlessly. Truly soulmates. You're both so immersed in character, I'm utterly envious. Zhang Yunqing remarked, gazing at their joint portrait. And you 2 sisters are equally enchanting. You're like Shaoqing and Baisu in Westlake. Lin Xiaofan lavished praise upon them both. Really? I say the same, we're Borntobe sisters. Zhang Yunqing too adored these shared portraits. But somehow you remind me more of Su Xian, with Shaoqing and Baisu keeping you company, Zhao Lingwei whispered playfully near his ear. Let's all just be happy. And indeed, they were. Yet happiness deepened further that evening. By 8:30 the trio had returned to the hotel and opted not to venture out again. Instead they lined up for showers and rest. I'll shower first, Yunqing. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him peek. Zhao Lingwei gathered her towel and clothes, glancing at Lin Xiaofan as he typed away on his phone. Or, shall we shower together? I'll stand guard outside. Zhang Yunqing winked at her best friend. Though she secretly cherished Lin Xiaofan, she maintained an air of demure innocence, forbidding him to cross that line. No. Zhao Lingwei clutched her clothes and dashed into the bathroom, shutting the door firmly behind her. Linger, hurry up and shower. I won't peek. I'm chatting with Xiao Pengzi and the others. Lin Xiaofan glanced at another message from Xiao Pengzi, asking about World Cup matches. At their last dinner at his father's restaurant, Lin Xiaofan had correctly predicted a score, and then astonishingly a second. Now not only his father, but even Xiao Pengzi was asking about the next match. Youth, vibrant, spirited, masculine, naturally gravitated towards sports, 9 out of 10 young men loved them. You really won't peek? Zhang Yunqing asked, watching him lie on the bed scrolling through his phone. Nothing worth peeking at, he replied, even as his gaze lingered on Zhao Lingyue's graceful silhouette softly projected through the frosted glass wall. A quiet thought flickered within him, technology still lags. Imagine in a few years smart glass walls could shift transparency on command. Then I'll shower too. No peeking, okay? Zhang Yunqing gathered her things and hurried into the bathroom. Youth truly is a blessing. Lin Xiaofan murmured, shaking his head at the 2 newly graduated seniors. Yet youth alone paled beside rebirth. where everything felt poised within his grasp. He remembered every detail of the World Cup quarterfinal outcomes. This time, however, he didn't predict exact scores, only that France and Germany would both advance to the quarterfinals. Uffed. Who doesn't know they'll reach the quarterfinals? The real question is the score. How many goals? Xiao Ponzi fired back, then added, last time I bet too little. A little gambling amuses the spirit. Excess harms the body. Lin Xiaofan replied, I'm an adult now, and you all go on vacation without inviting me. I'm bored out of my mind, studying for my driving theory exam all day, watching matches at night, while everyone else goes out with girlfriends. Bet on both France and Germany scoring 2 goals each. I think 3 goals feels more likely. 2 goals seems right. Who wins or loses is fairly predictable, but the odds are slim. Only massive bets, tens of thousands of yuan, yield meaningful returns. Hence, every World Cup leaves countless people questioning the meaning of life. Few anticipate shocking upsets, because most avoid betting on outright winners, preferring goal totals or exact scores instead. Fine, I'll place a small wager. If I win, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Xiao Ponzi messaged back. Don't overdo it. Keep some cash. Your green-cheating girlfriend's still in university, waiting for you to support her. Get lost. Just then the bathroom door eased open a crack. Zhao Lingyue poked her head out, glancing left and right, then said to Lin Xiaofan, who lay on the bed absorbed in his phone, Xiaofan, fetch me fresh clothes from my suitcase. Didn't you just take them in? Lin Xiaofan asked, noting her damp, glistening hair, radiating quiet allure. Yunqing accidentally got them wet. Please bring them for me. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she added, the smaller suitcase, please. Girls with a high quality of life are truly different. Their suitcases come in various sizes, with the larger one holding coats and shoes. The smaller suitcase contains pajamas, base clothing, and a cosmetics bag. The base clothing for girls is one thing. However, when Lin Xiaofan saw a very familiar box, he honestly contemplated whether or not he should prepare such items. After being summoned by Jiang Yixia, he no longer considered that type of product. Linger, what is this thing? Lin Xiaofan asked her while holding the box. I don't know, it seems like something my mom put in here. Lingyu's face turned even redder, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. She secretly cursed Lin Xiaofan. This guy asking this out of the blue is so embarrassing. Oh. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to understand anything and returned it to the suitcase. He then picked up a pink silk camisole nightgown for her. But one cannot deny that Lingyu's clothing is indeed exquisitely beautiful. When Lingyue received the clothes from his hand, she said, Did you forget to bring 2 pieces? It's almost time for bed. They'll turn off the lights soon, Lin Xiaofan explained to his delicate schoolflower girlfriend. Our Lin classmate really knows a lot, no wonder you're the top student in a single subject. A voice from the bathroom belonging to Zhang Yunqing said, Humph, you're the one who intentionally got my clothes wet. You did this on purpose. Zhao Lingyue took the clothes in her hand and closed the door. You sprayed me with the shower head first. You splashed water on me first. Lin Xiaofan was speechless at the 2 bickering girls, but he had to admit that their bond was incredibly strong. Recalling his past life, when Lin Xiaofan married Zhao Lingyue, Zhang Yunqing traveled across provinces to attend their wedding. That friendship was truly remarkable. The first to emerge from the bathroom was Lingyue. She gently opened the glass door and slowly walked out like a flower just bathed in morning dew. The pink silk nightgown clung softly to her beautiful and enchanting tall figure, exuding a natural and alluring charm. If compared to her mother, one could only say there is a mature and enchanting beauty on one side, and a fresh and natural beauty on the other. I didn't expect Lingyu's youth to be so beautiful. Lin Xiaofan, who was playing with his phone on the sofa, found his gaze instantly captivated the moment it touched her figure. In his memory, Lingyue only began contacting him in her 2nd year of university with that line, If I don't take the initiative to contact you, will you never contact me? However, from the 2nd year of university, they went from chatting to dating, and even after her graduation, while living together against her parents' wishes. At that time, Lingyue was already 26, mature enough to attract attention. The scene now seemed completely different. In short, beautiful and pure. Where are you looking? You're not allowed to look. Lingyue, holding a towel to dry her wet hair, had a few damp strands sticking to her rosy cheeks. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's gaze made her heart race. She almost leaped forward to cover Lin Xiaofan's wolf-like gaze, unwilling for him to stare at her like that. I wasn't looking at anything, ew, I was just glancing at my wife. Is that too much? You're being vain, ew, who is your wife? Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's words, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she lowered her head. You can't escape. In this lifetime I'm sticking to you, playing the loyal dog. Lin Xiaofan, already amazed by Lingyu's beauty after her bath, joked. I don't want you to be my loyal dog who I want. She seemed to want to say something, but couldn't get the words out. All that could be seen in her eyes was a hint of shyness and panic as she turned away from Lin Xiaofan, unable to face his fiery gaze. What do you want? Just say it. Your brother will spoil you. Lin Xiaofan teased the adorable and innocent schoolflower. I'm 2 months older than you. Call me sister. She instantly turned back, her long eyelashes fluttering like small fans at Lin Xiaofan. Pretty. After Lin Xiaofan spoke, he leaned closer to her. Then Ling Yue couldn't help but take a few steps back, her eyes shimmering like a crescent moon as she looked at Lin Xiaofan, the handsome guy, drawing near. A large hand embraced her slim waist, pulling them closer. What do you want? Don't say anything reckless, or he'll get angry. At this moment, Lingyu's heart seemed ready to leap out as she gently pushed Lin Xiaofan's chest away, not allowing him to come closer. During the day, someone mentioned what was said on the plane. Oh, how did it become shameless? Lin Xiaofan said. I never said such a thing. Zhao Lingyue turned her face away, not daring to meet his enchanting peach blossom eyes. She secretly thought, how could you say that? Can we kiss? Lin Xiaofan looked at her plump, delicate lips and asked. No, she decisively replied. Then can we just hug for a while? At that moment, the glass door of the bathroom slowly opened again. Zhang Yinxing also came out wearing a light blue camisole nightgown. I told you not to flaunt your affections in front of us, Zhang Yinxing said, looking at Lin Xiaofan hugging Linger. Hurry up and take a shower, then call the service to have your clothes dry cleaned. Ling Yue immediately pushed him away and said, just hold me for a little longer. Lin Xiaofan was reluctant to let her go. The scene of being shot by kidnappers in front of him still lingered in his mind, making it hard for him to forgive himself. In this life, he wouldn't allow that to happen again and would love and protect her well. Seeing this makes me want to hug you too. Zhang Yinxing looked at these two inseparable pair and said, then come over and give me a hug, Ling Yue said to her best friend. Then I'll hug you, Zhang Yinxing said, wrapping her arms around Ling Yue from behind. Lin Xiaofan was also speechless at these two girls. Zhang Yinxing clearly knew that Lin Xiaofan wouldn't dare to do such a thing. She was simply teasing him, making him feel restless. Ling Yue gently clapped her small hands and said, I'm just helping you check on him. What if he attacks you in the middle of the night? He wouldn't, Zhang Yinxing said with a mischievous smile. Ling Yue believed that Lin Xiaofan wouldn't bully her. I'm going to take a shower, you two enjoy yourselves. Lin Xiaofan felt Lingyu's body slightly tremble. He knew that his future wife was being stirred up by his close friend. If this continued, just as his future mother-in-law had said, even if he didn't want to hurt her, she might take the initiative to harm Lin Xiaofan. Women sometimes can't help themselves. So Lin Xiaofan grabbed a towel and hurried into the bathroom, letting the two sisters play. I knew it. 2 rooms were booked. Damn. After entering the bathroom, Lin Xiaofan immediately turned on the cold water to calm down. However, Lin Xiaofan was still very happy. At least Ling Yue allowed him to hug her. From holding hands to hugging, their relationship was taking another step forward. The next step would be kissing. If she allowed him to kiss her, then the final step would be just a veil away. At present, Zhao Lingyue and Yinxing were playfully messing around, showcasing their tactics with continuous laughter. It was unclear whether they were happy or hitting each other's soft spots, as the room was filled with giggles and pillows were scattered all over the bed. I'm done playing. When Xiaofan comes out, he will see this, Zhao Lingyue said, her hair messy with her straps sliding down her shoulders. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yunqing's appearance wasn't much better. Hurry down, you're so heavy, don't you know? Ling Yue looked at her sister, sitting on her tightly, holding her hands to prevent any resistance. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofan was inside taking a shower and couldn't see this embarrassing scene. I weigh 105 pounds, and you weigh 112. It's 115, or I've gained a few pounds these days. Although Lin Xiaofan couldn't see how they were messing around, he could hear their conversation. He thought that a girl weighing 115 pounds was too light and too thin. Linger, you should eat more. 125 pounds is the standard, Lin Xiaofan said from the bathroom. No, that's too fat. I want to lose weight. Ling Yue responded. All right, pretend I never said that. But you shouldn't lose weight. Be what you should. I won't mind you. Lin Xiaofan believed that girls should have a bit more flesh. A plump feeling is what perfection is all about. Not to mention 125 pounds. Even 130 pounds isn't fat considering her height of 168 centimeters. Isn't 130 pounds not considered fat? Really, she asked, a bit happy. Then she asked, do you prefer bigger ones or smaller ones? What do you mean by bigger ones? Smaller ones. Lin Xiaofan didn't understand her question. Silly, Linger is asking whether you prefer bigger girls or smaller girls. Zhang Yinxing added a note to this dense fellow. Bigger ones, Lin Xiaofan said. Really, they asked in unison. Yeah, just like you. Lin Xiaofan said, have you studied the sizes of girls? Have you studied Lingyu's figure? Zhang Yinxing began to gossip. It was the chubby guy who said that. Oh, I just heard it. Lin Xiaofan pushed the blame onto the chubby young Lingfeng. Sometimes for their own happiness a brother needed to make sacrifices. You guys are just filthy. Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to refute their words. After all, whatever a girl says is right. The more he refuted them, the worse the consequences would be. Then it seemed that the two of them thought of something. They said to Lin Xiaofan in the bathroom, don't you dare rummage through the clothes in our laundry basket. Don't think of me as a chubby guy and my character is still decent. Lin Xiaofan looked at the clothes in the laundry basket beside him with jackets on top and their undergarments underneath. Who knows? Zhang Yinxing said. I'm done. You guys call the service staff to come pick up the clothes for cleaning. Lin Xiaofan placed the clothes he had taken off into the laundry basket. You put them outside the door, I'll have them come pick them up for dry cleaning. Ling Wei said, oh. After Lin Xiaofan finished his shower, he put the laundry basket at the door and then locked the door. He was only wearing a loose cotton t-shirt and a pair of shorts. He saw the two friends who had unknowingly burrowed under the air conditioning blanket with only one fragrant shoulder exposed. Why do you feel like you're on guard against wolves, eh? Lin Xiaofan watched as their eyes followed him. That wasn't bought by me but was put there by my mom. Ew, I don't know what it is, Zhao Lingyue explained. And then, oi. Lin Xiaofan looked at her as her face turned red, burrowing deeper into the blanket, her voice as faint as a mosquito. My mom said you can't mess around. Did your mom say that if I mess around I should use that product? Lin Xiaofan asked this sweet and naive schoolflower. No, but you just can't mess around. Although she said this, she secretly thought, what if he really messes around? Should I give in to him? One must say that a girl's thoughts can be rather dirty. Oh, what kind of boy did she think her future husband was? Lin Xiaofan stopped teasing her and burrowed into another blanket. However, Ling Yue quickly turned off the lights, leaving only the bathroom light on. So quick to turn off the lights. Zhang Yinxing almost pounced onto her friend. If the lights are on, what do you want to do? Go to sleep already. The moonlight is so bright tonight. Yinxing looked at the moonlight streaming through the window cracks, casting a layer of soft silver veil over everything in this uniquely atmospheric room. Hurry and sleep, you're so chatty. Ling Wei turned to lie down and pulled the air conditioning blanket gently over her. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight and soft light, appeared even more delicate, resembling a little fairy in the midnight hour. Due to the dim light in the room, she didn't notice her cheeks, slightly flushed, resembling a hint of shyness like rosy clouds. Xiaofan, what are you thinking? Her gaze gently fell upon Lin Xiaofan, who was less than a meter away. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaofan didn't have the divine eye to see the deep affection in her gaze, which made her want to leap into his arms, but she managed to control her impulse. I was thinking about what you said on the plane. Lin Xiaofan also turned to face the enchanting Ling Wei. Although the light in the room was dim, his eyes seemed to hold the stars and moon of the night, gazing at Ling Yue, the exquisite schoolflower, with deep affection. What did I say? I forgot, huh? Yunqing, you mischievous one. Before she could finish, her sister behind her began to tease her again, her small jade hand playfully teasing. Linger, do you want me to help you remember what you said on the plane? Zhang Yinxing hugged her sister, and then with a smile said to Lin Xiaofan, Xiaofan, I've got her under control. You can come over and kiss her. No. Yunqing, you naughty girl, Ling Yue said, covering her small mouth with both hands. Lin Xiaofan was left speechless by the two beauties. He didn't join in this kind of battle. He just quietly watched as they started messing around again, almost tearing each other's clothes off. After they played for a while, Ling Wei lay back on the edge of the bed, quietly watching Lin Xiaofan, just like before. They looked at each other, and the air in the room seemed to become sweet and sticky. You won't attack me in the middle of the night, will you? Ling Wei asked. Do you want me to attack you? Lin Xiaofan was also speechless towards his slightly rebellious girlfriend. Xiaofan, after she falls asleep, I'm going to strip her, hee. Zhang Yinxing playfully said to the dense Lin Xiaofan. Don't, if you keep this up, I'm going to strip you right now. Ling Yue covered her front with both hands. Ling Yue, I can't sleep, what should I do? Zhang Yinxing kicked the blanket aside, and then said, what if your boyfriend launches a fierce attack at midnight and mistakes me for you? Lin Xiaofan was rendered speechless by her words, as if he had killed the conversation completely. He truly couldn't comprehend what kind of mindset Ling Yu's friend had to come up with such things. Could it be that his character gave them that impression? Yet one cannot deny that the scene of their earlier playful scuffle felt utterly wild. Just go to sleep and don't think of me as that kind of guy. I'm really quite innocent, Lin Xiaofan said to her, exasperated. How about we push the two beds together? Is that all right? Zhang Yinxing seemed to be creating opportunities for Lin Xiaofan. Earlier, while playing around with Ling Yue, she seemed to be setting up chances for this classmate. I don't mind, Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Hurry up and sleep. Yinxing, stop messing around, or I might just toss you out into the hallway. Zhao Lingyue also understood how to intimidate her friend. Sure enough, upon hearing that, Yinxing quickly burrowed into the blanket, hugging her friend's slim waist as she drifted off to sleep. In the next moment, they turned off the bathroom light. Finally, Linger got out of bed and drew the curtains, plunging the entire room into darkness, as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. In the pitch-black room, before Zhao Lingyue lay back down in her bed, she leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan's bedside, gently crouching beside the edge of his bed. Needless to say, she brought her face close to Lin Xiaofan's, a wisp of her hair brushing against his face. That lingering fragrance, unforgettable from both this life and the last, told him that Lingyue had come close. At the same time, Lin Xiaofan's hands gently touched her beautiful face, holding her warm cheeks, placing a kiss on her forehead. Indeed, it was just a gentle kiss on her forehead. However, in the dark room, Lin Xiaofan felt a kiss on his face, knowing that Zhao Lingyue had rewarded him. Lingyue, you aren't being unfaithful, are you? Zhang Yinxing began to gossip again. No, stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Lingyue hurried back to her own bed. Actually, Xiao Fan, don't you want to do something? Zhang Yinxing suggested. How about you get a single room to sleep in tomorrow night? What do you think? Lin Xiaofan responded to this interruptive suggestion. No way, I want to sleep hugging my friend. Sleep, no talking. Zhang Yinxing was not keen on sleeping alone. Even if sleeping alone, it would still be Lin Xiaofan himself. In the middle of the night, the entire room was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting a few strands of dim light. Moreover, a sliver of warm yellow light seeped in through the gap beneath the door. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan was immersed in a dreamlike slumber, his consciousness floating like clouds caught between dreams and reality. Suddenly, in this half-dream state, he felt another kiss, unsure if it was a dream or reality. He did not open his eyes to see who it was. Perhaps he already guessed in his heart. He let this sweet feeling spread in his heart, then continued to blissfully drift off into a hazy dream. Of course, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, but the person who had kissed him could not see it. Then the person who had sneakily kissed him quietly returned to bed to sleep, as if this secret act had never happened. What a strange feeling. A feeling that was hard to articulate floated in his mind. Tonight's story seemed to have become the most unforgettable memory of her life, woven into her sweet dreams. When a beam of morning light shone into the room, when Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes, the first sight was that of an indescribably beautiful sleeping beauty. So playful, but I like it. No wonder she is the woman I love most in my life. In Lin Xiaofan's mind, the hazy images from last night began to surface as he admired Zhao Lingyue, this sleeping beauty. Until she opened her sleepy eyes and discovered Lin Xiaofan staring intently at her. A blush quietly crept up her beautiful cheeks. Good morning, Lingyue said with a hint of shyness. Did you have fun last night? Did you sleep well? Lin Xiaofan did not mention what happened last night to avoid her diving back under the covers. I'm very happy, she nodded slightly. You should wash up quickly. We'll go downstairs for breakfast soon. Lin Xiaofan said. Okay, call the service staff to have them bring our clothes back, Zhao Lingyue replied as she threw off the blanket and got out of bed. In his previous life, he couldn't recall how much love he had shared with Lingyue. He only knew that the memories of this life still lingered from the last. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but think back to a few nights ago when he was invited by her mother to their villa for a late-night chat, where he had seen her beautiful side. Now he was certain that Zhao Lingyue must have inherited her mother's beauty. Hey, did you have fun last night? Zhang Yinxing asked, one leg draped over the air-conditioning blanket, grinning at the dazed Lin Xiaofan. Very happy. It would have been even better without you here, Lin Xiaofan said as he watched Lingyue hurriedly dash into the bathroom. I set you up with an opportunity last night, but you didn't take it. Are you even a man? Zhang Yinxing looked at the handsome guy while hugging the blanket, thinking to herself, if only he were my boyfriend, I would love to be in a relationship. Who says I'm not a man? I just don't want to hurt Linger, Lin Xiaofan said with a serious expression, as if he had been greatly insulted. He suddenly stood up from the bed, showcasing his physique like a true athlete. However, Zhang Yinxing scoffed at his gesture, looking at Lin Xiaofan's skinny arms and bursting into laughter. Is this the extent of your muscles, eh? You crack me up. Haha, you don't even have the strength to kill a chicken. Lin Xiaofan's face turned a bit awkward, yet he did not back down, instead becoming more spirited as he said, Don't underestimate me. I'm actually quite strong and muscular. I get full marks in sports, can't you see my muscles? As he spoke, he deliberately showcased his not subvious muscle lines. At that moment, Ling Yue, who was washing up in the bathroom, heard the commotion outside and curiously asked, "Linger, your boyfriend is quite arrogant." Zhang Yinxing quickly reported, "You know, he's just shameless." Her words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. Lin Xiaofan listened to Zhang Yinxing's remarks about him, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to enjoy a romantic trip and flirt with Ling Yue, but unexpectedly encountered such a contrary Zhang Yinxing. However, Lin Xiaofan did not feel discouraged. He secretly pondered that to successfully flirt with Ling Yue, he might need to work on winning over her friends. After all, the relationships among girls are often quite close, and if he could gain Zhang Yinxing's approval, it might yield better results. This girl truly is someone who cannot be taken advantage of. Lin Xiaofan is not a sentimental boy. He wouldn't take the initiative to flirt with classmate Zhang Yinxing, and nothing could ever happen between them. They'll call the waiter to bring back the clothes. Lin Xiaofan ran to the bedside to dial the landline phone. "Did you see what just happened?" She sat on the edge of the bed looking at the boy who captured her heart with sparkling eyes and asked, "Did you see anything?" "No, I didn't see anything." "Hello, room 588. Please send over the dry-cleaned clothes." "Yes, send them over now." Lin Xiaofan didn't want to dwell on this question. "Tonight, it'll create an opportunity for you. Do you want it?" Zhang Yinxing whispered in his ear. "Hurry and change your clothes. Let's go downstairs for breakfast, and then go play. The day after tomorrow, we'll fly to another city." A handsome and excellent boy like him always has many girls secretly liking him. But they could only bury this unrequited love in their hearts, seeing Ling Yue and Lin Xiaofan already together. In the words of these naive girls, as long as the other person is happy and joyful, she feels content, secretly wishing for the happiness of the boy she likes. After the three of us finished breakfast in the hotel restaurant, we went to the photography studio to select the photos they liked. The package costs 2,200 yuan, but only 35 photos are included. For each additional photo, it costs 10 yuan. "You guys choose, it's not about the money," Lin Xiaofan said as he watched them select artistic photos at the computer. "Every photo is so beautiful. If you choose them all, there would be 230 photos." Zhang Yinxing seemed to have forgotten about the morning's incident. If she didn't intend for Lin Xiaofan to see it, do you think she would sleep without wearing undergarments? If she didn't mention it, Lin Xiaofan pretended as if nothing happened. "Let's take them all, make them into a photo album, and send it back to us," Lin Xiaofan said generously. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. "First send these to my phone. Oh, I want to post them on my social media." The two of them picked out their favorite photos. "Remember, don't post the pictures of us together. What if your dad sees and calls you back? You won't have any fun then." I'll just show my mom." Just then, Fatty Yang Lingfeng called Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan had already anticipated this call. "Bro, are you up? I hope I didn't disturb your sweet dreams." Yang Lingfeng asked if he was awake. "It's already 9 o'clock, how could I not be up?" Lin Xiaofan walked out of the private photo studio while on the phone. "Tisk, who knows if you fought until dawn last night and couldn't get up." Fatty thought about the three of them traveling together and sharing a room. It really wasn't ordinary excitement. "Are you thinking too much? Am I that kind of boy?" He asked, "Did you make any money?" Lin Xiaofan could tell from his friend's tone that he was very excited. "Dude, you know I regretted I didn't buy much and have only a little money on hand." Fatty banged his chest in frustration. "How much did you earn?" Lin Xiaofan asked. "Not much, less than 30,000 yuan, enough for food expenses in college." Then he asked on the phone, "What do you think about tonight's match, Belgium versus the USA?" "I think Belgium will win 21. Or maybe 32. "I think so too. 21 is more likely, while 32 you can play it safe." After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, he opened his mobile payment app to check. He hadn't placed any bets on yesterday's matches. He only bet on the team to win with odds of 1.5. He earned a few 100,000 yuan. Since his rebirth, he had to be cautious at every step to avoid attracting trouble. But for this match, the odds of 21 were 8 times, so he bet 2 million yuan, which wasn't too much. At the same time, the odds for 32 were also 1 million yuan. "Bro, don't forget to bring me souvenirs back, that's it, bye." Fatty quickly hung up after getting the information. Before Lin Xiaofan could turn around, his dad called. However, he didn't ask his dad how much he earned. He just said on the phone, "Dad, don't get too addicted, it's just a little fun. I know I only bet a little over 100 yuan, it's not much, right?" His dad chuckled on the phone. "All right, for Belgium versus the USA, I personally think it will be 21. Lin Xiaofan said on the phone. "Did you place a bet?" His dad was suspicious that this mysterious and confident son had also bet on soccer. "If I didn't bet, how would I have money to travel? How would I have money for my sister? But don't tell anyone, all right?" Lin Xiaofan advised his dad over the phone to keep it low-key and not brag to his old friends. "How much did you earn?" His dad couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean earn? Just a few tens of thousands. Really a few tens of thousands?" "I'm not lying to you." Does he believe it? If he doesn't believe it, what can he do? This son doesn't want to say, and even a crowbar can't pry open his mouth. After chatting with his dad on the phone, Lin Xiaofan thought the Brazil 17 Germany match is coming soon. I must place a bet at the soccer betting shop then. Generally, underdog odds are over 1,000 in the country, but they don't compare to the European sportsbooks offering 6,500 times. The closer it gets to the final, for the more people place bets. Every day you can see a large number of fans queuing outside the betting shop. "Did you hear? He said he earned several tens of thousands. Do you believe it?" Lin Nanhui asked his wife. "It's all your fault. It's fine for you to watch soccer, but you let our son watch with you when he was little, turning him into a fan." After Yang Xiaolan finished speaking, she twisted the fat on his waist with one hand, turning it 360 degrees, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Ouch, that hurts, dear. Dad, Mom, about what I mentioned last night, are you going?" Lin Ruoyin saw them playfully tussling. "If we win this match tonight, we'll rent a car tomorrow and go on a road trip." Dad, Lin Nanhui said cheerfully. "What if we lose?" She knew this soccer fan dada. Her mom said he had earned over 20,000 in the past few days. "It's fine. The initial capital was only 2,000 yuan. This is just my pocket money. A little fun doesn't hurt." From the start, Dad had already planned it out. It was just for fun. He never expected that the data from his son would multiply his money many times over. "Dear, I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan. The rest let me keep for beer," Lin Nanhui said as he watched his wife check his phone and bank account daily. "Hand it over, or you'll sleep on the couch tonight." Yang Xiaolan demanded he give her his phone. 15,000. "Oh, let me keep the remaining 10,000, all right." Lin Nanhui hadn't seen so much pocket money in a long time, and before it had even warmed up, it was seized. "Your pocket money is quite substantial, isn't it?" Lin Xiaofan thought it over. If he could earn a few small targets after this World Cup ends, he decided to take half and invest in cryptocurrency. If he remembered correctly, in December a cryptocurrency was around $300. The main reason was a hacker invasion where 85000 coins were stolen worth about $4.5 billion at the time, causing market investors to lose confidence. It wasn't until 3 years later that the value soared above $200, maintaining that level for several years. "What are you thinking?" "My mom said the photos turned out beautifully," Zhao Lingyue asked Lin Xiaofan, who was silent. "I was thinking about how to pass your dad's test." "Do you know how much your dad's assets are now?" Lin Xiaofan held Lingyue's small hand while asking. "My mom said he has assets of about 800 million to $1 billion. I'm not sure how much exactly." Lingyue replied. "What's wrong? Are you feeling pressured?" Yinqing asked this high achiever. "There is pressure which drives me. I'll work hard, and if it doesn't work out, I'll just make it happen." Lin Xiaofan began to tease this lovely and innocent future wife again. "How vain! Who would want to make rice with you? I wouldn't want to cook with you." Lingyue glared at him. "If you won't cook with him, who do you want to cook with?" Yinqing asked her contradictory friend. Then Zhang Yinqing looked at her rosy face, and mischievous ideas began to stir in her heart. With a teasing glint and a sly smile in her eyes, she leaned closer to Lingyue and asked Linger, "How far have you and classmate Xiaofan progressed? Have you kissed yet?" Lin Xiaofan, who was following them, felt he brought along a bundle of joy. Although Zhang Yinqing was like a third wheel in their warm moment, she seemed to add a touch of flavor. Lingyue's face instantly turned red, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, resembling a blooming red lotus. The shy Lingyue slightly lowered her head, her delicate hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, her enchanting figure subtly rising and falling with her slightly hurried breath. After a while, Lingyue shyly lifted her head, her sparkling eyes not daring to meet Lin Xiaofan's, and she whispered, "Even if we were to cook raw rice into cooked rice, that would only be after graduating from university. It's not the right time now." Though her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, it carried a firm conviction from her heart, a testament to her commitment to her feelings. "I'm just saying that, trust me, I will make your father see me in a different light and gain your parents' approval," Lin Xiaofan said, looking at her bashful face, his tone carrying a clear boundary. "If you ask how much Lin Xiaofan's assets are worth now, I can assure you that it seems to be approaching 2 small goals. If tonight's match pays 8 times the odds, then he would reach those 2 small goals. However, all his cash flow has been invested in the top 3 popular stocks of the year, waiting for the financial institutions to lift him up in the second half of the year." "I believe you." Zhao Lingyue linked her arm with Lin Xiaofan, resting her face on his shoulder. "Let me hold on to Xiaofan too. I don't want to eat dog food anymore." Zhang Yinqing ran to the other side of Lin Xiaofan, grabbing his arm. "At this rate, those boys will kill me." Lin Xiaofan noticed that all the men along the way were looking at him with envy. Who cares, let me experience it, hee Linger, you don't mind, do you? Zhang Yinqing said, and like Ling Yue she linked her arms with Lin Xiaofan, resting her face on his arm. Lin Xiaofan and Ling Yu were speechless. But it didn't matter to them, as long as she was happy their relationship wouldn't be romantic. In fact, Zhang Yinqing came from a decent family, her father worked within a structured system, and her mother undertook many projects passing them on to construction companies. If Lin Xiaofan remembered correctly, she fell in love with a boy after university and married him in another province. Classmate Xiaofan, if one day you get dumped by Ling Yue, come find me, I don't mind being her backup. Zhang Yinqing said with a smile. If you won't have a chance, I won't dump him. Zhao Lingyue pouted as she spoke to her friend. It's hard to say many first loves end without a conclusion. Yinqing didn't have high hopes for the two of them. Their family backgrounds were too different. One from a wealthy family, the other from an ordinary household. The chances of them being together were slim. Even if they did come together, the pressure on the man's life was immense, unable to hold his head high in front of his father-in-law, let alone in front of his family. After dinner, are you heading back to the hotel or watching a movie? Lin Xiaofan asked, carrying large bags of luxury items. They had only spent an hour shopping, yet they had bought several bags and quite a few outfits. Classmate Xiaofan, what kind of lingerie do you like girls to wear? Zhang Yinqing began to tease again, answering a question with a question. Do you really want to know? Lin Xiaofan didn't expect her to ask such a question. He glanced at a lingerie store nearby, realizing that they might be planning to buy some. Both of them nodded in unison. Most boys prefer those transparent ones. Lin Xiaofan recalled how Ling Yu used to wear such things for him in his previous life. Wait here for a moment, we're going to buy lingerie. Zhao Lingyue pulled her friend Yinqing along. Don't you have plenty of lingerie already? Not enough. Lin Xiaofan recalled opening her suitcase last night and helping her pick out clothes, discovering it was filled with various colors of cotton lingerie. Indeed, all were breathable cotton in all sorts of colors. How could she say she didn't have enough when she clearly had several pieces? Do girls change several times a day? Lin Xiaofan waited at the lingerie store entrance, but occasionally glanced inside, noticing Ling Yu holding some lace and floral patterned pieces. Besides these, she also picked out a few beautiful stockings. This style, and this one, and that one, all in size 36C. Zhang Yinqing pointed to a few sets she liked, telling the sales assistant. Did you change to C cup? Weren't you always a B cup? Ling Yu's gaze fell on her chest. After the exams, I'm not sure if it's from eating too much, but the B cup feels a bit tight, and I'm almost at AC. Yinqing also looked down at her figure and said, I'm the same. The D cup feels a bit tight. I think I've gained weight these days. Ling Yu looked at her own impressive figure and said, no way. Have you grown? My goodness, if so, can you share some fat with me? I don't want a DAC, will do. Stop joking, I'm going to try on clothes. I'll try on clothes too. Lin Xiaofan, waiting at the entrance, listened to the sisters' conversation, which reminded him of what Ling Yu had said to him in his previous life. Back then she really had an E-cup figure in college, but shortly after marrying him it shrank by a size. However, during their romance, it seemed that every time they went shopping she would pull him into the fitting room. Those love stories seem as vivid as if they happened yesterday, making me truly nostalgic. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but recall those sweet memories, wishing to love lingered deeply again until the end of time. I have to say, this world is indeed quite small. In this Wanda Plaza, I unexpectedly encountered Zhao Lingyu's cousin, who would later become the Uncle Zhao, with a snack chain spread across the nation. Originally, Lin Xiaofan wanted to go over and greet him, but then remembered that Zhao Lingyue was secretly traveling with him, not wanting her father to find out. Forget it, if I just run up he wouldn't know who I am. I can't say I'm Zhao Lingyue's boyfriend. Lin Xiaofan watched him and his wife walk past. I must say the Zhao family truly produced a business genius. When he married Ling Yue, old Zhao came to attend. Through Zhao Jingha's introduction, I learned that the founder of this snack chain would have a personal fortune of $2 billion with a 21% stake, and he hadn't even gone public yet. Once I officially start dating Ling Yue, I should pay a visit to her cousin and invest a bit. That wouldn't be bad. Lin Xiaofan thought about how he would start managing multiple snack stores next year. By 2019, he would establish his own company. Don't underestimate these little snacks. They can be highly profitable. It's not uncommon to earn $7,000 to $8,000 a month, let alone $2,000 to $3,000. If he manages more than 10 stores, how much would that be? If it exceeds 1,300 stores with an average profit of $1,000 to $2,000 per store, along with franchise fees and returns from snack processing factories. I wonder if I'll have the chance to meet brother Zhang Yi. Looking at the departing figure of Zhao Yi, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but think of brother Zhang Yi. If his calculations were correct, there were still 2 years left before the top streamer platform officially launched. If he could invest a little before that and acquire some shares, he could relax later. Suddenly a voice tinged with jealousy rang in Lin Xiaofan's ear. What are you looking at? Are you staring at some beauty? You look so captivated. Her voice was like a nightingale's song, melodious, yet laced with a hint of reproach. Lin Xiaofan turned to see Zhao Lingyue and the others standing beside him holding shopping bags of various sizes. Her curvaceous figure and her alluring lips slightly pouted, as if waiting for Lin Xiaofan's response. Who is that man you're looking at? Lin Xiaofan pointed at Zhao Yi's back. He seems to be my cousin. Before Lin Xiaofan could react, Zhao Lingyue grabbed his arm and said, let's go back to the hotel. What? No movie. Zhang Yinqing caught up. That's my dad's cousin. If he sees us, he'll definitely tell my dad, so let's head back to the hotel. 1 generation for the grandparents, 2 for the parents, and 3 for the children. Although she said that, Ling Yu was a bit puzzled about how Lin Xiaofan knew her cousin. Back to the hotel. Will you show me the new clothes you bought? Lin Xiaofan teased this adorable future wife of his. Do you want to see? After coming out of the clothing store, Zhang began to tease him again. Guess what kind of clothes we bought? If you guess it right, I will wear it for you to see. Zhang Yinqing also teased him, saying, what other kinds of clothes can you girls buy? Aren't they all just pure cotton? Lin Xiaofan didn't want to expose what they had just bought. Because earlier when they were shopping for clothes, Lin Xiaofan had turned around and seen everything. They'll give you another chance to guess, said Zhang Yinqing, holding up the shopping bag. Is it real or fake? If you guess it right, will Linger wear it for me? Lin Xiaofan began to dig a pit for the two of them. Linger agreed to him. This fool definitely won't guess right. Zhang Yinqing said, unsure if she was cooperating with him or really thought Lin Xiaofan couldn't guess. If you guess right, I will wear it for you in the hotel later. As she said this, Lingyue gave him a very special look. Because the clothes she bought were similar to styles that women in society usually wear. You said it, if I guess right, you will wear it for me to see. Lin Xiaofan deepened the pit. I promise for Linger, if you guess right, there will be a reward. Of course, some classmates called her Yuer, but the two of them preferred to call her Linger. Is it true, Linger? Lin Xiaofan stroked his chin, asking the school beauty. Let's talk about it after you guess right. Lingyue pouted her cute little lips and said, it's a deal. This time no backing out. You're the one backing out. Then I guessed. Lin Xiaofan finished speaking and thought for a moment, saying, it's the thinnest fabric, right? Wrong. Both of them seemed to say in unison. Then they held hands, giggling and running ahead, leaving Lin Xiaofan standing there in a daze. He clearly saw them picking out these styles in the clothing store just now. How could it be wrong when it came out of his mouth? But for the sake of his happiness to get closer to Linger, he thickened his skin and ran over, saying stubbornly, I don't believe it. Show me the bag and let me see. Not showing you. They both said with laughter in unison. Then I guessed right. Lin Xiaofan said. Wrong. They originally planned to eat and watch a movie, then go to some food street, but now they could only head back to their hotel room. Of course, there were still many attractions they hadn't visited, but now the noon sun was really fierce. Generally, tourists would rather sleep in the hotel than go out and play. After returning to the hotel, Lin Xiaofan still couldn't give up, saying, let me take a look, see if I guessed right. You're amazing, you guessed right, but now it has to be dry cleaned, can't be worn yet. Zhang Yinqing took out the beautiful clothes from the shopping bag, removing the tags. Now it's dry cleaned, it will be ready soon, and you can wear it tonight. Lin Xiaofan said excitedly. Indeed, you can wear it tonight. Lingyue didn't expect this guy to be serious. Someone promised, can't back out. Lin Xiaofan said a bit reluctantly. Lingyue remained silent. All right, wear it tonight. Zhang Yinqing said, putting the clothes into the laundry basket. Yinqing, don't spoil him, otherwise it will be hard for me to deal with him later, Lingyue said to her best friend. Then they called the service desk to have the waiter come to take their new clothes for dry cleaning, including 2 sets of casual men's clothes bought for Lin Xiaofan. Sometimes boyfriends are less important in the eyes of their girlfriends than their best friends. Just like those married women, a husband's words don't hold as much weight as a best friend's words. They would rather listen to their best friends than heed their husband's words. Only after parting ways do they realize the problem they had, yet they stubbornly refuse to admit their mistakes. The final result is missing out on a lifetime of love. Are you taking an afternoon nap? If not, let's push the beds together and play cards, Zhang Yinqing asked the two of them. I don't really know how to play, I rarely do. Zhao Lingyue said. Let Xiaofan be the landlord and the two of us will play against him. Zhang Yinqing said. Is there any benefit if we win? Lin Xiaofan asked. What benefits are you looking for? Don't be greedy, but the winner can draw on the loser's face, Zhang Yinqing said, taking out her lipstick. Can it be washed off? It can be washed off, there's makeup remover, don't worry. Are you going to play or not? Bring it on, who's afraid of who? After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, he pushed the middle bed's cabinet to the corner and combined his own bed into one. However, Zhang Yinqing seemed to have brought playing cards, taking out a brand new deck from her bag and sitting cross-legged on the bed to deal the cards. Zhao Lingyue also sat cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan felt that the atmosphere in the room had become somewhat subtle and enticing. Why do I feel so happy? Of course you are happy I went shopping with you. Lingyue didn't know that this guy was quite wealthy. Yes, Linger accompanied me shopping. I am the happiest in the world, Lin Xiaofan thought. Whatever he said was right. My mom said you are very ambitious and I didn't believe it, but now I do. Zhao Lingyue thought to herself, feeling insecure about men. Are all men like this? But right now he looked really cute, and she was smitten. Why do I feel like you two are using beauty tricks? With this card game, I lose 9 out of 10 rounds. Lin Xiaofan realized that they were digging pits for him to fall into. He'll play first. Linger, you can't go easy on me. I want to draw a big flower face on him. Zhang Yinqing said with a smile. Play the cards, hurry up before the flowers wither. Lingyue said. Can I take it back and play again? I played the wrong card. Lin Xiaofan reached out to retrieve the card he played wrong. No way. Once you play a card, you can't take it back. They both pressed down on his hand to prevent him from cheating. Lin Xiaofan wanted to say that losing a round doesn't mean one should be overly concerned about the winner. However, he couldn't say it out loud lest he frighten his wife away. Therefore, Lin Xiaofan revealed a mischievous smile and said, whoever loses, let the winner have a little fun. I have no objections. Zhang Yinqing was the first to raise her hand and chuckled. Alright, I have no objections either. Lingyue didn't mind being kissed by him, because she had promised Lin Xiaofan on the plane yesterday that she would let him kiss her when they returned to the hotel, and now he still hadn't kissed her. Linger, don't go easy on him. Whatever he does, just blow him up. If I win, we win together 2 against 1. Zhang Yinqing said to her love-struck friend. Got it, hurry up and play your cards, Lingyue said. This round I concede, you guys don't need to play anymore. Lin Xiaofan had bad luck. All the cards he picked up were poor, just the biggest. A and 2 were in their hands, and there were no matching cards or consecutive cards. With just a few pairs of cards, he simply couldn't compete against their dual prowess. Come closer, hee. Zhang Yinqing said, grinning with a lipstick in hand. Don't apply too much, Lin Xiaofan leaned in and said. Lingyue draw a red circle on his face. Come on, you each get 1 circle. You won't turn me into a paper doll, will you? Haha, you guessed right. What's wrong? Can't handle it. I endure. No matter how angry he had to endure. Let them draw 2 red circles on his face, just like those paper dolls in folklore. It didn't matter if they drew on him. They even took photos, not knowing if they would post them on social media. Huh, you're killing me with laughter. Lingyue covered her mouth, laughing so hard her face turned pale. Deal the cards, soon I'm going to paint your mouths to look like a big bear's, Lin Xiaofan said, watching them laugh uncontrollably. Hee, I don't want to laugh, hee. Lingyue looked at him, laughing again, unable to hold it in. Haha, I can't take it anymore, you're killing me, ha. Zhang Yinqing looked at Lin Xiaofan, laughing so much her stomach hurt. In the next round, it was Lin Xiaofan's turn to shine. Playing cards required not just a good hand, but also psychological tactics to lure out the opponent's cards, ultimately defeating them both. Pass me the lipstick, Lin Xiaofan said as he saw them quickly stow away the lipstick. How about I just get a kiss instead? Can we skip the face painting? Zhao Lingyue looked at the 2 red circles on his face and couldn't help but laugh. I agree, don't paint the face. Zhang Yinqing hid the lipstick behind her back. Lin Xiaofan was at a loss for words. He knew that girls loved to play this trick, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just rush over and steal their lipstick. What if they got upset and turned against him? In any game, crossing the line could really lead to a fallout. Alright, just 1 kiss, you close your eyes. Lin Xiaofan saw that Lingyue was unwilling to let him paint a bare mouth on her. He had to settle for a kiss. No kissing the ears, okay? At that moment, a subtle atmosphere filled the room, as if one could hear their heartbeats. Lin Xiaofan gazed deeply at Lingyue, his eyes filled with affection and love. Come on. Lingyue closed her eyes, her heart racing as she awaited his next move. Just a peck. Yinqing watched as her cheeks turned a noticeable shade of red, the blush spreading like a magnificent sunset from her cheeks to her ears, and then down to her neck. Linger, how does it feel? I don't know how to say it, it feels really strange, she replied to Yinqing, her breath becoming slightly hurried. This is your first time you have to be responsible for me. Lin Xiaofan joked with her. Can you have some dignity? Clearly my first. Xiaofan, you wouldn't do this to me, would you? Yinqing said she didn't mind, but she was starting to feel a bit nervous. Little girl, are you serious? Lin Xiaofan gently placed his hand on Yinqing's shoulder and asked. Deal's a deal, I don't mind. She felt a jolt as Lin Xiaofan's hand rested on her shoulder, her body shivering involuntarily. She also felt her temperature rising and her heart racing. I wouldn't dare kiss you, Lingyue would kill me. Lin Xiaofan said, looking at Ling Yue, who was staring at him with wide, watery eyes. If you want to kiss, just go ahead, you're not the one losing out. Zhao Lingwei appeared indifferent. Deal the cards or I won't kiss you anymore, Lin Xiaofan said to the pouty Yinqing. Really not kissing? Or are you just like a chubby kid turning your nose up at me, because I'm too flat? Zhang Yinqing felt a bit hurt. Clearly she considered herself attractive, a real beauty, just not quite a cup yet. But it seemed she was in the process of growing. As her sister had said, girls changed dramatically after the college entrance exams. Without the pressure of studying, they would be in such a good mood, every day releasing a lot of dopamine. Endocrine regulation would lead to a second development. Yours isn't small either. Besides, I'm not someone who prioritizes looks over body shape. Lin Xiaofan's gaze lingered on her. I don't know why, but I've been growing these past few days. I just bought a few larger clothes earlier. She commented on the changes in her body. Ling Yue stayed silent, but she was very confident about her body. In Yunqing's words, no one knew what Linger's mother fed her. Her figure was so good that it made the girls at school envious. So what? Do you want to see? Zhang Yinqing noticed his neck stretching. No, just curious, Lin Xiaofan said, retracting his gaze. Linger is more beautiful. I can cover it with one hand. Before Zhang Yinqing could finish her sentence, Zhao Linger covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. I know, let's not talk about that, let's play cards. Lin Xiaofan saw that he had drawn a good hand, and secretly rejoiced, thinking, soon I can kiss Ling Yue again. What are you thinking about? Are we still playing? If not, go wash your face. Seeing the two red circles on Lin Xiaofan's face, she wanted to laugh again. Oh, he looked just like a living paper doll. Let's finish this round, hee hee. Your smile is so wicked and mischievous. Did you draw a good hand? Haha, Lin Xiaofan has indeed drawn a good hand. No matter how they attack him, he can always counter. Is there a two? Any more? Lin Xiaofan asked. No. Pass. Do you have a gourd? Lin Xiaofan suddenly played 5 cards. No. I can't beat that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's all. Lin Xiaofan finished playing his last 5 cards. What? That's it? Why didn't you play the straight first? Ling Yue questioned while holding a straight of 56,789. Because I want to win against you. Come on, close your eyes quickly, I'm about to make my move, Lin Xiaofan said to the charming school beauty in front of him. All right. Zhao Ling Yue, just beginning to feel that sweet sensation, didn't mind letting him have another go. So obedient, I like it. Lin Xiaofan said to his charming girlfriend. How much do you like it? Ling Yu's cheeks flushed like a beautiful sunset. Stop throwing dog food. After this round, let's take a nap. Can you consider me a single dog? Yunqing, sitting beside them, said with her love-struck mind. Mind your own business, let's play cards. Zhao Lingyue glared at her with her sparkling eyes. Come on, Xiaofan, draw cards. After this round, we'll stop playing. All right, last round, no more playing, Zhang Yunqing said with a smile, and Lin Xiaofan agreed. But Zhang Yunqing, like a woman in love for the first time, was filled with romantic ideals, chasing after the romantic scenes of Ling Yue and Lin Xiaofan. So she tugged on Ling Yu's skirt and asked, Sister, how does it feel? When you have a boyfriend, you'll know, hee hee. Ling Yue teased her. If I win this round, can I experience it? Zhang Yunqing said with a cheerful smile. Why do I feel like you're cheating? How can this lousy hand be played? Lin Xiaofan looked at his cards. You just drew 2 good hands, how can you say we have bad cards? Zhang Yunqing thought to herself, secretly amused. Lin Xiaofan was left speechless. He didn't know that Zhang Yunqing had secretly cheated when they weren't paying attention. As expected, it was clear that Q was the highest, and this lousy hand had no way of winning. All right, I admit defeat this round, Lin Xiaofan said, revealing his cards and raising his hand. Come on, let me experience it. Zhang Yunqing pouted her pretty lips and leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan. Experience what? Lin Xiaofan looked at her as she moved closer. Just once, who told you to lose? Zhang Yunqing climbed in front of him, speaking softly to this handsome classmate. No way, Lin Xiaofan said, watching Ling Yue smile at him. I was just joking. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Zhang Yunqing smiled. I'm going to take a shower, Ling Yue said. Watching these 2 women, Lin Xiaofan felt a bit uneasy. Who knows what trouble they might get into. We're going to shower and change clothes, you just sit there obediently, Yunqing said after finishing her call, addressing the dazed guy. What do you take me for? Just go already, Lin Xiaofan said, speechless at her behavior. Boys find it hard to understand the friendship and emotions that exist between girls and their close friends, just as girls struggle to comprehend the bonds of brotherhood among boys who would go to great lengths for each other. Are you really going to wear that outfit for him tonight? Ling Yu discovered that her close friend was a bit mischievous. In contrast, Ling Yu herself was a subtly naughty girl, secretly in love, yet too shy to express it. A bet is a bet. I am a person of my word. Zhang Yunxing recalled her promise made earlier at the mall. Let me give you an idea, come here, I'll whisper it to you. Zhao Linghua leaned in and whispered softly in her ear. Zhang Qingyun smiled upon hearing the whisper. What about Lin Xiaofan? He was in the bathroom washing off the lipstick from his face, rinsing himself with cold water. Gazing into the mirror, he began to admire himself. Rebirth is great, young and handsome. However, recalling Zhang Yunxing's earlier actions, he felt the need to be cautious. Falling in love with someone isn't wrong, but unrequited love can cause pain for the other person. Moreover, being good friends, who knows what sort of problems could arise, potentially ruining their friendships with classmates. Should I remind Ling Yu? Lin Xiaofan pondered, but ultimately shook his head, saying, forget it, their relationship is so good right now. Oh, if I say something that makes it seem like I'm trying to sow discord, I might end up losing my wife later on. Women enjoy listening to their close friends and often disregard what their boyfriends say. Don't ask why. When Lin Xiaofan emerged in casual clothes, he saw the two of them hugging and whispering, completely ignoring his presence. He realized Lin Xiaofan's thoughts were indeed correct. Let's have the clothes dry cleaned together tonight. Lin Xiaofan burrowed into his blanket. Don't squeeze too close now, Ling Yu said as he edged closer. Lin Xiaofan was at a loss for words regarding girls. Their moods could change in an instant, or just a moment ago, they were hugging. Nevertheless, he moved closer and pushed the pillow beside her, lying down next to her, inhaling the lingering fragrance that he would never forget. Looking at her beautiful and enchanting face now returned to his side, he felt at ease and closed his eyes for a brief nap. In the midday heat outside, the sun blazed, but the air-conditioned room was filled with a tranquil coolness. At this moment, Zhang Yunxing had already fallen into a dream. Only the cheerful Ling Yu, the campus belle, couldn't fall asleep. She was so happy that she felt no sleepiness at all. This time in the college entrance examination, not only did she get accepted into Tsinghua University, but she was also with the boy she liked, Lin Xiaofan. So handsome as expected of the guy I chose. Ling Yu lay on her side, next to Lin Xiaofan, her gentle gaze resting upon his handsome face. A girl's heart when looking at the boy she likes can never get enough of him. The more she looks, the more she likes. Lin Xiaofan, perhaps in deep slumber, had long eyelashes that fluttered slightly, and a large hand draped over Ling Yu. Although he was just covering her with the blanket, Ling Yu frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Looking at his sleeping face illuminated by the blazing sunlight filtering through the curtain gaps, it appeared sharply defined with facial contours as beautiful as a masterfully carved sculpture. Are all boys this bad, or is it just you? Gazing at his perfectly handsome features, Ling Yu's eyes brimmed with affection and indulgence as she slowly extended her slender jade finger. Her delicate fingertip first gently touched Lin Xiaofan's face. Is this love? Such a wonderful and strange feeling. Ling Yu gazed at his handsome face. Her gaze followed the movement of her jade finger, filled with a fascination that even she could not comprehend. How does he know that my ears are a weakness? What would I do if he did this every day? She then let her finger glide softly along Lin Xiaofan's handsome face, feeling the unique warmth of his skin. What's the point of being this handsome? Even Yunxing is captivated by you. Ling Yu became increasingly enchanted, her mind swirling with various thoughts. From Lin Xiaofan's high nose bridge to his slightly sunken handsome cheeks, every feature sent ripples of affection through her heart. Perhaps in her eyes, Lin Xiaofan was truly flawless. Little rascal, I won't let you sleep. Ling Yu finished speaking and gently grabbed a strand of her hair, bringing a tip close to Lin Xiaofan's nose. She teased Lin Xiaofan's nose with her hair, her eyes sparkling with mischief like a playful girl. As she engaged in this little prank, a soft and adorable smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Lin Xiaofan felt a tickling sensation in his nostrils. Habitually, he naturally rubbed it with his fingers. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh at his action. Continuing her little prank, she held onto that strand of hair, teasing his nose further, until Lin Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, seeing a cute girl laughing and teasing his nostrils with a lock of hair. Ling Yu displayed a sweet smile full of affection. Lin Xiaofan didn't swat away her little hand. Instead, he leaned in again to tease her. Ling Yu did not expect that when he woke up he would suddenly bully her, leaving her completely unprepared. In the end, he burrowed under the blanket, leaving her unaware of what was happening inside. All she knew was that at the moment Zhao Linghua lifted the blanket, her face was redder than the evening glow, her heart racing, as if she had run several kilometers, almost jumping out of her chest. She felt that this outing was incredibly stimulating. I love you, Linger. I will take good care of you for the rest of my life. Lin Xiaofan made a lifelong promise to her. I believe you, little rascal. She now realized he was indeed not just a typical bad boy. In her heart, she secretly thought, Mom was right, this guy is too naughty. Though she said this, she recalled that sweetness that touched her heart. However, Ling Yu was a shy girl. How could she bring herself to say it out loud? Thus, she revealed a gaze filled with affection, her starry gem-like eyes fixed on him, eagerly anticipating his next move. Lin Xiaofan leaned his face closer to her, ear causing her body to tremble, slightly thinking he was going to tease her again. Instead, Lin Xiaofan said, "Darling, you are the woman I love most in this life. Ooh, I will cherish you well and will not let you down." The beauty had yet to be revealed, as Zhao Lingyue gently covered his wolf-like eyes with her delicate hand, whispering in his ear, "Let me show you something beautiful tonight." Lin Xiaofan felt happier than winning the lottery as he gently removed Lingyu's jade hand, gazing closely at her adorable and charming face. Then he pulled her into his embrace, ready to sleep together. Although their conversation was hushed, Zhang Yinqing still overheard it, pretending as if she knew nothing. In her heart, she silently mused, "Is this development too rapid? What's next? Having children? This dog food is really hard to swallow." Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the three of them went to the local popular food street, eating from one end to the other, leaving them uninterested in dinner. "I told you to don't eat too many sweet things, or you won't grow taller," Lin Xiaofan exclaimed as he watched them munching on candied hawthorns. "Please, we've already passed our growth spurts. Oh, we won't get any taller now." Zhao Lingyue bit into a sweet and sour candied hawthorn. "That's because if you eat too many sweets, you won't grow up." After saying this, Lin Xiaofan's gaze shifted to Zhang Yunqing's chest, hinting at the growing figure of their classmate. "Really? Eating sweets won't help you grow?" Zhang Yinqing also wondered if drinking too much milk tea and eating candies during her growth period was the issue. Then she pulled her close friend over and asked in her ear, "Sister, has he made a move on you?" "What do you mean by made a move?" the innocent Lingyue asked, not understanding. "I mean, you know, down there." Zhang Yunqing's gaze dropped to her chest. "No, he's not that kind of guy. I don't think of him so lewdly, okay?" Lingyue shook her head. "Really not? I don't believe it. With those assets, any guy would feel impulsive upon seeing you." Yinqing teased as she looked playfully at her friend. In her eyes, all boys were like wolves, merely pretending to be gentle lambs in front of girls. Every day walking to and from school with Lingyue, all the boys in school and men outside looked at them with wolf-like gazes. The looks they received seemed to want to devour them whole. Of course, beautiful women aware of being viewed this way by men felt an abundance of confidence and pride. Yet unaware of human greed and folly, the more confident, beautiful women became, the more they turned into a source of crisis, ultimately harming themselves. They thought that their beauty would spare them from harm. In the end, but he hasn't done anything like that. Lingyue recalled Lin Xiaofan's tenderness towards her. Boys are all deceptive. Once they win your heart, they might reveal their true nature. Zhang Yinqing glanced at Lin Xiaofan and said, "Right, once I win Lingyu's heart, I will reveal my true feelings for her." Lin Xiaofan responded to her remark. "He's a bit naughty, but I like it, he." After saying this, Lingyue took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Xiaofan's, stuffing the candied hawthorn into his mouth, deciding not to eat any more herself. She pressed her face against his arm, letting him experience that sweetness. Is this how love-struck brains operate? As a third party, she was clearer-headed than anyone else. That said, Zhang Yinqing ran over and linked her other arm with Lin Xiaofan's, mimicking Lingyue. Uninformed bystanders might have thought they were all Lin Xiaofan's girlfriends as the men by the roadside looked on with envious eyes. "Xiaofan, do you really intend to pursue a career in finance?" Lingyue recalled her mother's words, claiming that he was researching finance and had a remarkable talent. However, she felt that pursuing finance at Tsinghua would be somewhat of a waste of talent. He should focus on better technological advancements instead. Finance is a vast study that can make money more valuable. 10,000 yuan can be spent as if it were 100,000. Lin Xiaofan thought of how banks love to loan money to those who were already wealthy. While the iron is hot, strike, it won't be as easy to get loans later. Lin Xiaofan considered how 10 years later, due to the influence of a couple of giants, they would have to tighten loan policies. Remember, if you can't pay back the interest, your assets will be frozen and liquidated. Just like that, many projects could not proceed smoothly. How many people in the upstream and downstream industries would be unemployed, you say? Lin Xiaofan wasn't afraid of loans, for he was a reborn person who understood the direction of economic development for the next decade. He now needed more money to plan for the development path of the next decade. To achieve great things, one must take out loans, billions or even hundreds of billions, to strategically position several major industries, so he wouldn't have to worry about money later. "No matter what you do, I will support you," Lingyue said gently. "Don't worry, no matter how busy I get, I will always find time to be with you." Lin Xiaofan leaned closer to her head, deeply inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that emanated from her. Upon hearing his words, Yinxing looked at Lin Xiaofan with a unique kind of determination, saying, seriously, if you really start a business, it'll work for you then. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile directed at the ever-scheming Yinxing. I can't afford your salary, you know. Yinxing, however, casually patted his arm, her eyebrows and eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled, just cover my meals and lodging, and that will be enough. Lin Xiaofan tilted his head slightly closer to her face, almost kissing her, but instead teasingly whispered in her ear, your demands are so low, you don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Yinxing playfully stuck out her tongue and giggled, when you start your business, let me invest a bit, and give me some shares too. Although her family wasn't as wealthy as Lingyu's, her parents' income of several million yuan a year was no problem. Growing up, she had never lacked for living expenses, what she lacked was proving to her parents that she was more outstanding than them. Lin Xiaofan was somewhat surprised to hear her desire to invest. After all, many college students who just entered the workforce ended up losing money while starting a business. They thought having money meant they could start a business, but with various factors in society, making money was far from easy. He slowly said, you have so much confidence in me, shares can be valuable if the venture succeeds, but they're worthless if it fails. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I start a cultural media company, perhaps Yinxing would be the best partner. Everyone should know the era of ByteDance was approaching. I can prepare in advance, create more short content, and gather a large number of followers, making it easy to sell thousands of items a day in the future. Plus, there's the tipping feature. Linghua listened to their conversation, tightening her arms around his, cheering Lin Xiaofan on, and said in unison with Yinxing, I believe you can do it. Their eyes and tone were filled with unwavering determination, looking at the top student Lin Xiaofan, filled with trust. In those confident eyes, it seemed they could already see the future scene of Lin Xiaofan's entrepreneurial success. Looks like it has to be done sooner. In Lin Xiaofan's mind, he couldn't help but recall a 25-year-old woman in 2015 who created a set of ancient-style pastoral life themes that quickly went viral online. If he could sign her onto his company early and ensure a reasonable profit distribution, she would become one of his collaborators. What do you mean by early? Are you trying to say you want to secure Lingyue first? Lin Xiaofan was at a loss for words regarding the wildly imaginative Zhang Yinxing. Thus he teased, are you afraid I might take you down early? Zhang Yinxing, knowing he was joking, replied playfully, no way, are you serious? What do you think? Lin Xiaofan examined her with a scrutinizing gaze and said, are you thinking of practicing on me? Zhang Yinxing had no qualms about delving into such flirtatious topics. Is there even a need to practice for such things? Boys are naturally good at it. Ouch, that hurts. Before Lin Xiaofan could finish, Lingyue pinched his waist and twisted it 360 degrees. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Xiao Fan, do you still want to practice? I was just joking with her, Lin Xiaofan said, sounding a bit innocent. Deserved it, he. Zhang Yinxing smiled, covering her mouth with her shiny, bright red nails. Do boys really have a natural knack for it? Lingyue asked, releasing her grip. Aren't girls born with it too? Lin Xiaofan questioned the two of them. No way, they replied in unison. Do you really believe that? Lin Xiaofan asked curiously. If you don't believe it, then forget it. They again answered in unison, as if telepathically connected. Really not. Nope. Do you believe what girls say? However, since they claimed to have not seen it, Lin Xiaofan decided not to dwell on the matter further. He knew that even if girls had seen something, they would insist they hadn't. Even after getting married, they would still maintain they had never seen it. In reality, driven by curiosity, they might have secretly watched it in their rooms during middle or high school. Some, after entering the workforce, also indulged their curiosity and watched it secretly. In the evening, the three of them finished dinner and strolled around before returning to the hotel. The room now had 2 laundry baskets filled with the brand new clothes they had bought at noon, all sent back for dry cleaning. Lin Xiaofan was unsure how many outfits they had purchased, but it seemed to fill an entire basket and consisted of various styles. We agreed that since I guessed correctly at noon, you would wear it for me to see tonight. Lin Xiaofan watched as they packed the cleaned clothes back into their luggage. How about I show you my socks instead? Lingyue suggested, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Want to take a shower together? Zhang Yinxing asked this audacious classmate. Is that okay? Lin Xiaofan replied. You shamelessly dare to think of everything, Lingyue said, pulling her friend Yinxing into the bathroom. Then a melodious voice echoed from inside. No peeking in our little suitcase. Do I look like that kind of guy? What's so interesting to see in there? There are plenty of clothes in the store. Lin Xiaofan sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone to check the stock market's gains for the day, while glancing at the 2 faint figures in the shower. At the same time, he replied to messages from Lingyu's mother and his sister. One must admit the designer of such women's clothing was indeed talented. Do I really have to wear this for him? Yunqing, clad in her chosen light purple outfit, admired her beauty in the mirror. Indeed, although she wasn't as beautiful as Lingyue, she was still a rare beauty. With her slender and graceful figure, it would truly be a pity if she didn't model. It's all your fault for suggesting something so ridiculous, Lingyue remarked, inspecting how the outfit looked on her. What are you afraid of? The two of you will eventually be open with each other. This is just a little ahead of schedule, Zhang Yunqing said, enviously admiring her extraordinary figure. Did you conspire with him against me? Or did he give you some benefits? No way. You're my best friend, why would I harm you? Really not. Nope. Okay, I believe you. I didn't expect him to actually guess right. After Zhao Lingyue finished speaking, she gently opened the shower door and poked her adorable head out to see what Lin Xiaofan was doing. Then she said to him, Xiaofan, turn off the lights. We'll come out to show you. What? If the lights are off, how can I see anything? Lin Xiaofan was also at a loss for words at Lingyue's statement. Are you turning them off or not? Fine, I'll turn them off. We agreed that you wouldn't turn on the lights when we come out, okay? I won't. You promise? I promise, just relax, come out quickly. Speaking from a girl's perspective, can you trust a boy's words? Even pigs can climb trees, do you believe that? So when they emerged from the bathroom and saw two shadows approaching him, Lin Xiaofan pressed the light switch, illuminating the entire room. They let out a shriek and hurriedly dove under the covers to hide. You bad guy, we agreed not to turn on the lights. Seeing Lin Xiaofan's dumbfounded expression, Lingyue's face had turned crimson all the way to her neck. I didn't see anything. Clearly someone said they would wear pretty clothes for me to see, but then didn't let me. I knew girls never speak the truth. Lin Xiaofan feigned helplessness, raising his hands and shaking his head. Let Lingyue show you. No. Before Lingyue could finish, Zhang Yunqing pulled back Lingyue's blanket. Xiaofan, you're bleeding. Yunqing exclaimed as she saw him bleeding. It looked a bit frightening, resembling two red tips of a nose. I've been eating too much spicy food lately, it's making me hot. Lin Xiaofan covered the bleeding area and rushed into the bathroom. Xiaofan, are you okay? Lingyue hurriedly followed him into the bathroom, her concern for Lin Xiaofan's health overshadowing her outfit. Linger, you should hurry out. If you stay like this, it will only make things worse for him. Zhang Yunqing, unconcerned about her outfit, followed her into the bathroom. Originally thinking Zhang Yunqing's figure wasn't impressive, she turned out to be as stunning as those runway models. In his previous life, Lin Xiaofan and Lingyue reached this stage when they were around 25 or 26 years old. Now what he saw was the youthful and beautiful aura radiating from her, a beauty that money could not buy. You two should go out first. If this continues, I really might need to go to the hospital, Lin Xiaofan said, realizing he couldn't stop the bleeding. He couldn't quite understand why in his previous life he never bled when he saw Lingyue's beautiful scene. Yet in this life, after his rebirth, he actually bled. How you're so clumsy and still want to look. It's hilarious, haha. Zhang Yunqing laughed, elegantly covering her lips with her delicate hand as she watched his adorable reaction. Xiaofan, are you really okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lingyue fidgeted anxiously, tears almost spilling from her eyes. She didn't understand how things had escalated to this point. I'm fine, really. I just got too excited earlier, causing a rupture of the blood vessels in my nostrils. It stopped now, Lin Xiaofan reassured Lingyue, trying to calm her worries. You're so clumsy and still want to look, you deserve it. Let's see if you still want to next time, Zhang Yunqing teased. When Lin Xiaofan emerged from the bathroom, he saw the two girls resembling sisters hugging each other and laughing at him. Originally thinking only Lingyue was shy, Lin Xiaofan found himself blushing as well from their laughter. What an embarrassment. He dove into the covers. You crack me up. Xiaofan, do you still want to? Zhang Yunqing asked playfully, her lips curving into a smile. Now they had pushed the two beds together, making it easier for everyone to play close together. Are you sure you're really okay? Lingyue asked, worried he might bleed again. What could possibly happen? I just ate too many grilled oysters these past few days, he replied. What does eating oysters have to do with it? They asked, puzzled. Men eating such things is more nourishing than ginseng. Didn't you know? Lin Xiaofan said, watching them clutch the blanket tightly around themselves. What? Is that really a thing? They genuinely didn't understand. Of course. Lin Xiaofan replied. Then why have you eaten so many? You've eaten the most these past 2 days, and every takeout order was for this. But honestly, the garlic flavor is really delicious. Well, it seems to be a habit. Ever since he started earning money, he seemed to eat oysters 3 times a week to boost his energy. After his rebirth, he also carried over this habitual lifestyle. As a result, he found that his so-called health regimen was targeting the wrong age group. Now his body seemed perfectly fine, full of vitality, strength, and energy. He really didn't need to consume supplements, so earlier under the stimulating scene, he had produced 2 streams of red nasal discharge. My mom just texted telling you not to always think about those things, and to eat lightly for a while, Linger said as she checked her phone. What? You talked to your mom? Lin Xiaofan looked at Linger in disbelief, secretly thinking, this time I've really embarrassed myself in front of my mother-in-law. She was just worried about you. Ling Yue, who had been scared earlier, sent her mother a voice message. Our classmate is a bit bad, did you know? Zhang Yinxing noticed that this usually gentle boy was now quite mischievous. Because she understood what Lin Xiaofan wanted now, he just didn't want to break through that layer of barrier. Isn't it said that if a boy isn't bad, a girl won't love him? That's nonsense. This is the point of origin for the continuation of human civilization, where love and fire collide, creating humanity's culture. Lin Xiaofan seemed to be leading them step by step into the pit he had prepared. Finally, he took out his phone, opened the collection of works he usually saved, and encouraged them to slowly study and view it. It seemed he was brainwashing them to face this kind of love correctly. How do you boys collect these things? Zhao Lingyue and the others leaned against the headboard looking at their phones. Their adorable appearance left Lin Xiaofan mesmerized. Their watery eyes and slightly tipsy demeanor were as enchanting as the evening glow. This was sent to me by the fat guy. Lin Xiaofan shifted the blame onto him again. Really? Or is it a joke? Let me ask him. Zhang Yinxing recalled that fat guy who criticized her figure. It said that excellent boys have very high standards when choosing a partner. Likewise, beautiful and outstanding girls have even higher standards, and the most important point is that the family must have wealth. No, he really showed it to me. I said I didn't want to see it, but he insisted on showing it to me. Even if you ask him, he won't admit it. He'll say, I gave it to him instead. I'm going to sleep, Lin Xiaofan said, knowing that they were still wearing the beautiful clothes from earlier. After he finished speaking, he didn't care whether Lingwei agreed or not and dove under the white air-conditioned quilt shared by the two of them. Whether they were too scared to move or simply didn't want to, they let him do as he pleased. After all, he had seen it in the morning and just moments ago. As long as he didn't bleed, he was fine. At this moment, they had no mood to watch the movie on their phones, their hearts racing, nearly jumping out of their chests. His gaze shifted from the phone screen to the quilt, fully focused on sensing the movements inside. Xiaofan, are you okay? Zhang Yinxing asked, seeing him freeze after diving into the quilt, unsure of what he was doing inside. I'm fine, came a muffled voice from inside the quilt. Huh. Ling Yue's body trembled slightly, her lips parting as if wanting to say something. In the end, she bit her cherry lips lightly, almost dropping her phone. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's phone rang. The timing was truly inconvenient, igniting a fire within him. It's a call from Fatty Lingfeng. Do you want to answer it? Ling Yue asked, looking at the incoming call on her phone. Hand it to me. Lin Xiaofan didn't come out from under the quilt. He just reached out to take the call. Then he brought the phone under the quilt, answered Fatty's call, while also turning on the unique flashlight feature on his phone, snuggling in the quilt to speak. What's up? If you have something to say, hurry up, if not, hang up. Lin Xiaofan said, a bit annoyed as he had been holding back his anger for too long, and now he could only vent it on Fatty. Bro, what's going on? I hope I'm not interrupting something good. Fatty, who had just finished watching a game, was ready to share some good news. What do you think? Lin Xiaofan replied coldly. You guessed it right again. Oh, I'll treat you to a meal at a 5-star hotel when you come back. Is that fine? Fatty realized he had interrupted something. He secretly cursed, damn, it escalated so quickly, no wonder he's my brother. I'm impressed. Let's talk about the upcoming events tomorrow. I'm not in the mood for this now. After finishing, Lin Xiaofan hung up the call directly, not wanting to say another word. After finally getting under the quilt with Ling Yue, he didn't want to miss this wonderful moment. However, Fatty didn't call back. He just looked at his phone's total balance, which had multiplied by 8. Then he called AXIN. Bro, are you awake? Want to go out for a late-night snack? Not yet, just finished watching the game, AXIN replied on the phone. Let's go out for a late-night snack, invite a few classmates, and have a drink, Fatty said excitedly. Okay, I'll call them. This time Lin Xiaofan didn't bleed again. When he finally emerged from under the quilt, his cheeks were flushed, resembling a warrior from a legend. There was no choice. He was nearly suffocating under the quilt, and the scene was even more stimulating than what he had seen moments ago. He collapsed onto his bed, gasping for air and grinning foolishly, a state of happiness that words could not express. However, Ling Wei and the other girl immediately turned off all the lights, avoiding seeing Lin Xiaofan's silly smile and also not letting him glimpse their bashful expressions. That night it seemed they had much to say, sleeping particularly soundly, both sides lost in their thoughts. Xiaofan, are you asleep yet? Ling Yue spoke in the pitch-black room. Not yet. Lin Xiaofan hid under the quilt, looking at his phone, watching his investment of 2 million yuan multiply to 8 times. Could you help us buy something downstairs? Zhang Yinqing asked somewhat shyly. What do you want to buy? Lin Xiaofan sat up immediately. We need feminine products, the ultra-thin kind. Ling Wei stated. Didn't you pack any in your suitcase? Lin Xiaofan quickly understood they needed thin cotton pads. We ran out, it's not enough. I'll go check the convenience store downstairs. Lin Xiaofan said, starting to get dressed to go down. In this tourist city, many hotels have convenience stores nearby, especially some chain convenience stores that operate 24 hours. Buying feminine products isn't something to be ashamed of. The issue was that a boy going to buy them made the store clerk eye Lin Xiaofan with a particularly scrutinizing gaze. Young man, do you want this box of men's products? The store owner asked, presenting a box to him. No need for that, just these few packs of thin ones, please. Lin Xiaofan bought 5 packs of ABC. Would you like a pack of extra long and thick ones? The owner asked. Hold on, I need to make a call. Lin Xiaofan didn't know if Zhang Yunhei's period had come. As for Zhao Lingyue, it definitely hadn't started yet, because he as a reborn individual understood Lingyue better than anyone else. There are always a few days each month when he had to keep his distance, afraid to show off in front of her, or else he would be in for it. Hey Xiaofan, did you buy it? Lingyue asked when she received his call. Do you need the extra long and thick ones? Lin Xiaofan inquired over the phone. No need, just the thin ones. Alright. When Lin Xiaofan returned to the hotel room with these products, the two of them hurriedly took a piece and rushed into the bathroom, leaving Lin Xiaofan secretly enjoying himself. Having developed to this point, if he pushed a little harder, he could make Lingyue, the school beauty, completely devoted to him. In the mind of a reborn person, experiencing love truly is a sweet temptation. Lin Xiaofan was filled with memories of his previous life, with Lingyue filled with indulgence. Now traveling together, sharing a double room, made it hard for him to sleep at night, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. But considering that he had promised her mother, and taking Lingyue's age into account, he had no choice but to endure. However, this couldn't go on, and he had to teach her some knowledge. Otherwise, if he waited until she was in her early 20s, Lin Xiaofan would probably be worn out. This kind of torturous love may only be understood by those who have loved, knowing the sweet pain that goes down to the bones. Women are the same, especially those like Lingyue's mother, a divorced woman who invited Lin Xiaofan to her villa that night. Dressed in that way intentionally or not, showcasing a glimpse of her beautiful scenery, it was not just testing his loyalty, but also possibly wanting something to happen with a young handsome guy. Thus, these types of women after midnight can become a venomous snake or a thorny black rose. They don't think much about the consequences, they only desire a passionate love affair at night. As the bathroom door gently opened once more, one could only see the school beauty Lingyue and Yunqing dressed in beautiful form-fitting clothes that accentuated their stunning figures. Lin Xiaofan, lying on the bed and scrolling through his phone, couldn't help but be mesmerized by their beauty. Aren't we pretty? Zhao Lingyue recalled how he had just been buried under the covers, confidence glimmering in her beautiful eyes. What do you think? Not good looking? Yunqing asked as well. Lin Xiaofan withdrew his gaze and whispered, about what happened earlier, you must not tell your mom, okay? What's wrong? Are you afraid of my mom? Lingyu questioned him. It's not a good thing. Oh, I'm afraid your mom will chop my hands off with a pig knife, Lin Xiaofan replied. She couldn't help but laugh. Then she buried her head under the covers, leaving only her flushed ears exposed. How about we cuddle to sleep? After washing his hands, Lin Xiaofan returned to the bed. No, just go to sleep, it's already late, Lingyu said, not wanting to deal with him anymore. However, Lin Xiaofan disregarded this and turned off all the lights in the room. Linger, if he bullies you, just tell me, and he'll take care of him, Yunqing said. It's fine, just sleep. Tomorrow we'll take the train to the next destination to have fun. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being held by Lin Xiaofan while sleeping. For some reason, being in his arms filled her with a sense of security. The next morning, the three of them almost missed their train, but managed to board just 5 minutes before departure. We agreed to take the 10 a.m. train, yet you all slept until 9 a.m., almost missing it. After placing their luggage, Lin Xiaofan sat back down and said, we bought business class tickets, which is basically first class. It's much more comfortable. Then Lin Xiaofan remembered they hadn't eaten breakfast and went to prepare instant noodles for them. Linger, your panda eyes are showing up. It's all this bad guy's fault. He's getting more and more unruly, Lingyu said, watching him prepare the noodles. I think so too, he's getting worse and worse. Zhang Yinqing recalled Lin Xiaofan's actions from the previous night. Enough about that, I need to send a message to my dad. Lingyu said this, but felt sweet inside with happiness written all over her face. Are we really going to play until school starts before going home? Zhang Yinqing had been enjoying the perks of being with this young lady for the past 2 days. Not only were meals and drinks covered, but Lin Xiaofan also insisted on paying for their shopping, allowing her to experience their previous romance, filling her with an indescribable joy and happiness. Because she also liked Lin Xiaofan, though she hadn't shown it outwardly. Otherwise, would Yunqing let Lin Xiaofan see that mysterious and beautiful scene of hers? Moreover, she worked with Lin Xiaofan to close the distance between Ling Yu and Lin Xiaofan, making them closer and more intimate. He said at least until the middle or end of the month before going home. Ling Yu called her dad to report her itinerary. Alright, anyway, I'm following you guys and getting free food and drinks. Zhang Yunqing said, watching Lin Xiaofan return with 2 small bowls of instant noodles. You guys eat a little first day after we arrive at the station at noon. We'll have a big meal at the hotel, Lin Xiaofan said, taking care of the 2 beautiful classmates. Aren't you eating? Ling Yu noticed there were only 2 bowls of noodles and asked. You all can have the leftovers, I'll eat later. We can't waste food, Lin Xiaofan thought, considering how they didn't like instant noodles much. Then I'll have a few bites, Ling Yu nodded slightly. Bring over the instant chicken, legs, the marinated chicken, and the beef jerky. Yunqing pointed to a large bag of snacks hanging nearby. Do girls all like to eat these things? Lin Xiaofan asked, looking at the hundreds of dollars worth of snacks. Pretty much. I used to be reluctant to buy them, but now that you are treating, I want to eat my fill. Lin Xiaofan had loved these snacks from elementary school to high school, but after his rebirth he had lost interest in them. It wasn't that they didn't taste good, it was just that there were too many preservatives and additives. Eating a little occasionally was fine. If consumed regularly, not only might one's body have problems, but one's teeth would rot as well. Zhang, do you have enough pocket money? Lin Xiaofan quietly sent her a message. It's okay, my parents rewarded me with 800 yuan he. She replied while eating the instant noodles. I have several 100,000 in scholarships. I'll transfer you 100 yuan to spend. Lin Xiaofan said as he transferred her the money. Are you sure? She felt a bit tempted. Why are we being polite to each other? Lin Xiaofan finished speaking and transferred 100 yuan to her. You should know he earned over 10 million yuan last night, totaling around 200 million yuan. However, Lin Xiaofan had already invested that money in the stock market. In tonight's World Cup, Argentina won 10 against Belgium with decent odds of 6 times. Besides giving Yunqing 100 yuan, Lin Xiaofan also transferred 2 sums of money to Ling Yu 5200 and 5200. Why are you transferring me money again? I don't need that much for stockings. Ling Yu looked at the transfer information on her phone and presented the bowl of noodles she had taken a few bites from, saying, I'm done, you eat it. Buy some clothes, of course. We agreed that you'd wear a different outfit every night, Lin Xiaofan said as he took her instant noodles and started eating. Aren't you getting heaty? Ling Yu asked, looking at his nostrils. A bit of herbal tea will be fine, Lin Xiaofan pointed to a few bottles of herbal drinks in the snack bag. If you're not getting heaty, I'll wear it for you to see tonight, Ling Yu whispered in his ear. Linger is the best. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. The nearby Zhang Yunqing said, That's a bit unfair. Shouldn't you show a little appreciation too? Show appreciation for what? Often some matters do not require explicit clarification, or a mere glance can convey everything. Lin Xiaofan could only see Zhang Yunqing's gaze lingering on his pants, and the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes. Such curiosity should not be kept solely to himself, it needs to be shared with them for fairness. Linger, do you want me to show it? Lin Xiaofan asked his school beauty girlfriend. I don't mind if she finds it shocking, then let it be. Ling Yue giggled, speaking to her close friends. Then show it tonight, I'm looking forward to it, classmate Yunqing chuckled while covering her mouth. Alright, tonight I'll make a good show of it, you just sit and watch with a stool. As Lin Xiaofan was chatting warmly with them, the chubby one Yang Lingfeng called at that moment. Before Yang Lingfeng could say anything, Lin Xiaofan directly asked, Chubby, how much have you made? Not much, just under 200,000, Yang Lingfeng honestly replied. When you come back, I'll treat you to a big meal, a lobster and shark fin are no problem. Have you thought about investing this money? Lin Xiaofan tentatively inquired. My plan to save up 1500 to buy some quality stocks. The chubby one expressed his thoughts. By launcher heavy industry, I have high hopes for this stock. Lin Xiaofan thought about this stock, which he believed would multiply tenfold in the latter half of the year. Regarding the World Cup scores, Lin Xiaofan preferred not to disclose too much information to avoid being labeled a fortune teller. Launcher heavy industry. Alright, I'll download the Tunghua Shun app in a bit. The chubby one had complete trust in Lin Xiaofan. Thus, the brotherhood from the previous life could not be summed up in just a few words. The chubby one truly helped him a lot during his toughest times. It was this thick-skinned chubby friend who lent him a hand. Argentina 10 Belgium. Lin Xiaofan directly sent the message to the chubby one on WeChat. The odds were 5-1, and in the chubby one's words, he had earned over 100,000. He invested 15,000 into the stocks his brother mentioned, putting the remaining 4,000 all in. Regardless of winning or losing, he wouldn't incur any losses. Dad, is my brother's estimated score really that impressive? Lin Ruoyin sat in the back seat watching her father Lin Nanhui drive her and her mother on a trip. They haven't bought a small car yet, but they can rent one for self-driving tours. Renting only costs 280 yuan a day. Your brother has hit the mark several times with his estimates. Mother Yang Xiulan nodded slightly. Your brother is really amazing. He truly deserves to be called a genius this year, analyzing football so accurately, she said happily. Then she added, if he repeats a year, will there be a reward of tens of thousands? About that, but he won't repeat a year. Her father replied to her. Dad, how much did you win last night? Lin Ruoyin couldn't help but ask. Your dad has been a bit carried away recently, Mother Xiulan remarked. Not much, just 70 to 80,000, enough for your college living expenses, the father said. Mom and Dad, have you bought retirement insurance? We thought about buying it, but with our family's income, where do we have the money to buy it? Without a regular job, ordinary residents can only buy flexible employment insurance costing around 600 to 1,200 yuan. However, the income from the small restaurant is unstable, and the living expenses for 2 children in college can be a significant burden, not to mention the family's expenses. Mom, I've met my brother's girlfriend. Do you think they have a chance? Lin Ruoyin feared that the deeper her brother fell in love, the more he would be hurt in the end. That's hard to say, but I believe your brother will achieve even greater success in the future. Mother Xiulan thought of that girl who was as beautiful as a fairy and remembered her son mentioning that her family was very well off, causing her to worry a bit about their relationship's outcome. Nevertheless, she respected her son's choices and would not interfere in his love life, at most just offering a bit of advice. Children grow up, it's time to let them go. One cannot protect them forever. Such children will never fly far or high. Your brother just messaged me, Tinahaha, if this one wins again, we can enjoy gourmet food on our trip. The father said, looking at the message on his phone. Can we eat lobster? Lin Ruoyin asked, smiling at her father, who had been in a great mood these past few days. Sure, shark fin is no problem either. This time I've booked a 5-star hotel, the father replied happily. Now your brother and the others have gone to Suzhou and Hangzhou, and then they're heading south. I'm really envious of them. That annoying brother is going to so many places without taking me along. It's alright, Dad can take you on a trip. Whatever you want to eat or buy, Dad will get it for you. Don't envy them. Dad, you're so good to me. Of course you're Dad's little cotton-padded jacket. If Dad doesn't treat you well, who else can he treat well? At noon, Lin Xiaofan and the other 2 arrived at a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. Once again, they had a luxurious double room. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Xiaofan quickly pushed the 2 large beds together and then went downstairs with the 2 of them to have lunch in a private room. In order to nourish Lingwe to be plump and tender, they had shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, hairy crab, as well as bird's nest and snow frog papaya. Eat slowly. After we finish, let's take a break and then go play at the Eternal Love Show. After enjoying the Eternal Love Show, we will go shopping at the charming pedestrian street. The silk garments here are quite famous. Humil, follow your arrangements. No matter where we go, as long as I'm with you, I am happy, Lingyue said with a face full of bliss. It's scary we haven't reached marriageable age yet, otherwise we would go get a marriage certificate together, Lin Xiaofan said to this young lady who never minded his family's poverty. After we graduate from university, we'll go get the certificate together, Lingyue said with a cheerful smile. As Zhang Yunxing enjoyed the exquisite delicacies, she remarked on their display of affection, my boyfriend is still nowhere to be found. Can you 2 please stop showing off your love in front of me every day? Come eat more snow frog papaya. You still have a chance to grow. Lingyue pushed her portion of snow frog papaya over for her to eat. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Xiaofan asked, his gaze falling on her prominent features. Mine is already ample enough, Lingyue said, glancing down at her enchanting attributes. The bigger the better, I like it. Lin Xiaofan thought back to his previous life, where he always had to play the baby whenever he was at home with her. Regarding his wife's alluring features, he not only loved them dearly, but also couldn't resist savoring them. The lingering fragrance on his hands became a delightful taste in his mouth. What are you thinking about? Lingyue asked as she noticed him staring blankly at her. I was thinking about our romantic happiness. Oh, let's eat, and after that we can discuss our views on fairness in the room. Lin Xiaofan recalled the promise he had made to her on the train regarding fairness. Can I see it? Zhang Yunxing asked eagerly. Do you know what we're talking about seeing? Are you sure you want to see it? To deepen his connection with the 2 young women, Lin Xiaofan went to great lengths to influence Ling Yu's thoughts and guide them toward his own. I'll take a shower first, then we'll talk, Lin Xiaofan said, grabbing a bath towel and stepping into the bathroom. Go ahead, you vain thing. Heaven knows what's going through your head all day. You'll corrupt us all. Ling Yu's heart quickened involuntarily. For the past 2 nights, Lin Xiaofan had held her as they slept. Her pulse had nearly leapt from her chest. From inside the bathroom came Lin Xiaofan's voice. Ling Yu, and my bath towel fell to the floor. Could you bring me a fresh one? Oh. Ling Yu harbored no suspicion. She simply fetched a new towel from outside and carried it over. What she hadn't anticipated was that as she extended the towel through the doorway, Lin Xiaofan seized her delicate hand and pulled her inside. Aunt, what is it? Zhang Yinqing rushed over in alarm. That scoundrel. He dragged me in. Ling Yu covered her face with both hands, too flustered to open her eyes. Her cheeks flushed crimson, like ripe apples, and the blush deepened down her slender, graceful neck. She burrowed beneath the covers, her heart pounding wildly, as if desperate to break free. In her words, Lin Xiaofan was utterly shameless. His sole talent lay in teasing her. Unmoved by their adorable indignation, he merely wrapped himself in the towel and slipped beneath the covers for a brief rest. Are all boys really this mischievous? Zhang Yinqing asked, gazing at Lin Xiaofan with dewy, shimmering eyes. Who, me? A paragon of virtue like myself could never be deemed wicked. Lin Xiaofan replied. You're the scoundrel. You startled me just now. Ling Yu lightly tapped his chest with her small hands. Indeed, he'd snatched her into the bathroom unawares, giving her quite the fright. I'll take a shower. Ling Yu picked up her clothes and entered the bathroom. Me too. Zhang Yinqing followed without hesitation, though ordinarily neither bathed during daylight hours. These 2 close friends were truly extraordinary. Side by side in the bathtub, they chatted animatedly about Lin Xiaofan, so immersed that they might well have summoned him in to join them. Shall I switch rooms and leave you 2 to enjoy yourselves, eh? Yinqing teased. No, she shook her head firmly. Are you certain? Yinqing smiled. Absolutely certain. He promised me yesterday he wouldn't take advantage of me before I turned 20, and he respects my choices. Ling Yu recalled Lin Xiaofan's words from the previous night. 20. Can he possibly wait that long? This age comes but once in a lifetime. If missed, it's gone forever with no chance of return. Yinqing deliberately raised her voice, ensuring Lin Xiaofan outside would hear. It was as though she whispered to him, every stage of a woman's life holds its own unique allure. Once past, it cannot be reclaimed nor relived. Yet Lin Xiaofan had pledged his word to Aunt Jiang Yixia. He would not act upon such impulses before Ling Yu reached 20th, nor would he ever place her in the absurd position of becoming a grandmother while still in university. There's always a way forward. When the 2 emerged from the bathroom, Lin Xiaofan was already fast asleep, deeply peacefully. This time Ling Yu refrained from disturbing him, let him rest a while. Not until around 3:30 in the afternoon did they head to the 8,000 Years of Love performance, securing seats in the very front row. After the breathtaking spectacle, they strolled through the scenic street, eating, sampling delicacies, feasting, until Lin Xiaofan began questioning the very nature of reality. How, he wondered, could they devour so much, yet remain effortlessly slender? Back at the hotel, they tossed their garments onto the sofa and descended with Lin Xiaofan for late-night snacks, craving above all else succulent crayfish. My father seems to know I'm in a relationship. He's demanding I return home. Ling Yu said, a tinge of unhappiness coloring her tone. How could he possibly know? We haven't posted anything on social media. Lin Xiaofan asked, genuinely puzzled. Perhaps a classmate told him, Ling Yu speculated. And what did you tell him? Lin Xiaofan asked, gently sensing her subdued mood. I said I was traveling with Yinqing, but he didn't believe me. He insisted I return home immediately. If I refused, he threatened to join us on our trip. Ling Yu then brightened, adding with a playful grin, let him stew. We'll travel a few more days, then reunite joyfully at university. Your father? I must say I'm utterly astounded. You're grown, yet he still refuses to let go. Lin Xiaofan recalled his past life. This future father-in-law had staunchly opposed their union, forcing their love to endure a decade-long odyssey before finally blossoming. Tragically, before they could welcome even a single grandchild, he perished during their honeymoon journey. Lin Xiaofan understood his anguish. What parent wouldn't yearn for their daughter's lasting happiness and secure future? Speaking of Ling Yu's father, he had somehow learned not only that his daughter was traveling with her best friend, but also that a male classmate accompanied them. Determined to uncover the truth, he returned to the villa and confronted Ling Yu's mother, Jiang Yixia. Did you know all along that your daughter was in love and traveling with a boy? Just moments earlier, he had watched his former wife glide gracefully into the hall, her mature, voluptuous figure elegantly draped in a silk slip dress radiating an intoxicating, bewitching charm. Have you come here simply to interrogate me? Her statuesque beauty was accentuated by the delicate drape of the slip dress, revealing flawless curves that rose and fell subtly with each movement. Zhao Jinghao, though chilled by her frost-laced tone, suppressed his rising fury. Who is he? What does his family do? Even as he spoke, his gaze lingered, unbidden, upon the deep burgundy hue of her slip dress, rich as vintage wine, exuding mystery and allure. Her collarbones, highlighted by the delicate straps, resembled exquisite works of art, subtly hollowed, yet perfectly rounded under the soft light, emanating a refined, uniquely feminine grace. He's the province's top-scoring examinee in his subject, and the city's highest achiever with 728 points. A truly exceptional young man, Jiang Yixiao replied, her thoughts drifting to that handsome youth. Ling Yu is still so young. First love rarely ends well. Why didn't you oppose this? It wasn't disdain for Lin Xiaofan he felt, but fear for his daughter's heart. Your own failed romance doesn't dictate hers. Don't project your pain onto others. Jiang Yixiao's features were exquisitely defined and striking. Her eyes deep as tranquil lakes, luminous as stars, bearing the quiet wisdom earned through years of lived experience. She held genuine faith in Lin Xiaofan, the handsome young man who exuded steadiness and maturity far beyond his years, an aura seldom found in youth. Regardless, I demand you call her home immediately. She mustn't be taken advantage of, Zhao Jinghao declared, resolute. Humph, if you wish to call, then call. But she's happy now. I refuse to spoil her joy, unlike certain people I know. With those words, Jiang Yixiao flicked her hair with a graceful sweep of her hand, the silken strands arcing through the air like poetry, leaving Zhao Jinghao momentarily spellbound. His gaze followed her as she ascended the stairs, the burgundy slip dress swaying softly over her shapely thighs, until she vanished into the upper chamber. Do you even know who this young man is? Have you met him? Do you have his number? Give it to me. Do you have his number? Give it to me. When her ex-husband pressed her with repeated questions, Jiang Yixiao refused to give him Lin Xiaofan's phone number, only leaving him with these words: he is truly exceptional. Likewise, Zhao Jinghao watched his former wife retreat upstairs into her room. After standing there stunned and motionless for a moment, he turned and left. Though he dared vent his anger at his ex-wife, he dared not raise his voice at his daughter. Yet he did possess Zhang Yunqing's phone number. He could send her a message to gently probe the topic. Little one, your father knows now. You two should return home in a few more days. Don't let things grow too strained between you. Jiang Yixiao also sent a message to Lin Xiaofan to clarify the nature of his relationship with Ling Yue, and to remind him that if he truly intended to be with her, he ought not to antagonize her future father-in-law. Tonight he tracked him down to the villa. Next time he might appear at his home, or even threaten the survival of his family's small restaurant. Understood, Auntie. Lin Xiaofan replied to Yixia. How far have you and Linger progressed? Let me be clear, I won't be babysitting for you two when you're still in university. Jiang Yixia cautioned him sternly. Don't worry, Auntie. I won't have children with Ling Yue before we graduate. Lin Xiaofan assured her. Can you really hold back? Even if you can Linger, I'll take every precaution. We'll discuss this later. Come to the villa tonight after you return. Those words stirred in Lin Xiaofan the memory of that night, summoned to the villa where he'd first glimpsed her breathtaking figure, flawless in every line and curve. Nor could he ignore the allure of her mature femininity, the quiet depth of experience, the subtle grace refined by time, radiating an almost magnetic charm that captivated any young man. Had he not been reborn, he might well have attempted to seduce her that very night. His original plan, to travel south and explore scenic mountains and rivers, had clearly unraveled before circumstance. He'd even intended to coax Ling Yue further toward mischief, but that too was now impossible. Linger, your father just messaged me asking for Xiaofan's number. Zhang Yinxing showed Ling Yue the message on her phone. Ignore him. Just block his number for now. We'll unblock it once we're back. Ling Yue replied. All right, I'll do as you say, he. And so Yinxing not only withheld her reply, but also blocked Zhao Jinghao outright. Xiaofan, don't be afraid. My father is actually quite reasonable, Ling Yue said, anxious that her boyfriend might fear her father and withdraw from their relationship. Hardly, he retorted, but added reassuringly, don't worry. I'll win your father's respect one way or another. He knew all too well his future father-in-law's irascible temperament. Otherwise, how could their decade-long courtship have endured? Until Lin Xiaofan finally achieved modest success in his career, earning permission to be together. Mom, I believe in you completely, Ling Yue murmured, and kissed his cheek. Are you still hungry? If not, let's head back to the hotel. Lin Xiaofan glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11. Meanwhile, his elder sister Lin Ruoyin had told their father they were renting a car for a self-drive tour, currently enjoying late-night snacks while watching the World Cup. With a devoted wife and a loving daughter beside him, life truly couldn't have been more fulfilling. Dad brother says they'll be home the day after tomorrow, and Ling Yue's father has discovered their relationship. Lin Ruoyin kept messaging her younger brother constantly. Since Lin Xiaofan photographed every beautiful landscape they visited, sending them to his sister, including snapshots of their current late-night snack outing. Truth cannot stay hidden forever. Her father would inevitably find out. Lin Nanhui paused, then raised his glass in a toast with his beloved daughter. And you too. When you choose a boyfriend, pick someone kind to you, but not one who's destitute. Why? Ruoyin asked her father. It's for your own good. Poverty breeds endless strife, petty quarrels beyond imagination. Remember, love alone cannot fill the rice bowl. Only oil, salt, firewood, and rice sustain a household. Imagine then a marriage where neither spouse earns well. How could such a household endure? What happens the day the husband loses his job? Arguments would be the least of your worries. Domestic violence looms as a far graver danger. Though Lin Xiaofan's parents weren't wealthy, their income comfortably covered daily expenses, thus sparing them countless trivial grievances. Also, don't marry far from home. Should trouble arise, who would stand by you? Mother Yang Xiulan advised Ruoyin. Yes, Mom. I'll follow your advice, Ruoyin nodded. Even if Dad repeats himself, every word comes from love. Dad, I understand. Of course, they had no idea Lin Xiaofan was a reincarnator. In this life, he would prevent his parents' deaths in 2020 and ensure his elder sister married before her 30s. She'd long been in a relationship, but remained unmarried, preoccupied instead with worrying over her younger brother. Once back at the hotel, Ling Yue offered Lin Xiaofan a choice, asking him to select an outfit for her to try on. Without hesitation, he picked a sheer floral mesh ensemble paired with black lace thigh highs. We're returning the day after tomorrow. Why not wear each piece for me one by one? Lin Xiaofan placed the set into her hands. Fine. If you wish it, I'll wear whatever you ask. Ling Yue's former reserve had vanished entirely. All she knew was that she genuinely loved this mischievous man, whose gentle kisses upon her ear each night had awakened sensations both strange and intoxicating. They'd stopped just short of consummation. Shall we bathe together? Zhang Yinxing invited Lin Xiaofan with deliberate boldness. That seems inappropriate. Lin Xiaofan's gaze lingered on Ling Yue, the campus beauty. I don't mind at all. I've chosen you for life. Ling Yue recalled last night, how he'd slipped beneath the covers and tugged playfully at her clothes. He must have seen something. She was already his. What difference did a few more days make? Come on, let's make this graduation trip unforgettable. A memory etched into eternity. Yinxing snatched up a towel and led Lin Xiaofan into the bathroom. Are we wearing swimsuits? Ling Yue called from outside. Wear whatever you like. I want life to be thrilling. No regrets. A faint mischievous smile curved Yinxing's lips. I want my life to be thrilling too. Unforgettable, hee. Ling Yue giggled. Over these days, Lin Xiaofan had reserved only 5-star luxury double rooms, no longer constrained by cost. At 188 yuan per night, it hardly seemed extravagant. Each suite featured a hydrotherapy and massage bathtub. Immersion in its warm, buoyant waters was nothing short of sublime. Now filled to the brim, the three of them lounged within, a scene of rare, quiet beauty. No improper behavior allowed. Ling Yue whispered, her cheeks burning crimson down to her neck. You can see almost everything like this. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced wildly. Fortunately, the water cooled his body effectively. His blood ran hot, but not feverishly. The temperature stayed just shy of causing a nosebleed. Then stand up, Yinxing teased, corrupted in just days by Lin Xiaofan's influence. Her thoughts had evolved rapidly during afternoon naps. She and Ling Yue now routinely shared and savored the humorous videos, dubbed Little Fatty, that he sent them. How could their minds remain innocent under such influence? There is no way, if I want to appreciate the beauty of the campus belle, I cannot do so unilaterally. Mut. Ling Yue felt a pig's foot reaching out to her from the water. How is it? Are you happy today? Zhang Yinxing leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan and said, I'm very happy. Lin Xiaofan looked at Ling Yue, who was also leaning closer. However, she wrapped her arm around Xiao Fan's, holding his hand to prevent him from moving around. Am I good enough to you? Ling Yue asked, her eyes shimmering like a glimmering autumn lake. I feel that this peak of life is nothing extraordinary. Lin Xiaofan did not expect Ling Yue to be so devoted to him. Really? Is that how you think? Ling Yue pinched me. Am I dreaming? Though he said that, Lin Xiaofan wondered, could it be that after my rebirth the plot has changed direction? In his previous life, Lin Xiaofan and Ling Yue began their relationship in their second year of university after chatting for a long time on their phones before finally going out together. They only lived together after graduating from university. It hurts. Let go. Lin Xiaofan cried in pain while rubbing his waist. Are you still dreaming? Ling Yue said to this little rascal. It's not a dream, it's real. Lin Xiaofan said, gazing at her captivating figure. Promise me don't let this out, okay? I don't want others to scold me. Yunqing's body trembled slightly as she said, Don't worry, I'm not a gossiping girl, how could I say it carelessly? In this life, Lin Xiaofan felt that his rebirth was the right choice. This trip was also worth it, all the plans progressed faster than expected. Only he didn't expect that classmate Yunqing would also be involved while Ling Yue appeared indifferent. The two of them truly were the best of friends. Their sisterly bond was beyond words. Were they too young, perhaps with thoughts that weren't mature enough? This was how Lin Xiaofan felt. Throughout the night, his relationship with Ling Yue took another step forward. In the middle of the night, Lin Xiaofan's phone kept buzzing. In addition to messages from Yang Lingfeng, there were also texts from his dad, mom, and sister. Lin Xiaofan couldn't be bothered to reply to Yang Lingfeng. You bought lottery tickets. Ling Yue leaned in closer to look at the messages on his phone. Just a little for fun, not much. They are asking for scores. Did you guess right? Yunqing thought boys like to watch football. I guessed right. When I come back the day after tomorrow, the fat guy will treat us to a feast of delicacies. Oh my god, he said he made 200,000 this time. Yunqing asked in surprise. How about you? How much did you make? Ling Yue was even more curious if he had placed a bet. Not much, just a little. Lin Xiaofan didn't want her to know that he had over 200 million in assets. Can I take a look? Is it really profitable? Could Lin Xiaofan refuse to show her? Moreover, with Zhang Yunqing urging her on, she insisted on seeing whether Lin Xiaofan had made money. Can we take a look at your balance? Yunqing said. Xiaofan, open your balance for us to see. I won't say anything. Ling Yue said, draping her beautiful leg over him. Don't get so close, but is it alright if I show you my balance? Lin Xiaofan felt a heat rising in him. Let's open the balance and take a look. Ling Yue was eager to know how much Lin Xiaofan had now. She thought to herself, when we come back the day after tomorrow, I will give him an unforgettable memory. After all, their relationship was different due to their family backgrounds. If they could not be well matched, his dad would definitely oppose them being together. Alright, but promise me not to tell your dad and mom, otherwise they won't allow us to be together. Lin Xiaofan didn't want Aunt Jiang Yixia to know he was betting on the World Cup. I promise I won't tell dad and the others, Ling Yue nodded. Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, opened the payment app on his phone, and showed them the balance. Let me see. They snatched Lin Xiaofan's phone. So many zeros. How much is this? Can it be withdrawn? Oh my god, this is over 20 million. Time really flies. The next match would be the semifinals. Brazil 1-7 Germany with odds of 6,500 would thus be Lin Xiaofan's last game. As for the upcoming 3 matches for the champion runner-up and third place, he could skip those. The odds weren't high enough to warrant a purchase, but he could let his dad buy. After all, such opportunities come once every 4 years. Even 2 or 3 times the return is worth it, better than stocks. Quickly withdraw it. Oh, no more betting allowed, Ling Yue commanded him. Oh, I will withdraw it right now. Lin Xiaofan knew that showing her was the result. Because no woman likes her man to play with such things. Hurry and withdraw it. If you play again, just wait and see what happens. Ling Yue huffed and glared at him. Though she said this, she secretly thought about the messages from the fat guy, wondering how he had made 20 million from this match, and how many matches he had guessed right before. Alright, I'm listening to you. I'll withdraw everything, no more betting. Lin Xiaofan took the phone and began to operate. I told you don't bet anymore, otherwise I will really get angry, Ling Yue warned him again. Got it. Lin Xiaofan really wanted to scold the fat guy for a whole 18 generations with the incessant buzzing from the messages at midnight, forcing him to check his phone. Alright, now they all knew he was secretly making money. However, thinking about the 17 odds for the next match, he had to place a bet, otherwise this rebirth would be in vain. Moreover, he had to quietly bet on the lottery without Ling Yue knowing. My dad's business doesn't earn as much in a day as you do in this. Ling Yue gently twisted his ear as if warning him not to play this anymore. I don't feel like putting in effort anymore. Why don't you support me? Zhang Yunqing joked with him. Ask your sister. I can't afford to support you. In the future, will all your money be managed by Ling Yue? Yunqing asked. Yes, once we get the certificate, all the money will be managed by her. Lin Xiaofan turned off his phone and tossed it onto the bedside. Really? Ling Yue asked happily. Really, my future rich lady. So full of yourself. Who is your lady? It's too early for that. Since they learned about Lin Xiaofan's immense wealth last night, they have been shopping wildly today, buying expensive souvenirs for their parents. The local specialties of this tourist city include not only silk, but also the local Longjing tea, ranging from dozens of yuan to over 100,000 yuan for the finest grade. The high price is due to the 18 ancient Longjing tea trees designated by Emperor Qianlong with an annual yield of less than 1 kilogram. The tender buds are handpicked before the Mingqian period and stir-fried manually, making them extremely rare. There are also premium teas from core production areas priced between 20,000 to 80,000 yuan per kilogram, representing renowned brands in the tourist area, such as Gongpai and Shifeng. The 18 ancient tree teas are generally not available to the average person, but the premium teas from core areas can still be found at tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. Waiter, let's get a few boxes of this. Lin Xiaofan pointed to the Longjing tea priced at 80,000 yuan per kilogram in the specialty tea shop. Is this for my dad? Linghua asked. Yes, it's for your dad and mom, but don't tell them how much money I have. Just say I bought it with my scholarship. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Then he said to Yunqing, don't look at me like that, I'll get you one too, and I'll also buy a beautiful handmade tea set for your dad. I want that set from Jingdezhen. Zhang Yunqing happily pointed to a beautiful tea set. Sure, waiter, pack it up. Later, let's go to the silk specialty store and buy a few scarves for my mom. No problem. Scarves can range from dozens of yuan to over tens of thousands. Scarves that cost tens of thousands are all handmade with the totems embroidered stitch by stitch. Expensive luxury items naturally have their own market and reasoning. Each piece is unique, valued for its folk craftsmanship. To be honest, Lin Xiaofan also appreciates artistic works. However, thinking of his dad drinking tea, downing a cup in one go, like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits, unable to discern any flavor, only able to say it's delicious. Of course, Lin Xiaofan also bought a kilogram of pre-rain Longjing for his dad, costing 80,000 yuan. He also bought several different colored silk light scarves for his mom and sister, including one for Linghua. It's hard to imagine that the three of them spent nearly 2 million yuan on souvenirs this morning. Why do we have to bring everything back ourselves? Can't we just package and mail them? Linghua said, looking at the sofa in the room, piled high with gift boxes. I'm afraid they will swap the items if we mail them. Those are all from unscrupulous merchants. Lin Xiaofan replied. I said the same thing. If they switch out a few thousand yuan's worth of tea for over 100,000 yuan's worth of goods, they will profit immensely. Yunqing nodded in agreement. It's really hot today and my clothes are soaked. Let's not go out this afternoon. I'll order food delivered to the room, and we can eat before taking a shower. This is their last day of vacation, and they are certainly making the most of it. Last night, Lin Xiaofan's promises to Linghua became a reality. I've been reborn, so why bother with all of this? No matter what, I've profited from this trip, Lin Xiaofan thought, feeling liberated. When one comes to terms with something, their heart will no longer be entangled in it. Some developments are simply beyond his control. Everything should follow the natural course. A good show is still on the last night of their trip. Let's keep our romance between us. Don't mention it to your mom. Lin Xiaofan said to her. Okay, I understand. Linghua replied, her eyes sparkling like autumn water. Even if your mom asks, don't say anything, all right? Lin Xiaofan said. Got it, she replied in unison. Then let's sleep, we have a flight to catch tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan said. Can we chat a little longer? After we go home, we won't be able to be together anymore, Linghua said. Chat. It's almost dawn. I really can't do anything about you guys, but if you have panda eyes tomorrow, it's not my fault. You're the one with panda eyes. We look beautiful. The next day, they woke up at 9 o'clock. After washing up, they quickly ordered a ride to the airport, not even having time for breakfast. Their flight is at 10:30, and they need to arrive an hour early. Sometimes flights take off early. However, since they bought first-class tickets, they would probably have to wait a bit. Therefore, sometimes flights are delayed for half an hour for a reason. A staff will call first-class passengers to inform them of the situation. My dad sent a message inviting you to dinner tonight. Are you going? Linghua asked before turning off airplane mode and looking at the message from her dad. Could I say no? Lin Xiaofan knew that this situation was inevitable. Avoiding it wasn't a solution. Unless he didn't want to be with Linghua, he still needed to address the issue with her father. If you don't want to go, just ignore him. After we graduate from university, once we're married, he won't have anything to say. Linghua thought about their relationship last night. That won't work. If it goes like that, your dad will look down on me for the rest of his life. Lin Xiaofan chuckled, speaking to the pure and charming Linghua. Then placing a hand on her beautiful thigh, he said, Don't worry, I will find a way to deal with your dad. I believe in you. Good luck. They both said in unison. Although this trip was short, it would be the most unforgettable travel experience of their lives. Even they couldn't understand how things had developed so quickly in just a few days. Regardless, it had happened normally. Fatty, we're boarding. You come to pick us up? We have quite a bit of stuff and we'll arrive at 12. Lin Xiaofan sent a message to Fatty before the plane took off. For the multiples of 17, If he secretly bought without telling Fatty, his friends might not get to share in the fun. Unless Fatty didn't know he was playing the World Cup from the start. Now that he knows he can't secretly profit anymore, he should let Fatty in on a bit. Okay, I'll pick you up shortly. Are we having dinner tonight? I'll book a hotel. Tonight doesn't work, Ling's dad invited me. Let's do it tomorrow. While meeting the parents so soon. Meeting what? Her dad will definitely throw me a tough question. You need to help me think of a way to deal with him. Bro, if her dad gives you a hard time, just let him be a grandpa to a few kids. I'll support you, good luck. Get lost. After a brief trip, Lin Xiaofan felt that most of the fire on him had been extinguished and his face showed signs of fatigue. It felt as if he had run over 10 kilometers. Tonight for supper, I will eat oysters with the fatty. Can you guys come out? Lin Xiaofan decided to add. Zhang Yunqing's cheeks flushed, slightly filled with excitement and thrill. Last night's game was too exhilarating for her. Finally experiencing the joy of a female lead in a movie, a memory they would never forget. What should we eat for supper? Let's have dinner at the hotel. I'll treat you, and Yunqing can come too. Order some sea cucumbers for Xiaofan to replenish his energy. Ling Yue seemed to dislike the fatty's suggestion. Should I go too? That might not be good. I blocked your dad. Yunqing recalled blocking her father, Zhao Jinghao, yesterday. He won't hold it against you, go ahead. They'll call my mom too to support us. Ling Yue said. Let's see then. I think your dad is too fierce, and I'm scared. The flight attendant sitting in front of them listened to their conversation and couldn't help but secretly observe this young man, feeling that their relationship was quite special. She secretly thought, is this how young people today play? Speaking of flight attendants, Lin Xiaofan had flown first class twice, but hadn't encountered a beautiful flight attendant. They all wore thick foundation on their faces, their beauty came from makeup. Due to their professional skills, half of it was about makeup, more professional than those beauty salon makeup artists. Half of the beauty came from makeup, while the other half came from the flight attendants' charming, generous, and warm smiles. What are you looking at? Do you have a uniform fetish? Ling Wen noticed Lin Xiaofan occasionally glancing at the flight attendant sitting across from him. A little, I suppose. What guy doesn't have a thing for uniforms? Lin Xiaofan admitted to this interest. What kind do you like? I could buy a few for you to see later. Ling Wei directly asked her somewhat mischievous and slightly handsome boyfriend. Flight attendants, nurses, secretaries, female CEOs, female doctors, female teachers, girls, you name it. Lin Xiaofan's words made the flight attendant with sparkling nails elegantly cover her mouth while secretly smiling. She didn't say anything but revealed a warm and generous smile as she looked over at Lin Xiaofan. Regardless of how composed he spoke, there was an unmistakable youthful charm on his face. No matter how maturely he dressed, that youthful elegance would not change. When the plane landed at Jiangqing Airport, Lin Xiaofan felt a bit nervous because Ling Yue said her dad was waiting for them at the airport exit. Let's go, my dad is really easy to talk to and in his little cotton-padded jacket, so he wouldn't dare act up in front of me. It's odd that he is easy to talk to. You know your dad's bad temper, right? Lin Xiaofan knew her father well. How do you know he has a bad temper? Do you know my dad well? Ling Yue was unaware of his rebirth and didn't know she was his wife in his past life. If he didn't have a bad temper, how would your mom have divorced him? Even a woman with such a good temper like your mom couldn't stand him. Do you think he doesn't have a bad temper? True, my mom said the same thing, always acting like she's above everyone, whether at the company or at home, pretending to be the boss. I really don't know who she's putting on a show for. Isn't it just for your mom? He wants her to know that he is the boss, and at home he calls the shots. The airport exit was bustling with people. Ling Yu's father, Zhao Jinghao, stood there tall, closely watching the exit with an imposing aura from his long-standing high position. Mr. Zhao, they are coming out. The beautiful young female secretary beside him immediately focused on the young man next to Ling Yue. You little brat, don't think that just because your grades are good you can take care of my daughter. When he saw Lin Xiaofan walking with Ling Yue, Zhao Jinghao's gaze became sharp, fixating on the string of wooden beads on his wrist. He had raised his daughter for so long and had never seen such an expensive gift from her. Every time they returned from a trip, it was always a peace talisman or something. It hurts so much that feels like this little brat has taken away my heart. Zhao Jinghao clenched his fists tightly, his face devoid of any smile, coldly watching Lin Xiaofan and his daughter. Bro, over here, bro. The fatty was also at the exit, waving as soon as he saw Lin Xiaofan. He recognized the man beside him in a suit as Ling Yue's father. However, the fatty ignored him as it had nothing to do with him. Dad, why are you glaring at my boyfriend? Ling Yue noticed her father's gaze and pouted slightly, feeling unhappy. Zhao Jinghao felt angry but dared not vent it. He could argue with his wife, but not with his daughter. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Lin Xiaofan and Yunqing said in unison. Good, I'm great and my heart is aching. His gaze was scrutinizing, coldly staring at the boy who had taken away his little cotton-padded jacket, revealing his condescending attitude toward Lin Xiaofan. "Dad, where does it hurt? Let me massage it." Ling Yue handed her luggage to her father's secretary. Then she jumped into her father's arms, gently rubbing her hand against his heart, and sweetly said, "Dad, this is Lin Xiaofan, my boyfriend." "Bro, why did you buy so much tea? You don't even drink tea." The fatty looked at the cart filled with gift boxes. "It's not for you, but it's for Uncle Zhao," Lin Xiaofan said, handing a gift box to his female secretary. However, the female secretary did not take it, but looked at her boss, Mr. Zhao. Of course, Zhao Jinghao didn't want any gifts, but seeing his precious daughter in his arms with her delicate brows furrowed, he nodded slightly to his secretary. "This tea costs 800 yuan per pound. He wouldn't even dare to drink it. He bought a pound for you with his scholarship." Ling Yue immediately spoke well of her boyfriend Lin Xiaofan. "Wow, 800 yuan per pound, bro. I only need a few taels." The fatty began searching his things. "Fatty, yours is here. This is yours specialty beef jerky." Zhang Yinqing pointed at a large bag of snacks. "No love, no love." The fatty collected the snacks. Though he said this, he was so happy inside that he wanted to hug his bro. After 2 consecutive matches, he earned nearly 300 yuan, and his friends returned from traveling, never forgetting to bring him snacks. "Don't think that just because you gave me something I'll agree to you being with my daughter." Zhao Jingha's gaze remained locked on Lin Xiaofan, as if trying to see through his thoughts. "Uncle Zhao, I will work hard, give me some time, and I will earn your approval to be with Ling Yue," Lin Xiaofan said, firmly, filled with confidence. "Dad, let's go home first. If there's anything we can talk about it tonight, okay?" Ling Yue sensed her father's rising blood pressure. During dinner tonight, I have something to ask you." Zhao Jingha's voice, though not loud, carried a powerful aura that put immense pressure on Lin Xiaofan. "Daddy, let's go home first. Let's go Xiaofan see you tonight. I'll ask my mom to come over to support you." Ling Yue pulled her father's hand to leave. If she didn't pull her father away soon, his blood pressure would soon reach its peak. It was clear that Zhao Jinghao was truly angry, but dared not express it in front of his precious daughter, suppressing his rage. Let's go, take me back first." Zhang Yinqing looked at Zhao Jingha's angry expression, not daring to take his private car back. "Bro, was this trip fun? Were you happy?" "Anyway, I was super happy and had a great time at home." The fatty helped to pull up the luggage. "It was okay, right, Yinqing? What do you say? Was it fun?" "Was it fun?" Lin Xiaofan tossed the question to her. It was quite funner. If it weren't for her dad calling her back, I would have wanted to play until next month. It was so enjoyable." She thought of the thrilling game from last night, which was extraordinary in terms of fun. She also wondered where Lin Xiaofan learned his skills, giving a feeling of perfection. An admission letter? How could it possibly arrive so soon? Only a few days have passed since the exam scores were released. Still, Lin Xiaofan reasoned it would likely take just a few more days. He was probably among the first batch to receive the university's official notice. "I haven't received the admission letter yet, but I did get my driver's license." Lin Xiaofan recalled his elder sister mentioning 2 days earlier that she'd collected a parcel for him. Impressive speed. She's only just passed her driving theory test, but it won't be long before she's on the road. As Fatso arranged for the driver to drop Yinqing home, he added, "Which driving school did you two enroll in?" "I'll sign up tomorrow too," Zhang Yinqing asked her 2 friends. "How about this? I'll pick you up on my electric scooter early tomorrow morning. There's a rush of students registering right now, and waiting lists for practice sessions are already forming." Fatso replied. "Don't you have to queue?" Yinqing teased, eyeing his unabashed grin. "I slipped a few cartons of cigarettes to the instructor. Now I'm assigned 1 small car per 2 students, far better than those forced to share 1 vehicle among 4. He nodded confidently. "You mean there's actually such a thing?" she exclaimed, astonished. "Every industry has its own unwritten rules. So it's settled. I'll meet you downstairs tomorrow morning." After seeing Zhang Yinqing home, Lin Xiaofan transferred 10,000 yuan to her as pocket money. Their relationship had long transcended ordinary friendship or mere classmate camaraderie. Last night's gaming session had been dominated by Zhang Yunqing's dazzling performance, and Lin Xiaofan in turn had generously reciprocated, ensuring both girls enjoyed an exhilarating, unforgettable evening. Zhang Yunqing accepted Lin Xiaofan's transfer without hesitation. No polite refusals, no awkward formalities, just a cheerful moi. Sent back in reply. "Hey bro, isn't anyone home?" Fatso asked as he helped Lin Xiaofan haul 2 suitcases inside. "My sister's away traveling. Come in and rest a while. We'll head to the sports betting center later to place our wagers." Lin Xiaofan tidied up his luggage and folded yesterday's worn clothes into the washing machine. Fresh, crisp garments were neatly hung in the wardrobe. "Here, this silk t-shirt's for you. Size XXXL. Cost nearly 2,000 yuan. Lin Xiaofan tossed it over with a grin. Thanks, bro. Fatso beamed. And here's a wallet. For you to flaunt, of course. Lin Xiaofan tossed him a sleek men's LV wallet. Whoa, LV. Genuine or fake? Must cost tens of thousands. What do you think? I'm smitten. I'd marry you on the spot if I were a woman. Get lost. Fatso gleefully examined the new LV wallet, then emptied his old one. Stacks of cash bank cards and his ID. All carefully tucked inside. He counted his bills and asked, bro, spill the beans. How much did you actually make? Brother, some things are best left unspoken. Let them linger quietly in the heart. A little mystery keeps life interesting. Fine, just promise to support me if I ever hit rock bottom. Just steer clear of toxic women. No matter how much you earn, one green tea girl will drain you dry. Uff, get lost. My vision is so sharp it could illuminate the entire solar system. I'd never mistake a green tea girl for anything else. Then, unable to resist, Fatso leaned in curiously. Aren't you dating Lingyue? I've got a hunch Zhang Yunqing's taken quite a liking to you. That's something best kept to ourselves. No need to voice it aloud. Having finished packing, Lin Xiaofan grabbed his keys and said, let's go. Time to bet on Brazil versus Germany at the sports center. Fatso fell into step behind him, chewing on beef jerky Lin Xiaofan had brought back and sighing with envy all the while. Damn, I'm jealous. When I start university, I'll need a few of these myself. Bro, I'm going big on this one. Did you buy the stocks I recommended? Lin Xiaofan glanced back at the 160-plus pound figure trailing him. In just a few days apart, Fatso seemed even rounder than before. Perhaps the postexum relief, combined with unrestrained eating, had added another 5 pounds or more. Yeah, bought Longshore Heavy Industry and Shuguang Technology. 30,000 yuan total. Soon the two friends arrived at a local sports betting center. Before placing any bets, Lin Xiaofan cautioned Fatso, whatever we wager today, don't breathe a word of it to Lingyue or the others. Why not? Fatso asked. For someone hailed as top scholar, can't you deduce it with your toes? Lin Xiaofan retorted, shaking his head at his loyal, if slightly hapless best friend. They know you're betting on football. Fatso pressed. You dare bring that up? Last night my phone buzzed nonstop. How many messages did you send me? Lin Xiaofan shot him a withering look. I was just too excited. I couldn't sleep. Get lost. And with that they began placing their bets. Brazil, 17 Germany. Brazil, 27 Germany. Modest stakes, 10,000 yuan on each combination. Fatso followed suit, and even placed an additional bet on Germany, scoring exactly 7 goals. Let's head to the next betting center, Lin Xiaofan told the elated Fatso. Bro, are we sure we didn't misread the odds? Isn't it supposed to be 71? Fatso asked from the back seat of Lin Xiaofan's electric scooter. Damn, how much do you weigh now? This scooter's barely crawling under you. Lin Xiaofan felt the scooter sag beneath the weight. Nearly 170 pounds, but don't envy me. I'm utterly confident in my physique. Once university starts, I'll join a gym regularly. Fatso burst into laughter. Have you told Xin and the others about the betting? Lin Xiaofan asked again. Not yet. We're not close enough for that kind of trust. Fatso paused, then asked, should we try placing a bet online too? I saw odds of 6,500 to 1 for 17. Go ahead, luck decides everything. Lin Xiaofan replied. Odds that high make me nervous. They might not be able to cover the payout. 1,000 yuan seems reasonable, don't you think? Right. Put some on Germany scoring 7 goals too. Lin Xiaofan dared not risk too much. Even Fatso admitted the concern about payout capacity. Still, he placed 10,000 yuan. A win would net 65 million yuan. He'd originally considered 100,000 yuan, but feared the bookmaker would default, leaving him with nothing. So instead, he split the wager across 2 separate betting companies, one offering 6,000 to 1 odds. Domestic football lotteries don't advertise fixed odds. Payouts depend on the prize pool. Buy enough tickets and you might sweep the entire jackpot, like those who once claimed hundreds of double-color ball tickets and drained the pool entirely. Thus, the two friends crisscrossed several streets, flooding multiple betting centers with heavy wagers on both 17 and 27 outcomes. Bro, how far along are you with our school's beauty, Lingyue? Fatso couldn't resist another round of teasing. We're practically engaged, no need to envy me. Your own green tea girl may well be waiting for you at university. Lin Xiaofan joked back. If we hit this jackpot, I'm calling you dad. Fatso grinned, already imagining himself having correctly predicted 2 matches in a row. Good son, listen closely to dad from now on. I'll take you soaring and introduce you to a few famous female internet celebrities. Lin Xiaofan turned back to his beaming friend. I want the bigger ones, at least as ample as Lingyue's legendary figure. Fatso mused aloud, picturing Lingyue's breathtaking grace. Even larger than my sister's. How's that? Lin Xiaofan retorted, rolling his eyes at his shameless friend. Why not introduce me to your sister instead? Let me become your brother-in-law. What do you say? Truth be told, Lin Xiaofan almost agreed. Aside from his thick-skinned charm, Fatso possessed admirable integrity. No smoking, minimal drinking. And when he did drink, he never lost control. Just drifted peacefully into slumber, unlike those boorish drunks who turned violent or obnoxious. Introducing her means nothing unless she's interested in you. And besides, you already know her. Unless, of course, you possess my level of charisma. Lin Xiaofan shot back. By university, I'll drop to 125 pounds. Hand over your sister's number, or her WeChat at least. Get lost. Little brother. If I become your brother-in-law, I'll treat you like family for life. Shut up. I consider you my brother, but you're scheming to become my brother-in-law. Unbelievably shameless. After visiting several sports betting centers, Lin Xiaofan sent the chubby boy home. Brother, your parents aren't home. How about I come over to your house to watch football tonight? What football? It starts at 4 a.m. I'm going to bed, Lin Xiaofan remarked about the timing of the match. Alright, I'll watch it at home, the chubby boy replied. Just remember, don't call me in the middle of the night, or I'll be really upset. Having said that, Lin Xiaofan rode away on his little electric scooter that he had used for 3 years. It felt as if the scooter's chassis was a few centimeters lower with the chubby boy on it. Forget it, I'll trade it in for a new one. Lin Xiaofan had originally planned to buy a small car, but now that his father was not home, and he would be going to university in September. Even if he bought a small car, it would be for his father. When his father returned from traveling, they could go to the dealership together to pick out a small car for his father's convenience. After all, there were still 3.5 years until 2020. He could drive it for a few years first. Buying a new electric scooter for 3,800 yuan and trading in the old one could save him 300 yuan. A new one feels completely different, Lin Xiaofan thought as he rode back to his rundown neighborhood on his brand new electric scooter. As for the house, that was a must-buy. Once his father returned, they could buy a house together. If his father insisted on coming back to Jiangxing, they would have a nice place to live. The neighborhood they lived in was near an old market where they went every day to buy groceries. The outbreak had started right from there. This time, when buying a house, he must choose a villa in the suburbs with good property management. Dad, my little brother bought a new electric scooter. While shopping, Lin Ruoyin received a message from her brother. Did you ask him how much money he has on hand? Their father, Lin Nanhui, asked his daughter to check on their son's finances. Dad, you haven't said how much you made last night, Ruoyin said, gazing at the expensive clothes their father had bought for them today. Not much, just enough for me and your mom's retirement insurance, their father replied. Alright, I'll check on your brother for you. Lin Ruoyin looked at the pink electric scooter her brother sent her, feeling a surge of affection. Lin Xiaofan kept secrets from Ling Wei and the chubby boy and naturally maintained an air of mystery when it came to his sister's questions. He replied to his sister, Sister, it's enough for your dowry, you don't need to worry about that. Just give me a number, his sister continued to pry. He'll tell you tomorrow, playful. Come on, knock. 6 figures, he said. 90000. Guess. Smirk. Knock, pig. After Lin Xiaofan returned home, he hid the several thousand yuan worth of lottery tickets he had bet on. Then he sent a message to Lingyu's mother asking her to suppress Lingyu's father and say a few good words. Since it's your gift, I'll help you. But the final outcome still depends on you, don't let me down, okay? Zhang Yixiao was very fond of the handmade silk scarf he had gifted her. I'll work hard. Give me 6 months and I can prove what you've seen, Lin Xiaofan said with confidence. After dinner tonight, you and your aunt will go home. She wants to talk to you about Ling Yue. Is that okay, Xiaofan? Zhang Yixiao thought of Lin Xiaofan, the handsome young man who exuded a mature and stable aura, making her feel a desire to get closer to him. This feeling was like a magnet. Every time they chatted, his confident sculpted features would float in her mind. Okay. Lin Xiaofan didn't dare refuse her invitation. After all, this was his future mother-in-law, not just any woman. Whether he could be with Ling Wei depended on her approval. Despite being 40 years old, she looked like she was in her late 20s, exuding the charm of a mature woman. At 4 p.m., Ling Wei sent Lin Xiaofan the room number of the hotel box, asking him to arrive before 6 p.m. Naturally, Lin Xiaofan wouldn't dare go empty-handed. After passing a mall, he went to a specialty shop that sold cigarettes and bought 3 packs of Gold Lotus cigarettes. Then he called his aunt to ask if she had arrived. I'm on my way, I'll be there in 5 minutes, Zhang Yixiao said on the phone. Okay, wait for me at the hotel entrance when you arrive. I'm on my way, and we'll be there in about 8 minutes. Lin Xiaofan said on the phone. Are you afraid of Lingyu's father? Why don't you seem afraid of me? Zhang Yixiao thought that when she first met Lin Xiaofan, he was full of confidence, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. But why did that confident look vanish when it came to Lingyu's father? That's the tremor of a man's sixth sense. You wouldn't understand, Lin Xiaofan thought, recalling how he had endured a lot of disdain and insults from his father-in-law in his past life. Jiang Yixia couldn't help but laugh when Lin Xiaofan hurriedly arrived at the hotel entrance on his newly bought electric scooter. Before he even parked the scooter, he looked up and was captivated by Lingyu's mother. Lingyu's mother stood there waiting for him. Her gaze met his, and a faint smile graced her face like an enchanting painting. It seems Lingyue must have inherited her genes. Those curves are truly remarkable. Lin Xiaofan gazed at her voluptuous and mature figure, crafted by time into a work of art, exquisite and beautiful in every way. She wore a deep purple fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her perfect curves. Lin Xiaofan's gaze couldn't help but linger on her ample bosom and rounded hips, showcasing the unique charm of mature femininity. "And I'm here." Lin Xiaofan rushed over to her, holding the cigarettes. "Let's go inside. Lingyue is waiting for us." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing gemstone earrings that added a touch of allure to her appearance. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were glued to Lingyu's mother's graceful figure, each step accentuating her peach-like curves, drawing the attention of all the men around. Especially with her high heels, her prominent cleavage subtly swayed with every step. "What are you looking at? Didn't Lingyue show you?" Jiang Yixia remarked, noticing Lin Xiaofan's unabashed stare. Lin Xiaofan didn't respond to her. He dared not mention that he and Lingyue had already reached a level where they could help each other relieve stress. Although Lingyue's technique was quite clumsy, he believed that in the days to come she would refine it to perfection. So one should not underestimate a girl's talent and potential. Their capabilities are immeasurable. Room 3888, in the luxurious box. Zhao Jinghao, who had been waiting for a long time with Lingyue, finally spotted the guy who had been with his daughter during the day. However, Zhang Yinxing did not come over, perhaps feeling out of place at such a family gathering, not wanting to face the fierce gaze of Lingyue's father. He wanted to slam the table at Lin Xiaofan, but seeing his ex-wife behind him and Lingyue glaring at him made him suppress his anger. "Waiter, bring the dishes." Zhao Jinghao shouted at the nearby waiter in frustration. "Why are you yelling so loudly? You're scaring the staff," Jiang Yixia scolded him. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Inside, he felt pain, thinking, "Baby is anger, but can't vent it on this brat. Can I shout a couple of times?" "Uncle Zhao, let me pour you some tea." Lin Xiaofan picked up the teapot and served Zhao Jinghao like a waiter. "Oomph." Zhao Jinghao coldly snorted. "Don't give him any face. Come on, Xiaofan, pour tea for your aunt. Don't mind him," Jiang Yixia said, not willing to indulge his sour expression. "Uncle Zhao, I know you look down on me now, but have you heard the saying, 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River? Don't bully the young and poor." Lin Xiaofan didn't present the cigarettes to him, but set them aside and started reasoning with him. "Don't think just because you're doing well in school you can look down on others. In 30 years, how many hundreds of millions can you make? Don't talk about hundreds of millions. Have you even reached tens of millions?" Zhao Jinghao glared at Lin Xiaofan, wishing he could throw him out, but he didn't want to fight with his daughter. He knew that if he argued with his daughter, it might ruin their relationship forever, just like with his ex-wife. "I don't need 30 years. Give me 6 months, and I can prove to you that both Lingyue and your ex-wife have much better judgment than you." Lin Xiaofan spoke to this self-righteous man who always acted like a boss, making others think he was above them. "Kid, are you just talking nonsense? Do you even know what you're saying?" Zhao Jinghao interrogated this top student. "I know what I'm saying. I'm not speaking without reason. 6 months from now, I'll prove it to you. Want to make a bet? Are you saying that if you win, I should agree to you being with Lingyue?" "Dad, agree to him," Lingyue urged. "Dad, don't tell me you're scared. Are you backing down?" Sometimes one must admit speaking with an intelligent person is truly time-saving and effortless. With Lingyue and her mother subtly lending their support, Mr. Zhao Jinghao finally softened his stance toward Lin Xiaofan. He offered Lin Xiaofan a test. "I understand you received a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. After spending 100,000 on me, you'll still have 100,000 left, correct?" Approximately. Lin Xiaofan nodded. "I'll grant you one chance. If you can grow that remaining 100,000 yuan into 500,000 within 6 months, I will no longer oppose your relationship." True to his mercantile nature, turning 100,000 yuan into 500,000 in half a year. How many could possibly achieve such a feat? If money were truly so easily earned, countless people would already be borrowing 100,000 yuan for investment. A 50% return in 6 months. If applied to a 1 billion investment, that would yield 500 million yuan. Do you grasp what such profitability signifies for a company? "Uncle Zhao, ever the voice of reason, I'll raise this cup of tea in your honor." Lin Xiaofan began flattering him. "Let me be perfectly clear. Should I ever learn you've mistreated my Ling, I'll bury you alive. Do you believe me?" At this, Zhao Jinghao's eyes flared wide once more. How could that ever happen? I cherish Linger beyond measure. I'd never dream of harming her. Lin Xiaofan declared this openly before Ling Yu's parents. Never mind father's stern expression. Here, let me serve you a sea cucumber and those oysters you love. Ling Yue, spotting the waiter placing dishes on the table, immediately served Lin Xiaofan a portion. Eat while it's hot. Lin Xiaofan fell speechless. Did she not see her own parents seated right there? Just when he'd barely calmed her father's temper, this gesture of serving him food was surely inviting fresh hostility. Ahem. Lin Xiaofan shot Ling Yu a meaningful glance. Father, mother, you please serve yourselves. Ling Yu sat down and said gently, my maternal devotion has vanished. After raising you for 18 years, was it easy? Her mother cast a wry look at her daughter. You've barely begun dating, and already your hands reach outward, not inward. Mom, remember our agreement. If I end up with Xiao Fan, you'll offer some financial support, right? Ling Yu nestled her arm around her mother's and swayed gently. Enough talk, let's eat. Who knows? You may break up in university and meet someone even better. Zhao Jinghao's jealousy surfaced. He'd just gifted Lin Xiaofan fine presents, and now here was Ling Yu openly serving him food before their very eyes. Earlier, Ling Yu had ordered all the dishes, undoubtedly selecting those Lin Xiaofan loved most. Truth be told, in all her years, she'd never shown such tender attentiveness to her father. Young man, I don't mean to belittle you, but your family's connections and background are indeed quite modest. Still, should you choose to part ways with Ling Yue, I'll give you 5 million yuan. As he ate, Zhao Jinghao elaborated on the realities of society, particularly the indispensable role of personal networks. The larger a business grows, the more vital its network becomes. Without influential backing, expansion remains nearly impossible. Uncle Zhao, Lin Xiaofan replied, as I mentioned earlier, I only asked for 6 months. I'll prove myself to you. He paused briefly before adding, moreover, my future network may well surpass yours. Perhaps even my classmates' fathers hold considerable influence. Ling Yue, her fingers adorned with glossy crimson nail polish, elegantly covered her lips with a soft smile as she gazed at her father, then turned to her boyfriend, wielding both status and wealth. Dad, why not raise the stakes? If you lose, call him big brother. Or simply father. That works too. At these words, Jiang Yixia, who had been sipping premium Longjing tea, nearly spat it out. What's wrong? Are you backing down? Afraid to wager? Ling Yu challenged, watching her father clamp his mouth shut. He truly feared losing to this young man. After all, this fellow was exceptional, no ordinary talent. Then admit it. No one will judge you, Jiang Yixia remarked coolly, casting him a dismissive glance. Fine, I accept your wager. If I lose after 6 months, I'll call you big brother. Zhao Jinghao drained a glass of baijiu and slammed his fist on the table, defiantly addressing Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan fell silent, utterly speechless, not only at Ling Yue, but also at her mother, sensing they were jointly digging a pit for her father to tumble into. Especially Ling Yue, she knew full well he possessed 20 million yuan in capital, yet still enticed her father deeper into the trap. Fortunately, her father remained unaware, otherwise he might have suffered apoplexy. After raising his daughter with such devotion, he now felt like a down-filled coat leaking warmth, every seam betraying his efforts. As for that billion yuan Tycoon title, by tonight's end, Lin Xiaofan's assets would indisputably eclipse his. Xiaofan, go home for now. I'll invite you again soon. Ling Yu quietly texted him, Dad's so furious he nearly needed blood pressure medication. Once he's calmed, I'll come find you. Understood. When you move back into the villa, I'll visit you at your mother's. Lin Xiaofan dared not yet step foot in her father's residence. Yes. I'll stay a week, then return to Mom's as promised to Dad. Very well, I'll take my leave now. Though he spoke of departure, Lin Xiaofan instead headed to her mother's residence, handing Ling Yu several cartons of cigarettes to pass along to her father. Then, mounting his newly purchased electric scooter, he hummed a light tune all the way to the villa. When he arrived at her mother's residence, Jiang Yixia had long since returned in her compact car and changed into a violet lilac silk slip dress with delicate spaghetti straps. Like before, yet distinct, this dress was slightly shorter, its neckline lower and more revealing. To Lin Xiaofan, she resembled a magnificent purple violet blooming in the hush of night, mysterious, regal. Would you care for wine? She met his fervent gaze unflinchingly, for she had dressed precisely to elicit such attention. Before this handsome young man, she unveiled her peerless allure, the seductive curves of her mature form rising and falling softly, with each breath radiating the profound charm of womanhood. A glass of red wine, please. Lin Xiaofan couldn't recall how long it had been since he last tasted red wine. In his previous life, every evening before sleep, he and Ling Yu would share half a glass. warming their skin until passion and tenderness merged like fire and water. Don't fault her father. He acts solely from concern for Lingyu. Her gaze lingered on his burning eyes, stirring a quiet flutter in her heart, her expression shimmering with unspoken longing and solitude. Lin Xiaofan remained silent, his eyes fixed upon her rounded shoulders where the delicate straps rested atop skin as smooth and luminous as finest sheep fat, jade, stirring an irresistible urge to touch. Especially where her neckline parted slightly, revealing a swath of pristine snow-pale flesh like untouched powder snow nestled deep within a glacial crevasse, evoking infinite reverie. Never mind, I know you wouldn't understand. One day, when you have children of your own, you'll grasp what it means to be a parent. She approached, holding two crystal-stemmed wine glasses, the hem of her silk slip dress swaying gently with each step. Her shapely, elongated thighs appeared and disappeared with graceful subtlety, drawing Lin Xiaofan's gaze irresistibly in her wake. "Annie, no need to explain, I understand." Though Lin Xiaofan had never become a father in his past life, he did have an elder sister. As his father once said, our daughter must not marry into a rural village. We seek no extravagant fortune, only a husband who loves and protects her. Since you understand then, let's toast. She settled beside him. Auntie, do you always dress like this at home? Lin Xiaofan caught sight of it the moment she sat down. Yes, I always do. Well, don't you think Annie looks lovely? Jiang Yixia noticed his gaze lingering on her legs, and gently probed further. How far have things progressed between you and Lingyu? She ordered so many oysters and sea cucumbers tonight. So young yet already seeking nourishment. No, it's simply what I enjoy, Lin Xiaofan replied, denying any intent to replenish his vital energy. Auntie isn't a stranger. Come tell me honestly, during your travels, what did you two do besides kissing? She shifted her full sculpted hips closer to him, letting him feel their supple upward curve, a bewitching enchantment beneath the lamplight. Auntie, lean in. I'll whisper it to you. Though he spoke thus, Lin Xiaofan mused inwardly, I wonder, will Lingyu inherit her mother's sensitive spots? Just a gentle bite on her ear. Surely that wouldn't be excessive. Yet one thing Lin Xiaofan knew with certainty, Lingyu had undoubtedly inherited her mother's extraordinary beauty. Jiang Yixia not only changed her clothes, but also removed all her jewelry. She leaned in closer, thinking that Lin Xiaofan was whispering something to her. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaofan opened his mouth wide and bit her. Mut. Jiang Yixia's body trembled at his sudden attack. As if electrocuted, she lost her balance and fell into Lin Xiaofan's embrace, allowing him to support her delicate figure with one large hand. Lin Xiaofan looked at her, noticing that she hadn't drunk much tonight, yet her face was flushed like the evening glow and her eyes resembled a pair of autumn waters. Indeed, Lingyu has inherited her weakness. Lin Xiaofan thought to himself. What puzzled him was that she did not resist or push him away. He wondered if she was too weak or simply too lonely. Similarly, Lin Xiaofan did not do anything excessive. He merely whispered in her ear. When traveling with Lingyu, we often did things like this. Before he finished speaking, he gently kissed her, making her cling to him, like Lingyu, her hands tightly wrapped around him. Can we pause for a moment, Xiaofan? The mature and beautiful Xiao, Jiang Yixia slightly parted her ruby lips, gently biting her cherry blossom-like lips. Oh. Lin Xiaofan pulled away from her rosy ear, watching her gasp for air, her chest slightly rising and falling. Now the delicate strap on her fragrant shoulder seemed to slide down to her jade-like arm, revealing a beautiful scene to Lin Xiaofan. How can you kiss a girl there? It took her a while to sit up from Lin Xiaofan's arms, questioning the little guy who had suddenly attacked her. Well, Lin Xiaofan didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell her he was reborn and knew Lingyu's weaknesses. As long as he kissed her there, Lingyu would lose her strength. Did you learn this from those movies, eh? She didn't think Lin Xiaofan was born with such skills. Moreover, having been classmates with Lingyu for 3 years, she had never seen him with a girlfriend, let alone learn from other girls. Annie, do you watch those movies too? Lin Xiaofan did not admit it, but countered with a question indicating that he had learned from the male protagonists in those films, just as she had suspected. I watched them when I was young. Although she said this, the slight flush on her face was captured by Lin Xiaofan. Thinking to herself, it seems that divorced women are truly lonely. She wondered how Lingyu felt about watching those movies, as she was very fond of them. What? You showed Lingyu those movies? Jiang Yixia did not expect this high achiever to be so lewd. Yes, I showed her these. Look, Lin Xiaofan said as he opened his phone to show her the movies he had secretly saved. What do you think you are doing showing Lingyu these? You're corrupting her and changing her mindset to something indecent. Jiang Yixia looked at the images on the phone, revealing a unique expression of a mature woman. Indeed, she was a mature woman, not a young girl. Her face revealed a myriad of charms. Even Lin Xiaofan, a reborn individual, could not help but be captivated by her alluring side. I can't help it, Auntie won't let me be with Lingyue, so I can only teach her these techniques. Lin Xiaofan rested one hand on her beautiful leg. You are still young, you shouldn't be thinking about these things all the time, and you can't be obsessed with love. Your journey has just begun. Zhang Yixia did not expect this little guy to be so bold as his hand on her beautiful leg began to tease her strings intentionally and unintentionally. Because we love and like each other, we should support one another on our life journey. Only in this way can we focus more on our studies. Annie, don't you agree? Lin Xiaofan leaned closer to her ear, just like before, and kissed her again. This time he used all the techniques he had mastered in his past life. She never imagined that she would once again fall into this boy's embrace, unable to resist his mischievous actions. It seemed that every move he made had a magical power, enchanting her and making her fall deeper. After a long while, Zhang Yixia's hazy mind seemed to regain a hint of clarity, realizing that she had unknowingly become the meat on the chopping board of this little guy. But thinking about how Lin Xiaofan was dating Lingyue, if she found out, unpleasantness could arise. Xiaofan, we can't do this. Lingyue will be angry if she finds out. Zhang Yixia suppressed the loneliness in her heart and gently pushed Lin Xiaofan away. But Lin Xiaofan felt frustrated again, longing to hold this lonely, divorced beauty in his arms. In his memories in his past life after she divorced Zhao Jinghao, they never reconciled, and everyone led their own lives. Come, Annie will help you. Zhang Yixia slowly sat up, taking his hand and leading him toward the bathroom. This outfit. Lin Xiaofan watched as she casually took a set of men's pajamas from the wardrobe. I bought this for you a few days ago. It's brand new. Zhang Yixia smiled at this little rascal. For some reason, ever since their first encounter, she felt captivated by the aura he exuded. That kind of confidence, calmness, and the youthful vibe he radiated made her feel like she was back in her college days. It felt like secretly having a crush on a senior in college, yet not daring to express her love for him. And he thinks ahead very thoughtfully. Lin Xiaofan said to this mature and charming aunt. You've got it easy and still complain. Oh, I really don't understand what Lingyue likes about you. Zhang Yixia, while filling the bathtub with water, turned back to this wolf-like guy. And what about you? Lin Xiaofan leaned closer to her, pulling her into his embrace. Honestly, if he hadn't been reborn before the 2014 college entrance examination, he might have said to this domineering female CEO, Annie, I really don't want to try anymore. After all, 10 years later, this phrase became very popular. Annie, I don't want to try anymore. Countless male graduates told their female CEOs this. Or they would say to the beautiful landlady in the urban village, Miss Landlady, I don't want to try anymore. However, Lin Xiaofan would not say this, for he did not need the money in Andy's hands. Having been reborn, he wanted to work hard and strive for a better life. Don't ask these questions or say such things, or just know that Annie won't harm you. Zhang Yixia pressed a jade-like finger against Lin Xiaofan's mouth, silencing him. Andy. Lin Xiaofan saw endless loneliness in her eyes, his heart aching for this pitiful woman, wishing he could share a part of his love with her. Stay tonight, okay? Xiaofan. Stay here. With this beautiful president secretly helping him, how could he possibly fail to win over Lingyue? How could he not deal with Zhao Jinghao? I must say, he hasn't even married Lingyue yet, and his aunt's enthusiasm towards him is more generous than that of a flight attendant. She looked at Lin Xiaofan in surprise and asked, apart from studying stocks, you study this too? How about now? Have you reduced the pressure? Yes, I have, and I'm quite happy about it. Haha. But remember, you can't let Lingyue know, okay? I won't tell her. That night, Zhang Yixia felt as if she were 10 years younger. If one day you can't get by, just tell your sister I don't want to try anymore, alright? Zhang Yixia said cheerfully in his ear. If I really can't get by, I will say that. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's phone kept buzzing with notifications. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but glance at the time on his phone. He didn't expect it to already be 5:30 in the morning. This meant that Brazil's 1-7 defeat to Germany in the World Cup had already concluded. Is it already dawn? That was fast. Why does it feel like time flew by? Lin Xiaofan felt that the night had passed unusually quickly. Who is messaging you at this hour? This person's manners are really poor, aren't they? Zhang Yixia looked at the constant notifications on his phone. Soon the phone rang as well. It was Fatty calling. They had clearly agreed during the day not to send him messages or call him at this hour. But now Fatty was in such a good mood that he almost knocked on his parents' bedroom door. Fatty, can you please be a decent person? What time is it now? Damn. Lin Xiaofan lay down and cursed while leaning against his bed. Brother, I'm just so happy. We won. We won. We all won. Fatty was so excited he could hardly hold his phone. And then, oi, Lin Xiaofan asked this enthusiastic guy. Then he'll call your dad. Dad, are you coming out? Fatty was so thrilled, he even forgot who his own father was. Not coming out, I want to sleep. Don't disturb me, I need to turn off my phone and sleep. They'll call you when I wake up. Don't hang up. I'm going to hang up now. Let's meet at noon. They'll book a room at the hotel and treat you to a meal. Fatty was afraid he wouldn't be able to reach him at noon and said, all right, good son. Lin Xiaofan replied, good dad, in this lifetime, it'll stick with you. You tell me to go east, and I will never go west. It doesn't matter whether the platform pays or not. However, at the offline betting center, these two brothers have probably drained the prize pool. If the prize pool accumulates to over $1 billion yuan, you can do the math yourselves. Not just Fatty, Lin Xiaofan's dad was so excited he couldn't sleep either. He didn't bet much on this match. The reason was the 6,500 odds. He only bet 1,000 yuan because neither he nor Fatty believed Brazil would lose by 7 goals no matter how bad they were. After all, this was once the World Cup champion. How could they lose so miserably? Is it 65 million yuan? Lin Xiaofan's mom asked, looking at her husband's ecstatic expression. After deducting personal tax of 20, we'll take home 52 million yuan. We won't have to worry about retirement anymore, Dad, Lin Nanhui said happily. You are such an amazing son, Mom Xiaolan said, looking at her husband withdrawing the money. Indeed, receiving 52 million yuan felt like a dream. I said the same, dear. How about we have another child? Dad, Lin Xiaofan, said to his wife, whom he thought was the most beautiful in the world. What do you mean, have another child? The kids are already in college. Exactly. Once they graduate, they can help you take care of the kids. Let's go with the flow. When they had no money to raise kids, she didn't want to have more. Now that they had money, she wasn't too inclined to have more either. How many people could truly understand the hardships they had gone through over the years? The next day, as the morning sunlight streamed through the thin curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, it fell into the villa's room like threads of silk. Lin Xiaofan slowly awakened from a joyful sleep as his consciousness returned like the ebb and flow of the tide, regaining clarity and awareness. I didn't expect the plot to develop like this. Being reborn is wonderful. Life is like a story with both long and short chapters. The story of his previous life was a bit short, but in this life he intended to write a more refined tale. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan's gaze focused through the haze on the sleeping Yixiao beside him. She was still lost in her sweet dreams. Her exquisite and beautiful face resembled a flower illuminated by the morning light, radiating a serene, mature, and enchanting aura. So beautiful. If I can't make it in the future, I'll have to rely on you. He admired this sleeping beauty with great delight. After the morning exercise, Lin Xiaofan washed up, put on the clothes he wore last night, and hurriedly left the villa on the electric bike he bought yesterday. Only Aunt Jiang Yixiao was left tidying up her work. The sweet smile on her exquisite face made her appear a decade younger. Regarding the 17 match from last night, the payout from the payment app has arrived. The total odds from the two betting companies amounted to 1.25 billion yuan, and after deducting 20 personal tax, he received 1 billion yuan. And this does not even account for the offline lottery tickets. Fatty, come to my house, bring your ID card, lottery tickets, and bank card. Lin Xiaofan sent a message to Yang Lingfeng. Brother, I finally got your message, I'm coming over right now, moi. Fatty replied immediately. Since last night, Fatty had been lamenting about the bets placed on the platform. However, thinking about the 52 million yuan that has arrived, plus the tens of thousands of yuan he has in lottery tickets, he feels somewhat fulfilled. Brother, your dad is unreliable. After 2 days of vacation, he wants to go home, saying he needs to buy a house. Sister Lin Ruoyin sent a message to her brother. If you don't want to come back, you can ask your girlfriend to come with you for the trip. I'll cover the expenses, including flights, accommodation, and shopping. How much money do you have right now? I just heard Mom say Dad made several tens of millions, she asked. I've told you it's enough for your dowry, you don't need to worry about this. Stinky brother, bad brother, you don't share your earnings with me, humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Sister, what I have is also yours, my dear sister, love you lots. Humph, that's more like it. I'm having so much fun right now, it's rare to have a summer vacation trip, I don't want to go home so soon. What does traveling mean? Places that others have grown tired of have become tourist attractions for visitors, with various delicious and fun specialties turning into spots for girls to check in. Since his sister does not want to return home so soon, Lin Xiaofan transferred 0 yuan to her, allowing her to enjoy herself with her girlfriend. In Lin Xiaofan's memory, his sister had 2 good female classmates in high school, both quite beautiful. There was also a close girlfriend from middle school who lived in the same neighborhood. Indeed, girls are inherently fond of traveling. Now she is calling her girlfriend, arranging for flights, meals, accommodation, and shopping. They quickly packed their luggage and booked flights for today or train tickets for today. I'll wait for both of you at the hotel. Once you arrive, take a taxi over. Lin Ruoyin forwarded 500 yuan to her girlfriend and said, I'm heading to the airport now. I'll see you in 2 hours by love you to death, Ener. They all knew that Lin Ruoyin's brother had gotten into Qingbei and received a 200 yuan scholarship for his sister. She shared everything about making money from sports betting with her girlfriends. However, she did not know how much he earned as her brother had not mentioned it to her. Thus it can be said that girls' minds are not only simple, but also very innocent, seeming to share everything. After the trip, introduce me to your brother. I wouldn't mind being your sister-in-law, they said in the group chat. Yes. Introduce me to your brother too, another friend chimed in. You guys don't have a chance, my brother has a girlfriend now. Here, let me send you a photo. She's really beautiful. No way she's that beautiful. Yes, she's a classmate from his class at Campus Bell. She had originally planned to ask Zhang Yinqing to arrange a meeting with Lin Xiaofan for some fun. However, after breakfast this morning, she was called to her father's company to play. If she was afraid of being bored alone at the company, she could call her girlfriend to keep her company, and he would cover the food and drinks. Dad, can I call Xiaofan over? Ling Yue asked while sitting in the boss chair in the office admiring some antiques. No, you can only invite girls over, not boys, Zhao Jinghao said from the side. Dad, it's really a bit boring here. Ling Yue pushed the antiques aside and said, how about this? I'll have the secretary take both of you out shopping and to the movies, but you're not allowed to call that boy. Zhao Jinghao glanced at the beautiful secretary beside him and said, if Xiaofan meets your requirements in 6 months, will you allow me to officially date him? Ling Yue recalled their discussion from the dinner party yesterday. We'll talk about it then, Zhao Jinghao said, not wanting his daughter to be snatched away by a boy so quickly. Dad, don't you know he's outstanding? If he goes to college and another girl snatches him away, where will I find such an excellent boy? Then Ling Yue spoke to Lin Xiaofan again. Dad, if you have such an outstanding son-in-law managing the company, would you still worry about me going bankrupt? In his lifetime, Zhao Jinghao had no plans to have another son. However, if he had an outstanding son-in-law managing the company he built, he could retire at ease, leaving it to his daughter and her husband. The background might be a bit lacking, but if he truly is a talent, he wouldn't mind considering it. Of course, this all depends on how both of them develop after graduation, and whether they end up together is still uncertain. So this matter can be discussed later. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaofan no longer values his company, because he and Fatty went to the sports betting center headquarters to claim their prize. The entire process took about an hour to complete, along with various donation matters. Besides dealing with the director, they also had to meet the heads of the 4 major bank branches. They didn't know where they caught wind of it, but early in the morning they came to the center headquarters to wait for someone. To their surprise, it turned out to be 2 boys. Interest is just a minor issue. I just want to be able to access it anytime, Lin Xiaofan said to them. No problem, we can guarantee that. They nodded. Let me share some systemic financial knowledge with everyone. Don't underestimate the importance of depositing several hundred million yuan in the bank. Under modern systemic financial methods, several hundred million can be utilized as 1 billion. Simply put, when Lin Xiaofan deposits 1 billion yuan in the bank can loan out 900 million yuan to Zhang San for investment. Zhang San pays Li Si 900 million yuan for goods, and then Li Si deposits the 900 million back into the bank, which then loans out 800 million again, and this cycle continues. Many times you might wonder why the economy has become so depressed. Because many businesses go bankrupt and unemployment rises, no one is willing to take out loans. Additionally, with a large number of people repaying loans to banks, the circulating currency in the market diminishes. Without anyone spending, the economy naturally becomes depressed. What happens when no one takes out loans? Thus, the government steps in to provide loans for infrastructure in various cities, forcibly stabilizing the economy, including instilling confidence in investors in the stock market. The wave of bull market growth at the end of 2024, everyone must have seen the news. Bro, are you treating for lunch? Fatty looked at Lin Xiaofan, who had unexpectedly taken away 1 billion from the prize pool. However, he also made 120 million, feeling like he was dreaming. Don't tell anyone about this, including your parents, Lin Xiaofan said as he rode on his electric bike, carrying the almost 170-pound Fatty. Are you trying to show off? Fatty asked this somewhat mysterious guy. Do you have a pig's brain? Can't you think with your toes? Have you heard about hiding wealth? Lin Xiaofan continued. When I create a company in college, you can invest again, and then no one will doubt the money you have. Alright, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes. Love you to death, Fatty joked. Dude, let go. I already have a girlfriend. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan pushed his brother a bit. Kiss, Fatty teased. Get lost. Lin Xiaofan covered his mouth. Haha, from now on you're my brother, including my life. Just don't end up with a green tea girl. Being cheated out of money is a minor issue, but if you lose your life, you'll have nothing. In his previous life, the chubby friend had treated him with unwavering kindness. In this life, having risen to prosperity, he would not forget to lift that friend up in return. Naturally, Lingyue, his wife, was meant to be cherished deeply and tenderly. Thus, he called Lingyue and invited her to lunch at a restaurant. To Lin Xiaofan's surprise, when the two women entered the private dining room, even her father's personal secretary accompanied them. "Who is this beauty? She's absolutely stunning," the chubby friend remarked, appraising the woman before him, dressed in a refined, old-style uniform. Truly, she was exquisite, reminiscent of Lingyue's mother, exuding an aura of captivating allure. "She is the personal secretary to Lingyue's father, here to supervise you both." Zhang Yinxing sat beside Lin Xiaofan, flanking him just as Lingyue did, sandwiching him between them. "How much does her father pay her monthly? How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan this month for each time you supervise us. Just turn a blind eye, one eye open and one eye closed." Lin Xiaofan studied the young secretary, 24 or 25 years old, with quiet intensity. She wore a perfectly tailored, old-style professional suit. Her white blouse featured an elegant, oversized bow at the collar, but the fabric clung gracefully to her mature figure, subtly accentuating the graceful curves unique to her age. It wasn't only Lin Xiaofan who found himself captivated by the beautiful secretary. The chubby friend, now flush with wealth, grew bolder and far less restrained. His gaze lingered unashamedly on the secretary's full, statuesque bust, its gentle, alluring arc clearly defined beneath her blouse, its shadow faintly traced against the crisp white fabric. "This," her crimson lips parted slightly, words failing her. "Miss, is 100,000 yuan insufficient? I'll double it, 200,000, to ensure you see nothing at all. What do you say? Let's add each other as friends." The chubby friend leaned in and said, "That wouldn't be appropriate. My employer might dismiss me." Her eyes drifted toward Lingyue, the young heiress, before he added, "Should your employer let you go, join me instead. In a few months, I'll launch a cultural media company and entrust its management entirely to you." Lin Xiaofan's gaze remained fixed upon the elegant swell of her chest. Her proportions, he estimated, matched Lingyue's exactly, voluptuous, radiant, and breathtakingly exquisite. Her face resembled a masterfully carved work of art, her fair skin smooth and luminous as finest sheep-fat jade, evoking in any man an instinctive urge to cherish and protect. Is that true? She knew this handsome young man had wagered something with her employer. Absolutely true. With your beauty and poise, I'll groom you into a star, earning tens of thousands daily, even millions per event. Lin Xiaofan began painting her an alluring vision of success. Is this real, or merely empty promises? A flicker of temptation stirred within her. "Can you sing?" Lin Xiaofan asked. "Yes, I often sing with my employer on TV," she replied, nodding confidently. "That's all we need." He thought of today's online celebrities, whose fame sprang not from raw talent alone, but from striking looks, savvy studio promotion, and algorithmic amplification. With enough capital, even a pig could soar. And with modern audio technology, voices could be rendered impossibly sweet, flawlessly resonant, crafted to perfection. "Let's connect." Lin Xiaofan pulled out his phone to add her as a contact. "Agreed. My name is Meng Yao, a name as lovely as its bearer." Lin Xiaofan's gaze drifted downward to her black miniskirt, where slender, shapely legs sheathed in sheer black stockings emerged, their subtle luster shimmering like starlight in the soft ambient glow. After adding her as a contact, Lin Xiaofan immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Meng Yao. Combined with the chubby friend's matching sum, the personal secretary, once loyal to Lingyue's father, was now firmly won over. "Thank you," Meng Yao murmured, seeing the 20,000 yuan credited to her account. "Then it's settled. We'll keep this agreement. If her father ever discusses matters concerning me or Lingyue, please inform me immediately." Lin Xiaofan felt an irresistible urge to kiss her lips, lightly glossed with delicate rose-tinted lipstick. Yet he turned instead toward Lingyue, whose dewy lips, soft as velvety rose petals, received a gentle, tender kiss. "Bro, can we please eat in peace, without you feeding us lovey-dovey crumbs right under our noses?" the chubby friend teased, watching him kiss Lingyue's crimson lips. "What's there to eat? Let's feast on love crumbs instead." Lin Xiaofan turned again, this time bestowing a light, playful kiss upon Zhang Yunqing's cheek. "Is this how today's youth truly behave?" Meng Yao observed how intimately the three interacted, not merely as friends, but as kindred souls bound by quiet understanding. Opportunity favors the exceptional. The idle and indolent, those who dream without striving, remain forever confined to fantasy. Lin Xiaofan reflected on those who clung to dreams yet refused to labor for them. A blush bloomed across Zhang Yunqing's cheeks, delicate and vivid like a crimson plum blossom blooming atop snow-capped peaks. After lunch, do you have plans? Shall we head to a karaoke lounge? The chubby friend ordered a lavish banquet, gourmet delicacies from land and sea, and devoured them with unrestrained gusto. Chubby, are you treating us? Or just afraid of losing out? Zhang Yunqing asked, watching him eat with such abandon. Not me. I'm broke. Today brother is hosting. I'm penniless. I'm poor. It was the first time the chubby friend had dined on such extravagance. Does this meal cost tens of thousands? Meng Yao asked, noting how even richer it was than last night's banquet. Nearly 100,000 yuan. Eat up, it's rare fare indeed. Each sea cucumber costs 800 yuan, imported 9-head abalone fetches 1,800. Yet even as he spoke, the chubby friend found himself drawn more to the subtle, lingering fragrance wafting from Meng Yao, a refined floral essence mingled with her own singular feminine warmth. It was a scent both elegant and intimate, one that stirred in his mind fleeting illicit images of her and her employer. Ling Wei quietly sent Lin Xiaofan a message. Xiaofan, shall we go to the hotel after lunch? Yes, whatever you wish. Lin Xiaofan neither wished nor intended to refuse her. Only thus could he deepen her devotion, drawing her deeper into a love both intoxicating and absolute. Naturally, Zhang Yunqing was also drawn into their shared revelry, prevented from returning home. 5-star hotels offered seamless luxury, fine dining downstairs, karaoke lounges upstairs, and opulent suites on the upper floors. After finishing their meal, the trio promptly booked a premium hourly suite, 800 yuan for 150 minutes. My father and mother return from their trip tomorrow. They plan to buy a house. Would you two like to join us? The three soon relaxed together in a spacious, warm bathtub. Your family is buying a house. That makes sense. You've earned over 20 million yuan, Zhang Yunqing remarked unsurprised. Why invite me? Ling Yue's small hand darted playfully through the water like an octopus. We'll marry someday, so the house will be yours too. Wouldn't you want to see it? Lin Xiaofan felt her mischievous fingers dancing through the water. My mother said, if I marry, she'll gift me a villa as my dowry. Under Lin Xiaofan's teasing gaze, Ling Yue's cheeks flushed, soft and rosy as peach blossoms in early spring. She adored this fluttering sensation, her heart racing wildly like a fawn leaping through a sunlit grove. She gently rested her face against his broad, solid shoulder, savoring the ineffable tenderness of the moment. Xiaofan, I want. Zhang Yunqing, the lovely young woman, longed to speak her heart, for their bond had long transcended mere classmates. Yet shyness held her back, leaving her to convey everything in a single eloquent glance, eyes deep and clear as autumn waters brimming with unspoken longing. It's not that Lin Xiaofan doesn't want to buy a house or a car for Zhang Yunqing, but their relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. They'll give you 500 yuan for now, and when we reach that stage we can talk about the house and the car. How about that? Lin Xiaofan knew what she was thinking. Am I being too flirtatious? Zhang Yunqing had also come to love this kind of lifestyle. No, our enthusiasm and pursuit of life have nothing to do with being flirtatious. Ling Wei disagreed with the meaning of that word. They like to put on a show, but only for certain people. With Lin Xiaofan, the little rascal, they were all sincere, not wanting to act like reserved girls. When Zhang Yunqing received the 5,200 yuan that Lin Xiaofan transferred to her, she became even more enthusiastic. Of course, Lin Xiaofan also transferred 5,000 yuan to Ling Yue, letting her unleash the wild horse in her heart and fully enjoy the present moment. What about the beautiful secretary Meng Yao? Lin Xiaofan booked a room for her nearby, allowing her to rest and sleep inside, and naturally, they would call her once Ling Wei and the others were done playing. Are young people today really this daring? If the boss knew about his daughter's interests, I wonder what he would think. Meng Yao lay on the bed looking at the balance on her phone. 2,000 yuan equivalent to her 2 years of earnings. She thought those two boys were rich, but foolish. As for what Lin Xiaofan mentioned about some cultural media company, she was only half convinced. By the time Meng Yao received a call from her boss daughter, it was already 2 hours later. Looking at the two spirited girls, their cheeks were redder than the evening glow, and their eyes resembled the calm waters under the spring river and autumn moon. Glancing back at Lin Xiaofan, he appeared to be in high spirits like someone who has just received good news. We had a feast of sea cucumbers and oysters for lunch, and it was all for nothing, Lin Xiaofan said to his two spirited female classmates. How about a midnight snack tonight? I can come out anytime. What about Ling Wei? Zhang Yunqing turned to ask the triumphant Xiaofan. My dad doesn't really let me go out at night. Even if I want to go shopping, he can come along. Ling Wei lowered her blushing face, and said, "What if I come to your house to invite you?" Yinxing asked, "That's not possible, my dad doesn't trust you now. Let's meet during the day and we'll invite Sister Meng Yao to join, that way your dad won't suspect anything. Once we start college we can be together every day. Okay, let's meet during the day and you can invite the fat guy at night." What about the fat guy? He didn't want to eat dog food. After lunch, he hurried home to catch up on sleep. Because he had been too excited to sleep from last night until this morning, he finally felt at ease to take a nice afternoon nap after the reward was settled, only getting up lazily when his mom called him for dinner. Having just graduated from high school and possessing billions in assets, who would believe it if he said so? "If you watch the game tonight, they'll pull the plug on the TV. Do you believe it?" "Mom, I'm not watching tonight, don't worry," Fatty said. During lunch, he had texted his buddies asking about the score, but Lin Xiaofan kept quiet. He only mentioned the final match, suggesting to bet a little more. Germany won the championship with a score of 10 against Argentina, with odds of 6-7. "Has the admission result come out yet?" Fatty's mom asked. "Let me check." Fatty opened his brand new laptop. Not bad, he had bought a brand new high-spec Mechanical Revolution laptop yesterday. This thing seemed to be specially designed for gamers with very high specifications, including modeling and design, etc. "Mom, I got admitted to Peking University." Fatty saw the result and felt a wave of disappointment. Fatty, feeling down, called Lin Xiaofan. "Hey." Lin Xiaofan's voice was drawn out, sounding lethargic. "Buddy, I got admitted to Peking University, are you listening?" Fatty said with disappointment. "Yeah, I'm sleeping. Call me after 10 to wake me up for a midnight snack, I'll eat downstairs by." Lin Xiaofan lazily turned over. "Alright, we'll talk later." Missing by 1 point means no chance of admission. History has never had a case where missing by 1 point allows entry unless it's a recommendation. After calling Lin Xiaofan, Fatty called Zhang Yinqing because she was just 2 points short. At this time, Zhang Yinqing and Ling Wei were having dinner at home. Zhao Jinghao also had a nanny at home who cooked delicious dishes. However, Sister Meng Yao had driven them home, and she was returning to the company to report to her boss. "Linger, I got admitted to Peking University. We'll be in the same city," Zhang Yinqing said excitedly while eating. "What major?" Ling Wei picked up her phone to take a look. It's a newly established major called data science. Xiaofan said this major is good. Let me see. With the changes of the times, majors have adapted to the rise of the big data industry. In simple terms, it's focused on big data, covering courses like machine learning, data mining, economic modeling, etc. The chubby boy also chose this newly established major in 2014. Lin Xiaofan had told him that the future belongs to technology, the era of AI intelligence. Don't underestimate this major, it's a path for exploring future computer big data and also the beginning of AI. In 2019, AI technology research was officially opened. If one plans to take a master's degree later, this is the best path. It's all about big platforms and high salaries competing for talent. The two schools are just 1.8 kilometers apart. Riding a little yellow bike takes only a few minutes. It's not far at all, Lingyue said to her good sister. "Alright, cheers. Hey, race to us sisters making it and being good sisters for life," Zhang Yinqing said tonight at Lingyue's dad's house, having dinner with her best friend. "Cheers. To being sisters for life, never depart. Never depart." Speaking of Lin Xiaofan, after returning from the hotel, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Seeing how exhausted he looked, his parents didn't wake him up for dinner and let him sleep. After all, he wasn't a child anymore. They had never had to worry about him eating or studying since he was little. Until around 10:30 at night, Lin Xiaofan called his parents and went downstairs to the barbecue stall outside the community to eat barbecue. Fatty had arrived early at the barbecue stall downstairs, ordered dishes, and then called Lin Xiaofan. Seeing Lin Xiaofan and his parents arrive, he immediately sat up and waved at them. "Xiaofan, over here. Fatty, I heard you got admitted to Peking University." Lin Xiaofan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Although we can't share a dorm, we can have dinner together and play in the afternoons." Fatty thought about how the two colleges were less than 2 kilometers apart, and riding a bike would take at most 6 minutes, so they could meet up for dinner. Importantly, students from the two colleges could share libraries and courses, making it easier for them to communicate and learn from each other. Don't look so down, and many people can't even get into college. You got into Peking University, what else do you want? Lin Xiaofan said to this hidden rich kid, "Do you think there will be pretty girls in college? Like a stunning campus belle like Ling Wei?" Speaking of college life, Fatty's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Lin Nanhuai, who was sitting next to them, remained silent, simply eating their midnight snacks and listening to the young people's conversation. Yes, but many are second-generation rich. It's not so easy to flirt with the girls. It seems that everyday luxury cars are waiting for beauties at the school gate. Lin Xiaofan thought about how the most second-generation rich kids in the country were concentrated in the first and second ring roads, which was also the place most lacking in talent. At this point, Lin Xiaofan pondered and said, "In a few days, let's head north and establish our cultural media company before school starts." "So soon?" Fatty asked, chewing on a chicken wing. "Time waits for no one. Time is money. We can't just stay at home all day." "I'm preparing for the second subject now," Fatty said. "If money can solve the problem, let's use money to arrange for driving practice and tests in advance. I'll call and ask now." For a driver's license, once tuition is paid, candidates may sit for the theory test subject 1 as soon as they have mastered the material. No fixed scheduling is required. Similarly, the practical test subjects 2, 3, and 4 can all be taken on the same day. Instructors only teach what is necessary to pass the exams. Actual driving proficiency must be cultivated gradually through personal practice. Should we invite Ling Wei and the others to head north early? After hanging up, the chubby young man confirmed everything was in order. It's just a few thousand yuan more, hardly a concern for him now. All he needs to do is memorize the subject 4 questions thoroughly. The rest will be handled by the instructor. "Do you really think her father would let her head north so soon?" Lin Xiaofan asked, savoring the tender, freshly grilled oysters. "Hey kid, Dad said he's buying a villa. How much do you have saved up? Can you scrape together even a little?" Mom remarked, mindful of the stark disparity between their family background and Ling Yue's. "A villa? Dad, how much do you actually have?" 5,000 too. Father Lin Nanhu withheld the word 10,000. 5,002 meant 52 million yuan. "I've got 52 million too. The other one sold for 10 million. Lin Xiaofan concealed this from his father. "A villa? Do we really need that much?" The chubby young man turned to Uncle Lin and asked what kind of villa. "An independent villa by East Lake. Over 50 million yuan though, under 500 square meters. Let's buy it. Later when we return, we'll have a serene, refined home, and my sister's confidence will flourish." Everyone knows if a family is impoverished, its children's social circles tend to mirror that environment. The wealthy often look down upon the poor, refusing to associate with them, or worse, treating them as expendable pawns for amusement. Yet the affluent possess exceptional emotional intelligence, boldness, distinct social networks, and, above all, vast unparalleled resources. We must buy a villa, preferably a large, luxurious one. If funds fall short, let the chubby young man lend us some. We've already secured 10 million yuan. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm happy to lend whatever's needed. He nodded eagerly. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to view properties. If we're buying, let's go big. There should still be options around 800 square meters. Lin Xiaofan recalled the grand villas lining East Lake, among the most expensive residential enclaves in the entire city. Jiang Yisha's villa stood along Tangshuan Lake, priced at 70 million yuan, with premium interior finishes exceeding 50 million yuan. "Brother, how much capital do you plan to invest in the company?" The chubby young man knew about Lin Xiaofan's wager with Ling Yue's father. "It depends. Initial investment will be 10 million yuan. A further expansion will follow as profits accrue." Lin Xiaofan reflected. Building a viral content agency was no ordinary financial undertaking. "Do you know what traffic means?" "Precisely. Spending money to purchase traffic, buying visibility across platforms, aggressively cultivating a single influencer into a sensation with 10 million followers." "Will it turn a profit?" the chubby young man asked again. "Profit comes only after heavy investment and hype. More you burn, more you earn." Lin Xiaofan knew this sector yielded returns with astonishing speed. Especially during the 2 years following 2020, online shopping surged to unprecedented heights. Many residents unable to leave home turned to e-commerce daily as a salve for mounting stress. "I'll follow your lead. In a few days, once I get my license, I'll head north with you. I'm all in." His faith in Lin Xiaofan's capability was absolute. After all, an investment of 10 or 20 million yuan posed no difficulty for him. Then he added, "Uncle Lin, I'll join you tomorrow to view the property. I want to be neighbors with my brother." "Go ahead. Let's all go together." Father Lin Nanhu replied warmly to his son's childhood friend, his steadfast comrade since elementary school, middle school, and high school. Late at night, Ling Yue messaged Lin Xiaofan, as she always did. He shared with her everything discussed earlier with the chubby young man, and confirmed their decision to launch their entrepreneurial venture 1 month ahead of schedule. If possible, they would depart together, the 3 of them. If not, he and the chubby young man would head north first to found his very first enterprise. A fintech venture capital firm would indeed be established, but not yet. Next year, when ByteDance's new platform launched, he would need to prepare well in advance, producing numerous short videos and uploading them regularly to capture attention. Never underestimate those few-minute videos. Their creation is anything but simple. Editing, voiceover, subtitles, and even seasonal timing all demand meticulous craftsmanship. Especially the renowned short video creator, a celebrated food blogger and traditional culture advocate, whose ethereal pastoral-style videos had catapulted her to internet stardom. Lin Xiaofan resolved to sign her to his agency. Her name could even grace the company title with investment and profit-sharing structured accordingly. I'll speak with Dad about it tomorrow. Ling Yue respected Lin Xiaofan's autonomy. She never pressured him to stay behind for secret rendezvous. As the ancient verse reminds us, if love endures, why must it cling to fleeting moments of togetherness? Come on, let's video call. Let me see you. Lin Xiaofan teased his stunning campus sweetheart. See what? Didn't you see me already this afternoon? Ling Yue replied. I never tire of seeing you, even daily. So let me open the video now, just for you. Where do you want me to look? Shy Ling Yue asked playfully. Wherever my dog has licked. So you really are licking like a dog. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. Her youthful innocence and romantic devotion rendered her utterly compliant, ready to yield to every wish of her beloved. She would let him see whatever he wished, because she loved him. His happiness was her highest purpose. For him, she would do anything. Truth be told, had Lin Xiaofan not pledged to honor her mother's conditions, this radiant campus beauty might long since have become a woman. Beyond chatting and video calling Ling Yue, he also messaged her mother, briefing her on the plan to launch their venture in the north ahead of schedule. Ling Yue's mother, however, requested he visit the villa the following evening for a deeper conversation about life ideals and the joy of shared dreams. Good night, you little rascal. I can't keep chatting like this. Ling Yue glanced at the clock. 2:30 am. How's it going? My little darling, did you start drooling? Lin Xiaofan teased his affectionate, captivating sweetheart. You know you're making me want to run off with you to a hotel again. Ling Yue blushed deeply before the camera. Let me check if you're really drooling, Lin Xiaofan murmured, licking his lips with a mischievous grin. Now that you've seen me, will you come over? Or better yet, come now. I'll sneak you into Dad's already asleep. Send me over now, so I can walk straight into your father's trap and get locked away. Dad wouldn't do that. Hard to say. Your father is precisely the sort who'd stop at nothing for his precious daughter. He remembered how in his past life her father had threatened him relentlessly during their cohabitation. Only Ling Yue's sharp rebuttal of Zhao Jinghao had spared him from ruin. It's all your fault. You made me drool. I'm ending this chat now. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Rest well. Are you truly leaving for the north ahead of schedule? Yes, I must. For you. I support you always. Whatever you choose, I'll stand beside you unwaveringly. The issue of heading north early. What business can be started with 1,000 yuan? Early in the morning, Zhao Jinghao listened as his daughter discussed Lin Xiaofan's entrepreneurial plans. Dad, you may underestimate him, but don't underestimate my vision, Ling Yue retorted while having breakfast. Does your mother provide him financial support? I suspect she gives him money. Zhao Jinghao began to pry for information from his daughter. He shouldn't need money. He has over 20 million yuan, Ling Yue replied, recalling Lin Xiaofan's wealth. No need for money. Is his family wealthy, or is it just that scholarship? I doubt he can even pay rent, Zhao Jinghao remarked disdainfully. You just look down on others. Good grades don't necessarily mean he's cut out for business. I'm not talking to you anymore, you're so annoying. Ling Yue was of course discussing Lin Xiaofan's early plans with her close friend Zhang Yinqing. If Yunqing's parents allowed her to head north early, Ling Yue hoped her friend would take care of Lin Xiaofan, helping to keep him from being attracted by other girls. So Zhang Yinqing discussed this with her parents that morning. You're grown up now, whatever you choose to do, your dad and I will support you, her parents said. Thank you, Dad and Mom. Zhang Yinqing replied cheerfully. While you're out, make sure to take care of yourself. If anything happens, just call back, her parents reminded her. Got it, Dad, she nodded. Our little darling is simply outstanding, never giving us a moment of worry, her parents said with pride. Zhang Yunqing's parents were quite progressive, and with their daughter being exceptional, they respected her choices. So the more outstanding you are, the more remarkable your circle becomes. Those who can attend Tsinghua or Peking University are unlikely to lack good character or upbringing. Thus they were at ease with their daughter and two male classmates heading north early to start a business. Xiaofan, when are you and the fat guy setting off? My parents agreed to let me go early, and I'll join you then. Zhang Yinqing asked Lin Xiaofan over the phone. In a few days after the fat guy finishes his third and fourth subjects, Lin Xiaofan replied. Waiting for the fat guy to finish his exams is just an excuse, right? You want Ling Yue to play a few more days, don't you? Zhang Yinqing understood him well and asked. I do want to hang out with you all for a bit longer, how about it? Do you like to hang out together? Lin Xiaofan teased her over the phone. Yes, I like it very much. That feeling is just too great. As long as you like it, I'll confirm the time and let you know within the next few days. Alright then, I won't disturb you any longer. Go ahead with your work. I'm preparing to go out to look at houses. Oh, why don't you and Linghua come along? The fat guy will be there too. Really? Where do you plan to buy? Over in the East Lake Villa area. A wealthy area. Indeed, he was preparing to buy a villa. The fat guy came early in the morning to Lin Xiaofan's house for breakfast, then they all headed together to the East Lake Villa area. However, now, there were 3 more beautiful girls showing up. Meng Yao was assigned by her boss to supervise her daughter while preventing Linghua and Lin Xiaofan from becoming overly intimate. Linghua initially didn't want to come, but Zhang Yunxing insisted, claiming it was to help choose a house for their future residents. When they arrived at the sales center, they saw Lin Xiaofan and the others waiting in the lobby. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. They both greeted Lin Xiaofan's parents in unison. Their flushed cheeks were undeniably cute, making Lin Xiaofan want to hug their faces and kiss them. Especially Linghua, whose shyness caused her cheeks to turn crimson, lowering her head and not daring to look directly at Lin Xiaofan's parents. Okay, let's go look at houses together, Lin Nanhui said with a smile to Linghua. Lin Xiaofan's mother grew fonder of this girl the more she looked at her. With such a voluptuous figure, she would surely save on baby formula in the future. This girl is truly obedient. Ever since she started hanging out with Lin Xiaofan, every time they go out together, she wears short skirt stockings and high heels. Her long, beautiful legs are adorned with exquisite high heels, the heels clicking rhythmically against the smooth tiled floor, echoing their confidence. Not bad, the scenery is really beautiful. Lin Xiaofan admired their beauty. Is it? Then he'll let you enjoy it to the fullest. Linghua turned back to speak to him. Only my wife treats me well, Lin Xiaofan replied. Who is your wife? You're so vain, Linghua shot him a glance. You can't run away, Lin Xiaofan said, watching his parents still admiring the house downstairs. Indeed, after entering the villa, they slowly explored every corner. After all, this is a place to live for a lifetime, especially their own garden. When they retire, they can plant flowers and raise a few chickens. You go lock the door, let's play for a while, they nodded in agreement. As for Meng Yao, the beautiful secretary, she was still exploring downstairs and wouldn't supervise Lin Xiaofan and Linghua. This is a finely decorated villa with furniture worth over 3 million yuan, all from major brands. Every room's mattress and bedding are also of high quality. 40 minutes later, someone knocked on the door of the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaofan and the others were. What's the matter? Lin Xiaofan asked from inside. Child, your father wants to know what you think of this villa. Xiaolan wanted to know her son's opinion. Buy it. They'll transfer the money to Dad, and we can sign the contract and pay in full. Lin Xiaofan said while playing with Linghua. All right, his mother Xiaolan responded happily. Soon Lin Xiaofan transferred 52 million yuan to his father for the contract, signing the main contract under his father's and mother's names. Because Lin Xiaofan would also buy a house in the future, the tax for his first home would be lower. If he owns more than 2 properties, he would have to pay additional stamp duty. When Lin Xiaofan and the others reappeared before everyone, an hour had already passed. Meng Yao, the secretary sent by Zhao Jinghao, noticed Linghua's unusual expression and understood what she had been up to. Meng Yao, why are you staring at me like that? Linghua saw Meng Yao staring intently at her. Let's go come visit again next time. Lin Xiaofan whispered in her ear. This villa is so big, I love it. She watched Lin Xiaofan's parents signing the sales contract for the property. Over 70 million yuan, just like that, exempt from 2 years of property management fees, with a 3-year warranty, etc. Soon the contract was signed and the payment was made. The sales manager handed them the villa keys, saying that if they needed to install new locks, they could buy them and have the property staff install them for free. As for the property deed and invoices, someone would deliver them to their door tomorrow, and the service attitude was excellent. Thus, Lin Xiaofan's family acquired a new villa, including the chubby friend who bought the second villa. Son, when are we moving in? Lin Nanhui was unusually happy. Let's wait for my sister to come back and then move in. She said she would be back the day after tomorrow, Lin Xiaofan said, looking at his sister's message. All right, I'll clean up with your mom and start moving things tomorrow. Dad, Lin Nanhui said. What cleaning? Leave that to me. They'll call a cleaning company to arrange for someone to come over, and you just need to hire 1 or 2 maids. Lin Xiaofan said, picking up his phone to call the local cleaning service, requesting the cleaning service to send professional staff equipped with professional equipment to clean the house. How much does a maid cost per month? Mom Xiaolan asked. About 6,000 yuan, Lin Xiaofan replied after finishing the call. Son, if you pay me a salary, your dad and I can be your maids. Dad thought about his small restaurant, which earns about 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. Linghua couldn't help but laugh. However, she couldn't help But wonder how Lin Xiaofan could transfer 52 million yuan when he only had over 20 million in balance. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the rumors about her chubby friend who seemed to have guessed the scores a few times, raising suspicions about whether he had earned several million previously. Mom, you both have worked hard for most of your lives. It's time to enjoy life, Lin Xiaofan said to them. You all go to university. Your dad and I don't need anyone to serve us. Mom didn't want to hire a maid. Then let's find a cleaning lady. After all, the house is so big, I don't want you to have to deal with housework just because you live in a big house. Lin Xiaofan said. Yes, Annie listened to Lin Xiaofan and hire a maid, Ling Yue said. All right, but you have to pay the salary. Your dad has no money. Lin Nanhui began to act stingy again. Perhaps he didn't realize that Lin Xiaofan only had 52 million. He certainly thought he earned more. This guy just kept everything mysterious and wouldn't tell them. Now he even talked about starting a business up north in advance, and his chubby friend was the same. All right, I'll pay the salary. Let's go to the car dealership and buy a small car. Lin Xiaofan said. Should we invite the chubby friend? Ling Yue asked. I'll message him, he can come by himself later. A car is a must, and we should buy several. After all, the garage can hold more than 10 small cars. For family use, a 7-seater, preferably an imported Toyota Alphard, along with a 7-seater Mercedes and 2 5-seater Mercedes and BMWs. What Lin Xiaofan didn't expect was to run into his classmates Long Guangxing and Fang Yu at the high-end car dealership. Oh, isn't that our class's top student? Fang Yu saw Lin Xiaofan and Ling Yue appearing together in the 4S dealership. Are you using your scholarship to buy a small car? Or are you living off Ling Yu's generosity? Long Guangxing looked down on Lin Xiaofan, the poor student. What's there to be proud of? You're only relying on your parents. Without them, you're nothing. Zhang Yinxing scolded this second-generation Long Guangxing. Being born into a good family is also a skill you wouldn't understand, Fang Yu said, looking very self-righteous. Ling Yue, come on, let's show your pursuer what's up. Lin Xiaofan wouldn't bark back at these barking dogs. He just wanted to get close to Ling Yue and show some affection in front of them, letting him know that the girl he was chasing has now become his real girlfriend and has developed to this stage. Ling Yue cooperated with Lin Xiaofan's display of affection. Yunqing, come on, let's show them what real strength is. This wave of dog food left them speechless, their fists clenched tightly as they stared at Lin Xiaofan. They never expected that Lin Xiaofan, besides flirting with Ling Yue, also had a special relationship with Yunqing. Not to mention the two of them. Even Lin Xiaofan's father was left speechless by his son's display of affection. Lin Xiaofan, I never expected you to be such a scoundrel. It's one thing to flirt with Ling Yue, but to flirt with Yunqing as well, you are truly a scoundrel. Long Guangxing gazed at the goddess he secretly admired, feeling that it was bad enough to be scorned by one, but being scorned by two at the same time was unbearable. You need not envy me. This feeling of success is something you will never experience, Ling Yue, wouldn't you agree? Lin Xiaofan pulled Ling Yue into his arms and kissed her again. Xiaofan, please don't, your aunt is still here. Ling Yu's cheeks turned as red as a ripe peach. Your aunt can't see. Go on and have fun. I will watch the little cars with your uncle, said Mama Xiaolan. Son, you are impressive, far surpassing your father, but I believe you can handle your feelings well. Keep it up. Dad, Lin Nanhui gave a thumbs up as he spoke. Don't worry, I will be committed to them. Just wait for grandchildren to come along. Lin Xiaofan said. You vain thing, who would want to have babies with you, eh? Ling Yue lightly slapped Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. You scoundrel, you are not worthy to be my classmate. Classmate Fang Yu pointed at him and scolded. Exactly, I am a scoundrel, unlike you two sycophants who wouldn't even deserve to lick the feet of the school beauty. After finishing his words, Lin Xiaofan pulled out 2 pairs of black stockings from a big bag and said, do you want them? These were just taken off the school beauty. I'll sell you a pair for 500,000 yuan. Xiaofan. You are too bad. I gave them to you not for you to sell for profit. Ling Yue lightly twisted Lin Xiaofan's waist. You? Long Guangxing's eyes quickly shifted to the 2 female classmates gazing at the pair of perfect long legs beneath their short skirts. He figured that their relationship had probably developed to that stage. Thinking of this, he pounded his chest and pointed at Ling Yue, scolding. Where did I go wrong? My family is wealthy and well-connected. Why does a poor wretch live better than I do? I like him, and what does that have to do with you? Ling Yue replied to this classmate who had hinted at her several times. Ling Yue is not your personal property, as she has her own right to choose and her own freedom to love as she pleases. Lin Xiaofan embraced both of them, continuing to flaunt his affection before them, saying, Yunqing, which little car do you like? Pick one that will be under your name. I want that red BMW. Ling Yue pointed at the BMW displayed in the center showroom. Buy it, manager, come here, get me that red Benz Abuba and a Bachmeier, and another 7-seater. Lin Xiaofan seemed to be laying all his cards on the table in front of Long Guangxing. However, at this moment the chubby boy also arrived. From afar he had already heard them cursing. Bro, we bought too few. You let me buy 2,000 yuan for 17, and I would have made 1 billion. Ooh, I regret not buying more. The chubby boy's voice echoed in the car showroom. Lin Xiaofan. Ling Yu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Baby, I didn't buy it. It was the chubby boy who bought it, or after winning, he will give me half. Lin Xiaofan raised both hands as he spoke. Did your dad buy it too? Ling Wei asked a little angrily. Girl, I only bought for 1,000 yuan, and I didn't expect to win 52 million. You also saw that I took this money to buy you a wedding house. Lin Xiaofan's dad quickly ran over to explain, seeming to be talking to his daughter-in-law. Fine, then promise me you won't play this soccer anymore. Ling Yue really seemed to consider herself part of their family. Okay, we won't play anymore, we promise you. Lin Ninhui continuously nodded. Uncle Lin, do you know how many people go bankrupt every year? I don't want you to end up like them, Ling Yue explained a bit angrily. Yes, I understand. We will play very small, just 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan is still not good. Saying this, she glared at Lin Xiaofan again, her delicate hand pinching his waist, twisting it 360 degrees. Why won't you let me buy 1,000 yuan? I promised you I wouldn't bet again. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his sore spot. Fatty, I want a red envelope. Ling Wei and Yinqing extended their small hands towards him. All right, 100,000 yuan each, is that enough? The chubby boy looked at Long Guangxing and their faces, which were almost stuffed with eggs. As for the 17 of the World Cup, who doesn't know now? A drunkard over in Europe bought it for 200 euros and ended up winning 6,500 times. After this little bickering, Ling Wei seemed to have blended into Lin Xiaofan's family already. Even before officially entering, she started managing Lin Xiaofan's father. The two male classmates nearby watched as the chubby boy really transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Yinqing. Judging by their expressions, it seemed not to be fake. He also bought several 100,000 yuan worth of little cars. Even he couldn't come up with that much money. It wasn't that his family didn't have money, but his parents wouldn't give him money to spend recklessly. Brother, that set you just mentioned was over 70 million, right? I will buy a set worth over 50 million as well, and we can be neighbors in the future. After the chubby boy transferred the red envelope to them as pocket money, he spoke loudly in front of Long Guangxing and the others, letting them know that Lin Xiaofan was no longer a poor wretch, but a classmate they couldn't afford to associate with. I filled in my dad's name. I heard Long Guangxing's family is quite wealthy. I wonder if they live in an 800 square meter villa. Lin Xiaofan directed his gaze at this academic star. This guy was the vice class monitor, always putting on airs in front of the classmates, acting as if he were something special. What's there to be proud of? Just a nouveau riche, Long Guangxing snorted coldly. Exactly, a nouveau riche is much better than you, a scum who looks down on others. Keep pretending if you have the guts, buy a few little cars and show me. Lin Xiaofan also began to mock him, saying, what's wrong? Didn't you say your family is very rich? Didn't you scold me for being a poor wretch? Can't even afford a few little cars. Dude, stop mocking this scoundrel. The money he spends now is all given by his dad. Unlike us who accidentally bet 1,000 yuan and made him 52 million. Before the chubby boy could finish, Ling Yue raised her eyebrows, glaring at him and questioning. Didn't you just say you bought it for 2,000 yuan and made over 1 billion? How did it change to 1,000? Yeah, right, my memory is failing me. It was 2,000, 1 billion, and 400,000. The chubby boy gently patted the back of his head. Xiaofan, did you really not bet? She moved closer to Lin Xiaofan, her small hand resting on the flesh above his waist. With a stunningly beautiful face, she gazed at Lin Xiaofan's handsome face, smiling sweetly and asking, baby, tell me, how much did you actually buy? I promise not to get angry. As she said this, both her father and mother turned their attention to Lin Xiaofan, just as curious about his assets as Ling Yue. Ling Yue, how much I have is not important. What matters is that it's all yours in the future, right? Lin Xiaofan lifted the playful little school bow tie's chin with his hand. Can you give me a hint? Let me take it to slap Dad's face. I will tell you when we get back. Can't you say it now? In his previous life, Lin Xiaofan met his demise under abduction. In this life, he would not so easily find himself at the mercy of money, including Ling Yue. Fatty, do you know? Ling Yu's sharp gaze fell upon him. I don't know, my brother wouldn't tell me. Fatty immediately shook his head, secretly thinking, if they knew that Xiaofan's assets now exceed 100,000, I wonder what they would think. The little fatty doesn't know that Lin Xiaofan's assets have already surpassed 2 billion. Really don't know. Or are you hiding it from us? Zhang Yinqing placed a hand on his chubby shoulder and asked sarcastically, I don't know, I really don't know. Manager, can you take me for a test drive? Take me for a test drive. Yang Lingfeng quickly approached the sales manager looking for an excuse to run away and not get involved in their affairs. Of course, he secretly sent a message to Lin Xiaofan, brother, I sent 2 red envelopes to your woman, are you going to send one back to me? Send back a red envelope. The final match will make you rich, just prepare the money. And the 3 stocks I mentioned, buy them quietly in batches. Lin Xiaofan replied to the fatty. For the classmate Long Guangxing, he had already slapped him in the face hard watching Lin Xiaofan's large villa, and then bought several high-end cars. He bought over 9 million yuan worth of cars at once, and even gifted 2 to Lingwei and Yunqing. Obtaining a license plate was just a matter of time. Hey, can you sell me that for 100,000? Long Guangxing's voice was not loud, but Lin Xiaofan heard him. Is this the one? Lin Xiaofan finished speaking and pulled out 2 pieces of black silk from his pocket. He then smelled them, so fragrant the scent of Lingwei and the others. Are you trying to die? Lingwei saw Lin Xiaofan's shameless action and lunged at him, twisting his waist in a full 360 degrees. Ouch, ouch. Lin Xiaofan cried out in pain. 20,000. Long Guangxing thought to himself this was the black silk worn by his goddess. You're not allowed to sell it to him, that's disgusting, Lingwei said to him. Did you hear? It's not that I won't sell it to you, it's that our class flower said you're disgusting. Lin Xiaofan finished speaking and leaned his nose close to Lingyu's neck to sniff. Our little wife smells so good someone can't lick it, how delightful. Fangyu was speechless. Watching Long Guangxing this dog lick, knowing he couldn't reach it, yet still putting his face forward, got smacked into a pig's head. But it must be said our class flower is truly not just ordinarily beautiful. Previously in school, she wasn't as pretty as she is now after graduation. Dressed up, she had a few more mature charms and a hint of allure. Her presence seemed to become a spectacle in the eyes of all the men in the car exhibition hall. Under the short skirt, her beautiful legs, no matter how you looked at them, were so long and shapely, and with high heels she appeared all the more sexy and mature. Kid, come over and swipe your card. The manager said there are goods in stock, let us take them back. Dad Lin Nanhui said to his son, who was trying to show off. Now this Long Guangxing, being beaten down to the point of losing face, wasn't even worthy of being a dog to lick. Lingwei said one word: disgusting. Okay, as for license plates and such, Lin Xiaofan naturally knew some of the unspoken rules. Wanting several license plates with the same numbers would not come without spending some money. Starting at 50,000, the most expensive being 200,000 with the first 2 letters and the last 3 identical numbers. All the paperwork was done in less than 20 minutes, and Lin Xiaofan drove the brand new car back to the villa's garage. However, the little fatty didn't know how to drive, so he had to let the attendant help him drive back to house No. 2 in the Donghu Villa area. Of course, when Lin Xiaofan returned to the villa, the cleaning staff from the cleaning company had already started comprehensive cleaning work, including trimming the garden and so on. Mr. Lin, the door lock has been changed for you with facial recognition, fingerprint, and password locks, said the property management head. Thank you. Lin Xiaofan settled the payment. You're welcome. If you need anything, just call the property management 24-hour service. Indeed, the property service here is 5-star. Compared to other communities where property security acts like they are the masters and the owners are like dogs, it's different here. Here, every owner who can live here has assets above several hundred million, and the security cannot afford to offend the bosses here. Are you staying here tonight? Lingwei asked, looking at her beloved car parked in the garage. If you're not coming over tonight, what do I need to stay here for? He'll move in the day after tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan gently said to this class flower who was cooperating with him to slap Long Guangxing in the face. He'll leave my little car here for now, and once I get my driver's license he'll drive it home. Zhang Yunqing said. Well, here are the keys, one for each of you. Lin Xiaofan nodded and said, now tell me, how much money do you really have? So I can go back and persuade my dad, maybe he will agree to let me go north with you early. Lingwei gave him a flirtatious glance. If I say I only have 2 billion, would you believe it? Lin Xiaofan said. Can I see your balance? All right. Lin Xiaofan had assets of 2.2 billion, but he had deposited them in 4 major banks, and some were invested in the stock market. Now he only checked one bank's information, and it indeed showed a balance of over 280 million. I really didn't buy lottery tickets, this is what I earned before. Lin Xiaofan looked at their dumbfounded expressions and quickly explained. Can you teach me how to buy them next time? I heard the finals are coming up, they said in unison. Lin Xiaofan was also speechless upon hearing their words. The girls' whims changed so easily. Before they didn't allow him to invest further, but now they wanted him to take them along to play. The day after tomorrow is the 13th, the last day of the World Cup finals. If he could watch the match with these two, it would indeed be the greatest victory of his life. The day after tomorrow, I will move into my new residence. Can you come over to play and stay the night? Lin Xiaofan asked Lingwei and the other girl. That shouldn't be a problem, I will persuade my dad. Ling Wei thought of his assets of 2 billion and the number of high-end cars and the 800 square meter villa. Let your mom come too, then your dad won't have any objections. Zhang Yinqing said. Right, ask my mom to come too. Ling Yue felt as if awakened from a dream upon hearing her friend's words. Okay, I will ask Annie and see if she has time to come over. Lin Xiaofan promised Jiang Yixiao that he would go to her house tonight. Since the night before last, Jiang Yixiao seemed to be thinking about that little rascal all the time. At such a young age, it was hard to believe he had so many tricks up his sleeve with many difficult moves that even she, a married woman, couldn't do. Back then, Germany beat Argentina 10 in the 113th minute. The result was 0-0 after 90 minutes of regular play, and who knows how many people went bankrupt because of betting. Because the scores were often judged based on normal time and goals scored in extra time were not counted in the regular score. Or placing bets on the scores in extra time. Therefore, the operations behind these football bets are not something ordinary people can easily guess. If betting on the normal time score of 0-0, the odds could be nearly 6 times. As for how many times the odds were for 10 in extra time, that was unknown. Before heading home, Ling Yue kissed Lin Xiaofan on the cheek and said, Xiaofan, I had a great time today, thank you. I am also very happy you all go back. First, we will meet again the day after tomorrow. I have to move things tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan kissed her lovely face. Do you want me to come over and help? Yinqing asked with a smile. Carrying and lifting things, let's leave that to the boys. I have Fatty to help me. See you the day after tomorrow. Come over for dinner and bring your dad too. Are you sure you want me to bring my dad? For staying overnight, let your mom stay over to dinner. Just call your dad over. I assume your dad won't object too much. Little rascal, you want me to stay overnight at your house? You don't have thoughts of doing anything to me before heading north, do you? There is no way around it. Lin Xiaofan bought such a large villa and has a relocation family banquet the day after tomorrow. If he invites her mother over, he can't just ignore the father-in-law. In the future, if he marries Ling Yue, what if the father-in-law asks him why he refers to her as his ex-wife instead of addressing him as father-in-law? What's the story there? If family matters are not handled well, there will be plenty of days wearing small shoes in the future. Miss Zhao, let me take you home first, the beautiful secretary Meng Yao said as she escorted the boss daughter back. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, who was 24 years old and had the same figure as Ling Yue, thought to herself, should I follow him north to start a business together? Thinking of this, she quietly sent Lin Xiaofan a message. Xiaofan, when are you going north? Can I go with you to start a business? After sending the message, she just needed to wait for Lin Xiaofan's reply. It's just the life of a worker. Who wouldn't want to earn a bit more with a wealthy boss? Alright, see you the day after tomorrow. They'll go home and talk to dad about it. Ling Wei left in her father's dedicated car. To be honest, Zhao Jinghao couldn't believe how outstanding Lin Xiaofan had become. How long has it been since he graduated from high school? Has it even been a month? Now he hears his beautiful secretary reporting back at work saying that Lin Xiaofan and Ling Wei bought an 800 square meter villa at Donghu for over 70 million yuan today. They also plan to buy several high-end cars, etc. He was even more surprised to hear that Lin Xiaofan now has assets close to 300 million yuan. The reason he arranged for the secretary to supervise Ling Wei was merely to prevent them from becoming overly close or going to hotels, yet it couldn't stop them from meeting. Moreover, they see each other every day at Tsinghua. Zhao Zong, you won't blame me for bringing Ling Wei to meet him, will you? Meng Yao looked at her boss, who was lost in thought, while tapping his fingers on the solid wood table. I won't blame you. I know what kind of personality my daughter has. Even if I try to stop it now, I can't prevent their college life. Zhao Jinghao waved his hand. Then he thought, how could this kid be so lucky? Should I really call him elder brother? I heard he plans to go north to start a cultural media company investing over 10 million yuan. Meng Yao reported the news she had heard. Cultural media company. I know about that. It seems to be related to online platforms. Zhao Jinghao thought he could understand it this way. However, Lin Xiaofan's plan was very ambitious. If he could create a few beautiful female internet celebrities, he could consider investing in shooting short dramas. Investing in short dramas doesn't require much, and the returns are higher than those of ordinary TV dramas. Profits could range from several million to even billions, although there could be losses as well. The losses are simply due to inadequate traffic or not having attractive enough actors. If there are top-notch internet celebrities as the female leads, that's a built-in traffic source, just like those top female stars. Are you going to the relocation banquet the day after tomorrow? Meng Yao asked her boss. Could I not go? If he really ends up with my daughter, what if he holds a grudge because I didn't show up at the banquet back then? What if he makes my life difficult later on? Saying this, he told the young and beautiful secretary, go prepare some gifts for me. Sure. Meng Yao chuckled to herself. Isn't it obvious? If Lin Xiaofan really ends up with his daughter, wouldn't not attending the banquet years ago be seen as contempt for him as a son-in-law? What if decades later he finds himself in a hospital bed? Who would visit him? His ex-wife? His daughter? His son-in-law? His grandchildren? This father doesn't approve of his daughter being with him, now fearing the loss of advantages to Lin Xiaofan. Secondly, it has yet to be determined whether they will be together in the future. If they break up midway, the one who ends up hurt will still be his daughter. The next day, Lin Xiaofan began to do the heavy work. He just didn't expect that when he returned from Auntie's villa in the morning. He encountered Zhang Yunqing, who had come at Lingyu's behest to help him pack things. Yes, she was there to help tidy up at his old residence, packing things into boxes. Then a moving company would load the items and deliver them to Villa No. 1 in Donghu Villa area. The fat guy came to help in the morning, but he had an exam in the afternoon. His luck was quite good. If he didn't pass the first exam, he could retake it on the spot and pass with 90 points. For the third subject, he was scheduled to take the test on the third day, and once he finished that, he could take the fourth subject. The automatic transmission for the third subject is very easy to pass, much easier than the second subject. As long as you remember a few key points from the instructor, you can do it. Yunqing, pack up your new clothes and bring them here. Next time we play here, you'll have clothes to change into, Lin Xiaofan said, after finishing packing the last box. Lingwei said the same thing. She asked me to help her take clothes to the villa later. Yunqing nodded. Go ahead. After we finish moving, let's take a bath together in the villa, Lin Xiaofan said, while gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. I'll go home to pack first. Bye. Yunqing hurried back home on her electric bike. As for her luggage, Lingyue had already packed it. After a few days of traveling, all the clothes she bought were still in the suitcase, with more than 10 brand new sets of underwear. Now she's having Zhang Yunqing come over to help her drag it to Lin Xiaofan's villa. To be honest, the wardrobe in the master bedroom is very large. However, Lin Xiaofan found that there wasn't enough space in the wardrobe to hold their clothes, and the shoe cabinet was the same. The girls' shoes numbered over a dozen, and they all seemed to be new. You really have a lot of clothes, Lin Xiaofan remarked while looking at the wardrobe filled with their clothes. That's just a small part. I haven't even brought over the clothes from my mom's house yet, Zhang Yunqing said with a smile. Are you tired today? Lin Xiaofan looked at her as she tidied up the clothes, lifted her up, and headed towards the bathroom. I'm both tired and happy. Xiaofan, can I be your little woman for this lifetime? Zhang Yunqing tightly hugged Lin Xiaofan, reluctant to let go. Have you and Lingyue talked about it? Lin Xiaofan was unaware of what the two girlfriends had discussed to be so open with each other. Anyway, rich people are like this, one at home and several outside. Yunqing thought about the lifestyles of the wealthy. Indeed, rich people never lack women in this society, Lin Xiaofan agreed. The wealthy never lack wives, only the poor cannot afford to marry. Indeed, rich people are always like this. Yunqing had always had a crush on this handsome guy. Now that they had developed this relationship, she honestly didn't mind. Because she truly liked him as long as he was happy and joyful. Her heart would also be happy and joyful, willing to give everything for him. Perhaps some people would say that how can girls today still be so foolish? To be honest, there really are girls like this in this world. Have you become more beautiful? Lin Xiaofan asked as he noticed the changes in her. It seems like I've grown particularly fast these days, and I've been eating really well. You're really beautiful, a few points more than before, Lin Xiaofan said mischievously. Really? Do you like it? Lin Xiaofan did entertain the idea of winning over this young woman, but it would be more convenient after he headed north. That way she wouldn't need to return home, risk her parents noticing her unusual condition, or draw their ire toward him. He already had his hands full dealing with Lingyu's father alone. He certainly didn't wish to contend with two more sets of parents. Before even beginning university, her personal assets had already exceeded 2 million yuan. 53,000 yuan came from red envelopes given by Lin Xiaofan, 100,000 yuan from those gifted by the chubby friend, and a high-spec BMW sedan worth several 100,000 yuan. She had already decided if she placed all 1.5 million yuan on the final World Cup match and won several million in return, she could buy her parents a beautiful new home. At dusk, her elder sister Lin Ruyin returned from vacation. Lin Xiaofan drove their brand new car to the airport to pick her up. Her luggage included 2 large suitcases and 1 dainty feminine carry-on. Besides her sister, 2 of Lin Ruyin's close friends, both stunningly beautiful, accompanied her. Little brother Xiaofan, shall we add each other as WeChat friends? They asked cheerfully, phones already in hand. After all, the young man before them was now a bona fide tycoon, a sudden millionaire, and the top-scoring graduate in the province's single-subject chemistry exam. This is my younger brother, Lin Ruyin introduced. These are my best friends, Lanner and Inger. I've met them before, Lin Xiaofan replied calmly. We'd crossed paths back when you two were still in high school. Privately, he mused they've grown far more beautiful and mature than before. Indeed, as the saying goes, girls transform dramatically after turning 18. University life had only deepened their grace and allure. Let's go. I'll drive you all home first. He helped load their luggage into the car. Sisters, I've made it official. I'll be staying at your place for the summer. Come on, move in with me. I'll feed you and take care of you, Lynn Rowan declared, beaming with delight. Her current attire was entirely new, luxury labels head to toe, and she carried a Louis Vuitton handbag. Her refined ensemble lent her an unmistakable air of aristocratic poise. How many rooms per floor? Lynn Rowan asked her brother, who was focused on driving. 12 rooms per floor, plus a study and entertainment room, and on the ground floor a spacious gym. Lin Xiaofan remained unaware that his sister's friends were surreptitiously sizing him up. Have my clothes been moved over yet? Lin Ruoyin asked, recalling the wardrobe in their old apartment. Yes, they've been moved. Mom packed everything today, though some older garments were left behind. So we're heading to the new lakeside residence now. Yes, Dad said the auspicious time for relocation is tonight at 1238 a.m. Before he could finish, the two elegant young women teased little brother Xiaofan. Your sister told us you're fond of girls in black stockings. Is that true? Lin Xiaofan fell silent, glancing sideways at his sister, who responded with a mischievous grin. How do our legs look? Would you like a closer look? They playfully pressed. Don't tease my brother, he's driving. He knew well enough his sister's friends had set their sights on him. They're junior, and were deliberately drawing his attention. Uft, stop teasing him. You'll make him take it seriously, and then you'll regret it. Lin Ryan laughed lightly, her crimson-tipped fingers delicately covering her smiling lips. All right, we'll stop teasing you, little brother. Originally, Lin Xiaofan had planned to drop his sister's friends off first, but they insisted on accompanying Lin Royan home, even carrying their luggage into the guest rooms on the second floor. Then they began touring the grand villa together, growing ever more enchanted with every corner. They declared half-jokingly that as long as Lin Royan lived there, they'd pack up and move in too. Its luxurious interior surpassed even the most opulent suites in five-star hotels. Living here was sheer indulgence. A charming pavilion nestled within the garden served perfectly for tea ceremonies and barbecues, ideal for intimate gatherings among close friends. Brother, haven't you invited your girlfriend to dinner? Lin Royan asked as they settled into a private dining room at the restaurant. I'll invite her tomorrow. I'll have the hotel deliver meals to the villa. Lin Xiaofan had indeed hoped to bring Ling Yu, but her father clearly disapproved of their closeness, and Ling Yu, unwilling to upset him, chose not to attend. Little brother Xiaofan, is she your girlfriend too? Lan'er and Inger had long observed Zhang Yunqing, who stood beside Lin Xiaofan. Noticing how Lin Xiaofan occasionally rested his hand familiarly upon the pure-faced girl's thigh, intimate beyond mere friendship, they exchanged knowing glances. Yes, she's also a close friend of mine, Lin Xiaofan admitted plainly. Playboy Lin Royan muttered under her breath. It doesn't bother Ling Yu. She enjoys this kind of arrangement. He explained further to his sister. Do today's youth really embrace such relationships? Inger and Lan'er murmured, their eyes lingering appreciatively on the strikingly handsome young man. Let's eat. Let's not dwell on such topics, interjected Lin Nanhui, their father, who sensed his daughter's friends were vying for his son's affection. Still, he chose not to interfere in his son's romantic life. After all, Lin Xiaofan was no longer a child. Having just graduated senior high, he was now a full-fledged adult, fully capable of discerning right from wrong. As for the newly purchased property, his parents had kept it strictly confidential, not even mentioning it to relatives or friends. As Lin Xiaofan put it, better to keep a low profile. After dinner, Lin Xiaofan escorted Zhang Yunqing home, then returned to the old apartment to pack his belongings in preparation for the midnight relocation. As for Jiang Yixia, the captivating young widow, he would not visit her tonight. After last night's encounter, he'd nearly needed to lean against the wall to stagger home. The solitude of a young widow defied simple explanation. Yet late into the night, their messages grew increasingly intimate and charged. Occasionally, Lin Xiaofan requested video calls, just to gaze upon her enchanting figure. Like Ling Yue, she obeyed his quiet directives, without hesitation angling the camera exactly where he asked. Remember, you must delete our chat history. Ling Yu must never see it, Jiang Yixia wrote, attaching several photographs. Understood, I'll make sure she never finds out. Stay over at my place tomorrow night, Lin Xiaofan replied to the alluring, mature woman. Consider it done. I'll help you deal with old Zhao. She was now wholly his. Regarding her ex-husband, she felt nothing but disillusionment. Reconciliation was unthinkable. In Jiang Yixia's own words, he is now our shared enemy, and we will confront him together, power pitted against power. And if Ling Yu ever learns of this and chooses not to object, how would you feel? Lin Xiaofan probed gently. If she truly consents, then you'll have gotten away with quite the bargain, Jiang Yixiao replied, genuinely believing her daughter might reach that point. No one understood Ling Yu better than she did. Their divorce had occurred when Ling Yu was still very young. Around 1230 am, Lin Xiaofan and his family officially moved into their newly renovated villa. The entire house was brightly lit. Red couplets were pasted at the entrance, and with the sound of firecrackers the celebration was simple yet joyful. Brother, are you asleep? Come upstairs to play. The most excited was his sister, living in such a grand and luxurious villa she was destined to have a sleepless night. The fruit platter prepared by their mother early in the morning had turned into snacks for these little gluttons. I'm still awake. Lin Xiaofan lay on the super luxurious bed in the master bedroom, savoring the wealth that his rebirth had brought him. The bed was enormous, easily accommodating 5 or 6 people. However, lying on it alone, he felt it lacked some excitement. Come down to play on the second floor. Yinger wants you to join her for a game. We are short one player. His excited sister called him. Okay, but I'll only play for an hour before going to sleep, Lin Xiaofan replied to his sister, who was in her second year of college. Lin Ruoyin took many photos and videos of the villa and posted them on her social media. She even included the scene of their father and brother hanging up the couplets to celebrate their move. Classmates and friends, in addition to adding her as a friend, also sent her red envelopes. Whether they were good friends from middle school, high school, or university, they all reached out. She felt like she was the center of attention, receiving countless red envelopes, each worth over 200 yuan. When school starts, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Ruoyin uniformly replied to the social media posts. Yes, congratulations. She didn't respond individually to the comments below. Her brother, dressed in pajamas, joined them on the second floor to play mahjong. Sister, when did you learn to play this? Lin Xiaofan asked as he watched her play skillfully. In college, my friends taught me how to play, Lin Ruoyin said with a smile. How do you play? Is there a stake? Lin Xiaofan's gaze fell on Yinger and the others. They were also dressed in pajamas in a stylish slip design. If it weren't for the slight boredom tonight, he wouldn't want to play with these older sisters. While Lin Xiaofan couldn't claim to be a master at mahjong, he considered himself better than these older sisters. Back in the day when he was confined to the community, he seemed to be dragged into playing mahjong daily by Ling Yue and his sister. Brother, I heard you're going to start a business in the north early. What kind of business? His sister asked while playing, thinking highly of her lucky brother. It was indeed believed that he was exceptionally lucky, turning 100 yuan into 52 million. Few could achieve that in this world. Yinger, which university are you both attending? Upon hearing the topic of entrepreneurship, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but focus on them. He knew that while these two older sisters weren't as stunning as Ling Yue, they were still exceptionally beautiful in their own right. With a little grooming, they could easily surpass first-tier stars. We're in the same city, but we attend the University of Political Science and Law, majoring in criminal law, Yinger said. I'm in the civil law department, Laner added. Impressive. After you graduate, you can be the legal consultants for my company or be outstanding senior sisters, Lin Xiaofan remarked. He contemplated that a well-rounded company required legal consultants, particularly a cultural media company, which needed them even more. After all, intellectual property is crucial. If someone commercializes their videos without permission, they must sue for damages. Furthermore, in the future, they would need to confront slander and insults from trolls online. One should not think that they can simply insult others online. If the crime of insult is established, be prepared for imprisonment or compensation for mental damages. Let's talk about this later. Come on, let's play mahjong. 1 bamboo. Pong. 9 bamboo. Pong. Lin Xiaofan initially thought he was a master, but he didn't expect that the three of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, setting up pairs for each other. Haha, they had a surprising way of dealing with Lin Xiaofan the Tycoon. Under the table, the girls lightly nudged each other's feet to signal what cards were missing. Finally, I can draw a tile. 9 bamboo. Lin Xiaofan, observing that it was finally his turn, felt excited. I win. He had just drawn tiles less than 3 rounds, and Yinger won with Lin Xiaofan's 9 bamboo. No way, that was too fast. Lin Xiaofan felt a bit speechless. Not fast, we've drawn a few times, it's just that you didn't draw, Yinger said with a grin. Every time it's my turn to draw, you all pong. How can I draw? Lin Xiaofan took out his phone and sent her money. Keep it up, if you win, it's all up to you. Laner smiled at the wealthy, handsome guy. Are you two colluding? Lin Xiaofan felt that they were secretly cheating, but couldn't find any evidence. If Lin Xiaofan bent down to look under the table, he would see their beautiful feet gently stepping on each other's fair feet. A slight movement would reveal what the other was lacking. If it's a pure hand, heavenly win, and 4 sets of winning tiles, everything will be revealed. Lin Xiaofan looked at his hand, feeling ecstatic. 3 1 bamboos, 3 9 bamboos, 3 1 tens, 3 9 dots, and a 9 bamboo. With such a hand, it had the potential to blossom. Do you believe it? Okay, if I get 4 sets in a row, heavenly wind, and a pure hand, I'll give you an outfit. Yinger didn't believe that anyone could be that lucky. Play your turn. Let me show you how to turn you two into naked pigs. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his palms together, feeling a little excited. 9 bamboo. Yinger was the first to play. Since 9 bamboo wasn't pawned, it meant there was a high probability that the other two didn't have it. Lin Xiaofan wanted to win her tile, but thinking about the chance of drawing, he still wanted to take a risk. If he managed to draw a winning tile tonight, would really be thrilling. Brother, what are you smiling about? Hurry and draw a tile. Lin Ruoyin saw Lin Xiaofan staring at her friend and grinning. I can secretly draw a 1 bamboo. Lin Xiaofan didn't expect to draw the first tile and be able to complete a set. I'll win this round, and then I'll see if you can still laugh. I can secretly draw a 9 bamboo. Hee. Lin Xiaofan drew a third tile and smiled. Knowing the card his fingers had touched, he already knew what the next card would be. As Lin Xiaofan made another hidden move in Pai Jiu, she grinned while her fingers brushed over the cards on the table, causing the two girls to panic. That gaze made their hearts race. Could it be true? Sister Ying murmured. Xiaofan, you better not win right away. Sorry, but it seems I've struck gold. 9,000 pairs I win. Sister Lan exclaimed, grabbing her cards. Lin Xiaofan didn't intend to win against them, but such was luck. Fate seemed to have a peculiar arrangement with these two senior sisters. For concealed sets, a significant score of 32 points. The game they played was incredibly thrilling, leaving both girls in a daze. Then her gaze fell upon her close friend Lin Ruoyin, as if urging Xiaofan to speak on her behalf. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I wanted to play this way. You were the ones who suggested a thrilling game. Lin Ruoyin said to her two friends with exasperation. You don't have to take off anything ill, just pretend your words are nonsense. Lin Xiaofan observed these two innocent senior sisters, both just over 20 in their second year of university, exuding a very pure charm. At that moment, under the soft yellow light of the entertainment room, the two beautiful long-haired senior sisters gazed at Lin Xiaofan with glistening eyes. Like two blooming flowers in the midnight hour, their affectionate glances left Lin Xiaofan momentarily mesmerized. Is this for real, eh? They looked at Lin Xiaofan with a hint of reluctance. It's up to you. After all, you women are the best at telling lies. Lin Xiaofan shrugged indifferently. All right then, Sister Ying said, her complexion as fair as snow blushing under the light. She began to act on her promise right in front of Xiaofan, as did Sister Lan. Her eyes were large and bright, resembling a deep lake that held countless stars, while her rosy cheeks were framed by long eyelashes like butterflies fluttering as they gazed at Lin Xiaofan. Brother, you might be tempted by their appearances, Sister Lin Ruoyin teased from across the table, a playful smile gracing her lips. Yinger, what do you mean by that? We're sisters, aren't you going to speak up for me? We promised to be good sisters for life, no love involved. Sister Lan, dressed in a white silk nightgown that looked incredibly soft, chimed in. Sisters, don't tell me you want to be my brother's sister-in-law. Lin Ruoyin asked, observing their watery eyes. Enough of that, let's play cards and continue the game. Their faces turned crimson up to their necks. Because Lin Xiaofan felt a bit reluctant to continue playing mahjong. Sister Ying, you are truly beautiful. Lin Xiaofan admired Sister Ying's slightly tousled long hair, which added a touch of ethereal beauty. How about you break up with your girlfriend and let me be your wife? You'll graduate in 2 years anyway, Yinger joked playfully. Are university girls really this direct? Lin Xiaofan looked at them, his eyes revealing a blend of wisdom and cunning. So what do you think? Am I not pretty? Lan asked, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiaofan, who seemed oblivious to the cards he was holding. Pretty. Lin Xiaofan felt as though he was dreaming. Brother, it's your turn to draw a tile, hurry up. 002 of bamboo. Uffed. They shared a light smile. In that moment, the entertainment room was filled with a unique charm because of their presence. Lin Xiaofan had no idea what tiles he had drawn, he simply wanted to admire the beauty of the scene before him. It felt as if time slowed down in the presence of their beauty. They had promised to play mahjong for an hour, yet hours passed, and the atmosphere became increasingly different, allowing Lin Xiaofan to showcase his skills after winning. If it weren't for Lin Xiaofan's mother coming upstairs, hearing the laughter from the entertainment room, they wouldn't have realized dawn was approaching. My mom said it's time for bed. Lin Ruoyin glanced at the clock, noting it was around 4:30 in the morning. You should sleep, you'll win a few more rounds against your brother before I go to bed. The two of them wished they could send Ruoyin away. With Xiaofan around, Yinger and her friend dared not express many of their actions or play anything more thrilling with Lin Xiaofan. Alright, just don't win all my brother's money. I'm going to sleep now. Lin Ruin, who became a supporting character for the night, accompanied them in their craziness. Indeed, when these two sisters got excited, they became extraordinarily wild, shattering Lin Xiaofan's worldview. Since they weren't shy, what did he have to fear? Let's play with these two senior sisters for a while. Such a beautiful night is a rare encounter. Brother Xiaofan, your sister has gone back to her room. Let's play a little longer. Sister Ing glanced at Lin Ruin, leaving the entertainment room, and said, all right. Lin Xiaofan replied, let me teach you something. Sister Ing stood up and moved closer to Lin Xiaofan. Teach what? Cheating. Lin Xiaofan's face was as exquisite as a jade carving. What do you think? Under such an atmosphere, it often led young people into a state of losing themselves and losing rationality. Sometimes they didn't even know what they were doing. They only knew that during the day they all returned to their respective rooms to sleep exhausted and sprawled out on their beds, unwilling to move. That night of playing mahjong would be unforgettable for both of them. Lin Ruin cleaned up the entertainment room's trash and noticed something in the trash can. Why is there blood here? Did my brother get hurt? Upon realizing this, Lin Ruin hurriedly dropped the broom and ran towards the master bedroom on the third floor. She found her brother sleeping in a disheveled state and shook his shoulder to wake him. Brother, are you bleeding anywhere? Did they hurt you, eh? Sister, let me sleep a little longer, just half an hour. First answer my question, did they hurt you? How could she possibly explain such a matter to her older sister, who had never even had a boyfriend? Best to let her interrogate her own best friend instead. The outcome, needless to say, was inevitable. The elder sister soon discovered that her closest friend truly wished to become her younger brother's wife. Ing-er in particular seized Lin Ruin and her sister by the arms and declared with fervent sincerity, dear friend, let us join forces. I'll become your brother's wife, and afterward I'll raise your children for you. You want me to conspire with you, to help you steal my own brother? Lin Ruin asked, studying her pale-faced friend Ing-er with quiet disbelief. She needed no further words, intuition already whispered the rest. Yes, once you bear a child, I'll care for you through confinement and nurse you back to strength. What do you say? My dearest friend, Ing-er murmured, enduring the ache of her wounds. Inside, she cursed Lin Xiaofan, a cunning, precocious boy far more formidable than he appeared. But I don't even attend university in the same city. How on earth could I assist you? In truth, she preferred the idea of her best friend becoming her brother's wife. No explanation required. Her thoughts mirrored Ling Yue's. When wealthy men strayed, she'd rather see her closest friend become her husband's cherished companion. Indeed, the inner workings of a woman's heart often remain inscrutable. Take the high-speed rail this Saturday. It's only an hour away. Or drive yourself, still just 1 hour. Ing-er began planting subtle suggestions in Lin Xiaofan's elder sister's mind. Did you really consummate it? Lin Ruin asked, glancing pointedly at the trash bin nearby. It nearly killed me. Good heavens, how intensely thrilling. Your brother is remarkably skilled. And so it went. None of it truly concerned Lin Xiaofan. From beginning to end, they had pursued him, not the other way around. Even though he was a reincarnated soul, yet the vitality of this youthful body surpassed even his own expectations. In that charged, intoxicating atmosphere, his rational mind lagged far behind the instinctive urgency of his body. This outcome was never what he had intended. Thus, few young men can withstand the seductions of this dazzling world, including Lin Xiaofan. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Yang Lingfeng, the portly classmate, arrived alone, bringing no other male friends. Few in their class knew Lin Xiaofan had purchased a villa. Only Long Guangxing was aware. Yet Long Guangxing would never disclose it publicly. Why undermine himself needlessly? Haven't Ling Wei and the others arrived yet? Yang Lingfeng plopped himself onto the living room sofa and asked. Not yet. They should be here shortly. Lin Xiaofan adjusted arrangements in the dining hall. The table there was mechanized, expandable to seat 22 or contractible to accommodate 10. He had hired 2 executive chefs from 5-star hotels who were simmering slow-braised soups and preparing exquisite dishes. Most of the banquet, however, had been ordered from a luxury catering service, featuring rare delicacies worth over 100,000 yuan. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Wei and her mother arrived at the villa, accompanied by classmate Zhang Yunqing, who carried a basket of fresh fruit. Where's your father? Lin Xiaofan asked, noticing his absence. He's still at the office, Ling Wei replied, placing a bottle of red wine neatly on the counter. Shall I call him? Lin Xiaofan instantly grasped his father's unspoken intention. Humph, why bother calling him? He struts about like royalty, but for whom? Ignore him. Zhang Yixia spoke coldly, her tone edged with disdain. Lin Xiaofan offered no retort. Nonetheless, he placed a call to Zhao Jinghao. Precisely the sort of man who relished being summoned, as if his presence alone conferred gravitas upon any gathering. Such individuals derived deep satisfaction from being urgently beckoned, especially when the summons came from Lin Xiaofan via both message and voice call. "Ah, you finally recognize my importance," Zhao Jinghao declared upon seeing the caller ID. "Hello Xiaofan, I'm on my way right now." Zhao Jinghao answered Lin Xiaofan's call. "Everyone's assembled. We're only waiting for you, Uncle Zhao. Please hurry," Lin Xiaofan urged. Of course, I'm leaving immediately. I'll arrive shortly." So he claimed, yet this self-important man moved with deliberate slowness. He instructed his secretary to load yesterday's prepared items into a small cart, then drove leisurely toward Donghu Villa District. A 15-minute journey stretched to over 30 minutes. "Dad, are you coming? Everyone's waiting to begin dinner." Lingwei couldn't resist calling him. "Stuck in traffic. I'm on my way now." "Almost there," Zhao Jinghao assured his beloved daughter. "Hurry up, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Ling Yue's voice carried a tinge of irritation. After all, the banquet had already been delivered by the hotel, and the invited chefs had plated the first courses. Guests sat in the living room watching television patiently, awaiting the arrival of President Zhao. "Xiaofan, I hear your assets total nearly 300 million yuan. Why not let Annie manage them for investment? Safer than leaving them idle in a bank." Jiang Yixia, the CEO of a financial investment firm, drew Lin Xiaofan aside for conversation. "Auntie, I've already purchased several stocks," Lin Xiaofan replied, opening the Tongwashan app on his phone. "Which ones? Let me see." Jiang Yixia took his phone and glanced at the screen. To her astonishment, she discovered he held over 1 billion yuan in stock positions. As previously mentioned, Lin Xiaofan's total assets amounted to 2 billion yuan, with 1.2 billion actively invested in equities. The remaining 1 billion was distributed across 4 major banks. Investing 1 billion yuan alone was impressive, but achieving over 20% profit in mere days. That was extraordinary. Markets fluctuate daily, few could sustain such returns so swiftly. "Auntie, please don't stare so intently. These funds are leveraged," Lin Xiaofan said, noting how this mature, captivating woman fixed her gaze upon him. "So much?" She gasped in disbelief. "5-fold leverage means 10 billion yuan. Lin Xiaofan explained. "Good heavens, aren't you afraid of catastrophic loss?" Indeed, such aggressive leverage risked forced liquidation by banks in case of margin calls. Naturally, the banks levied a 3 fee, but today's closing prices were all green, suggesting profits may well exceed 25. Afraid here, afraid there. Why not simply work a lifetime for a steady salary? He sighed deeply. Life spans but a few decades. Rare is the chance to walk this earth. If we live in perpetual fear, what remains of courage, or of living at all? Precisely so, if bankruptcy strikes, it matters little. We bring nothing into this world, nor carry anything out. Jiang Yixia echoed this sentiment, but to act upon it demanded greater daring than she dared muster. Or rather, she would act only if she secured a safety net for Lingwei. When you spot a promising stock, strike decisively. Lin Xiaofan reclaimed his phone from Yixia. "I assumed you'd invested only 5 million. Never imagined you'd play so boldly. Even I am left in awe." Jiang Yixia regarded him anew. Yet she also noted his meticulous caution, the villa, the cars, all registered under his father's or sister's names. Only his G-Class Mercedes bore his own name. Thus any seizure would target solely his personal assets, not those belonging to his father. Just as heirs bear no obligation to repay debts incurred by a deceased parent unless they formally inherit the estate. "Auntie, how much liquidity do you hold? What credit capacity remains? Shall we undertake something truly audacious together? And if we lose, will you support me?" Lin Xiaofan and she were no longer mere acquaintances. Their rebirth held a singular purpose: to ensure prosperity and abundance for everyone close to them. Even if he chose not to amass wealth himself, capitalists would still harvest the masses like crops, only to funnel those riches overseas. If you lose, I'll support you." Lin Xiaofan said this to the voluptuous, alluring woman. Her full figure stretched, her elegant upper dress to perfection, tracing a captivating curve. That graceful contour rose and fell like undulating mountains, radiating the distinctive charm of mature femininity. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's vow, Yixia's heart stirred. She immediately messaged her company's manager, instructing them to allocate all available liquidity into shares of launcher heavy industry Shuguang Technology and Tongwashan. "President Jiang, shall we truly invest 300 million yuan?" asked the firm's trading manager. "Go ahead and secure an additional 500 million yuan in bank loans for further investment." Jiang Yixia replied. "But do as I say. It's perfectly safe within our risk parameters." Leveraging 500 million yuan was modest by her company's standards, well within its tolerance threshold. Naturally, the chubby friend had already followed his brother's advice, investing every spare cent he owned into 3 volatile stocks from 2014. With Xia now making massive purchases, the shares were expected to surge at least 3% by tomorrow. Yet that paled beside the arrival of Zhao Jinghao, a man who relished flaunting his authority. He arrived accompanied by his stunning secretary Mingyao, bearing gifts and exchanged courteous pleasantries with Lin Xiaofan's parents before joining them at the dining table, seating himself beside Lin Xiaofan's father. Eat. Please don't stand on ceremony. Lin Xiaofan sat beside Lingwei. Her mother sat on his other side, creating an aura of radiant centrality. So much so that even the chubby friend enviously dubbed him a charming rogue. Bro, after dinner shall we head out? The chubby friend suggested, eager to place bets at the local football lottery center. I won't join you. I'll send you a message shortly. Lin Xiaofan understood the meaning behind his friend's glance. It wasn't reluctance. He simply found himself under Ling Yue's watchful gaze, and after dinner she intended to enlist his help placing wagers. Xiaofan, it's not that your uncle dislikes you. It's simply that you're both still young. Lingwei is still just a girl and Linger is my cherished daughter. Surely she shouldn't be taken advantage of so early in life. Zhao Jinghao paid no heed to Lin Xiaofan's banter with the chubby friend. Instead, he expounded a paternal philosophy, inviting Lin Xiaofan to appreciate the weight of fatherhood. Uncle Zhao, I understand completely. I promise I'll never harm Lingwei. If you remain together after university and marry, I'll entrust you with managing my company. How does that sound? Zhao Jinghao subtly laid a trap, dangling a grand vision before Lin Xiaofan. The sole condition is, you must never harm Ling. Dad, I'm not a child. I'll turn 19 soon. Lingwei remarked, mindful of her age. Still too young. Girls aren't truly grown until they reach 20. Zhao Jinghao insisted, convinced his daughter's judgment remained immature and vulnerable. But I'm already fully grown. Lingwei declared, lifting her chest with quiet defiance. An awkward hush settled over the banquet, the air thick with unspoken rivalry as Inger and the others wore expressions steeped in sour envy. Listening now to Ling Yue's parents discuss their business affairs, Lin Xiaofan gradually grasped the extent of her family's extraordinary wealth, unlike Inger and her friends whose backgrounds were unremarkable and unconnected. Yet after their evening at Lingshan Entertainment Hall, Lin Xiaofan had treated them generously, gifting each a modest red envelope containing 1 million yuan. By 6:30 p.m., dinner had concluded. Zhao Jinghao conversed earnestly with Lin Xiaofan's parents about the future of their children, while Lin Xiaofan himself. He sent his chubby friend a message, 90 minutes, 0 extra time. Germany 1, Argentina 0. Simultaneously, he transferred 5 million yuan to his friend, instructing him to place diversified high-stakes bets across multiple lottery centers. How much his friend wagered was none of his concern. The odds were modest, likely hovering between 5 tun and 6 tun. Lin Xiaofan too placed his own bet via payment app. To refuse such an opportunity would be sheer folly. After all, this was rebirth. Hiding one's light under a bushel. That defied the very essence of it. It was time to reveal his hand, not only to his friend but also to his father and elder sister. Upon receiving the tip, his elder sister immediately rallied Inger and the others to rush to the football lottery center. How much do you have on hand? She asked, turning to her 2 closest friends. My younger brother gave me 1 million yuan. Shall we stake it all? Inger asked, brimming with newfound energy. Go for it. If we lose, we'll hold him accountable. Ruayin smiled playfully. I've never gambled before. Shall we start with 500,000? That way, even if we lose, half remains for spending. I'm not that bold, Lana admitted timidly. Neither am I. Girls rarely watch professional matches. They preferred watching basketball games played by their own school's handsome athletes. Yet Lin Xiaofan's father, upon seeing the data, couldn't help but contemplate the hidden machinations behind the betting companies. No matter who placed a wager on this match, someone would inevitably bet on a 1-0 or 0-1 outcome. But only goals scored within 90 minutes counted. Extra time goals were irrelevant. Thus, 99% of bettors would suffer crushing defeat. Xia, I'm heading home now. Tonight, keep watch over her. Let her sleep in your room, understood? Zhao Jinghao glanced at the clock and departed. Understood. I'll keep an eye on Ling Yue, Jiang Xia replied to her former husband. She's still too young to know better. But you as her mother must guard her closely, supervise her choices, and shield her from future regret. Zhao Jinghao offered these parting words to his ex-wife, then silently mused, why does she seem so much younger than before? Dad, I won't regret anything. I know exactly what I'm doing. Ling firmly believed herself a grown woman. I'm off. I hope you won't stay up too late. Rest early, Zhao Jinghao said, reassured by his daughter's mother remaining behind, and left contentedly. Once Zhao Jinghao and his secretary departed Donghu Villa, Lin Xiaofan and Ling Wei erupted in unrestrained joy, rushing into his arms heedless of her mother's presence, clinging to him with effervescent affection. I'll draw water in the third-floor bathroom. Ling Yue, shall we bathe together? This tub appears equipped with hydrotherapy massage features. Jiang Yixia watched Ling Yue flaunt her affection before her, then slowly rose, her lithe serpentine figure gliding gracefully toward the third floor. Ling Yue longed to tell her mother she yearned to bathe with Lin Xiaofan instead. That sensation was incomparable, especially when he nuzzled her like a devoted, tender wolf. Yet she dared not utter those words. Not before her mother, where she wished to appear demure and dutiful, concealing the passionate, uninhibited soul within. Moments later, the peerless campus beauty Ling Yue entered the bathroom, stripping off her clothes while gazing at her mother already immersed in the bubbling tub, savoring deep relaxation. Mom, may I invite my friend Yinqing to join us? Ling Yue admired her mother's mature, radiant form. By all means. Yixia responded indifferently. Yinqing, come bathe with us. Coming right away. Though spoken aloud, Ling Yue deliberately left the frosted glass door ajar, a narrow gap, as though inviting someone to glimpse within. Beyond the main bathroom entrance stood another sliding frosted glass partition, designed solely to separate the toilet from the bathing area. At that moment, a figure slipped inside, hiding behind that translucent barrier, feigning the act of spying on them. Jiang Yixia knew, but chose to pretend she saw nothing. Instead, she chatted warmly with Ling Yue and the other young woman as they soaked together in the steaming tub. So, Auntie is just like Ling Yue, Yinqing observed aloud, noting the mature woman's striking resemblance to her daughter. Mom says it's inherited, genetic. Ling Yue replied. Yes, pure genetics. Jiang Yixia nodded gently, then asked Ling softly, does Xiaofan know? Has he seen? Ling Yue lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering discreetly toward the narrow slit in the glass door. Has he bathed with you? Yixia gently probed her daughter's thoughts. Yes, he's utterly dog-like. Ling Yue confessed to this maternal, almost paternal figure. Yixia let out a soft, sensual laugh, her lacquered fingertips delicately covering her smiling lips. Boys are born dogs. That's precisely why the phrase dog-licking exists. Then, noticing Ling Yue's faint disappointment, she added, tell me, do you resent Mama for spoiling your cozy bath time? No, Ling replied, her eyes shimmering as she gazed up at her mother's gentle, knowing smile. Don't lie. Your feelings have always been written plainly on your face. Very well, consider it permitted. Invite your boyfriend to join us. I won't object. And Yinqing, would you mind? Is that truly allowed? Lin Xiaofan had long colluded with Mama Ling Yue. Now they were just waiting for her to say this. Jiang Yixia thought about how she had only a few years left of youth and beauty. Consider this: no matter how well a woman maintains herself, after the age of 45 her body ages rapidly. Unless one opts for those beauty injections to fill in the wrinkles, only then can one appear a bit younger. Auntie, you look so young walking with Ling Yue, others would think you were sisters. Zhang Yinqing said, enviously admiring her mature figure. I'm old now, in my early 40s, Yi Xiao replied with a resigned smile. Time waits for no one, and menopause is approaching. Then I'll call him over. Ling Yue said, thinking of her boyfriend hiding behind the glass. Call him over and let Mama test him for you. Before Jiang Yixia could finish, Linger shouted outside the glass door, Lin Xiaofan, come in for a bath. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xiaofan appeared before them, starting to act all innocent, his eyes fixated on Jiang Yixia, cautiously approaching. Let's take a bath together. Jiang Yixia seemed to be cooperating with Lin Xiaofan's expression. Oh, Lin Xiaofan responded. What do you think? Is my mother beautiful? Linger asked, looking at his dazed expression. She still didn't know about Lin Xiaofan and Jiang Yixia's relationship. However, seeing her current demeanor, even if she knew, she wouldn't feel any aversion, and even appeared happy for Lin Xiaofan. Because Ling Yue genuinely liked him, it seemed she wanted to provide him with more benefits, making him happier and more joyful. Thus, girls with love-struck brains, especially those from divorced families, have thoughts that differ somewhat from ordinary girls. What they think surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. Ooh, do you believe it? It can also be said that with a rebellious mindset, fearing the loss of a beloved man, they engage in various ways to curry favor and please him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Zhang Yinqing participate. From Ling Yu's perspective, as long as Lin Xiaofan was happy, she didn't care about anything else. Auntie, you're truly beautiful. Would you like to have some artistic photos taken to keep? Lin Xiaofan asked, looking at her indescribably perfect figure. He then explained, while you're still young and beautiful takes some to preserve, decades later you can appreciate your youthful beauty, which is also a wonderful memory. You can take artistic photos. Jiang Yixia asked the little rascal. Yes, I self-taught a bit of technique. Lin Xiaofan said, his gaze fixed on her beautiful side. Then let's take some photos. Time can't be retained, but beauty can be captured. I want to take some too. Let's do it. Although you can't stop time, you can record beauty and youth. Years later, you can look back at them at least knowing you were once young and beautiful. Lin Xiaofan owned an expensive ultra-high-definition digital camera. This was an imported digital camera they bought during their recent trip with stunning photos produced. Having seen many artistic photos, Lin Xiaofan had also mastered some techniques, and it seemed Jiang Yixia also auctioned artistic photos, making her poses even more perfect. However, Lin Xiaofan preferred to aim the lens at the beautiful parts of them, capturing that moment of mysterious beauty. After a round of operations, the atmosphere became much more natural, without the earlier stiffness and awkwardness. Lingwei didn't know that the two were acting just to lead her into the pit they had dug. Lingyue, hold the camera. I want to take some beautiful photos with your mother. Lin Xiaofan handed the digital camera to her. You all pose, I'll take your photos, Lingyue said as she took the digital camera. That should be good, but Annie needs to cooperate a bit more with the poses, Lin Xiaofan nodded. Xiaofan, how do you want us to cooperate? Auntie will take a few photos with you. Come, I'll teach you. I must say Lin Xiaofan's artistic poses were indeed quite difficult. But it must also be said that Lingyue's photography skills were somewhat gifted, and the images captured were incredibly perfect. After various poses were taken, they took out the memory card and asked Lin Xiaofan to bring over the tablet. Then they inserted the memory card through the card reader into the tablet to view. If these photos fall into your dad's hands, do you think Uncle Zhao would kill me? Lin Xiaofan asked, looking at the exquisite photos. I think he would, Lingyue said with a graceful smile covering her lips lightly. Those unaware would think you have a relationship with my mother. Later, let's store this memory card in the safe. Consider it our youthful little secret, Jiang Yixia said, blushing. She thought to herself, it seems his relationship with my daughter's friend is quite extraordinary. Sigh, the thoughts of these girls I really have to admire. Xiaofan, should we place our bets now? Lingyue asked while admiring the photos. I must say this digital camera is indeed quite advanced with waterproof functionality that can capture high-definition images underwater. Now let's place our bets. Lin Xiaofan said as he took out his phone and opened the payment app. He then began operating in front of them. Not much, just betting 10 million. However, Zhang Yinxing was also operating on her phone, betting 500,000 since this money was provided by Lin Xiaofan. After placing their bets, they soaked in the bathroom for a while, giving him service with the enthusiasm of a flight attendant. Tonight's World Cup match started at 3 in the morning. Xiaofan, shall we go back to the room to play for a while? Soaking for too long makes my hands all wrinkled. Lingyue said, her face as red as a peach. Okay, Annie, want to join? Lin Xiaofan called Jiang Yixia as well. Aye. Jiang Yixia began to act again, her watery, charming eyes gazing at her daughter, watching to see if she would let her join. Mom, let's play together. The World Cup doesn't start for several more hours. Let's go together. Lingyue called her mother over to join them. The new house was lit up. All the lights in the corridor and balcony were bright, but the villa was eerily silent. Even after her sisters returned from shopping, they didn't call Lin Xiaofan, nor invited him to the second floor to play. Perhaps they knew Lingyue was upstairs. But they wouldn't have thought that Lin Xiaofan was in the master bedroom, spending time playing with Lingyue and the others. Tonight is so thrilling. I've never bet this much money before. Oh my, I feel as if the tickets in my hand are made of diamonds. Yinger looked at the tickets in her hand and said, isn't it? 100 million per ticket? Oh my, I'm going crazy. Laner looked at the 100 million print. What to do? I can't sleep now, and the match doesn't start until 3 in the morning. Lin Yinger and the others finished bathing, changed into clothes, and sat in the hall watching various programs. How about you go up and call little Xiaofan down to play? Yinger said with a smile. Aren't you in pain anymore? Lin Ruoyin asked her. Still a bit, I guess. Yinger blushed slightly, recalling Lin Xiaofan's punishment from last night, her heart inexplicably racing. Forget it, he should be discussing Lingyue's issues with Aunt Jiang upstairs now. Should we go up and take a look? Let's go up and see what they are doing on the 3rd floor. Girls are indeed exceptionally curious. Lin Xiaofan, this sister, is no exception. The three of them walked with cat-like stealth, silently appearing on the 3rd floor. Their movements resembled those of female thieves, glancing around, discovering that the hall was empty, and immediately focusing their gazes on the doors of each room. Among the dozen or so rooms, all were brightly lit except for one master bedroom door that was tightly closed. Without saying a word, they quietly appeared outside Lin Xiaofan's master bedroom. They pressed their ears against the door. What do you think my brother is doing? Is he asleep? Lin Ruiyan's gaze fell on her two mischievous friends. I have no idea. Until around 2:50 a.m. the three of them dressed in pajamas appeared in the hall, switching on the large television to watch the World Cup soccer on the sports channel, eager to see their bets play out. There is a saying in this world about mama's boys, and similarly, there are mama's girls and daddy's girls. Clearly Zhao Lingyue falls into this category. Having lived as a pampered young lady all her life with a slightly rebellious personality, she would call her mother or father for any problems she couldn't solve. Now, after hearing her mother's interpretation of Lin Xiaofan's words, she said, Mom, I really want to go north with Lin Xiaofan. Lingyue rested her head on her mother's lap, beginning to act all cute. It won't work to act cute with me, even if I agree your dad want. Jiang Yixia said to her love-struck daughter. She understood what her daughter was thinking, simply wanting to escape parental control and be with her boyfriend away from home where no one would know. On the day before Xiaofan goes north, can we have him over for a small gathering? Lingyue didn't want to upset her dad. No problem, you are already an adult and have your freedom of choice. No matter what choice you make, Mom will support you. Yixia said to her precious daughter. Mom is the best, Mom is understanding moi. Lingyue said, hugging her mother. The World Cup was not at all interesting to Lingyue. The more she watched, the sleepier she became. Within less than 60 minutes, her eyes closed. Zhang Yunqing, sitting beside her, was also the same, curled up on the leather sofa, fast asleep. Lin Xiaofan took the remote and turned down the volume. Then from the room, he took a blanket and gently draped it over their graceful figures. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xiaofan sat beside Jiang Yixia, enjoying this moment of happiness, just like Lingyue. Linger truly loves you, so please don't hurt her. Jiang Yixia gently stroked her precious daughter's hair as she spoke. Annie, don't worry. Until around 5 in the morning. Lingyue and Zhang Yunqing, who were sound asleep, were startled awake by cheers and shouts. Yes, it was Lin Xiaofan's elder sister and her two friends celebrating in the hall on the second floor, their excitement more fervent than German fans. 90 minutes ended in a 0-0 draw, and they won. Then in extra time it was 10, and their father, who came down from the first floor, was also cheering, waking their mother to share in the joy. Xiaofan, what's going on? Lingyue rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up to ask. You want to check your phone? Lin Xiaofan said with a smile to the two girls. 1. Really? Is it 0010? They perked up. Then hurriedly opening their betting apps, they saw the balance, still calculating. How many times is this? Oh my Xiaofan, you are amazing. Jiang Yixia looked at this little rascal in surprise. Not bad, just a little rascal. While Lingyue and the others were fast asleep, Lin Xiaofan quietly bullied her mother Jiang Yixia. There's nothing impressive about it, it's just a tactic controlled by capitalists. 0011, no one would expect a draw, at least it should end with 01. Lin Xiaofan explained to her. Then there comes an overtime, and that's how the champion is determined. Is it 6 times right? They were so excited that there was not a trace of sleepiness on their faces. Pretty much. We won, I'm so happy. Not only were they very happy, but also the girls on the second floor, Yinger and her friends, cheered together. The little chubby one probably won't be able to sleep again tonight. As for how much he bought, it remains unknown, and Lin Xiaofan didn't ask him. Anyway, he transferred 5 million yuan to the chubby one to help him buy tickets at the sports lottery center. Such a result among 100 fans, who knows if one would win. Therefore, the bookmakers of 2014 probably earned beyond recognition. My company's annual profit is less than your earnings in one night, Jiang Yixia said to this little rascal. Life is about taking risks, otherwise you'll work hard for a lifetime. Lin Xiaofan thought of how men, after reaching middle age, either become prosperous or live an ordinary life. After middle age, they really no longer have the courage to strive. Because behind them are aging parents and young children. If they fail, what do they use to support this family? But after 50, what is it called? It's called having the will, but lacking the strength. The sharp edges have been worn smooth by the years. That makes sense. He love you, moi. Lingyue said. You all should sleep early. I'll go downstairs to call the others to sleep. Don't disturb anyone else. Lin Xiaofan heard his sisters cheering downstairs. Go ahead, I'm calling the chubby one for a red envelope. Lingyue began to scheme for the chubby one again. Lin Xiaofan was speechless. Not this time, the red envelope might not be that big. The multiplier is too small, buying 5 million yuan and deducting personal tax, who knows if it would even be 23 million. So the chubby one directly gave each of them 200,000, leaving a message. The multiplier is too small, can't earn much money. No matter what, you have to treat us to a big meal tomorrow. Lingyue replied to him. Alright, a big meal tomorrow night, it's on me, the chubby one said. The chubby one was watching a match alone in his villa tonight because his mom wouldn't let him watch. So he found an excuse saying he was spending the night at Lin Xiaofan's new home, but in reality, he was having a great time alone in the second villa. When Lin Xiaofan went to the second floor, he indeed saw his three sisters who were university students dancing a native dance, jumping and shouting. Lin Xiaofan was truly speechless at the sight of them, unable to bear to watch. I said, you guys, can't you go to sleep? It's 5 in the morning, you don't disturb others' sleep. What's it to you? I'm just happy. His sister pouted and huffed. Whatever you say, it's fine, sis. Lin Xiaofan looked at her excited expression, and they seemed to have drunk, their faces were flushed. They even pulled Lin Xiaofan over to dance with them, circling around him like a minority dance. We won several million. So happy. Xiaofan, what reward do you want? Yinger happily asked. Is there anything that works? Lin Xiaofan asked. Or are you just saying it? I could buy a big apartment now, will you accompany me to buy one? Yinger was so excited she was beside herself. We'll talk about it then. Lin Xiaofan knew they had made a fortune. Several million for an ordinary person felt like a dream. They would never earn that much in a lifetime. With 6 million, they would at least net around 8 million, enough to buy a luxuriously furnished 220 square meter big house. Brother, go call your dad and them to sleep. Don't make noise downstairs. His sister said. It's really worrying, my parents are getting old and still celebrating downstairs. Lin Xiaofan found an excuse and said, Uncle is a fan and has made a fortune, he must be very happy. Lingyue checked her mobile payment app and the balance had already arrived. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, she quietly came out of the guest room and softly woke Lin Xiaofan in his room. Ear, what's wrong? Lin Xiaofan felt that he had just closed his eyes when he was shaken awake by his aunt. Xiaofan, get up and let's go for morning exercise, okay? Jiang Yixia coquettishly said to this young handsome guy, making one feel she looked nothing like a woman in her 40s. Morning exercise. The gym is on the first floor, it has many fitness machines. I'll wait for you in the gym downstairs, you wash up first, hurry up and get up. I must say Lin Xiaofan's home gym is truly spacious, measuring nearly 100 square meters, equipped with all kinds of exercise equipment. Like a professional health club, it features a beautiful carpet. This villa, valued at over 70 million yuan, certainly has its reasons. However, Lin Xiaofan's father and the others do not exercise in the morning, especially since they went to bed at 6 o'clock last night and have not yet gotten up. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly washed up and went to the gym on the first floor to exercise in the morning with his mother Lingyue. Your place is much more beautiful than mine. She couldn't help but fall in love with this luxurious villa and said, no matter how beautiful it is, it's not as beautiful as you. I bet countless men are envious of this stunning and domineering female CEO. Lin Xiaofan also enjoyed morning exercise. The feeling of sweating profusely is truly exhilarating. The sweat after exercising is something only boys who love to work out can truly appreciate. It's not something that can be expressed in just a few words. Especially when exercising in the morning alongside this extraordinary beauty, it brings an unparalleled joy. After exhausting his energy, he drank a bottle of electrolyte drink and continued to accompany his mother Lingyue in morning exercise at the gym. Until 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xiaofan's phone rang. It wasn't Lingyue calling him, but rather Fatty. He requested Lin Xiaofan to accompany him to claim a lottery prize. Bro, what are you doing? Am I calling at a bad time? Fatty asked, hearing some noises on the phone. What does it matter to you? Just bring the lottery ticket and your ID and wait at the door. They'll have my dad go with you. Lin Xiaofan was still in the gym exercising. You're not going with me. Alright, I got it. I'm heading over now. Fatty quickly understood the sounds he heard on the phone. After hanging up with his buddy, Fatty doubted if he had misheard. The voice did not sound like Lingyue's nor Yunqing's, it was the voice of Lingyue's mother Yixiao in conversation. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll just buy a mask and go to claim the lottery prize later, that's the way to go. Fatty Yang Lingfeng grabbed his lottery ticket, ID, and bank card and rushed out. Breakfast consisted of leftover food packed from Lin Xiaofan's house last night, heated in the microwave for a delicious meal. Don't make a sound, I'm going to call Dad to have him go claim the prize. Lin Xiaofan made a gesture to Yixiao for silence. Aren't you going to claim the prize? Yixiao wiped the sweat watching him make the call. This money will go to Mom for groceries as living expenses, Lin Xiaofan said. How much did you all earn from this round? Do you really think the stocks we bought will soar? It's possible, trust me, just as you believe in my brother's capabilities. Lin Xiaofan's father had already gotten up for morning exercise at 8 o'clock. However, he was exercising in the villa's garden. Originally, he intended to go to the gym to stretch and use the equipment. However, after seeing Yixiao in the gym, he quietly left, not daring to disturb their morning workout. Yes, he noticed that his son seemed like a different person after the college entrance examination and had a very friendly relationship with his future mother-in-law. Nevertheless, he did not inquire about his son. After all, his son had grown up and had his own life and pursuits, things that this father could not interfere with. On the contrary, the reason they were living in such a large villa now, with several high-end cars, was all thanks to his son. Hey Xiaofan, is something going on? His father, who was exercising in the garden, suddenly received a call from his son in the gym. Dad, Fatty helped me buy the sports lottery offline. Lin Xiaofan informed him over the phone, asking him to go with Fatty to claim the prize. Oh, okay, I'm heading over now. Over 20 million yuan. Got it. Lin Xiaofan's father responded after hearing his words. He hurriedly returned to his room to change clothes, took his bank card and ID, and drove off with Fatty to claim the prize. Of course, Lin Xiaofan's sister and the others had already left early in the morning, taking their lottery tickets to the sports lottery center. The three girls claimed cash prizes exceeding 10 million yuan. Next, the three of them went to a foot massage parlor to indulge in a luxurious lifestyle, followed by more shopping. What did you say you saw when we came out just now? Sister Laner smiled and said to her girlfriend. What did you see? Lin Ruoyin asked. I saw that your brother is quite naughty, even in the gym with Yixiao. Sister Laner remarked. Morning exercise is good for health, the two of them said. Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Laner shot a glance at Yinger. What do you mean not believe? What happened? They curiously asked. Come, let me tell you, but don't let this out. I'm listening. Your brother has turned naughty, he likes to bully me now. How does he bully you? I won't tell you, Lin Xiaofan indeed enjoyed teasing her. Compared to that, he preferred to bully Yixia. This beautiful female CEO, so stunning, made him reluctant to part so quickly. However, thinking that time waits for no one, he had to head north ahead of schedule. This morning exercise has exhausted me. I'm off to shower, and then to work. Zhang Yixiao, while wiping off her fragrant sweat, was panting heavily. After leaving the gym, she returned to her guest room on the third floor to change and shower. Of course, Lin Xiaofan, after his morning exercise and sweat, took a warm shower, quickly ate something, and began to plan his work for heading north. Since Lin Xiaofan moved into the villa, Zhao Jinghao had relaxed his restrictions on Ling Yue, allowing his daughter to play at his house during the day. This allowance was truly shameless, even sending his female secretary to supervise them. However, his beautiful secretary Mingyao called back with a shocking report. Did you say he earned 60 million yuan from the World Cup finals last night? Zhao Jinghao was astonished upon hearing this news, nearly dropping his jaw. You must know his company doesn't even earn 60 million yuan in a year. Not just that the 60 million yuan is only from online, there's more offline. That fatty helped him buy 5 million yuan offline, totaling over 20 million. Meng Yao continued. And his sister also bought 1 million combined, it's nearly 30 million. Although she said this, she regretted not staying over at the villa last night. Because both of his sister's friends who were playing with Lin Xiaofan also earned 4 to 5 million yuan. Does his family play this big? Did his father also buy? Zhao Jinghao asked over the phone. He probably did buy, but his dad doesn't discuss this matter. He wants you to have dinner together at the hotel tonight. Meng Yao replied on the phone. Try to find out if he has any cash flow for investments, or if he has invested in my ex-wife's company. After saying this, Zhao Jinghao, after finishing the call with his secretary, immediately called Jiang Yixia's secretary his ex-wife. You mean she borrowed several hundred million to play on leverage? By the way, which stocks did she buy? Zhao Jinghao asked his ex-wife's secretary. Zhao, this is a business secret, your questions have crossed the line. 100,000. Although the salary is not high, your ex-wife has good character, I still don't want to be fired by her. 50,000, if she fires you, come to me, the same pay. My professional ethics cannot be bought for 50,000. 100,000, do I still stand by what I said? There is nothing that money cannot solve. Spending 1 million yuan to buy a piece of information for General Zhao is a very good deal. Even if he is told, he might not dare to invest such a large sum in these 3 stocks that are barely alive. However, he still invested a small amount, buying several million yuan worth. Little guy, don't let me down. After purchasing shares in launcher heavy industry Dawn Technology and Tonghuashan, Zhao Jingha's eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, he had made a decision last night that if Lingwei would indeed join him in the future, the company would eventually be handed over to the two of them to manage. Yet no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Lin Xiaofan was able to predict the World Cup goal rates so accurately. How could he have predicted not just a score of 0-0, but also the 17 match? Was it just luck? In the evening, the chubby guy treated Lin Xiaofan and the others to dinner. Ling Wei invited her father to join as well, and the lavish feast of mountain delicacies and seafood was so rich that even Zhao Jinghao couldn't bear to indulge like this. This meal would likely cost around 3 to 400,000 yuan, with 2 bottles of 1982 life.With, costing nearly 300,000 yuan. Xiaofan, where did all your cash flow go? How about investing in Uncle Zhao's company offering you a 10 annual dividend? General Zhao began to probe Lin Xiaofan. Uncle Zhao, it's not that I look down on you, but can your small company even make 1 billion yuan a year? Lin Xiaofan said to the steady Zhao Jinghao. Indeed, his business was the type that proceeded steadily, earning only modest profits. Often they would invest several 100 million yuan and profits were uncertain, barely reaching 20. Cough cough, if I had more funds investing 2 to 3 billion and earning 3 to 400 million a year wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Jinghao couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. If you invest 2 to 3 billion for a 20 profit, you wouldn't even double your money. You really have the nerve to say that. Jiang Yixia didn't forget to stab him with a jab. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Xiaofan, but now he wanted to invest in his company. His audacity was truly remarkable. At this moment, Jiang Yixia was on the same boat as Lin Xiaofan, and she would definitely speak in support of him. But my investment risks are low. They are all projects in cooperation with the government, and the funds are just slow to return. Zhao Jinghao said, if it were me, I wouldn't cooperate with the government. It's too murky, and you could get eaten alive. Lin Xiaofan thought about those people who couldn't even sustain a business. Bringing one down was merely a matter of minutes. Why? Because the waters are really deep. Even if you hand over projects to relatives and friends below, if quality issues arise, who will take responsibility for all the losses? Lin Xiaofan knew what Zhao Jinghao was scheming, so he laid his cards on the table. All the funds I have are invested in the stock market. At this point, he added, let me point you towards a path to wealth. Brother, I invested all the money I won today in a cryptocurrency. What do you think? The chubby guy ate while watching Lin Xiaofan talk with General Zhao. Not bad, you've learned a bit from me. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Cryptocurrency? Are you talking about Bitcoin? Zhao Jinghao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Then, recalling the cryptocurrency crash this year, he said, in February, it was discovered that hackers had invaded and lost 8500 coins. Is this thing safe? Who cares if it's safe? It's over $200 per coin now, and there are signs of recovery. Don't forget it was just $1 each back in the day. The chubby guy and Lin Xiaofan both agreed that a long-term investment was definitely one of the best options. Smart individuals wouldn't keep their money in banks. They would choose a few quality stocks for long-term holding for 2 to 3 years or more. Before 2019, the stock market was very good and long-term investments wouldn't see losses. Regarding cryptocurrency, Lin Xiaofan had told the chubby guy that if they weren't in a hurry for cash, they should buy some. Xiaofan, how much have you bought? The enchanting beauty President Jiang asked. During this dinner hosted by the chubby guy, this Jiang Yixia appeared as a dazzling pearl under the lights. She dressed elegantly in a fitted black old-style outfit that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. Like Ling Yue, she was beautiful enough to exude captivating charm, with every gesture making boys unable to help but glance at them multiple times. I bought 1000 coins at over $200 each. Lin Xiaofan responded to the stunning beauty. I plan to buy 300 coins. I think it should rise to $300 by the end of the year. The chubby guy analyzed. Don't underestimate them. Both of these high school graduates are top students, and their various analyses and speculations are almost on par with those so-called experts. A rise above 300. Isn't that a 50 increase? Aren't you afraid it will be hacked again? Zhao Jinghao asked the two boys. If it gets hacked again, then it will be delisted. Do you think it's that easy to get delisted? Those using it for dirty transactions, will they let it get delisted? Lin Xiaofan thought about how 10 years later it would rise from over $200 to over $11000. Moreover, in the future, it would continue to rise. Why? Because once a nation faces a crisis, it becomes a safe haven, just like gold. Furthermore, there are hidden transactions between capitalists and consortiums that are not known to the public. How do you know so much? Have you researched it? Jiang Yixia asked this academically gifted student. Sort of. There are various unspoken rules and gray transactions in this world, but this cryptocurrency is their best trading commodity. It seems a bit reasonable. Though said so, old Zhao lacked the courage because he was genuinely afraid of hackers invading again. As Lin Xiaofan said, if it were hacked again and stolen, it would really get delisted. Even if it didn't get delisted, no one would buy it anymore. He couldn't afford such high-risk losses. It was better to earn a little money steadily. Is it high to buy in now? Asked Mingyao, the beautiful secretary sitting next to old Zhao with 20,000 yuan in hand. Not high now is the best time to buy at the bottom, Lin Xiaofan said to the beautiful secretary. Regardless, he had spoken his mind, whether to buy or not was their own choice. Many years ago, there were experts saying it was high risk and that various transactions were illegal, etc. What happened in the end? Those experts must be regretting it now. Back then it was $1 each, and now it's $1,100 each. How many people predicted its value? It can be said that this thing is virtual data with no real industry supporting its value. It all relies on speculation. However, with the future development of technology and ByteDance, it will no longer be a single cryptocurrency, because it has already surpassed $1,100 each. It is no longer something ordinary stockholders can afford. It has become the cryptocurrency for various underground transactions among consortiums and nations. I heard you're going north to start a business. How about Uncle Zhao investing 5 million yuan in you for 30 equity? After spending 2 encounters with him, Zhao Jinghao found this guy's potential for appreciation immeasurable. His courage was beyond ordinary. Haha, he certainly didn't know that Lin Xiaofan was bold enough to flirt with his ex-wife. Haha, the so-called ex-wife is now just an ordinary friend familiar to both of them. Neither side has the power to interfere in the other's life and choices. Of course, Zhao Jinghao has some thoughts of reconciliation. However, he no longer has the opportunity. Since Jiang Yixia stayed overnight with Lin Xiaofan at his villa coupled with their morning exercises on 2 occasions, she no longer harbored any feelings for her ex-husband. Her mind was filled with the image of Lin Xiaofan and her deep affection for him. 5 million yuan, 3 share for you, what do you say? So little? How much do you plan to invest? Not much. If it were someone else, 5 million yuan wouldn't even get 2. Lin Xiaofan's father and the others did not interrupt, they just ate while listening to their business talk. However, Ling Yue was secretly delighted watching her father look at him differently while being led around by Lin Xiaofan. Dad, why don't you take my dowry out early and invest it in Xiaofan? As a businessman, his thought process was far quicker than that of an ordinary person. With less than 2 of 5 million shares, wouldn't each share be worth 3 million, giving a market valuation of 300 million? Considering Lin Xiaofan's current assets, investing over 100 million is not an issue. If I invest 10 million for Ling Yue, how many shares will you give her? Zhao Jinghao didn't mention his own vulnerabilities. According to their ex-wife, if he never remarried or had children in the latter half of his life, all this money would belong to Ling Yue. If Uncle Zhao invests 10 million, I will give 49 to Linger. Lin Xiaofan placed a hand on Ling Yue's beautiful black silk-clad leg, gazing at her affectionately. Bro, what if I invest 10 million? The chubby guy wiped the grease off his mouth and asked. 10, just waiting for dividends without any management involvement. Lin Xiaofan said to his brother. No love left, no love left. The chubby guy lamented. But she is my wife, it's different. Are you going to have kids? Lin Xiaofan shot him a glance. But I am your good brother, we grew up in the same pants. Good brother, rest assured, stick with me, and you won't die poor. Haha, I say the same. Cheers, I have my driving test for subjects 3 and 4 the day after tomorrow, and we will head north together the day after that. Great, let's head north together the day after tomorrow and conquer the world. Cheers. Cheers. Lifelong good brothers, good mates. Cheers. Beside them, Yixiao with her exquisite makeup and elegant hairstyle radiated mature charm with every gesture. From the beginning, her eyes had never left the captivating Lin Xiaofan, growing more handsome with each glance. Do you need me to do anything? Financially, I can invest 200 to 300 million in you, she said confidently to the young man. No need, just don't oppose Ling Yue being with me. Lin Xiaofan said to him. Baby, my parents don't oppose anymore. Ling Yue exclaimed. Mengyao let the finance department transfer 10 million to him. Zhao Jinghao began to have a sense of admiration. From the young man before him, he sensed a calm aura filled with confidence. He felt like a small fry in front of him. Haha, Lin Xiaofan's family fortune exceeded 2.4 billion now. With over $1 billion in the stock market, every slight increase yields millions in profit. Information is crucial. That's why the rich get richer, as the people in their circles are exceptionally talented. Now, after Meng Yao completed the transfer, she began buying Bitcoin. However, she had limited funds and could only buy 15 Bitcoins. After purchasing, she quietly sent Lin Xiaofan a message. I want to start a business with you. Is that okay? This time Lin Xiaofan replied instantly. Sure, we will set off together the day after tomorrow. Prepare for your resignation in the meantime. Lin Xiaofan secretly glanced at the extraordinary female secretary. Honestly, if it weren't for fearing Ling Yu's jealousy, he would have liked to tease this stunning secretary in person. Her attire seemed as beautiful as Ling Yu's. With black stockings paired with high heels and a lovely pair of glasses, her old-style professional outfit was undeniably charming. As for whether she had a man, Lin Xiaofan didn't ask, but judging by Lao Zhao's demeanor, she was likely not the type to date someone from the workplace. He was still thinking about reconciling with Jiang Yixia. Unfortunately, now that Lin Xiaofan had reincarnated and inserted himself between them, they would never have a chance to remarry. Alright, but you have to promise your dad that after he goes north you will spend half your time at his place. This time Zhao Jinghao did not oppose his daughter. MHM dad, I promise. Lingwen nodded eagerly. Okay, then I'll head home first. Mingyao, let me drive you back to your dorm. Zhao Jinghao picked up his briefcase and left. Dad, you should send off Mr. Zhao. If Lingwen and I end up together, he will be your father-in-law. Lin Xiaofan said to his parents. Haha kid, it's still early for that. Mr. Zhao turned back to the little slickster. Though he said that Lin Xiaofan's parents still saw him off at the hotel door, watching the chauffeur drive them away. What about the little chubby guy? Before settling the bill, Yang Lingfeng asked them, do you want anything else? Do you need to pack anything? Can we pack a bottle of red wine? Yinger and the others smiled at the chubby guy. Sure, but you can't pack the 82 life.With. It hurts my heart a bit, or just one sip costs thousands, and it tastes similar to regular red wine. The chubby guy replied. Then let's get a few boxes of Latour and Margot. Lingyue smiled brightly. Is it expensive, eh? The chubby guy had never heard of these brands. My mom drinks this, so I don't know. Zhao Lingyue said, not knowing if these wines were expensive. Then let's get a few boxes of one for each of us to take home. Lin Xiaofan was speechless. The chubby guy didn't know these two brands, but he did. Both brands are among the most famous wineries in France, not inferior to life.With. A box of red wine from over a decade ago costs around 1500 yuan, and each box contains 6 bottles. When the chubby guy checked out, he was stunned. Why are you looking at me? You said you wanted 1 box each. Lin Xiaofan chuckled at the chubby guy's long face. I've been scammed. Bro, you have to reimburse me half. The chubby guy stuffed the bill into Lin Xiaofan's hands. You're so stingy. Lin Xiaofan commented on the chubby guy's actions. Then he asked, we're heading north the day after tomorrow. What about your villa and car? I'll talk to my mom tomorrow and have them move in next door to Auntie and the others. Alright, then let's head back to our respective homes and find our moms. Bye. See you the day after tomorrow. I need to practice subjects 3 and 4. Drink and drive don't mix. Lin Xiaofan called for a chauffeur sitting between Lingyue and her mother, while Zhang Yunqing occupied the passenger seat, and thus they headed home. Today's girls are truly not as innocent as they seem. They can be easily deceived. No wonder some girls go missing, lured abroad for work only to end up trapped in telecom fraud schemes. But one cannot blame these two girls, for their opponents are 2 cunning old foxes laying all sorts of traps for them to fall into. Even old Zhao unknowingly fell into Lin Xiaofan's pit. Zhao, I want to resign and go to the north to start a business with him. He offers me a high salary, said the exceptional female secretary sitting in the private car to Zhao Jinghao, who was in the passenger seat. Go ahead, he needs a seasoned assistant to help him organize his work as he starts his business, Zhao Jinghao said, without trying to keep her. Let the finance department settle your accounts tomorrow, and he'll give you a bonus later. After all, this secretary has been with him for almost 3 years, having joined the company right after graduating from her secretarial studies. She can be considered a competent assistant, handling various tasks with great attention to detail, alleviating many burdens from him. More importantly, he wanted to place a pawn beside Lin Xiaofan to observe his entrepreneurial achievements and the development of his relationship with his daughter. In the future, I will pay you 100,000 yuan each month. How does that sound? Old Zhao in the passenger seat turned to his secretary. Zhao, that's not very good. Oh, what if he finds out? I might lose my professional credibility and no one will dare to hire me again. Meng Yao understood what Zhao was thinking. If it really comes to that, just come back to me. Besides, I'm Lingyu's father. Even if he doesn't respect Buddha, he will have to consider my face and won't dare to make things difficult for you. Alright. You only need to report his performance and the development of his relationship with Lingyue. I won't inquire about any business secrets. Got it. As for cryptocurrency, I'm not optimistic. Don't get too deeply involved, just buy a little. I bought 15 units. I'm just afraid that my ex-wife will also invest in such speculative things and one day she will be begging me for help. He also had no faith in 3 barely alive stocks, investing only 1 or 2 million in each. The same goes for cryptocurrency. He wouldn't buy a single unit. Right now he was thinking about his ex-wife going bankrupt and ultimately kneeling to him begging for reconciliation and loans. Then he could take this opportunity to mend their relationship, continuing to be her strong man, making her call him daddy every night instead of husband. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Zhao Jingha's lips, almost bursting into laughter. If he only knew that Jiang Yixiao and the others had returned to Lin Xiaofan's villa and were soaking in the massage spa bathtub. If your dad finds out, will he crush me, eh? Lin Xiaofan thought of Zhao Jingha's gaze from earlier. Uffed. Lingyue couldn't help but laugh. Then she added, my mom divorced him as she belongs to no one, and she shouldn't be bound by those moral constraints. That's true, after a divorce you become strangers, and everyone has their own choices. Lin Xiaofan thought for a moment and replied. However, Lingyue slowly began to realize that her boyfriend was not someone to be underestimated. Time flies, and the days pass like arrows. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The brief separation was merely a prelude to a better reunion in the future. As for her sister Lin Yin'er, she set off on another trip the day before yesterday. Otherwise, Lin Xiaofan wanted to pull Yin'er to the mahjong table for a decisive battle of wins and losses. Lingyue, aren't you coming with us? Aren't you afraid my brother will be wooed away by someone else? The chubby guy dragging his luggage was ready to wait for the flight while teasing her. I trust him, he's not that kind of person, Lingyue replied. Just go back, once my company is established we will meet on campus again. Lin Xiaofan looked at everyone who came to see them off except for Zhao Jinghao. Don't forget to call me every day, Lingyue said. Don't be fooled by this seemingly delicate school beauty. Once a girl gets fierce, she can be like a mother tiger. With that, Lin Xiaofan and Yunqing dragged their luggage to wait for their flight. After I coax Dad, he'll join you guys, Lingyue said, watching Lin Xiaofan enter the waiting area. He'll wait for you in Beijing. They say girls are made of water, and that saying is not wrong. As her boyfriend boarded the plane, her tears could no longer be held back, and she sobbed while hugging her mother. The sight broke the hearts of the men in the airport. Silly girl, it's just a brief separation. It's not like you won't see each other again. It's just a few days. Jiang Yixia comforted her precious daughter. But I really miss him so much, I don't want to be apart from him. Lingyue clung tightly to her mother's arm. Once his company opens, Mom will go with you to cut the ribbon, okay? Yixia said this, but both she and Lingyue were reluctant to see this little rascal leave. If he weren't going to college and starting a business, she would really want to keep Lin Xiaofan under lock and key, because she was a domineering female CEO. Mom, he's just a bad guy. All men are bad, but it's clear he loves you very much, Yixia nodded slightly. What a bad guy he is. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan and his companions were seated in first class, reminiscing about the days they had spent together, feeling as if they were dreaming. He felt that this rebirth was worthwhile. Having graduated from high school, he was already a billionaire, and the beautiful women beside him remained loyal. Bro, I'm a bit scared. The chubby guy looked out at the clouds below. What's there to be afraid of? If you're scared, have the flight attendant comfort you once we land, just give her a big tip. In his past life, the chubby guy was the most afraid of flying. In his words, if he could take a high-speed train, he would never fly. Especially when the plane encounters turbulence, that feeling is like riding a roller coaster. It's not just a simple thrill. Even though it's turbulence, those who have never flown would think something was wrong, and their hearts would almost leap out. I say, Miss Mingyao Zhao won't have you supervise me, will he? After finishing, Lin Xiaofan placed a large hand on her leg, slowly appreciating the beauty of this silent, exceptional secretary. She was very beautiful, and more importantly, she exuded a mature charm that made Lin Xiaofan want to tease her. Don't worry, I won't say anything I shouldn't. Mingyao picked up the blanket beside her, lightly covering her beautiful legs. But she didn't remove Lin Xiaofan's hand, seeming not to mind it resting there. I'll pay you 20,000 yuan a month. Once the business develops, well, it'll give you various commissions. How does that sound? Lin Xiaofan looked into her beautiful, sparkling eyes. She nodded slightly, leaning against Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. Wealthy people are indeed different. Salaries like this are so high. Don't envy me for being rich. Why not chat with the flight attendant next to you? Don't you like flight attendants? This is an opportunity, Lin Xiaofan said, observing the chubby guy's envious expression. That's not very good, as she won't pay me any attention. The chubby guy gazed at the beautiful flight attendant sitting across from him, admiring her stunning uniform, long legs, and high heels. She was even prettier than the flight attendants he usually saw in movies. They were fortunate to have several beautiful flight attendants on this flight. Not every flight has beautiful attendants. Money is omnipotent. When you earn it, you have to find ways to spend it. Lin Xiaofan recalled the high expenditures from a few days ago, all of which were covered by the chubby guy. You're right, bro, haha. The chubby guy looked down on Lin Xiaofan and said, Sister, I'm from Peking University. This brother of mine is from Tsinghua University. Undeniably, most boys are fond of beautiful uniformed ladies, especially attractive flight attendants. The portly man in front of me is a perfect example, his eyes fixated on the lovely flight attendant in her uniform. The fatty awkwardly addressed the enchanting flight attendant. However, she ignored him, simply pulling out a stack of paper and writing a phone number on it. She then handed it to the fatty, leaving him delighted. Besides the phone number, there were a few words written: "Call me after we disembark." Whether it was 100,000 yuan or 200,000 for her, as a mere worker it represented an opportunity to consider befriending him. Moreover, this portly man dressed in amateur brand clothing wearing a Jinlusi watch had a gold chain around his neck as thick as a finger adorned with gold rings. With an expression that said, "I have plenty of money," the fatty cautiously asked, "After we start the company, should we invest in real estate?" "Yes, we should buy houses and cars under the company to save on taxes," Lin Xiaofan said, his hand lingering on the exquisite secretary. Meanwhile, Meng Yao leaned gently on his shoulder, gasping for breath, her body occasionally trembling as if electrified until the plane landed in this bustling metropolis. Only then did Lin Xiaofan retract his hand from the beautiful secretary. "Here, transfer 1 million yuan. You can use it to pamper yourself. From now on, you are my little darling." Lin Xiaofan licked his finger and said. Meng Yao was left speechless by this little gesture from the young boss. The fatty then leaned in to ask, "Bro, what does your finger smell like?" "Let me smell your finger." "Fatty." Meng Yao clenched her small fist, feeling like hitting someone. "Call your flight attendant instead. Don't think about my little darling. Once the company is officially established, I'll help you find a little darling too." Lin Xiaofan pushed him aside. "Really? Will she be as pretty as Meng Yao?" The fatty's gaze was fixed on the blue-collar beauty secretary. "We'll arrange an interview for you. You can choose yourself." When Yang Lingfeng called the beautiful flight attendant from earlier, she immediately started discussing finances with the fatty. Once they agreed, the fatty was instructed to book a hotel and send her the address. Lin Xiaofan decided to locate their office near Qingbei Universities for convenience, allowing for study without neglecting work. After they disembarked, the four of them headed straight to the five-star hotel they had booked online. However, the fatty wouldn't share a room with Lin Xiaofan, but they had two luxurious rooms facing each other. "This period may be tough for everyone, but before we start, tonight's shopping is on me," Lin Xiaofan announced in a brief meeting. "Bro, you said that." The fatty sat up and said, "Do you know that right now you look a bit like that fatty from the anime God Slayer?" "What God Slayer?" "I'm talking about an anime you wouldn't understand." On the first night in Kyoto, they went shopping, tasting local delicacies, and the fatty even invited that beautiful flight attendant from the day. He wanted her to deeply experience the life of a tycoon, buying various brands, bags, shoes, makeup. Even before the company was established, they spent over 3 million yuan in one night, leaving Meng Yao and the flight attendant astonished. It was hard to fathom just how much money these two tycoons had. "Bro, see you tomorrow. I'm heading to rest now." The fatty embraced the flight attendant's slim waist as he returned to his room. "See you tomorrow? Get up early. We're registering the company together," Lin Xiaofan said, carrying a large bag filled with women's clothing. "Got it, bye." Yang Lingfeng quickly closed the door, locking it, and began to converse with the flight attendant he met on the plane. Meanwhile, after Lin Xiaofan and the others returned to their room, they rested a bit before heading to the bath. The 24-year-old Meng Yao was as stunning as Ling Yue, exuding a mature charm from every part of her. "You might have a tough few days ahead. Once the company is established, hire an assistant so you don't get worn out, okay?" Then Lin Xiaofan said to Meng Yao, who had been with Zhao Jinghao for a few years, "You should know that many women start as secretaries and become CEOs. I believe you can do it." "Can live streaming really make money?" Yunqing asked. "Ordinary people can't earn money, only beauties can. So when recruiting, we must hire pretty women with great figures and sweet voices." Lin Xiaofan continued, "After a while you can take a trip to the countryside to sign up a woman skilled in traditional crafts. Everyone knows that relying solely on beauties to attract rich second-generation men online won't work. If you can't meet up after a few gifts, they won't give anymore. Thus, it's essential to recruit some talented beauties who can sing and dance. If others can sing on bamboo rafts in the mountains to become internet celebrities, then Lin Xiaofan can do it too. As long as enough money is thrown in with greater traffic, one will naturally become a sensation. Indoor performances of singing and dancing can also create a sensation as long as they are beautiful and have good figures, sweet music, and can entertain the audience." However, in September 2016, a data company named ByteDance will emerge, impacting the entire live streaming industry. If conditions allow, Lin Xiaofan will seek funding, waiting for the future market value to exceed 2.6 trillion yuan. Therefore, he needs to establish such a company now to enter and cooperate for future traffic, etc. It's essential to understand that both entry and cooperation methods come with their own traffic. Like those celebrities, once they join, they can gain over 1 million followers in a day. "Baby, what are you doing? Are you still awake?" Ling Yue called Lin Xiaofan via video. "Not yet. I'm working on the proposal for tomorrow's company registration." "What will the company be called?" Ling Yue asked. It's called Cultural Jump Technology Company. Cultural Jump. Yes, simply put, cultural transformation into data jump, which will involve a lot of cultural output in the future. In this first-tier city, everything is lacking except for talent. It can be said that all advanced data companies in the country either choose Pengcheng or Kyoto. How about it? Are you doing okay? Lin Xiaofan asked, recalling how they said goodbye the night before. I'm okay, but I miss you a lot. Lingwa nodded slightly. Is he really not there? Lin Xiaofan pretended to be unconvinced. Is the fatty in your room? Lingwa worried about being seen by the fatty. He's not here, he's out with a flight attendant. My mom said that when your company has its grand opening, we should go together. Do you have any plans for when that will be? That's still a while away. Out tomorrow morning, I'll look for an agent to check out office buildings, then register in the afternoon and start renovations. Lin Xiaofan's words made Lingya's heart swell with sweetness. However, Yunqing, who was lying beside her scrolling through her phone along with Mingyao, found their conversation rather speechless. Especially Mingyao, the stunning beauty, was tasked daily by Mr. Zhao to supervise the development of their relationship. As a result, Lingwei returned to Mr. Jiang's villa last night, transforming from a girl into a woman. Shouting, "How far have you?" and he developed. Mingyao asked curiously. Just one step away. Last night, he asked me to go home and pack my things. Zhang Yunqing replied, shaking her head. Does Miss Jiang know? Mingyao began to gossip. She nodded slightly. In her heart, she thought, not only does she know, but they probably had a great time last night. The current youth are indeed quite impressive. After finishing university, I am still single. Mingyao continued watching that countryside-themed video. Your expectations are too high, Zhang Yunqing remarked, considering how alluring she looked. It's not that I just require a house. Whether or not he has a car doesn't matter as long as he has a stable income. With the current housing prices, how many young people without a background can afford to buy a house after graduating from university? Besides, most need their parents' support. Zhang Yunqing observed that many graduates today earn only $3,000 to $5,000 a month, if even that. What do you expect them to buy houses with? How many years of work would it take to save up for a down payment of 4,000 to 50,000 yuan? Thus, the burden of home buying is draining the pockets of ordinary families, while also placing university students under the pressure of mortgage repayments for years to come. How can today's youth find happiness and joy? Yet it must be said that the domestic economy relies on real estate, becoming the world's first nation developed through it. As previously mentioned, a systematic financial ecosystem develops. The more people take loans, the more prosperous the economy becomes. If no one is borrowing and instead repaying loans ahead of time, the economy begins to enter a recession. Honey, come over early, or you might think about me all day and get into trouble. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the beautiful scene on his phone screen. Thinking of you, I even drooled a little. Lingwei pouted her little mouth and licked her red lips, looking incredibly cute. Such a stunning campus flower, no one would expect Lin Xiaofan to teach her to be so charming. So cute, so beautiful, just like your mother. Were you happy last night? Very happy. It was the happiest night of my life. After your company's ribbon cutting, can I go with my mom and spend some time with you? Kiss, I love you, darling. I love you too. Such sweet talk seems to be said every day without ever getting old. It only deepens their feelings for each other, making their love grow stronger. Mingyao, the clever beauty secretary, overheard their conversation and teased, "Little boss, you don't have any unspeakable secrets with Mr. Jiang, do you?" In the dimly lit room of the five-star hotel, Mingyao resembled a little fairy in the dark night. Her tall and slender figure was clad in a black silk camisole nightgown, the silk gently clinging to her fair skin, exuding a sense of luxury and sensuality. Why hasn't Mr. Zhao made a move on you when you're so beautiful? Lin Xiaofan thought that among 10 beautiful secretaries, 9 were usually the boss mistresses. Lin Xiaofan watched the delicate strap of her dress draped over her rounded shoulders, the graceful lines deeply captivating his gaze like a work of art. He seems to want to reconcile with his ex-wife, so he wouldn't dare to make a move on me. Unlike someone who not only took his daughter, but also has their eyes on Mr. Jiang. Mingyao slightly tilted her head, looking at the exceptionally mischievous boy, observing his proud and indulgent demeanor, and said, "Why do I feel like you're trying to dig a hole? Now you've taken away his female secretary." "Haha, I was thinking the same thing. You look stunning tonight." Lin Xiaofan gently cupped her exquisitely beautiful face, her features seemingly blessed by heaven. "In the future, take me along to make money, okay?" She slowly stood up. "Sure, no problem. Tomorrow morning, look for an office building, and in the afternoon, register the company." Lin Xiaofan placed a hand on her fragrant shoulder. "Will you care about your employees?" Mingyio's beautiful little mouth pouted slightly, exuding a kind of lazy beauty. Of course you're my employee, and I have to be responsible for you. Lin Xiaofan gazed into her eyes, which resembled a deep lake, exuding a captivating depth and mystery that enchanted him. He couldn't help but gently kiss her beautiful lips, pulling her into his embrace. In the past, when I worked for Mr. Zhao and had my period, I was in so much pain, but I still had to work overtime for him. He's not human. Meng Yao recalled how she was usually called upon for work. In the future, if you stick with me, I'll give you a few days of paid leave before your period. How about that? Lin Xiaofan looked at her long eyelashes resembling the wings of two butterflies gently fluttering, as if they could stir his heartstrings. So tonight, my little boss, are you thinking about how to spend it? Meng Yao licked her lips and asked, will you wear an old-style uniform? Lin Xiaofan gently supported her slender waist, admiring this female secretary before him. Should I wear stockings, high heels, and put my glasses back on? Her hair casually cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, enhancing her beautiful figure and stunning looks, radiating an irresistible charm. When it comes to playing with a professional flight attendant, he didn't even want to go to university, and he wanted to pursue a romantic relationship with this exquisite air hostess. The chubby guy called Lin Xiaofan, bro, do you want to come over? Get lost. Don't disturb me, I'm sleeping. Lin Xiaofan cursed at this chubby guy who had a peculiar taste. Sleeping? You're not sleeping, I can already hear Meng Yao's voice. The chubby guy said to this pretentious friend. Then he added, are you really not coming? All right, then continue sleeping. I'll have a late-night talk with the air hostess. Just don't talk too late. We have to work tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan heard the chubby guy saying weakly on the phone. Got it, I'll consider it a way to lose some weight. He said this, but the next day Lin Xiaofan saw the chubby guy's pale face, and those red panda eyes made him look just like a fat panda. As he walked, you could see his two thick legs shaking, barely managing to walk without using his hands to support himself against the wall. Bro, help me out, I want to eat some milk sticks, some sea cucumbers, eggs. The chubby guy said, leaning on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. Uffed. Meng Yao, who was following Lin Xiaofan, couldn't help but cover her red lips and giggle at the chubby guy's state. How did it end up like this? Zhang Yinxing asked curiously, couldn't control it for a moment, drove too fast. So I don't say too much, it just makes me cry. Let's eat, what do you want? It's on me. What about that air hostess? I took care of her, haha, she thought she could squeeze me, no way. Lin Xiaofan was speechless at his friend's thick skin. Could you believe his face is several times thicker than a city wall? Now in this state, even some women nearby were chuckling. Don't mention him, Meng Yao next to him wasn't in much better shape either. She was walking awkwardly, afraid to strain her injuries. Don't look at me like that, I heard you getting taken care of by my bro last night, the chubby guy said, noticing Meng Yao giggling at his panda-like appearance. Let's eat it, don't talk about those embarrassing things. Later we need to go to the office. As for that beautiful air hostess, she really got taken care of by the chubby guy. It was as if his body fat was about to crush her bones. She really didn't want to move now, just wanted to sleep in. As for how many times they played last night, she had already forgotten. All she knew was that this chubby guy didn't forget to ask her for a red envelope when going out. When a guy asks a girl for a red envelope, there's only one question. Just like when Lin Xiaofan and Meng Yao left the room in the morning, they also gave this exquisite secretary a red envelope. How about you take a day off today? The three of us can go do some business. Lin Xiaofan said to Meng Yao, who looked a bit pale. I'm fine, I don't feel pain, yet since my period hasn't come. Meng Yao insisted she was okay. All right then. Lin Xiaofan said to Meng Yao, who had the demeanor of a strong woman, once the company is established, it will be handed over to you to manage. We need to go to university and show off to our classmates. I will work hard, thank you for your guidance, boss. Meng Yao cherished this opportunity. According to her, beautiful CEOs often started as secretaries. They have rich experience in handling matters and know how to deal with different bosses. So some ordinary college students graduate and think they can start a business and become big bosses. How many do you think will succeed? In business, if you don't have enough resources and money to support you, those so-called riches are just a dream. Of course, it doesn't exclude the possibility that after 10 or 8 years, they might learn from failures and succeed again. It's a deal of tonight, accompany me shopping, my clothes are damaged. Meng Yao gently twisted Lin Xiaofan's leg with her jade hand. Okay, I'll buy you a few more pairs tonight. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. The chubby guy looked at them in silence. What are you looking at? Let's go. Bro, don't talk about this. Each pair costs 1,000 yuan. Do you really need that 1,000 yuan right now? Not really, but it is a bit expensive. I can't afford it. Let's not say more, everyone guessed it. The company office requires to be near 2 universities, needing to occupy an entire floor. And in this precious land of Kyoto, the rent is not cheap at all. In second and third-tier cities, office rents are about 50 yuan per square meter, but here it requires 280 yuan per square meter. Renting an entire floor of 800 square meters costs too. 68 million yuan per month, excluding property management fees. Bro, isn't the rent for such a large space too expensive? The chubby guy looked at the area of the floor. Sir, this is the standard rent here. It doesn't vary much, the real estate agency told them. Alright, let's rent here and start signing the contract. Lin Xiaofan looked around at the floor-to-ceiling windows, which had views of Qingbei universities. However, upstairs and downstairs were all companies started by seniors and sisters from the school. Each floor had several offices of various sizes. Especially in animation production, many of the future blockbuster action productions will come from these talented art students. Don't underestimate those animations. Their revenue is not less than that of movies. Especially the second part of Neza, which made over 1 billion yuan at the box office. Mr. Lin, do you want to use a renovation company? Our renovation companies are all top-tier, guaranteed to satisfy you. Alright, call the renovation company over. Okay. Let's sign a 4-year contract for the space, just enough for him to graduate from university. Then pay 2 months' rent in advance, and it can't exceed 1 month, otherwise they will be cleared out, etc. Next, it was time to talk with the renovation company. Don't think that just renting a place is enough. The subsequent various repairs and arrangements are the most critical. Fortunately, the renovation company brought many materials, images, etc., including furniture, sofas, etc., and the prices were transparent and open. It can be said that the honest stop service is considerate. There's no need for clients to run to furniture markets to purchase. Therefore, it's a very correct choice to hand professional matters over to professionals. High-end computers and systems bulk purchases have discounts, the renovation company's person explained to Lin Xiaofan. Okay, we need to purchase different styles of setups for each live streaming room. Lin Xiaofan stated various requirements. Don't worry, we've renovated several rooms before. We have rich experience, and we guarantee you will be satisfied. The live streaming company manager had also renovated before and had abundant experience. Alright, let's sign the contract. Lin Xiaofan said cheerfully. We guarantee to have it ready within a month. The renovation company manager replied. First, get the office ready for me. We need to hire staff. Lin Xiaofan pointed towards the east side. Okay, I'll have it ready for you within a week. Install a soundproof small room and a big bed for me in the office and a combined shower room. Understood. And a large bathtub, you understand, right? Got it. All men understand. Don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee you'll be very satisfied. Exactly, it's something all men know. If secretly, perhaps Lin Xiaofan could experience the skills of a flight attendant encountering the beautiful stewardesses that only first-class passengers have the chance to meet. Zhang Yinxing is here, and it's not that he fears her indiscretion. It's just that sometimes after a few drinks with his female friends an accidental slip might happen. What then? Don't look at me. I won't tell Linghua. If you want to go, just go ahead. Zhang Yinxing seemed to know what he was thinking. Like you would, Lin Xiaofan said as he kissed her softly on the lips. I mean it, I won't tell Linghua. Besides, even if Linghua knew, she wouldn't say anything. After all, this is a kind of enjoyment, not something meant for love. Yinxing licked the lingering fragrance off her red lips. Really? Are you sure you won't tell your girlfriends? Lin Xiaofan asked again. Not all flight attendants catch Lin Xiaofan's eye, but this one is undeniably beautiful. Even if he doesn't play with her, just watching isn't too much to ask. Besides, the fat guy must have tipped her quite a bit. Such opportunities are rare. Once school starts, he won't have chances to play with flight attendants. Moreover, flight attendants have their own colleague groups, and perhaps among them there are even more beautiful stewardesses. One must understand that in this merciless world of money there is nothing that cannot be bought. Thus Lin Xiaofan and the others had their lunch at the hotel. You guys eat here, I'll take the food up to check on that flight attendant who was tormented by the fat guy. Lin Xiaofan instructed the waiter to pack the dishes. Go ahead, it's a pity for her. She almost suffocated under my fat body. The fat guy thought about the flight attendant from last night suffering under his heavy body. Dude, how can you say that? Whoever dates you will suffer. Zhang Yinxing looked at his excess flesh. I'm currently on a diet. The fat guy raised his hand and said, with you eating 4 to 5 meals a day, how can you lose weight? Zhang Yinxing addressed this chubby classmate. Don't underestimate me. To charm the campus beauty in college, I will work hard. You don't have to admire me because you're not my type. The fat guy posed like an athlete. You're so vain, girls see your fat body and run away. At this moment the room was filled with a quiet, yet subtly exciting atmosphere for the boys. The stunningly beautiful flight attendant was quietly waiting for Lin Xiaofan while scrolling through her phone. Lin Xiaofan didn't know her name, he only knew to enter the room with the key card given by the fat guy. The flight attendant's uniform was impeccably fitted, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Beautiful. Lin Xiaofan gazed at her white shirt, which was adorned with a delicate bow tie, the fabric tightly hugging her body. Shall we eat first or chat for a while? Lin Xiaofan directly asked the beautiful and graceful flight attendant. Because for adults time is money. At the same time, she seemed ready to leave having packed her bags. Let's chat for a bit. I can eat my packed meal on the way to the airport. She leaned closer to Lin Xiaofan, causing him to notice her skirt. It was the classic and beautiful flight attendant uniform knee-length wrapping around her smooth and long black stockings. Do all flight attendants have to wear black stockings? Lin Xiaofan looked at her beautiful legs. Under the room's lighting, the sheen of her stockings made her legs appear even smoother and more delicate, like finely polished jade. Generally, yes, and high heels too, as per airline regulations. The air conditioning on the plane can get a bit chilly. She wore a pair of black high heels, walking gracefully. Then she gently placed a delicate hand on Lin Xiaofan's shoulder. Boys, don't you all like beautiful flight attendants? Do you all like to have fun with flight attendants? Not all boys, but most do, especially for a stunning flight attendant like you, they prefer it even more. Lin Xiaofan gazed at her exquisitely beautiful face, lightly made up, enhancing her allure. Particularly her lips were glossed with a subtle lipstick, the color reminiscent of blooming rose petals. He couldn't help but feel the impulse to kiss her, wanting to experience the fragrance and beauty of this flight attendant, and her warm, enthusiastic service. After 90 minutes, this delicate flight attendant added Lin Xiaofan as a friend and pulled him into a newly created group. In this new group were all her female colleagues. I created this group for you. Sometimes they will fly here, and you can arrange to meet. Beautiful, isn't it? Lin Xiaofan looked at the 40 flight attendants in the group. Very beautiful, but they have high standards. However, it's not an issue for you. Just handle it as you see fit. As she spoke, she organized her clothes and started retouching her makeup. She tossed the damaged stockings into the trash. Are there any who are single? The kind without boyfriends? Lin Xiaofan asked as he watched her retouching her makeup. They are all in the group. Whether you can charm them depends on your ability. After she finished speaking, she sent a message in the group. Lin, a freshman with billions in assets, sisters, good luck. She also heard about the billions from the fat guy. With assets over 10 billion, otherwise, she wouldn't be waiting here for Lin Xiaofan to come play with her. She also hopes to invite him to play together in the future. In life, having a few wealthy friends for economic exchanges is a good thing. I also want to introduce someone to the fat guy. Lin Xiaofan recalled how in his past life the fat guy was greened beyond measure. I have to go to work now, looking forward to our next encounter, bye. She adjusted her clothes and dragged her small suitcase out. Text me next time if you're free. Let's meet somewhere. Lin Xiaofan felt the bowtie's grace and warmth, truly looking forward to the next time. Okay, Lin Xiao. Moi? She blew a kiss to Lin Xiaofan. In her heart she thought, he understands a woman's feelings, that fat guy is simply too boorish. Next time I definitely won't play with that fat guy again. Nowadays young people love to play as long as they're happy, nothing else matters. Sometimes the happiness of love can even replace food, casting aside all worries of daily life. Until after marriage one realizes how much daily necessities weigh them down. Bro, how was that flight attendant's service? Yang Lingfeng hurriedly asked when Lin Xiaofan returned to his room. Very good, she was enthusiastic and generous, her smile was quite healing. Lin Xiaofan could not deny the beauty and warmth of the flight attendant. You didn't call us over to observe and learn, huh? Zhang Yinqing said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tonight you can practice theory with me, how about it? Lin Xiaofan asked. Are you planning to use your skills to shut me up tonight? Don't worry, I won't tell Linghua. Zhang Yinqing asked with a smile. Hearing you say that, I now want to unleash my full power to shut you up. Don't. Zhang Yinqing now certainly did not want to be silenced by him. Moreover, the chubby classmate was still watching. Of course, Lin Xiaofan wouldn't bully his female classmate in front of the chubby one, he was just playfully teasing her. By 2:30 in the afternoon, they began heading to the local administrative service center to register their first company. Cultural Pulse Media Technology Company, operating in fields such as live streaming, advertising, and e-commerce, among others. The registered capital is 30 million yuan, with shareholders being the chubby one, Linghua Yunqing, and Meng Yao. The major shareholder is Lin Xiaofan, who also serves as the executor. They are merely entitled to dividends without any management authority. However, Lin Xiaofan will appoint Meng Yao as the vice general manager responsible for human resources, finance, and business development. Currently, there is no need for business cooperation unless the company develops a few internet celebrities, then they can seek partnerships for e-commerce. Next, they would visit several places, including the bank, for tax account procedures. Why is only one window open among several? How long do we have to wait? The chubby one looked at the number in his hand, noticing there were still 10 people ahead. There may still be 10 people in line, but it takes at least 10 minutes for one customer, and as long as 20 for others. Let me go ask, I seem to be a VIP customer. Lin Xiaofan approached the lobby manager with a gold card. Indeed, in this world, having money makes one a VIP. When the gold card was presented, the bank manager immediately offered him 5-star service. An employee was instructed to activate the computer system and open a window specifically for his service. However, after attending to Lin Xiaofan, that window suspended its services again. Don't ask why. Ordinary people wanting to conduct business must obediently wait in line until they question their own existence. Cultural Pulse Media Technology Company investing 30 million yuan. The bank manager inside was taken aback upon seeing the documents for the tax account. Then he called Lin Xiaofan. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the bank manager who just processed your tax account. Oh, is there something wrong? Is there an issue with the documentation? Lin Xiaofan returned to the administrative service center to submit the documents. No, I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Lin, if you need a loan, our commercial loan interest rate is 4.5. How much can be borrowed? If it's below 100 million, then forget it, Lin Xiaofan replied. 100 million is not a problem as long as you provide some personal assets. What if the personal assets amount to 2 billion? You could borrow over 500 million. With a loan on offer, not taking it would be foolish. Although the interest is slightly high, Lin Xiaofan truly does not mind such rates. If invested in this year's top 5 stocks, it could at least triple or quadruple. Or does he really care about this little interest? What is the first principle of financial knowledge? Yes, it is to leverage money tenfold, treating 1 million as 10 million to spend. Take 1 million to contract a project worth 20 million, then borrow 10 million, contracting it to another company, allowing them to pay up front, and then that company makes the suppliers front the costs. Layer upon layer of financing, turning 1 million into several million in spending. Impressive, isn't it? All right, I'll finish my business and come to talk to you in a bit, Lin Xiaofan said on the phone. Sure, I'll wait for you. Call me on this number when you're done. The company with a 30 million yuan investment processed all necessary workflows very quickly, including the official seals, contract seals, and financial seals. Everything was registered on-site for Lin Xiaofan and his team, and each official seal had a code that could be traced online. Do you really want to take a loan of 500 million? Are you really that short on money? The chubby one couldn't help but ask. Of course, money that comes to me should not be turned away. After finishing their business, Lin Xiaofan and his team went back to the bank. What if you can't pay back the interest? The chubby one asked. Then he'll sell you off to the South Seas. Lin Xiaofan replied. Meng Yao and the others laughed at the sight of the chubby one's expression turning serious. Of course, Zhang Yinqing quietly messaged Ling Meng that their company had been registered. The subsequent work involves decoration, hiring, and so on. Stop joking, I'm serious. The chubby one shot a glance at them. How many people in this world can take a loan of 500 million? You must know banks are not fools if they dare to lend 500 million. What does that indicate? They will keep an eye on the funds in Xiaofan's bank account. Oh, once he can't repay, they will freeze it. Damn. This is called credit assessment, you understand. One must admit the bank manager is indeed exceptionally bold. After Lin Xiaofan revealed his personal assets to him. It was no longer a loan of 500 million, but rather increased to 600 million. It should be noted that Lin Xiaofan had profited 300 million from several stocks he invested in. 500 million is nothing to him. At the same time, he also started to pay attention to the fluctuations of those stocks, monitoring them daily. Once Lin Xiaofan received 600 million in cash flow, he immediately purchased shares in educational stocks. This was all about speculation. However, Lin Xiaofan had already quietly bought in advance, waiting for those financial institutions to raise his stock price. He then planned to heavily invest in encrypted cryptocurrencies around 100 million. At over $200 each, it was the best opportunity to buy at the bottom, expected to rise over 440 times in the next 10 years. Have you ever seen stocks that can rise over 440 times in a short period? No, it should be said that it originally only cost $1 each and has peaked at $110,000 each. How many times is that? Experts will only tell you that this is virtual currency with very high risks, lacking real-world support. Yet what they often preach is different from what they secretly buy. Do you believe it? Because good things cannot simply be bought with money. Even if you have money now, you may not be able to buy a certain stock. The stocks circulating in the market are limited, or once they are bought out, you can only wait for others to sell before being able to buy them. Some so-called financial experts are just frauds, encouraging you to sell while they quietly buy in. Alternatively, they will hype up how good a stock is, prompting you to sell, making you the bag holder. The future era belongs to data and technology. It may one day become one of the currencies used in the beautiful nation. Once their country cannot repay its national debt, they will use this to settle loans. Chubby, go ahead and post job openings on the headhunting platform. I don't want to move right now. After returning to the hotel, Lin Xiaofan tossed the documents to the side and lay on the bed, not wanting to move. After dinner, how about a massage and a bath? There is a massage and bathing center on the 5th floor of the hotel. The chubby one sat at the desk opening a brand new high-spec laptop. Let's talk later. For that encrypted currency, if you have money, you can buy a little more. You won't lose out. Lin Xiaofan said to the chubby one. Zhao said the risks are very high. If it gets hacked, it could drop back to the $10 era. Meng Yao was also organizing various materials. It can be said that this task is best left to her. It's professional work handled in an orderly manner. Zhao Jinghao has a short-sighted view and is conservative in thinking he won't achieve much. Lin Xiaofan commented on his future father-in-law. You're really daring to borrow 500 million, aren't you afraid of not being able to repay? Yinqing draped a leg over him, helping relieve some of his stress. Why be afraid? Now I am the VIP in the bank. They are all my subordinates. In the future, during every holiday, we can just wait to receive gifts. Lin Xiaofan thought about this world where those in debt are the VIPs while the debt collectors are the subordinates. They all laughed again. So don't casually lend money to classmates or friends. If it goes poorly, you might end up with neither friends nor classmates. It's no joke. Lin Xiaofan gave this naive female classmate a lesson. And you, chubby, don't pretend to be a tycoon by lending money to classmates. If they have money, they'll pay you back. What's your thinking? Lending money. I'm now a broke loser with less than 100,000 in hand. I still invested in launcher heavy industry and some cryptocurrencies. Yang Lingfeng, the portly young man, felt as though his current success were a dream come true, deeply grateful to his closest friends, even more so than to blood brothers. Last night, even while spending time with a flight attendant, he had still thought to invite Lin Xiaofan, though Lin had remained in his room working late with his exceptional secretary Meng Yao. Inside the hotel's private dining chamber, their feast once again featured rare delicacies: sea cucumbers and oysters, ginseng braised, old hen soup, egg white, sea urchin, and bird's nest. Hurry and eat. Afterward, Meng Yao and I will give you a professional massage and acupressure treatment, Zhang Yinqing said, hoping to dissuade Lin Xiaofan from visiting the club later. We agreed on the massage, yet are you truly qualified? What if you press the wrong points? Upon hearing Zhang's words, Yang Lingfeng frowned slightly. This is no joke. The body's meridians must never be manipulated haphazardly. Is that true? Zhang Yinqing glanced toward Meng Yao. It does seem one shouldn't press at random. Such matters demand trained professionals. Our therapists all undergo rigorous certification before practice. Meng Yao nodded gently in affirmation. Very well. Let's finish eating quickly, then head to the club together. Zhang Yinqing pouted softly. Do you offer a full-service package? Yang Lingfeng asked them both. What exactly is a full-service package? Sauna, oil-based acupressure, massage, milk-infused hydrotherapy. Only elite wellness clubs offered such comprehensive services. Especially here, in this metropolis teeming with high-ranking officials and influential figures, such establishments were immensely popular among corporate magnates. The young women employed here hailed from cities and rural towns across the land, seeking opportunity within these gilded halls. Should they catch the eye of a powerful patron, meteoric ascent would no longer remain a fantasy. In Peng City, for instance, an entire residential district had become famed for its beauties, coveted by affluent collectors from Hong Kong and Macau as living works of art. After dinner, they indulged in a life of refined luxury, summoning several youthful, elegant attendants to deliver a meticulously curated suite of wellness services. First came the sauna. 4 of them sat together in loose attire, steaming away. What are you staring at? One more glance, and I'll pluck your eyes out. Zhang Yinqing noticed Yang Lingfeng's gaze lingering too long upon them. Has something gone amiss with my eyes, or with yours? It seems the area you're fixated on has grown remarkably. Yang Lingfeng had long teased her about being flat-chested. Get lost. Zhang Yinqing snapped, waving her hand dismissively. No need to look. You've already missed it. Your classmate truly has blossomed. Lin Xiaofan replied dryly to Yang Lingfeng. Missed? She's simply not my type. With that, Yang shifted his gaze from Zhang Yinqing to Meng Yao, whose exquisite statuesque grace embodied precisely the kind of woman he admired: voluptuous, shapely, long-limbed, and perfectly proportioned. Meng Yao paid him no mind, knowing full well he could see nothing improper provided she maintained discretion in her movements. Nor would Lin Xiaofan ever flirt with them in front of his friends. Conversations remained strictly professional: company strategy, investment portfolios, and financial planning. It's unbearably hot. Zhang Yinqing murmured, gulping water as sweat streamed down her face. The sauna purges toxins. Drink deeply, sweat freely. Yang Lingfeng remarked, watching their damp garments cling to their forms. Even the faintest contours beneath the fabric held an irresistible allure. Yet he dared not stare too long, lest Zhang Yinxing exact retribution. This morning a flight attendant sent me a 999 yuan red envelope. Do you know what that signifies? Forever and ever. She wishes to keep you closed indefinitely. Does this establishment offer that sort of service? How vulgar. Once the sauna concluded, the next step was essential oil acupressure therapy. Though all four shared the same treatment room, a curtain divided the space, ensuring privacy during delicate procedures. Still under the therapist's expert hands, soft, involuntary sighs escaped the two women, sounds that stirred Yang Lingfeng's restless curiosity. Must you both make such sounds? Yang Lingfeng groaned from his massage table. I'd rather not, but the therapist's touch is simply divine. Zhang Yinxing blushed faintly. Big brother Yang, would you like an oil-based weight loss massage? You could shed 3 gene in just 1 week. The therapist's slender hands glided over his soft midsection. Truly? Then I'll abandon the gym entirely. Indeed, 3 sessions per week with our full service package guarantees at least 3 gene lost. So over a month, that's 12 gene. Precisely, through perspiration detoxification and salt steam therapy. Do I need to sign up as a member? Gold tier members enjoy a 10 discount, platinum 20, diamond a generous 30. Indeed, the young female therapist had begun promoting premium membership cards to Yang Lingfeng. Not only did staff earn commissions, but the club itself secured substantial short-term capital inflows. Your figure is truly magnificent, the therapist remarked. Thank you, Meng Yao replied quietly as the therapist worked deftly upon her shoulders. A cup perhaps, though size alone invites sagging over time. I recommend regular maintenance treatments, like those enjoyed by distinguished matrons who retain flawless posture even past 50. Thus the therapist introduced Meng Yao, new to the club, to the efficacy of their specialized care. Zhang Yunqing too received gentle persuasion. Little sister consistent acupressure massage can enhance development over time. Really, Zhang Yunqing had long been self-conscious about her development. Yes, we target precise acupoints to stimulate natural growth. With quiet nods, the young therapist reinforced her claims. All 3 men, Lin Xiaofan included, found themselves subtly guided by her practiced rhetoric. Bending gracefully, the beautiful young therapist offered Lin Xiaofan a glimpse of sacred elegance, then began his therapeutic acupressure session with serene professionalism. Young sir, we offer a specialized stamina-enhancing protocol, designed to fortify endurance and vitality. No, he needs no such enhancement, Zhang Yinxing and Meng Yao declared in unison. Damn, brother, how long can you sustain peak performance? Yang Lingfeng, startled by their reaction, pressed for details. Roughly 60 to 90 minutes. Lin Xiaofan spoke with quiet pride. Hell, I can't even reach half that duration. Is this service genuinely effective? If so, I'll sign up for membership immediately. Clearly shaken, Yang Lingfeng recalled last night's encounter, not measured in duration but in relentless repetition. Should this treatment prove efficacious, he yearned to reclaim confidence where he felt most vulnerable. Members who undergo our regimen report steady progress, from 10 to 15 minutes, then 20-30. You mean it can double one's capacity? Exactly. Our proprietary herbal bath combined with targeted acupressure yields results beyond expectation. Does the herbal bath carry side effects? None whatsoever. It contains only pure time-honored botanicals. Truly, now I want to join. Xiaofan, you're already extraordinary. No need for this membership. In the eyes of the exquisite secretary Meng Yao, Lin Xiaofan is indeed impressive. However, Lin Xiaofan does not see himself as particularly remarkable, especially when he recalls the incident with Ling Yu's mother the night before. Lin Xiaofan feels that his abilities have many shortcomings and that he must enhance his strength further to truly excel. Fatty, if you sign up for the Diamond membership, you'll get 10 free herbal bath sessions. This young and beautiful lady provided him with the most enthusiastic massage service. Does that include weight loss? The fatty asked. Yes, it does, and you can also have local home massage services if you can't make it here. It seemed like the beauty was giving him some hints. All right, I'll sign up. How much is it? The fatty said without a second thought. Fatty, you're going to sign up without trying it for a week first. You should make sure it works before committing. Just having money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. Lin Xiaofan said to this guy who was starting to fall for the beauty trick. Of course, he couldn't deny that there were indeed effects. After all, those married women took excellent care of their skin and figures, making them look incredibly youthful. Speaking of those married women, Lingyu's mother had a figure that looked like a woman in her late 20s. No one would guess she was in her 40s. Her figure was absolutely top-notch, not just a boast, she genuinely possessed such a perfect physique. There's a promotion right now. If you sign up for the Platinum membership, there's a discount. Lin Xiaofan was also speechless. This trick was indeed a well-structured scheme. They had discount promotions almost every day of the year. Those clearance sales seem to be ongoing every day of the year. The Platinum membership card costs 1,000 yuan a year and can be shared with friends, which includes 10 sessions of service. The skillful fingers of the beautician constantly aroused the fatty's excitement, making his head feel dizzy. All he could think about was, this feels amazing. At the same time, the fatty's large hand wandered over her body, feeling the figure of this young and beautiful technician. Alright, I'll come back to open an account and sign up for a Platinum membership. Fatty, I want to sign up too. Zhang Yunqing, whether sincere or not, truly felt comfortable and wanted to enhance her own figure as well. Go ahead, let everyone sign up. Lin Xiaofan watched them being successfully brainwashed. But he had to admit that the skill level of the technicians at this club was indeed very high. After one massage, he felt much more relaxed all over. No wonder those wealthy individuals frequently visited the Foot Spa Club to enjoy life. Xiaofan, do you want to come over for a massage? No need, the fatty is here, don't make him jealous. Lin Xiaofan said, while looking at the fatty enjoying himself. This life is truly comfortable. Heading north with you is simply delightful. The fatty lay on the massage chair, reveling in the professional massage techniques. A 9,999 yuan session is not something just anyone can afford. Those who can afford to come here are certainly not ordinary rich people, and their service is exceptionally warm and attentive, rivaling that of flight attendants. Fatty, here's my business card. If you need it, you can call me for a massage during working hours. After a complete process, this young and beautiful technician handed the fatty a business card. Alright, thank you. Now let's sign up for a membership, and then I'll take you for a herbal bath. Fatty, let's register a company later for a local massage service app. It would just be an app to exploit the market, merely providing a platform and waiting to collect money. Such a platform seems to require no costs at all and does not need any real industry to support its development. However, many people would register across various regions, and the technicians would earn a 20 commission from each completed order. Moreover, it could even go public with a market value of several billion yuan. Of course, some shady services might emerge, but the platform would crack down on unprofessional technicians and fire them. Can this make money? Meng Yao asked. Absolutely profitable. For a 90 yuan service, a commission of 18 yuan is deducted. If there are over 1,000 users on the platform nationwide, and each person averages 5 orders a day, plus various memberships to be signed up for, you do the math. 1,000 users is just a conservative estimate. It could easily exceed 1,000. In an average city, dozens of people would sign up. Services like appliance cleaning and repairs are just ways to exploit labor. Besides, such a home service app will be developed by others in a few years, even if Lin Xiaofan doesn't do it. If he doesn't earn this money, someone else will. As for management, they could hire a headhunting company to find some experienced managers to handle it, taking a share of the profits. Tonight, Lin Xiaofan would buy them 3 platinum membership cards for 3,000 yuan. At the same time, he would also experience the effects of the herbal bath. If Lin Xiaofan wasn't mistaken, this herbal bath should help reduce sensitivity. Brothers, after you finish soaking, go back to your room. I have an appointment with a friend, the fatty said while enjoying the warm herbal bath. Friend? You've only been here for 2 days. Where did you find a friend? Lin Xiaofan asked this brother he had led astray. The beautiful technician just now said she would take me to a bar with ethnic style to have fun. The fatty had already added the beautiful technician as a friend. Are you sure she's not a scammer? If she orders drinks, make sure you order them yourself, and don't let her order for you. If she does, you must ask for your consent. Lin Xiaofan thought of some beauties who were very skilled at using such tactics. A few thousand yuan for drinks is nothing for the rich. However, the scammer beauty could earn a 20 commission, just like the technician who sold the 3,000 yuan membership card. The technician promoting the membership card could earn at least a 10 rebate. Don't worry, bro, I'm not that naive. But honestly, this place is really comfortable. Oh, I feel so much more relaxed all over. The fatty rubbed the fat on his arm. Alright, if anything happens, call the emergency number. Don't call me. Ooh, I don't have any friends here. Just don't let someone carry me away like a pig unless it's a financial issue. Dude, we agreed to support each other. I'll support you financially. Oh, what more do you want? Here, let me teach you a lesson. Go on, you're so long-winded. Our future achievements won't simply be a few billion in assets, but rather tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Just endure for now. Whenever something happens, As he said this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he declared, "Once we are successful with connections and influence, if you wish to deal with your enemies, you will only need to snap your fingers. Bro, can we really get to a fortune of over 10 billion? You're not joking, are you? Listen carefully, we can become the richest in the future. Broaden your vision and outlook." Then Lin Xiaofan ignored the little fatty and the female technician, only knowing to accompany Meng Yao back to the room to rest. "Sister Meng Yao, come here for a moment. Let's enjoy the beautiful scenery together," Lin Xiaofan said to the exquisite female secretary. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" She looked at the brightly lit metropolis outside the window. "Our room has no lights on, it's pitch black inside, so people outside can't see in." He mentioned that the fatty hadn't called him tonight. However, Lin Xiaofan was somewhat worried that the fatty might be deceived, so he took the initiative to call him. "Fatty, where are you right now?" Lin Xiaofan scolded over the phone. "I'm exercising, trying to lose weight." "Brother, why don't you come over and join me?" The fatty responded to Lin Xiaofan's call. "At the hotel?" Lin Xiaofan asked, hearing him panting. "Not at the hotel, where else can I exercise?" Yang Lingfeng's tone sounded like he was running. "All right, take your time losing weight. We'll go register the company tomorrow." "Okay, nothing else, I'm hanging up." The on-demand service app not only requires registration, but also needs to find a tech company to help with design, etc. The company address can be subdivided from the layer rented yesterday to create a smaller office space. This type of service app platform only provides service work, maintaining the normal operation of the system, etc. Fortunately, in this big city, there is no shortage of talent. Building a platform is also a relatively easy task. As long as you communicate with the other party, they will quickly help with the model work, and the fees are reasonable. That day, Lin Xiaofan approached a headhunting company, asking them to help find a company management manager. For these management personnel, in addition to the monthly salary, there are also annual bonuses, etc. "Mr. Lin, if you don't mind high demands, I can give you a female CEO," the reception manager of the headhunting company said to him. "A female CEO?" Lin Xiaofan asked curiously. "Yes, she works in the same office building as you, just started 2 companies, but she indicated that managing several tech companies in the same building is not an issue." "How old is she?" "She's that impressive?" Lin Xiaofan heard the headhunting manager ask. "A strong woman in her early 30s, a talent from Peking University. She used to work in a company with an annual salary of $1 million, and now she's independent. Impressive, right?" "Impressive, but I need to meet her first." "All right, I'll be the intermediary and give her a call. Let's meet for lunch, but the bill I'll pay, and if we succeed, I'll reward you 5,000 yuan. Okay, let's go with that." It must be said that in this day and age, anyone starting an e-commerce business is bound to become a local tycoon in the future. However, the manager of the headhunting company introduced Lin Xiaofan to someone who turned out to be a future unicorn from Alibaba's e-commerce. Her name is Huang Jing, 31 years old, not only beautiful, but also exuding a mature feminine charm. What Lin Xiaofan didn't expect was that she manages 2 companies, one of which is a female interest topic app, simply put, a women's community salon. Of course, men cannot register because this real name system app allows only women to express themselves in various ways. Don't underestimate this kind of female interest topic app, who in the future it will integrate e-commerce products, forming a women's shopping app. If Lin Xiaofan's live streaming company cooperates with her app before Douyin officially launches, they can gain popularity in advance. "Hello, CEO Huang." Lin Xiaofan shook hands with a woman who exuded the aura of someone in a superior position, as introduced by the headhunting company. "Hello, Mr. Lin, you're really young." Huang Jing did not expect that the boss, registering with a capital of 30 million yuan, would be a young man barely out of his teens. "Youth means nothing, but strength and talent are key. Let's sit down and discuss while we eat." Lin Xiaofan carefully examined the woman before him. Like her, she examined the young man before her closely, along with a slightly unwell-looking fatty beside him. Besides, the fatty Zhang Yunqing, who was next to Lin Xiaofan, also looked a bit unwell, walking lightly, as if afraid of straining an injury. For another mature woman, her old-style outfit made it obvious that she was Lin Xiaofan's close companion. "Did the headhunting company manager tell you? I run an e-commerce business for maternal and baby products, as well as a female topic social app." Huang Jing sensed a steady aura from Lin Xiaofan. "Yes, he mentioned it, and my company happens to have many similarities with yours which can complement each other." Lin Xiaofan looked at the woman before him, clearly possessing not only a beautiful appearance, but also an aura of someone who has everything under control. In such an atmosphere, the fatty felt very uncomfortable, giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure and inferiority. He dared not meet her eyes directly, merely bowing his head to eat, listening to their business discussions and collaboration. But Lin Xiaofan was different. He fixed his gaze on the woman's figure, especially her enticing cleavage, which was indeed captivating. It seemed to be as ample as Lingyu's mother. The killer was her dress, which revealed her shoulders, making Lin Xiaofan mesmerized by her alluring silhouette. A female social app burns money in the early stages if there are no ads and products integrated, Lin Xiaofan said to the legendary strong woman before him. Yes, to attract traffic we have to spend lots of money to get them to register, Huang Jing candidly replied. Do you need me to invest a bit? Are there any plans for financing? I have high hopes for your maternal and baby e-commerce development. Lin Xiaofan thought of her company projected to be valued at 1 billion in the next 2 years. Listen carefully, that's 1 billion equivalent to a market value of 6.7 billion yuan, a formidable e-commerce unicorn. How much are you looking to raise? What percentage of shares do you need? She indeed needs some capital for development. Everyone knows that e-commerce requires various online advertising investments. The more advertisements, the higher the brand and recognition. 10 million yuan, I only need 10 of the shares. He'll do you a favor. How does that sound? Lin Xiaofan attempted to collaborate with this female CEO. 10 million yuan, or I can offer you 20 of the shares, but the company I manage has a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan and an annual bonus of 5. Before coming, the manager of the headhunting company had explained to Lin Xiaofan that this strong woman's compensation was about 30 higher than that of an ordinary manager. Listen carefully, managing one company costs 3,500 yuan, and 2 companies would be 7,000 yuan, not including year-end bonuses. If the company profits 1 billion yuan a year, they would also share a bonus of 50 million yuan. This is not a problem. Come, let's discuss in detail. Lin Xiaofan looked at her long flowing black hair, and her face, seemingly adorned with light makeup, was unforgettable in its beauty. A woman like her would certainly be a campus beauty at Peking University. 20 of the shares, I hope you won't regret it later. Lin Xiaofan thought of her company's projected valuation of $1 billion in the next 2 years. No regrets. If there's no financing, it won't develop. Regardless of how much it's worth in the future, it's still a return for the investors. Huang Jing knew what she was talking about. Moreover, she needed a company like Lin Xiaofan's to promote products. If his company really produced a few internet celebrities, how about holding a few promotional events for maternal and infant products? However, when she heard about the local massage service app, her brows furrowed. She knew that such a company, once established, would undoubtedly have registered employees quietly engaging in gray market work. I know what you're thinking. If employees do that and aren't reported, then act as if nothing happened. If they are reported, then it's dismissal. We are a legitimate company. Lin Xiaofan was adept at reading her expressions and knew what was on her mind. After all, the strong woman in front of him was no ordinary woman. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful, with delicate willow eyebrows, curled eyelashes, and a pair of shining black eyes, her snow-white skin accentuating her extraordinarily beautiful face. Do all you boys like this kind of service? Her gaze fell on the chubby guy and Lin Xiaofan. Before Lin Xiaofan could respond, the chubby guy suddenly sat up and waved his hands at her, saying, That's not true, I only went because my buddies dragged me. We just had a proper massage. It was forgivable to pass the buck, but the little chubby guy turned as red as his neck, like he had run into a nemesis. Zhang Yunqing and Meng Yao elegantly covered their lips and giggled. Yes, I was the one who invited you over to have fun. We only engage in legitimate services. In the future, it will be the age of technology, so I want to establish such an app to let men at work enjoy massages to relax and better focus on work and life. What's your plan? Registered capital? 10 million yuan. As for the advertisements, you can pop them up in the female interest app's comments. The advertising fee is 1,000 yuan a day for 10 days. Dude, that's not just burning money. Burning money. How is it not burning money when a female technician sweet-talks you into getting a card for 1,000 yuan? But it's worth the expense. Taking a medicinal bath really has its effects. The chubby guy felt the money was well spent, though he said that his eyes were secretly assessing the beautiful woman in front of him, who was already 31. Huang Jing, 31, looked more like 25 or 26, young and beautiful, with a captivating figure. Her career line was even more alluring, making the chubby guy's heart race, causing him to lower his head at just a glance. He then secretly messaged Lin Xiaofan saying, Bro, do you believe in love at first sight? If it's all your fault for making me take those medicinal baths last night, I'll get back at you later. Yunqing playfully punched his arm. Lin Xiaofan replied to the chubby guy, She's 12 years older than you, are you sure? My heart is about to leap out, damn. The chubby guy replied instantly, Do you want me to lend you a hand? But this kind of woman is not easy to deal with. Without sufficient financial power, one could be suppressed severely, having to attend social gatherings and return home late at night. Then he replied to the chubby guy saying school starts at the end of September. Perhaps your campus beauty sister is waiting for you at school. Do you want to observe for a few days and keep your heart in check? What love at first sight? That's all nonsense. It's just being influenced by her aura. With such a high and mighty presence, if one isn't outstanding enough, one wouldn't even dare to lift their head in front of her. Thus it is said that beautiful women starting businesses often succeed by half. The other half is achieved through their beauty and hard work. Being a strong woman is not that easy. However, successful strong women may sacrifice more than men, giving up a lot, especially those women who strive for higher positions. This is my confidant, Miss Meng Yao. You can add each other as friends and exchange phone numbers. If you need anything, just speak to her. If you need money, come find me. Lin Xiaofan introduced Meng Yao. Please take care of her. Meng Yao, also a strong woman, said, I look forward to your support in our future work. Come, let's toast. We'll arrange a signing dinner later. Headhunting manager, you should come witness it too. Then I'll gladly comply. Oh, cheers. There was no need to say much afterward. Oh, professional matters should be handled by professionals. For the overall direction, Lin Xiaofan still needed to discuss in detail with the exquisite beauty, Huang Jing, who she could handle the execution and management afterward. Hence, in a company that's on the right track, the boss often doesn't need to manage things personally, but it's all followed up by outstanding managers and supervisors. However, Huang Jing was not an ordinary woman. Through connections, she had someone investigate Lin Xiaofan, her partner. She needed to know whether his financial sources were legitimate and what his parents did. It turned out that upon investigation, they discovered that the two of them were classmates and had graduated from high school together. One was admitted to Tsinghua University, while the other to Peking University. The important thing was that this guy had incredible luck. Amid a World Cup, he unexpectedly became a billionaire. Are you saying he took out a loan of 600 million yuan at the bank yesterday? Huang Jing said, suppressing her excitement. Yes, I had a friend help check and found out he invested over 2 billion yuan in the stock market, and there's over 800 million yuan in the bank. Hey, are you listening to me? I'm listening. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later. What meal? What kind of relationship do we have? No need to be so polite. You just introduce him to my sisters when you get the chance. All right, I'll introduce you to him when his company has its ribbon-cutting ceremony. That night, Huang Jing felt a bit uneasy. Initially, she thought they were just two rich second-generation heirs. But after having her friend investigate, she realized that the secrets they held were not ordinary. But recalling how that chubby guy couldn't even look her in the eye, she couldn't help but smile, finding Yang Lingfeng, this younger brother, quite formidable. It said that Lin Xiaofan had invested over 2 billion yuan in the stock market, but she couldn't find out which stocks he had bought. So she called the chubby guy to extract more information, as such boys are the easiest to get information from. Hello, Huang President. Huang, hello. The chubby guy nearly dropped his phone upon receiving her call. Are you free? Would you like to come out for a cup of coffee? Yes, send me the location. Oh, I'll head over right now. The chubby guy excitedly asked, what about your buddy? He's out playing with Zhang Yinxing. It don't mind him. The chubby guy replied. Where are you playing? She asked, trying to extract more information. Where else would we play? Of course we're playing in a hotel. Fortunately, Lin Xiaofan wasn't there, otherwise he would have crushed the chubby guy. Who answers like that, leaving no secrets at all? It seems that the chubby guy's claim of love at first sight wasn't just a false statement. He was questioned to the point where he didn't even know his own surname. All he knew was to get in a car to the coffee shop designated by Miss Huang Jing. Lin Xiaofan had no idea the chubby young man had gone out late at night for a rendezvous, assuming instead that he was still engrossed in work with some female technician. After all, such stunning female technicians were invariably the first to gain popularity upon joining the app during its early rollout, offering them higher commission rates than their affiliated hotels. Yet the app had not yet launched officially. It required a sufficient number of registered female technicians within the local area before going live. Moreover, appointment scheduling and service coordination demanded meticulous attention to every detail, lest negative reviews flood in before operations even began. Naturally, Lin Xiaofan firmly believed Huang Jing, the elegant and capable young woman, could handle these challenges far more adeptly than he could, given her expertise in management. Hello, Ms. Huang. Yang Lingfeng hurried into the cafe to meet Huang Jing. A vision of ethereal grace, her beauty as luminous as a crescent moon veiled in soft mist, as radiant as blossoms heaped upon snow, her bearing both regal and enchanting. Please sit. Her exquisite eyes lingered on the young plump man before her, while her delicate fingers traced the rim of her coffee cup with quiet poise. Ms. Huang, did you ask me here for something specific? The young man asked, gazing at the elegantly dressed woman before him. Especially captivating were her flawless alabaster skin, smooth and silken, and her eyes deep and limpid as an autumn lake. With every glance, her noble, refined aura left him too awestruck to look too long. "We are business partners. I wish to understand you both better." Huang Jing said, her gaze steady and penetrating. "I've already had your financial backgrounds thoroughly investigated." The young man before her held assets exceeding 100 million yuan, entirely built through the unwavering support of his brother. They'd even turned a World Cup tournament into a fortune, becoming billionaires overnight. Globally, there were perhaps only two such men. Are you truly 31? You look scarcely 24 or 25. You're astonishingly youthful," he murmured, drinking in her transcendent beauty. Living in the city with financial means naturally allows one to maintain oneself well. "So, do you intend to flirt with your elder sister?" she teased lightly. Well, his heart quickened again. "I heard you trade stocks. Why not let elder sister join in?" Though spoken casually, a quiet bewilderment stirred within her. How could two recent high school graduates already be active in the stock market? Especially his brother, whose portfolio already exceeded 2 billion yuan, surpassing many institutional investors. "We only bought a few stocks, just light casual trading, nothing substantial." And she fell silent. To call several million yuan light trading was beyond words. In truth, the young man had invested 3 million yuan across 3 stocks, and allocated the remainder to Bitcoin following Lin Xiaofan's advice. Idle funds not urgently needed should be placed in this encrypted digital asset for long-term appreciation. There was no need to wait for it to soar past 1100. If cash were suddenly required, it could be liquidated swiftly, essentially functioning as a long-term, high-yield financial instrument akin to a bank deposit. Consider, for instance, 10-year bank interest rates, just 1 annually, yielding a mere 1,000 yuan on a 100,000 yuan deposit after 1 year. By contrast, placing funds in a payment app offered 2 annual interest. Government policy similarly encouraged financially literate citizens to invest in long-term equities. Yet the shrewdest investors avoided the stock market altogether. For everyone in the country knew the stock market served primarily as a tool for capitalists to harvest retail investors, capital routinely siphoned overseas. Foreign observers called it little more than a pitfall, a grand deception that had long since eroded public confidence in the market. Even the China Financial Regulatory Authority's intervention in 2014 yielded negligible results. After a brief liquidity surge, markets plunged again, unrecognizably steep, triggering mass layoffs, bankruptcies, and economic stagnation sustained only by massive infrastructure investment. So your brother didn't merely buy those 3 stocks. He acquired large quantities of cryptocurrency as well. Huang Jing probed, skillfully drawing out more information. Yes, he told me he purchased 10 stocks in total. The remaining 7 weren't disclosed to me, nor did I inquire. I'd already exhausted my funds. He spread his plump arms wide in resignation. "Aren't you afraid of losses?" she asked the academic prodigy. "Minor dips, major gains. Since purchase, we've been consistently profitable, up 40% now." He pulled out his brand new smartphone and opened Tonghuashan to show her over 30 million yuan in holdings with a 40% gain, 12 million yuan earned. "How much did your friend invest?" Huang Jing asked. "Around 1 billion yuan, I think." And that was merely the young man's estimate. The actual figure stood closer to 2 billion yuan. He remained unaware of Lin Xiaofan's exact investment in that 17 match, though even the most conservative estimate would exceed 10,000 yuan. At the sight of such returns, Huang Jing felt a stirring of genuine interest. She currently held over 10 million yuan, 10 million of which came from Lin Xiaofan's financing. As current expansion didn't demand immediate full deployment, the surplus could be prudently allocated to equities, akin to a high-yield bank deposit. "Does your friend have a girlfriend?" "Is Zhang Yinqing his partner?" The radiant Huang Jing began probing once more. "One among several. My class's campus beauty queen is his official consort." "An official consort? Yes, his official consort." Huang Jing was momentarily speechless, wondering whether today's youth were simply extraordinarily bold, or whether extraordinary wealth truly liberated one's sense of play. It wasn't just the official consort. The secretary Meng Yao was also his, otherwise he would never have entrusted her with managing so vast a company. "And what about you?" Huang Jing fixed her gaze on the young man, who kept stealing glances at her. "I'm a single dog, forever trailing behind them, surviving on romantic scraps." He covered his face with embarrassment. "Shall elder sister introduce someone to you? And what if I told you I liked you? Would you believe me?" The coffee she'd just sipped nearly sprayed across his face, but she quickly regained composure, dabbing her crimson lips with a napkin. Glancing at him again, she noticed his eyes locked intently on her face, and then drifting lower, lingering boldly along the gentle curve of her décolletage. That look, hungry, devouring, was identical to that of seasoned men who wanted to consume her whole. Crucially, he was not yet 19, far too young. Were he 25 or 26, perhaps she might consider it. You're too young. Even my younger brother would suit you better. Besides, I could be your mother. She took a calm sip of coffee and shook her head. Mother. He shamelessly blurted the word. Uffed. This time she truly sprayed coffee across his face. She acknowledged her age, but refused to accept being labeled old. Not even auntie would pass her lips, certainly not mother. Unfazed, the young man flicked his tongue over the coffee on his cheek, still fragrant, still sweet. Call me elder sister. Huang Jing tossed a napkin at his face. Or, what if you became my girlfriend? I own a villa worth several million yuan. My total net worth exceeds 100 million yuan. He declared. 100 million. Far too modest. And frankly, you're far too plump for my taste. She replied coolly. To a formidable businesswoman like herself, 100 million was hardly noteworthy. She possessed unshakable confidence in her ability to generate far greater wealth and to attract a dashing celebrity-caliber young man. I can lose weight. Gazing at her pristine natural beauty, her porcelain skin unmarred by makeup, her cherry lips vivid, her lashes fine and dark, the young man saw in her a celestial maiden newly descended to earth, pure, untainted by worldly concerns, radiating an otherworldly allure that held him utterly spellbound. Even Lin Xiaofan acknowledged her breathtaking beauty, yet he also recognized her formidable will. Without exceptional strength and mastery, no man could hope to stand beside her as an equal. Thus Lin Xiaofan had warned the young man against indulging in illusions about her, lest he become merely another obedient junior under her command. Surpass my net worth first, then we'll talk. Elder sister must take her leave now. Did you drive? Could you drop me off at my hotel? And can't you hail a cab? And cabs cost money. And surely you won't abandon the monk after finishing your meal. Your audacity. After spending some time with the chubby guy, she found Yang Lingfeng to be quite peculiar, a boy with an unusually thick skin. Of course, she still drove her BMW and dropped him off at the entrance of the five-star hotel. Mom, I will lose weight, I promise to work hard, the chubby guy said before getting out of the car. Get lost. I don't have a son as shameless as you, go far away. Huang Jing couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Beautiful, just. The chubby guy looked at her panting figure. The rising waves on her chest were truly extraordinary. She simply couldn't understand why boys nowadays liked older women. Besides, this little chubby guy wasn't even poor, and he certainly didn't need to rely on anyone. Regardless, she managed to coax 3 stocks out of the chubby guy's mouth tonight. After returning home, she began to invest 8 million yuan, and not forgetting to have her close friends buy some as well. As for when to sell, she could let this boy who liked older women tell her. As soon as his friend told the chubby guy to sell, he would notify her immediately. It's a deal. Tonight I'll ask you about the stock market, but don't tell your friend, and if he tells you to liquidate, don't forget to inform me. Got it, Xiao Jing. He seemed to respond in a split second. Get lost. Who's Xiao Jing? Then I'll call you Jinger. Get lost. In the eyes of the chubby guy, any older woman he liked, even if she was a middle-aged lady, he would call her that. Love knows no boundaries and has no age limit. This is the chubby guy's understanding and perception of love. Just like Lin Xiaofan secretly playing with Aunt Yixiao, that kind of love made him savor every moment. The next morning, the chubby guy really started to lose weight, running a few kilometers in the gym downstairs at the hotel along with 20 sets of push-ups. Hey brother, do you need a personal trainer? 1 hour for 100 yuan, said a muscular man in the gym, watching the chubby guy work out frantically. Can you help me lose 10 pounds in a month? The chubby guy asked. Absolutely no problem, and I can help you get a six-pack too. The trainer said, the way you're training now is useless. Alright, 150 yuan for an hour. Okay, let's start, beginning with arm strength. Aren't we starting with the belly? Listen to me, brother, you can't go wrong. Train in the morning and again at night, lose 10 pounds in a week. You might wonder why he stays in a 5-star hotel instead of renting a place. Because it's convenient to eat in a 5-star hotel. There's cleaning service, attentive service, and various 5-star amenities. Just like the gym downstairs, guests can use the equipment for free. You only need to pay for the trainer. Staying one night costs about 1800 yuan, but for Lin Xiaofan, it's a drop in the bucket. The chubby guy has gone to the gym downstairs, so we don't have to wait for him for breakfast, Zhang Yunqing said, seeing the message on her phone. Is the sun really rising from the west? Lin Xiaofan stretched and said. I said the same thing. If this guy has finally woken up, Zhang Yunqing said to this always smiling guy. Forget him. After we finish eating, let's head to the company. Someone is coming for an interview today. Lin Xiaofan kissed Yinxing on the lips and said I'll go change darling, wait for me a moment. Beautiful, just missing Lingwe. During these days, Zhang Yinxing gradually got used to Lin Xiaofan's power and could be said to be well acquainted with his weapons. Besides Zhang Yunqing, Mengyao, his close secretary, was the same, enjoying a rich life alongside Lin Xiaofan. As for online credit loans, despite the interest being 18, if they could get the loans, they would buy the stocks Lin Xiaofan designated. Even 1,000 yuan would suffice. Multiplying by 10 or 8 means several hundred thousand. Does the interest really matter? Since Mingyao's assets exceeded 1 million, various credit loan platforms could at least provide loans of over 1,000 yuan. Combining several platforms, over 1 million yuan could be loaned out to invest in the stocks Lin Xiaofan pointed out. Those 20 bitcoins in your hands, if you don't need the money urgently, just hold on to them. Lin Xiaofan said to Mingyao, don't underestimate those 20 coins. In the future, each will be worth $100, making 20 coins worth over $220,000, millions in total. I understand, little boss. Mingyao nodded slightly. Believe in yourself, your choices are right, and trust me, I can ensure your efforts will be rewarded. Lin Xiaofan can't guarantee her a happy life, but he can ensure that she will live without worries financially for at least the rest of her life. The same goes for Zhang Yinxing. Being with him is a sure win. After breakfast, the three of them took a taxi to the office building. Although it wasn't fully renovated yet, the office had already been prepared in advance, not affecting the interview process. Therefore, as long as the money is in place, they can work overtime for 24 hours. As for the local massage service app company, that part of the work would be handled by Miss Huang Jing, and all interviews would be managed by her. Now Lin Xiaofan needed to find some experienced hosts. They needed not only experience, but also to be beautiful, well-shaped, and have sweet voices. Of course, the salary is also quite high, with a base salary of around 1,000 yuan, which is considered a high-paying job for local female graduates. It's worth noting that ordinary interns or graduates earn around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per month, which isn't enough to cover rent and living expenses. In this big city, an 8,000 yuan salary just barely covers living costs, leaving nothing left over. Manager Lin, 30 candidates came for the interview. I've selected 15 for you. Here are their profiles. Mengyao used her judgment to eliminate 15 candidates from the queue outside. The remaining 15 either had excellent figures or looked beautiful. Let's start to let them all come in to hear about the company's development and direction. Lin Xiaofan didn't wait for the chubby guy to come for the interview. That guy is probably really trying to lose weight, not for any other reason, but for that 31-year-old aunt. Love is the motivation. With motivation comes effort. Facing a group of beautiful women, Lin Xiaofan wouldn't ask about their pasts, only discussing the future development of his company with them. If you are successful in your application, you will need to sign a 10-year contract. If you exit midway, you will compensate the company for its losses, and after exiting, your original account will become the company's. A 10-year contract may seem long for a woman, but for capitalists and companies it's nothing. Because the company's investment may be less than what they will contribute. Will the company require us to socialize with the boss? What do I get in return for signing a 10-year contract? The interviewing beauties were not fools. The company needs to make a profit, individuals must profit, and they also need to protect their rights. Not at all, the company won't force personal socializing. Our focus isn't on pleasing the boss for tips, but rather on outdoor shooting and artistic performances. At this point, Lin Xiaofan briefly added, in addition to the guaranteed monthly salary, there are various commissions. Our company will do everything to create and package you into internet celebrities with over 1 million followers. Indeed, Lin Xiaofan began to paint a bright picture for these beautiful women. He wouldn't interview them one by one, but rather gather a dozen in the office. Listening to their future boss outline the blueprint, he would invest over 1 million in advertising costs on them in the next 3 years. What if our performance doesn't meet the standards? Will the company terminate our contract? The beauties asked. You only need to showcase your talents well. The rest of the matters you need not worry about. In our eyes, there will be no failure to meet the standards. Remember, in every live broadcast, the more beautiful women there are with good figures and sweet voices, how could there be no men willing to spend? Even garbage tea leaves could be pushed to the ceiling. Do you believe it? Of course, Lin Xiaofan wouldn't sell garbage tea leaves or cheap wine. He would choose to collaborate with quality brands. Continuing from there, Lin Xiaofan said, although the company is still under renovation, the shooting and editing work will not be affected. Can we overdraw in advance? If it's possible, once the contract is signed, it can happen. Why? Do you need to pay your credit card or rent? The boss is really smart. After signing the contract, the company will subsidize meals and housing and will also buy social insurance for you. A 10-year contract is a bit long. 15 beautiful women arrived for the interview, but they were no easy targets for persuasion. In the prime of their youth and beauty, none wished to sign a 10-year contract here. No matter how grand the promises Lin Xiaofan painted before them, these women, seasoned by years in the metropolis, saw right through his charm. Yet several fresh art school graduates, thoroughly captivated by Lin Xiaofan's rhetoric, signed the decade-long contract without hesitation. You will one day take immense pride in this choice. Come, sign the contract, affix your fingerprint, and receive half a month's salary in advance. Lin Xiaofan addressed the group of graceful art school graduates. I'm merely a performer of the era. Surely this isn't enough. She asked hesitantly. It is more than enough, as long as you possess exceptional beauty. Our company will craft your image with care. Trust my discernment, he assured the young woman, cradling her eru. Once our production crew is fully assembled, we'll arrange for you to perform in public parks, challenging the veteran era masters who gather there. What? Will we make the elders cry? That depends entirely on your skill. Perhaps you'll even find yourself outplayed by those seasoned park musicians. Boss, can a dancer like me truly go viral? Absolutely. You'll master the ethereal Dunhuang dance, standing poised atop a great drum while holding a pipa, or learn elegant seated choreographies. Wait, Dunhuang dance, not desert flying dance. And it's a pipa, not a bata. Exactly. Haha, you're such a funny boss. In the realm of viral dance artistry, beauty remains the most potent catalyst for fame. If these women rise to stardom, Lin Xiaofan, wealthy and resolute, will surely cultivate a constellation of influencers. Artistry is secondary. Striking physiques showcased daily in diverse swimwear against luminous backdrops can propel one to unimaginable fame. We'll acquire sleek automobiles for glamorous photoshoots, forging car model influencers who partner with automotive brands, commanding appearance fees starting at 100,000 yuan. Boss, shall we launch food vlogging influencers? Asked one radiant young woman. Are you an avid eater? Lin Xiaofan countered. Food vlogging carries real health risks, chronic gastrointestinal strain to be precise. He asked the dewy-eyed beauty with gentle curiosity. You misunderstand. The format isn't daily live feasting. Instead, we'll visit distinctive local eateries, film tastefully edited segments, add voiceovers, and publish polished content, she explained, lightly moistening her lips. Do you know where the city's most authentic culinary gems lie? Lin Xiaofan gazed at her luscious crimson lips and found himself momentarily tempted to trace them with his own. From grand hotels to alleyway delicatessens, I know them all. Excellent. You're officially our gourmet ambassador. How much may one spend per day? We'll finalize budgets later. For now, return home and thoughtfully choose your influencer alias. Filming begins soon. You'll write your own scripts, travel for shoots, explore freely. Just deliver captivating, visually stunning content. This work demands minimal technical expertise. Hiring recent graduates from film schools suffices. These junior professionals specialize in cinematography and editing. Recruiting directly from campuses proves ideal. We hire exclusively female staff, not for aesthetics alone, but for the safety and well-being of our influencers. Equipment procurement will follow once our technical team is on board. Later, strategic collaboration with data-boosting studios may also be necessary. Even artificial followers must lend their digital weight. Indeed, virality often begins precisely this way, orchestrated, amplified, and meticulously curated. Not bad, several stunning young women hired today. In just a few years, they'll mature into even more radiant, self-assured stars. At this thought, Lin Xiaofan smiled inwardly. Once their fame peaks, we'll pivot seamlessly into short drama production, leveraging their built-in audiences to generate over 100 million yuan per series. A handful of hires falls far short. A well-funded, strategically prepared enterprise requires no fewer than 20 or 30 women to thrive. We'll also recruit 1 or 2 charismatic singers, ideally sculpted gym enthusiasts, whose allure attracts affluent patrons' generous patronage. In the days that followed, Lin Xiaofan conducted daily interviews, not only for new candidates, but also for already selected staff. Though their office remained unfinished, Lin Xiaofan treated each newly interviewed employee to shopping sprees, every expense covered personally by the boss. Boss, you're too kind to us. This was their first opportunity to purchase exquisite high-end apparel. Don't mention it. Beauty enhances presence on screen, Lin Xiaofan replied, gazing warmly at them. I'd gladly sign for 15 years, not just 10, declared the fresh graduates, brimming with youthful enthusiasm. Next, we'll dine together. Year-round, the company will subsidize your wardrobe. Work diligently. Do we have cinematographers yet? Yes, plenty. From now on, your monthly supply of bubble tea and coffee is fully covered. Work well. Most of Lin Xiaofan's cinematographers were recent graduates or interns. Yet each answered to a seasoned supervisor, decades of filming and editing mastery behind him. Every final cut required his approval. No haphazard low-quality content would bear the company's name. Truly, professionalism demands professional hands. You're hiring so many beauties. Won't Ling Yue grow jealous? Zhang Yinqing remarked, observing him accompany the women on shopping excursions. This is corporate necessity, not personal desire. If I sought companionship, I'd choose you. Lin Xiaofan kissed her gently. I'm always available. Shall we try on clothes together? Zhang Yinqing teased, eyes sparkling. Trying clothes together? I'm still busy accompanying them on purchases. Long before the company opened its doors or filmed its first frame, substantial investment flowed into these women. From cosmetics to cinematographic equipment, whatever caught their eye, Lin Xiaofan purchased without hesitation. Cameras, lenses, editing workstations. Entire setups exceeded hundreds of thousands of yuan, leaving them utterly enchanted. Mingyao, did you complete the order for our fleet of company vehicles? Lin Xiaofan asked his secretary. Yes, we've acquired 18 compact cars plus several 7-seater high-C vans, Mingyao confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Once we secure our business license and vehicle registrations, we'll leverage them to secure multi-million yuan loans for strategic financial investments. As a capitalist, one must transform tangible assets into liquid capital and then deploy that capital wisely. A 20 million yuan loan invested shrewdly in equities could multiply sixfold within 6 months. What staggering returns that would yield. Dinner. Lin Xiaofan hosted a formal banquet introducing Huang Jing, the company's operations manager, to the team. For any workplace concerns, they may consult either Huang Jing or Mingyao. Boss, did I hear correctly? You're enrolling in university. Good heavens, you're entering Tsinghua University. They knew their boss was under 19. Yet they hadn't anticipated he was also an academic prodigy, the year's top Tsinghua admittee. Of course, if matters arise outside work hours, feel free to message me, though Saturdays and Sundays are usually my only windows of availability. Lin Xiaofan told them. Would you pretend to be my boyfriend for a family matchmaking dinner? Asked one charming employee. Certainly, no issue at all. I am committed to resolving employees' personal challenges with diligence, Lin Xiaofan affirmed with a calm nod. Beside him, a plump young man silently yearned, let me handle this task instead. But he dared not speak. Huang Jing sat nearby, her quiet authority a palpable restraint. To win the affection of this poised, mature woman, he had thrown himself into rigorous transformation. Gym sessions each morning and evening, and even enlisted a nutritionist, a stunning young woman he'd met at the gym, who designed his dietary regimen. Hey fatty, what's wrong? Is tonight's feast unappealing? Eat up. Sea cucumber, oysters, lobster. Your absolute favorites. Why the hesitation? Zhang Yinhai urged the unusually restrained eater. I'm dieting, the young man replied, his expression pained, gazing wistfully at the lavish seafood spread before him. Huang Jing, seated beside Lin Xiaofan, couldn't help but smile at the chubby man's endearing demeanor. Lin Xiaofan, equally intrigued, studied his friend closely. Indeed, he seemed markedly slimmer. Brother, I don't mean to tease, but if a woman truly loves you, she won't care about a few extra pounds. And if she doesn't love you, shedding down to 120 gene won't change a thing. Lin Xiaofan gently reminded his lovelorn friend of what he was truly pursuing. I'll do my best. I'll win her over with sincerity. No, not mother, sister. Startled by Huang Jing's sharp warning glance, the chubby man hastily corrected himself, calling her sister, not auntie. The elegant women seated nearby exchanged knowing glances. Evidently their company's shareholder had fallen head over heels for this mature, radiant beauty. Yet it bore saying Huang Jing was undeniably stunning, exuding an aura of poised elegance and captivating allure. Though the other women were equally beautiful, none possessed her commanding, self-assured presence. You're courting death, calling me mother. Huang Jing fixed him with a stern glare. No, you must have misheard. I meant sister. My dear, beautiful sister. Yang Lingfeng shook his head vigorously, waving his hands in protest. Lin Xiaofan could only respond with silence, speechless. Still, things were turning for the better. His life, guided by fortune, was shifting course. So long as he avoided her, that treacherous woman from university, he'd likely escape utter ruin. As for Huang Jing's caliber, truly exceptional. Within 2 years, she would pioneer a billion-dollar e-commerce venture in maternal and infant products. Entrusting her with the company was a sound decision. And she also oversaw a phenomenally popular women's lifestyle app. Eat up, you can run a few extra kilometers later. Lin Xiaofan placed 2 sea cucumbers and an oyster onto his friend's plate, then turned to Miss Huang Jing. Might I recommend my friend to you? He's destined to become the nation's wealthiest man. The nation's poorest man, you mean? Huang Jing countered skeptically. No, the richest, Lin Xiaofan insisted, with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. I'm advising him to invest heavily in data-encrypted coins. Hundreds of coins are far too few. He must acquire at least 100,000. Why not just claim you flew to the heavens? If you own them, I might believe you. Huang Jing's gaze lingered on this fresh-faced young man. Chubby, dare you wager with me? Lin Xiaofan asked his friend, whose eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Say the word. I'm loyal to you for life. Where you point I go, no deviation. Mortgage your villa. Securing a 50 million yuan loan shouldn't be difficult. Done. I'll fly home tomorrow and handle the mortgage. Afraid of losing everything. Afraid? Not a chance. If I lose, you'll support me. Few knew Lin Xiaofan's true wealth, but Chubby did well over 1 billion yuan. Moreover, he held minority stakes in 2 thriving companies. The year 2014 presented the optimal window to acquire data-encrypted coins. Following a major cyber attack that saw 840 coins stolen and dumped onto the market, panic selling ensued among clients, making this the last moment to enter before scarcity renders acquisition impossible, let alone bulk purchase. For such coins, like premium equities with consistent annual profits, are inherently scarce. Even with capital, ownership remains out of reach unless sellers voluntarily list them. Unless, of course, the issuing company conducts a new share offering. Otherwise, once circulating supply is exhausted, no further acquisition is possible. Support you? Your few million yuan in stocks already afford you several luxury villas, Lin Xiaofan retorted with a wry glance. After all, Chubby's 3 speculative stocks, purchased for 30 million yuan, would surge 5-fold, 6-fold, and 10-fold within months. Truly. Chubby beamed. Eat up first. You'll need strength to shed those pounds. Once you're a titan, every beauty will vie for your attention. Lin Xiaofan served him a crispy, Beijing-style roast duck leg, the region's signature dish and Chubby's absolute favorite. Director Lin, do you have insider intelligence? Miss Huang Jing leaned forward, unable to conceal her rising curiosity. Not telling. Eat. Just eat, Lin Xiaofan replied, addressing a woman famed for her shrewd calculation. We're partners now, no more games. When profit beckons, bring me along. With that, she rose and poured him a glass of red wine. She deliberately bent forward, revealing the elegant curve of her décolletage. Chubby, utterly entranced, stared wide-eyed, his gaze riveted, so fixated he nearly dropped his eyes into his bowl. Huang Jing noticed his stunned expression, but dismissed it without concern. Privately, she mused, Humph. Enjoy your fleeting luck, you gluttonous fool. Stare all you like, until your eyes ache. Yet the other women present, each carefully selected by Lin Xiaofan for grace and beauty, were scarcely inferior to her. Still, Lin Xiaofan remained unmoved by Huang Jing's calculated charm. Focus on managing our enterprise. Within 2 years, you'll be a billionaire in your own right. Especially in maternal infant goods. I have tremendous confidence in you. His gaze lingered unapologetically on the breathtaking expanse beneath her deep V neckline. Could you reign in those wandering eyes? She's my future wife. Chubby muttered, a twinge of jealousy coloring his voice as he watched Lin Xiaofan's unwavering stare. Future? Don't flatter yourself. The ink isn't even dry on that promise. I told you after enrollment in September your campus beauty queen will still be waiting for you to claim her. Lin Xiaofan teased his love-struck friend. I prefer sister. She radiates security, and her figure. Absolutely stunning, so generous. Chubby drained his wine in one gulp and extended his glass. Refill it yourself. Huang Jing refused to serve the shameless man. Little miss, just wait until I charm you. Then you'll see how I'll deal with you. Confident, aren't you? We'll see if you possess the skill. Humph. I'll win you over, with sincerity. You belong to me. Get lost. I'm tempted to script a viral role sister reality show for you too. After all, years later, a real-life kept man would indeed rise to fame. His wife, a glamorous CEO, who swept him off his feet. After winning her heart, he resigned from work entirely, choosing instead to be a full-time homemaker, raising their children while being wholly supported by his devoted wife. That detail mattered little. What mattered was her profound devotion. Her constant teasing cry of "roll" left fans affectionately dubbing her the Roll Sister. Roll. Failing to extract intel from the elusive CEO, Huang Jing vented her frustration with a single decisive command. Or perhaps it was simply the bold, no-nonsense spirit of Northeastern women. She's got quite the fiery edge. Chubby, are you certain you want to pursue her? Lin Xiaofan observed his friend's growing obsession. Dead serious. I've already lost 2 gene this week. My trainer says visible abs in 7 days. Chubby patted his belly proudly. That belly of yours. Lin Xiaofan pinched a fold of soft flesh. Hey, hands off my belly. Though outwardly dismissive, Huang Jing, seated quietly beside them, slipped Chubby a discreet message. Chubby, don't blame me if I withhold opportunity. Should you mortgage your villa, you will disclose precisely where every cent goes. Yet Lin Xiaofan quietly sent a message to the chubby man instructing him to return to Jiangcheng the next day, mortgage the villa, and secure a 50 million yuan loan from a bank or financial institution to purchase cryptocurrency. Don't mention this investment to Huang Jing. She's a fiercely successful woman whose shrewdness far exceeds your current capacity to handle. Brother, I truly adore her, but what if she asks me about it? The chubby man quietly replied, what should I tell her then? Wait until after you've completed all your purchases before informing her. Whether or how much she chooses to buy will be entirely up to her own judgment and capability. Though the cryptocurrency had previously been compromised by hackers, some investors remained deeply confident in its long-term value and refused to sell at distressed prices. In the wake of the cyber attack, developers intensified efforts to reinforce firewalls and enhance encryption protocols. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinghao, the father of Ling Yu, had been closely monitoring the cryptocurrency's price fluctuations. After observing a modest 10% uptick, he called his ex-wife, Jiang Yixia, urging her to liquidate her entire holdings immediately and avoid unnecessary risk. Listen to me. This asset is being manipulated behind the scenes. Sell now while it's still edging upward, Zhao Jinghao insisted over the phone. Secretly, he fantasized about her financial ruin, imagining her kneeling before him begging for reconciliation so he could reclaim his role as her dominant protector. Yet he dreaded witnessing her utter despair. Should she succumb to despair, he feared he'd lose even the chance to regret it. Thus, he placed the call, ordering her to divest all her cryptocurrency. Her reply was cold and final, my affairs are none of your concern. We have no relationship whatsoever. Indeed, ever since falling deeply for Lin Xiaofan, that intoxicating, all-consuming passion had extinguished every lingering hope she once held for her former husband. For she had discovered immeasurable joy in Lin Xiaofan, and already planned a northern trip with their daughter, followed by attending his grand opening ceremony. Crucially, she intended to spend several days with Lin Xiaofan before the official ribbon cutting, cherishing those fleeting moments of pure delight. Only women who've endured divorce truly comprehend such profound, aching solitude. Fine, my warning stands. You're on your own now, Zhao Jinghao retorted to his unyielding ex-wife. Unless absolutely necessary, don't call me again. I'm swamped with work and have no time for such trivialities. Goodbye. Jiang Yixia hung up, instantly unwilling to exchange another word, her mind filled only with vivid, tender memories of Lin Xiaofan. Were it not for professional obligations, she would have flown to Lin Xiaofan's side without hesitation, to share unrestrained joy and intimacy. Still, she dialed him to seek his counsel on the matter. She asked whether she should sell, now given the 10 appreciation. Auntie, if you're not urgently in need of funds, hold on to it. Don't fret over minor fluctuations. Current volatility remains low, think long-term. Lin Xiaofan replied directly over the phone. All right, I trust you, my darling. Jiang Yixia murmured. Trusting me is wise. Send me a few beautiful photos, won't you? He added playfully, I'll snap some in the restroom shortly. But promise, you'll show them to no one else. Lately, Lin Xiaofan had repeatedly requested both Jiang Yixia and Ling Yu to send him exquisite photographs, or even video clips. Though countless images had already been captured inside the villa, he kept demanding new ones, increasingly bold requests, each of which she willingly fulfilled so long as they lay within her power. When will you come north, Andy? I miss you. And Ling Yu, more than words can convey. The memory of their passionate night together at the villa remained vivid. He had begun cherishing that joyful, liberated life. Soon, I hear your company's recruitment is going exceptionally well, and you've launched a legitimate in-home massage service. Jiang Yixia asked over the phone. Yes, it operates somewhat like food delivery platforms, but fully licensed and above board. Not at all what you might imagine, Lin Xiaofan clarified. Who knows? Might some staff secretly engage in illicit transactions? That's entirely their personal affair. Such conduct would result in immediate dismissal and bear no liability for the company. Indeed, his enterprise operated with strict legitimacy. Any registered employee found violating policy would face sole responsibility. No institutional accountability would attach. Meanwhile, the chubby man pursued rigorous weight loss discipline while simultaneously delivering exceptional work performance. Each morning after completing his workout and breakfast, he visited local massage parlors for therapeutic treatments. and distributed business cards for their in-home service app. He repeated the routine each afternoon, visiting additional parlors to continue promoting the app. Gradually, the application gained traction across the local industry, attracting an increasing number of registered practitioners, including geographically segmented service zones. Critically, the platform retained only a 20 commission. For a 200 yuan service fee, the practitioner received 180 yuan. This stood in stark contrast to traditional parlors where exploitative practices often left staff struggling to earn even 30 yuan from a 100 yuan fee. Moreover, Huang Jing, the stunning CEO, integrated advertisements for the in-home service app into her own women's interest community platform, empowering female users to earn supplementary income and achieve financial independence. The following day, the chubby man truly boarded a flight back to Jiangxing. No delay. He pledged both the villa's property deed and his personal vehicle as collateral. He prepared to raise substantial capital to purchase the cryptocurrency, then trading at 230 per unit. Chubby, why haven't you answered my calls? Huang Jing asked, juggling office work and the call. I was on the plane this morning. Flight mode was on. Upon returning, he told his parents nothing about the collateral, only that he was traveling to expand business operations. Fine. So shall you now confess what investment your brother has roped you into? Has he pressured you to stake your entire family fortune? Huang Jing cared little about the specifics of his collateral, only that his genuine, unwavering sincerity toward her presented a golden opportunity to leverage. She pressed further, the moment is ripe. Seize it. I can't reveal anything yet. I'll tell you once everything's finalized. Recalling his brother's message from the previous night, he knew the cryptocurrency's total supply was capped at 21 million units, with only 28 million currently circulating, representing merely 61 of the total. You may wonder why precisely 21 million. Satoshi Nakamoto, the enigmatic foreign developer, designed the algorithm to control issuance rate, deliberately fixing the ultimate supply to mirror gold's global scarcity and thereby prevent inflation. Thus, this digital asset holds potential to supplant national currencies, particularly that of the United States. Recall the U.S. dollar was originally backed by gold, yet gradually severed that link, leading to reckless sovereign debt expansion. How dare you speak of sincerity and honesty, yet withhold even this? Chubby, you're truly formidable. Huang Jing deployed psychological provocation. No, it's just my brother forbade me from telling anyone. The chubby man protested weakly. So your brother distrusts me, and now you do too. Afraid I'll devour you both. Huang Jing demanded, her voice sharp with accusation. If you return, let me kiss you, or let me gaze upon your two ripe, luscious melons, and then I'll hear your secret. The chubby man, now mastering countertactics, shot back. The offer stands. Consider it for 1 hour. I'll await your call. Don't disappoint me. Jinger, get lost. After hanging up on that shameless fat man, Miss Huang Jing began to angrily curse. She never expected that this little chubby guy would dare to make such a request. It is worth noting that she has never had a boyfriend. Last night, she simply wanted to gauge Lin Xiaofan's reaction. However, she found that Lin Xiaofan seemed to be on guard against her, not easily swayed by her beauty, while this fat man was becoming increasingly outrageous. What kind of investment is 5 million yuan? Damn it, he doesn't even lend me a hand in making money. Huang Jing kept guessing. That said, she still did her job while perfecting the local door-to-door service app, preparing for its official market launch. Although it hasn't officially opened for use, the little fat man's efforts during this time were not in vain. The number of local registered users has exceeded 500. Meanwhile, the fat man returned to Jiangxing with another task: to promote his company's local service app. Once launched, he could operate in 2 cities simultaneously. Bro Huang is constantly messaging me. Should I tell her? The fat man sent Lin Xiaofan a message with a screenshot. Did you buy in it? Lin Xiaofan inspected the renovation work in the company today and asked, isn't it too soon? The bank has to approve it first, and there are procedures to follow. The earliest would be tomorrow. The fat man replied in his message. Let me check how many shares are left. Aren't you buying encrypted data coins? Who said anything about buying that? It's still too early to invest. First make some money in the stock market and buy in December or January next year. Lin Xiaofan was very clear about the volatility of this thing because he had studied it seriously in 2020. To know, in January 2015, its price fluctuated between $150 and $170 and then gradually rose. The reason for entering the market early is that he has a large cash flow on hand, fearing that if he wants to buy in bulk later it may become a bit difficult. However, Lin Xiaofan still advised him to lay out in advance. If you can borrow 5 million yuan, invest 2 million in data coins, and buy in batches the 3 stocks you currently hold for 3 million. Don't buy all at once. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Start working on the regional business. You'll get a 10 commission on the total revenue from the regional business. Don't underestimate the total revenue from a regional business. If it generates over 10 million a year in the future, that's a million. Like some contracted delivery apps, regional managers receive a certain amount of dividends and commissions. No need to say more about this. The fat man obediently confessed to Miss Huang Jing about the stocks Lin Xiaofan advised him to buy. Alright, I got it, buy. It seemed Huang Jing didn't want to say another word to him. The fat man looked at his phone after the call, ended feeling a bit speechless. Is she mad at me? Regardless, this academically accomplished fat man continued to hand out his business cards at various high-end clubs in Jiangxing. He visited several venues in a day, leaving behind a few cards for the beautiful women looking to earn extra cash. After all, there is no deposit required, and pretty female technicians and male technicians would naturally not miss such an opportunity. Moreover, they would tell their familiar clients that they could make online appointments for more convenient service. The key is that the remuneration is high. 2 to 3 home visits a day is sufficient. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, it was late July. Lin Xiaofan's company opening ceremony is in early August. On this day, Lin Xiaofan and Zhang Yunqing went to the airport to pick up Ling Wei and her aunt. As for Zhao Jinghao, he would arrive the day before the opening. It doesn't matter whether the future father-in-law shows up or not, as long as his ex-wife comes, that's enough. Dressed as usual in an OL style with black stockings and high heels, she attracted the attention of all the men, becoming a charming scenery at the airport. Xiaofan, I missed you to death. The long-legged school beauty Ling Wei saw Lin Xiaofan waving at her and immediately pounced into his arms. How much did you miss me? Lin Xiaofan asked, holding this gorgeous beauty. I really miss you, Ling Wei said, and before Lin Xiaofan could react, the long-legged school beauty tightly hugged him and even kissed him on the cheek. She didn't care about the envious gazes around. Oh, she only cared about her current feelings, which were extraordinary joy and excitement. If it weren't for being at the airport, she would have wanted to give Lin Xiaofan a 5-star service. Baby, did you miss me? Ling Wei clung tightly to Lin Xiaofan's neck, reluctant to let go. Of course, I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon to finally arrive. Lin Xiaofan replied to his school beauty girlfriend. Come on, Xiaofan, let's hug too. And Jiang Yixiao liked this young man even more. Lin Xiaofan shared a deep hug with his aunt. If it weren't for being photographed, she would have wanted to reward this young man. After a round of hugs, they left the airport and headed to the pre-arranged hotel room. However, Zhang Yunqing, who was driving, had already applied for a local driving test and obtained her license. The car drove slowly, but it did not affect the normal driving speed, and the Big G Benz had a huge intern sticker on it. A smart driver wouldn't get too close, especially to a brand new car worth 2.8 million yuan. Xiaofan, I missed you to death. The school beauty Ling Wei tightly hugged his arm in the back seat, unwilling to let go for a moment. I miss you too, but I've been too busy with work, you know. Lin Xiaofan said to his refreshing school beauty girlfriend. I know, so I won't chat with you on the phone for too long. Ling Wei said obediently. This is for you, do you like it? Lin Xiaofan gifted her a carefully selected ring. I like it, thank you for the gift. This time Ling Wei felt an unprecedented joy, experiencing the happiness of being loved by a boyfriend, which was incredibly wonderful. Compared to the feelings before, it was entirely different. The beauty and joy were indescribable by any words. Love, when complex, is that simple. With love comes affection, and with affection comes friendship. We've arrived, are you guys getting off the car? After Zhang Yunqing parked the car, she asked the two lovebirds in the back seat. BFF, do you spend every day with him? Ling Yu's watery eyes questioned her sister. Not every day, Xiaofan is busy with work and socializing. How could it be every day? Zhang Yunqing didn't want to reveal too much. Xiaofan spends some quality time with Annie these days. After next month, when you start school, our chances to meet will decrease. Do not be fooled by Ling Yu's innocent appearance. When she goes wild, even Lin Xiaofan begins to question his life. If it weren't for the experience of her craziness in his past life, he might have been enchanted by her stunning beauty. Dad, I have arrived in the capital and am sharing a room with Mom, Ling Wei said to her father via video call after returning to the hotel. In a few days, Dad will come over. In the meantime, let your mom take you to visit the Palace Museum, explore the Great Wall, and go to the zoo at Badaling. Okay, Dad, I won't keep you. I need to pack my clothes now. Generally, boys do not tidy up their clothes when traveling and staying in hotels. But girls are different. Their beautiful dresses must be hung up and not crammed into their suitcases. There was also a small suitcase filled with various styles of women's clothing, stockings, and more specially coordinated in vibrant colors. Each mask was a size D and still a size 36. However, her mother wears an E, which is one size larger than Lingyue. Auntie, you smell so good. What perfume are you wearing? Lin Xiaofan asked as he sniffed her. It's imported perfume orchid scent. Doesn't it smell nice? Yixia tightly embraced Lin Xiaofan, as if he were her own son, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Lingyue, how about Auntie gives you another brother or sister? Lin Xiaofan asked Lingyue, who was busy packing her clothes. I don't mind. Anyway, I am not relying on Mom to support me anymore. I am relying on you, the rich guy. I might just depend on you from now on, Lingyue said, while hanging her expensive clothes in the wardrobe. No wonder you are the campus belle of our school, absolutely lovable. Lin Xiaofan observed the gradually enchanting side of Lingyue. It seemed that girls need to be loved more to become mature and charming, making it impossible for boys to leave their captivating faces behind. And her naturally stunning physique along with her celestial-like face. Don't celebrate too early. As far as I know, my dad still has feelings for my mom. Don't make the relationship too stiff. Lingyue understood exactly what her father was thinking. Just don't tell your dad how anyway your mom and dad's relationship is no longer possible. Lin Xiaofan remembered in his past life his mother-in-law never reconciled. You'll find out sooner or later, you silly foolish pig. Lingyue looked at him, who was buried in her mother's arms like a spoiled child, and said, by then I will already be a billionaire. Who cares about all this? If you think you'll be a billionaire, more like a broke guy. Yinxing said, you've borrowed another 600 million. But there's one thing that cannot be denied. During this time, Lin Xiaofan and the others bought several stocks experiencing minor fluctuations, but overall they had risen by another 10. With over 2 billion in the stock market, what does 10 mean? Don't worry, future billionaire's wife. You must believe in your future husband's capabilities, Lin Xiaofan said to Yixia with affection. Auntie is looking forward to your growth. You must work hard, Jiang Yixia said, growing fonder of this little troublemaker. I will do my best, Auntie. Lin Xiaofan promised her. I'll fill the bathtub with water first. We haven't had a moment together in a while, the breathtakingly beautiful Yixia said. Why don't you move the company headquarters here? That way you won't need to come up to see us often, and you can also buy a villa here. Moving a company is not that easy. True. But I plan to acquire 1 or 2 traditional courtyard-style villas. How about we go check out the Yuanyang Lave tomorrow? Indeed, Lin Xiaofan planned to acquire a courtyard villa in Kyoto. It should be noted that cash flow will depreciate in value, but villas here are incredibly valuable. Jiang Yixia respected Lin Xiaofan's choices and hoped that after graduation, they would both stay in Kyoto to develop. After all, this is the most prosperous city in the country, more prosperous and ancient than Pengqing and Wuyang City. There are immense opportunities for development in a big city, and his company has already been established. The number of registered users on the local on-demand app is increasing steadily. In addition to massage therapists, guests have begun to recharge. This service will officially launch in a few days, and guests who recharge in advance can enjoy a 20% discount. Come and let's chat while we soak. However, the housing prices here are extremely high, and it's not easy to get a local household registration. After filling the water, Jiang Yixia waved her jade-like hand to beckon him. I have checked out the Yuanyang No. 1 quart, it's priced between 1,000 to 1,500 per square meter, with a maximum of over 2,000 square meters. Lin Xiaofan took off his clothes, tossed them onto the sofa, and walked toward the bathroom. Then Lingyue tidied up her clothes and entered the luxurious bathroom specially arranged by Lin Xiaofan, joining him in the spa-like bathtub. 1,500 per square meter. Heaven, how much does one set cost? Lingyue couldn't help but ask in surprise. Over 200 million. It is only available for sale to certain local entrepreneurs and will not be sold to ordinary people. The residents of No. 1 quart are all prominent business tycoons. Over 2,000 square meters. All right, Annie will go with you to check it out tomorrow. The life of being reborn is meant to be enjoyed, especially soaking in the bathtub with Lingyue, savoring this urban daily life. To live a happy and blissful life, Lin Xiaofan must exert himself to charm this campus beauty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. In the night of this beautiful city, Lin Xiaofan tonight poured out the deepest, most profound and tender love to this campus belle Lingyue, letting her drift into a sweet sleep with a happy smile. You really want to buy a villa here? You should know this place is a mix of dragons and snakes. Without a background, it's easy to be at a disadvantage. Yixia, who was charmingly delicate, really couldn't see through him or understand what he was thinking. When I achieve great success, you can sell the company and retire to enjoy life, spending every day with you, okay? Lin Xiaofan looked at her, enjoying this urban life. Let's check out the villa tomorrow. Everyone knows that the priciest area is the Chaoyang district. However, the villas in this know. One court are not something an average person can afford. If Lin Xiaofan hadn't asked Meng Yao to prepare the company documents to come over, he might not even be able to enter the sales hall. It's not like driving a big G over here will automatically earn you respect. In this city, wealth is abundant. Has the fat guy not come? The delicate Ling Yue didn't notice the dog-licking guy asking. He said he has no money. Buying here is less cost-effective than buying an apartment. Lin Xiaofan thought of the fat guy working at the company. Moreover, that guy follows Miss Huang Jing around like a lapdog at every opportunity. Indeed, buying a regular apartment is more cost-effective. With 200 million, you could buy dozens to rent out. Yi Xia, exuding a charming aura, swayed her slim waist as she accompanied Lin Xiaofan into the sales center. Her stunning physique became a beautiful sight in the eyes of the male managers in the sales center. It's not that they had never seen a beautiful woman, but beauties like Jiang Yixiao were truly rare. Especially Ling Yue, this delicate campus belle who had held onto Lin Xiaofan's arm from the hotel to here, making countless men envy him. At this moment, a mature and beautiful woman walked slowly toward Lin Xiaofan and the others. Without mentioning her black silk legs and high heels beneath her short skirt, the white shirt she wore seemed about to burst open. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but glance at this beauty, who looked to be in her early 30s. She was as beautiful as Miss Huang Jing. However, the aura she exuded was not of an upper-class person, but rather a bewitching charm that made men feel a surge of impulse. Hello, sir, miss. I'm the sales manager here. May I ask if you have any villa in mind? There are countless affluent individuals in China, and villas here are in extremely high demand. Even the son of old Wang must compete fiercely to secure one. Yet villas priced above 200 million yuan, spanning over 2,000 square meters, remain rare purchases. Firstly, many wish to avoid excessive public attention. Secondly, a 500 square meter villa suffices for comfortable living. Lavish extravagance risks attracting media scrutiny. Lin Xiaofan, however, held a different view. A villa was also an investment, one that could be liquidated later for substantial profit. Do you have any villas exceeding 2,000 square meters? He asked the alluring sales representative. Yes, we still have 3 available. Her eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. Villas of this scale had long languished on the market, their sluggish sales attributable to numerous complex factors. Lin Xiaofan, however, asked no questions, merely instructed her to accompany them immediately to view the properties. The villa embodied classical Chinese garden aesthetics, elegant, time-honored, and exquisitely arranged. As a standalone residence, it dwarfed his villa in Jiangcheng in both scale and opulence, offering a life steeped in refined tradition. It evoked the noble grandeur of an ancient prince. Heavens, how breathtaking! Far more magnificent than your 8 million yuan villa, Ling Yu exclaimed while exploring the duplex. Xiaofan, are we truly buying one? Zhang Yinqing asked, eyeing the open-air artificial hot spring nestled within the grounds. If we weren't here to buy a villa, why else would we come? What do you think, Andy? Do you like it? Lin Xiaofan asked the gracefully poised woman. It's exquisite, just as you said. If I ever retire, this would be the perfect place to settle down, she replied with a gentle nod. This city hosts the nation's largest population, boasts the most dynamic economy, and ranks among the safest urban centers, making real estate investment here a top-tier choice. The elegant, mature, and captivating sales manager elaborated on the property's features and interior design. Let's take 2. They stared at Lin Xiaofan, astonished. Yes, 2. When my parents visit, they'll stay in the adjacent villa. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to live with us under one roof, would it? He asked, observing their stunned expressions, then promptly dialed his elder sister to request she bring her identification documents and household registration booklet to Beijing. Brother, how did you know we were in Beijing? Lin Ruoyin asked upon receiving his call. I didn't know. You're visiting Beijing. Lin Xiaofan recalled their frequent travels. Yes, we arrived early to explore before your company's launch. We plan to meet you in a few days. All right. I'll head there now with Inger and the others. The saleswoman stood momentarily dazed by the sheer magnitude of purchasing 2 such villas. At over 400 million yuan total, her commission alone would exceed 4 million yuan, and cultivating a relationship with this young magnate could prove invaluable. She thus requested to add Lin Xiaofan on social media, ensuring future assistance with property management matters. Ling Yue, register 1 villa under my sister's name, and the other jointly under mine, yours, and Yunqing's. That doesn't seem quite right. We aren't married yet, and my mother hasn't contributed financially. Ling Yu hadn't expected her boyfriend to include her name on the deed. Mr. Lin, might I suggest reconsidering? Adding another party's name could complicate matters should disputes arise later. The sales manager gently cautioned the young tycoon. I understand, but I'm unconcerned. Lin Xiaofan was well aware of such legal implications. Xiaofan. Both women gazed at him, deeply moved. Are you feeling excited? Yes, so excited I want to be with you right now. Shall we indulge ourselves here for a while? Let the staff prepare the contracts at the sales center. We'll join them afterward. Silence followed. Today's youth truly observed no boundaries. Yet this classical Chinese garden villa was undeniably stunning, evoking profound serenity and unbounded ease. To revel within such a garden setting, especially alongside dear friends Ling Yu and Yin Qing, was indeed extraordinary. Some might wonder what if prospective buyers happened upon them. A wry smile. Her walkie-talkie was no mere prop. She had already instructed her team to remove the for sale signs. Both villas were officially sold. Returning to the sales center with Jiang Yixiao, they began preparing the signing documents. Anywhere are my brother and the others? Lin Ruoyin and her two companions hurried in, finding Jiang Yixiao reviewing the contract. Your brother and Ling Yu are enjoying themselves at the villa. Would you like a staff member to escort you to Villa No. 2? Yixiao said to Ruoyin, the girl who'd risen from humble origins to aristocratic grace. Yes, I'd love to see my villa. Ruoyin eagerly agreed, only to be utterly astounded upon viewing it. This was no ordinary villa. It was a princely mansion, vast courtyards sumptuous beyond description. Goodness, your brother bought you this. How enormous. Inger and the others stood speechless. How much did this one cost? Lanner turned to ask the sales representative. 220 million yuan. The attendant replied. A true tycoon. Makes me want to bear your brother's child. Inger declared, brimming with exhilaration. Didn't you already play mahjong with my brother? Didn't anything happen? He played very carefully. No chance of us falling for it. But remember, we're determined to become your sister-in-law. Silence again. Modern women not only embrace boldness, but aspire to noble status, seeking lives free from corporate intrigue or societal struggle. While touring the villa, Lin Ruoyin called her parents to announce that her brother had just purchased 2 villas in Beijing. The total came to 438 million yuan, with a modest discount of 200,000 yuan. That rascal. I knew he couldn't possibly be broke. Her father Lin Nanhuai grumbled over the phone. Dad, when will you arrive? The day after tomorrow, just before your brother's company opening. Originally operating a small restaurant, Lin Nanhuai had since sold it and retired. Exactly as Lin Xiaofan had urged, time to enjoy life early. Dad, I've got to go. My brother's calling me to sign the papers. Go ahead. Your mother and I will head north soon. Though discounted by 200,000 yuan, taxes and associated fees added up to several million more. Especially property management fees, over 10,000 yuan monthly, equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average office worker. Mingyao, cancel the hotel reservation. We'll move into the villa tonight. Lin Xiaofan said after swiping his card, turning to his stunning executive secretary. Little brother Lin, shall we play mahjong tonight? Inger teased, watching her friend hold the purchase contract and invoice. Not tonight. I'll be accompanying Ling Yu and Auntie on a shopping spree. But everyone's welcome, and all expenses are on me. Truly, can we buy LV handbags? Gold jewelry. He had not yet entered university, yet his personal fortune already exceeded 2 billion yuan. Lin Xiaofan stood alone as the nation's unrivaled prodigy tycoon. A villa in Jiangxing, 2 residences exceeding 2,000 square meters each in Beijing. Few would believe such assets belonged to a 19-year-old boy. True, those villas priced at over 200 million yuan paled beside the 800 million yuan estates near the Summer Palace. There remained a vast gulf between them. Thus, in this metropolis teeming with wealth, billionaires abounded. 2 billion yuan meant little before titans commanding hundreds of billions. Brother, after shopping, shall we stop by your company? Lin Ruoyin asked, arms laden with garment bags. Just moments earlier, she had dispatched him to deliver the clothes back to the No. 1 courtyard villa, and had even called that elegant young woman to assist in returning them. Only within such villas could one truly experience 5-star property management, unattainable in ordinary residential complexes where security guards strutted like overlords while residents bowed like subordinates. Go ahead, Inger. If you join my firm as legal counsel after graduation, your annual salary will exceed 1 million yuan. Lin Xiaofan said this to the 2 radiant young women. They murmured, softly nodding, delight blooming inwardly. Working for Lin Xiaofan's company meant proximity. Opportunity blossomed daily, courting this handsome youth, even residing under his sister's roof. How could conception possibly elude them? Should nature resist, assisted reproduction offered certainty. Twins in a single birth posed no obstacle. Unaware of his sister's friend's private fantasies, Lin Xiaofan only recalled playing mahjong with them twice, games so decisive he'd won their affectionate title of Big Brother. Lin Xiaofan's corporate office tower had long been completed as staff recruited. Though not yet officially launched, technicians conducted rigorous daily testing. Especially the cinematography specialists. They spent these days filming, editing, and dubbing footage of stunning women. Fatty, must you grovel so? I feel nothing for you. The 30-something CEO spoke to Yang Lingfeng. Feelings can be cultivated, he replied, ever at her side performing menial tasks. It isn't about feeling, it's about age. I could be your mother. Don't you know? 13 years separate us. Huang Jing felt no attraction whatsoever. Must you wound me so? Spare me some dignity. Save such words until after I enter university, please. Leave. Cease these futile efforts. Waste no more time on me. I refuse to break your heart. I've worked relentlessly to lose weight. I shed 6 kg this month. Look, my abdominal definition is emerging. As he spoke, he lifted his shirt. His once prominent belly vanished. In its place, faint but unmistakable abdominal lines emerged. Moreover, his arms now radiated raw coiled power. According to 2 gym trainers, another month of disciplined effort would sculpt him into the flawless physique of a cinematic leading man. I've told you plainly, we're impossible. Were you my peer perhaps? But not as you are. Huang Jing found herself stirred, not by his persistence, but by Lin Xiaofan's profound, unshakable aura. And just now she'd overheard Fatty mention his friend's acquisition of 2 grand villas and 1 courtyard, for 450 million yuan. Such accomplished men ignited desire in any woman. My friend carries a hint of playboy charm. You weren't aware, Fatty remarked. He's somewhat fickle, but undeniably devoted to those he chooses. Haven't you seen how deeply he engages with Zhang Yinxing and Meng Yao? Yet she reflected, in this world elite men inevitably pursued pleasure with dazzling, unimaginable variety. Do modern women truly favor such men? Fatty asked, stung. I prefer successful men, not boys still studying. Do you understand? Little brat. This retort was no novelty to Huang Jing, but Fatty's impervious composure rendered her barbs meaningless. He mistook dogged persistence for courtship. All witnessed the outcome. This brilliant, formidable woman remained unmoved. Not because she lacked compassion, but because her intellect never wavered. She knew precisely who she was and what she sought. To her, love and family were mere obstacles on the path to commercial supremacy. Gather yourself, go to university. We'll remain friends. The voluptuous, captivating Huang Jing consoled the crestfallen Fatty, then added gently, Peking University overflows with beauties. Perhaps there you'll find your true match. May I have a farewell kiss? Get out. Just a glance then. Get out now. Laughing, Fatty teased the stunning CEO, only to be ejected from her office by a flying stack of documents. He froze mid-step, confronted by a group of familiar classmates and friends, eyes locked upon him with quiet intensity. Ah, Sisterine Annie, what brings you here? Fatty scratched his head, flashing an awkward, sheepish grin. Internally, he winced. This is mortifying. Fatty, has my brother starved you? How did you grow so lean? Lin Ruoyin's delicate hand pressed against his abdomen. Sisterine, brother hasn't starved me. I'm dieting, Fatty replied, grinning foolishly. Sister Lin, ignore him. He's chasing the mature so. Miss Huang Jing, shedding pounds daily to woo her. Zhang Yinxing interjected. Ling Yu appraised him with quiet amusement, her crimson-lacquered nails delicately covering her smiling lips. Fatty, impressive. You possess a certain charm now. Yet I confess, I preferred your plump self. Huh, I told you. I'm handsomer than your boyfriend Xiaofan. He tossed his hair. Vanity. A few compliments and you take yourself seriously. Jiang Yishao ignored their banter, instead exploring Lin Xiaofan's media and culture company. Discovering each room uniquely styled, some sleekly modern, others steeped in classical elegance. The ambience evoked exquisite art galleries, stunning, refined. She also noted the staff, all strikingly beautiful women, statuesque figures boasting CTOE cup measurements. Within a dedicated fitness studio, 3 exceptionally tall, handsome men trained. Yes, the company housed its own gym, populated not only by paragons of male beauty, but also by 2 fiery, athletic women clad in form-fitting workout attire, and a 3rd woman capturing their exertions through the lens. Ladies, does your young boss harass you? Any unwelcome advances? Jiang Yixia asked the radiant young employees. Impossible. We'd welcome it, but Director Lin maintained strict professional boundaries with staff. They assumed she was a new married female recruit. Truly none. Yixia knew Lin Xiaofan well. This mischievous boy struck her as implausible. With so many breathtaking talented women on staff, could he really remain untouched? Had the sun risen in the west? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaofan appeared behind her, his strong arm encircling her slender waist, his lips brushing her ear. Auntie, what exactly are you telling my staff? Surely you're not eyeing my fresh-faced talents. Lin Xiaofan wasted no time, immediately launching an attack as he bit down on Yixia's flower bud, causing her to lean softly against his chest. Yixiao felt her body weaken, unable to muster any strength. I have no interest in eating from the nest nearby. Annie, don't say such things. Lin Xiaofan whispered in her ear. As long as that's the case, this kind of play can easily lead to trouble. One must know we are in a technological age. What if a woman in the company is sitting on the rooftop of the office building? What do you think? Should Lin Xiaofan's company continue? Of course they could spend money to suppress the media below, but would that be effective? Annie, would you like to become an internet celebrity? With a figure like yours, you'll surely become popular. If you allow me to package you well, what do you say? Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but think that in a few years many young men would love to watch mature female streamers like Yixia. Especially with a fiery figure like Yixia's. Once she's on camera, those men would probably be drooling over her beauty. Auntie, I have to work. I don't want to be an internet celebrity. Yixiao felt a shift in her body when he nibbled on her ear and then took Lin Xiaofan's hand, leading him towards his office. Even though his office had a large glass window and she could see the situation inside, she didn't mind. She only locked the door, tightly holding on to this intoxicating young man. Auntie Lingwei and the others are still outside. Lin Xiaofan said to the proactive Yixiao. If it's all your fault, who told you to bite my ear? You're so naughty. At that moment, no one would have expected Yixiao to act like a girl, knowing how to play cute with Lin Xiaofan. Fortunately, when Lin Xiaofan was renovating, he had the workers separate a room in the office with a bathroom integrated. It's so convenient for women to wear skirts, don't you think, Annie? Lin Xiaofan placed her on his desk. Yeah, it's convenient for you. Yixiao shot him a flirtatious glance. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the office. Mom, are you in there? Ling Yue, am discussing important matters with Xiaofan. Please don't disturb us. Yao Yixiao responded to Ling Yue. All right, you take your time with your important matters. He'll discuss important matters with Dad and let him know that Xiaofan has bought another villa. Ling Yue knew her mother was having a so-called important discussion with Lin Xiaofan, but she didn't care. Because she knew her mother was in her 40s, such important discussions wouldn't last for many years. While she was still young and had capital, it was fine to have a few more discussions. To be honest, Zhao Jinghao didn't expect Lin Xiaofan to be so outstanding. Not only did he buy a villa, but he also opened 2 companies. As for the internet celebrity incubation plan, he wasn't sure if it could make money. However, one thing was certain: this local service app would definitely be a profitable company. Because he was a man, if there were beautiful female technicians in this app, how could there be no business? Therefore, not just any woman could register as such a technician. Either they were experienced female technicians or those working in certain establishments. In the future, those so-called regular customers might become her offline clients. Simply put, it was about competing for business with various establishments in different cities. Dad, you don't call him Big Brother, do you? Zhao Lingyue asked her father over the phone. If I call him Big Brother, would he dare to agree? Zhao Jinghao still had an air of superiority over Lin Xiaofan. He would definitely dare to agree. Even if you called him Dad, he would dare to agree. Though she said this, Lingyue couldn't help but feel pity for her father. My daughter has been flirted with by him, my wife has become someone else's, and even the secretary has been poached away. However, she didn't say this out loud. She only felt a sense of accomplishment for Lin Xiaofan. At least he was the first to defeat her aloof and indifferent father, almost making him call her boyfriend Big Brother. Yet her mother was already calling Lin Xiaofan little husband or dear husband in the office. The 2 offices were separated only by a wooden board with no soundproofing, just some soundproofing measures in the room. Therefore, the beautiful woman in the vice president's office pressed her ear against the wall, listening to the sounds that made her blush. Miss Huang Jing felt a bit speechless. If Lin Xiaofan was playing with Mingyao, it could be understood since it wasn't their first time. But with a 40-year-old aunt in the office, and this aunt was Lingyu's mother, don't ask her how she knew. Because she had extracted a lot of information about Lin Xiaofan from the mouth of the fat guy, digging out all the emotional lines surrounding Lin Xiaofan. God, do today's young people play so extravagantly? Miss Huang Jing thought to herself. Whether it's extravagant or not isn't important. What matters is that life is short, and after working so hard to come to this world, she didn't want to leave with any regrets. Because men and women are different. Men prefer to live flamboyantly with women. But women to some extent carry a bit of restraint, finding it hard to let go of their mindset. Having died once and been reborn, one cannot guarantee that they will be reborn again next time. After 90 minutes, Lin Xiaofan and Lingyu's mother came out of the office. As the office door opened, a wave of love wafted out a scent that made women's faces flush with excitement. It's time to get off work. Oh, everyone, let's go to the hotel for dinner tonight. It's on me. Lin Xiaofan said to the employees below. Boss, is there lobster to eat? Some little foodies asked. If there's no lobster, small lobsters are fine too. Yes, and by the way, let's talk about the script and work arrangements. During the day, we will shoot at my newly bought villa. Lin Xiaofan said to the beautiful women below. Boss, you bought a villa here. They couldn't help but ask. Yes, a Chinese-style garden. When the time comes, you will wear traditional costumes and shoot a few sets of photos. Speaking of which, thinking of the outdoor hot springs at home, I said, also wear different swimsuits and shoot dozens of shots. One must know some women wearing swimsuits can also become famous. Mainly because their figures are so beautiful and charming that countless men are drawn to them. Fatty, what kind of expression is that? Are you going to eat or not? Lin Xiaofan asked as he looked at the lethargic Fatty. Bro, I'm heartbroken. Fatty said. Then drink a few more glasses and eat a little more later. I'll treat you. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. Bro, I'm heartbroken. How can you smile? Fatty looked at his smiling face and asked. I know you're heartbroken. Let's go. I'll treat you to drinks, Lin Xiaofan said, patting the Fatty, who gave his first time to a flight attendant. Bro, I'm really not happy right now. I'm heartbroken. Can you stop laughing? Haha, I know you're heartbroken. I said your campus beauty girlfriend is waiting for you to come back to school, right? She likes you, doesn't she? Because he was fundamentally not Huang Jing's type. No matter how much he tried, it was impossible for them to come together. After being a dog for so many days, waking up from the lick was also a good thing. You don't love too deeply, or the more hurt you will be. Bro, you're still laughing. I'm heartbroken. I know you're heartbroken. I said your campus beauty girlfriend in college is waiting for you to come back to her, right? It wasn't that Lin Xiaofan refused to help his friend. It was simply that Miss Huang Jing held no affection for him at all. How could one possibly force such a mismatch? A gourd twisted against its nature will never yield sweetness. Hey Fatso, your flight attendant arrives at the airport tonight, Lin Xiaofan murmured softly into his ear. Truly. At those words, Fatso's mood instantly brightened. When have I ever lied to you? Come on, let's go grab dinner. Fine. If I can't charm a campus beauty back at university, finding one at the company isn't unreasonable, is it? Not unreasonable at all. Wooing colleagues is entirely your own skill. Indeed, the female employees at the company were exceptionally beautiful, tall, statuesque, and wholly natural. Like Linger and the others, their figures were authentically natural, no artificial enhancements whatsoever. Don't ask how Lin Xiaofan knew. Because every new hire underwent a comprehensive health examination before joining the company. From now on, the company would offer a complimentary annual health examination. So how did it go just now? Did you exchange insights with my mom in her office? Ling Yu slipped her arm through Lin Xiaofan's and whispered near his ear. Yes, we exchanged insights and learned from each other with great joy. Lin Xiaofan dared not deny the elegance and maturity of Andy. Tonight, let's return to the villa and continue our studies together, shall we? Ling Yu had already fallen deeply in love with him. No problem. Lin Xiaofan gently kissed her lips as he replied. Darling, let's go dine together. A rising star among the company's future internet celebrities, already stunningly beautiful in her own right, found herself to her quiet surprise just a shade less radiant beside her young boss's girlfriend. Yet Ling Yu lacked the mature aura these women carried. Perhaps owing to her age, she exuded instead a refined youthful grace, laced with gentle innocence. That singular crisp zest, like freshly squeezed lime, unique to girls of 18 or 19, drew countless admiring glances. Since the group dining party was large, they reserved 3 private banquet rooms. Fatso was politely redirected by Huang Jing to another room. Please don't look at me like that. I truly feel nothing for him. If this continues, it'll only make me more uncomfortable. Huang Jing noticed Lin Xiaofan's friends staring at her and quickly clarified she disliked age gap romances. How on earth did Fatso develop such bold taste? Preferring women in their early 30s. Ling Yu had learned Huang Jing's age from Yun Qing. He attracts like-minded people. Even women in their 40s suit his taste. Huang Jing's gaze drifted toward the elegant CEO standing beside Lin Xiaofan. Upon hearing that the women couldn't help but burst into quiet laughter. Lin Xiaofan paid them no mind. Let them laugh. After all, Auntie was both mature and breathtakingly beautiful, a woman as fluid and serene as water itself. Her figure, like Huang Jing's, stood tall and poised. The snug-fitting dress clung gracefully to her form, revealing every elegant contour. Dinner, what exquisite dishes tonight. Lin Xiaofan murmured, gazing at the beautiful women seated before him. Our boss certainly has an uncommon palate. Here, let me toast you, miss. The female department head swayed her slender, supple waist like a graceful water serpent. She raised her wine glass and drew gently closer to Lin Xiaofan. Clad in a short skirt that perfectly framed her flawless silhouette, each step she took radiated captivating allure. Don't underestimate this petite manager. Her figure was undeniably enchanting. Very well, very well. Cheers. With hard work, an annual salary in the millions is well within reach. Lin Xiaofan lightly clinked glasses with her. Miss, remember, you're not to flirt with my boyfriend while at the company, Ling Yu remarked, eyeing the woman's beguiling charm. Rest assured, your little man won't graze from the grass beside his own home. She smiled faintly, brushing a wave of lustrous hair aside. Who knows? He may be easily tempted. Ling Yu sensed Lin Xiaofan growing ever more playful. Yet after loving him, her heart had become utterly entwined with his, bound tight as silk, inseparable and profound. Ling Yue, you alone are enough for me. The rest are merely passing scenes. Lin Xiaofan watched her, her jet-black tresses cascading like polished silk over her shoulders, swaying gently, with each delicate step emanating an irresistible, bewitching allure. The company employed several stunning department heads, one from the filming team, one from live streaming, and one from finance. Each a rare gem among 10,000, so beautiful they stirred desire in every man. What do you mean, passing scenes? Would you like your elder sister to join you in one? Huang Jing said, lifting her wine glass and gliding toward him. Beneath her summer skirt, her black-stockinged legs appeared even longer and more elegantly sculpted, her lily-candred stiletto heels clicking softly with each measured step. Here, this toast is for you. May our young boss rise swiftly in his career and lead us all to great fortune. Absolutely. May we all prosper together. Lin Xiaofan observed her every gesture, each movement imbued with timeless, intoxicating charm. So close, yet he resisted the urge to place his hand upon her waist. Still, he knew better than to provoke such a formidable woman. Her intellect and guile were far beyond the ordinary, and he feared falling prey to her cunning. Besides, the elegant auntie beside him rivaled Huang Jing in beauty. She was merely a decade older. So, afraid to flirt with your elder sister. She drained her red wine and whispered warmly into Lin Xiaofan's ear. Let's skip that. I'd rather you walk away with something real than leave empty-handed. Better to focus on work. Lin Xiaofan studied her face, exquisitely chiseled as if carved by a celestial master, flawless in its perfection. Her fair skin gleamed like translucent jade, smooth, luminous, without a single blemish. Especially her eyes, large, deep, and brilliantly luminous, seeming to hold boundless wisdom and mysterious power within. Likewise, Yixia's gaze now shimmered with myriad emotions, her eyes dancing with such seductive allure they seemed capable of ensnaring a man's very soul. All right, enough teasing. Everyone raise your glasses. Let's all work diligently, and no shirking, no shortcuts. It is evident that Miss Huang Jing possesses the talent of a great general. It is also clear that she is not a novice in matters of romance, likely having experienced a love affair in the past. Otherwise, she would not have achieved such a decisive temperament today. Just like Yixia, ever since her divorce, her affairs have been flourishing unimpeded by any hindrances. Would it be all right to visit General Lin's home tonight? Miss Huang Jing, having downed a few glasses, had a slight flush on her cheeks. Her delicate fingers casually playing with her hair seemed like a display of her charm for Lin Xiaofan. Go ahead, you all should go and take a good look. In the future, let a few female employees go over for photo shoots. Lin Xiaofan nodded and said, all right, General Lin. The beautiful supervisors commented. Yet in their hearts they secretly thought, is this how wealthy people play? Dinner was not yet over. The chubby guy had already left early, messaging Lin Xiaofan that he had arranged to meet his flight attendant Beauty. Shortly after, at 8:30, Lin Xiaofan and the others also left. Having had a bit to drink, Lin Xiaofan, along with the beautiful employees from the company, returned to the villa, which had enough rooms for them to stay in. Heavens, is this General Lin's villa? It's enormous. As they stepped into this traditional Chinese villa covering 2,000 square meters, it felt like returning to an ancient royal palace, exuding an astonishing aura of luxury. So beautiful. As they rushed into the villa, they floated through the courtyard like celestial maidens basking in the unparalleled opulence under the lights. In the ancient-style courtyard, the meticulously trimmed greenery was arranged in a pleasing manner with winding paths laid with blue stone slabs. At this moment, they felt a desire to be wrapped up by their boss. Some female employees began to scheme in their hearts. Women who fear hardship prefer to keep themselves treasured, otherwise they wouldn't take on the role of a female broadcaster. It must be known that this job is incredibly comfortable and pays quickly, especially with the tips from affluent patrons. A villa worth over 200 million is truly different. Miss Huang Jing, like the other beautiful employees, admired the traditional style villa, especially with furniture filling every corner of the house, all crafted from mahogany, filling the air with a rich wooden fragrance. Master-level works, every carving on the tables and chairs is intricately detailed, with flowers, birds, fish, insects, and stories of people all vividly brought to life. Of course, there were also exquisite replicas of porcelain displayed on the shelves, elegant blue and white porcelain, and vibrantly colored pastel porcelain. These pieces are merely master-level works, not antiques, but they are still quite pricey, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands each. General Lin, should we accompany you to the hot springs? A few beauties came in from outside, smiling and asking, is the hot spring filled? Lin Xiaofan recalled that there was an outdoor artificial hot spring in the villa's courtyard. There's water in the hot spring, and it's warm. They nodded in agreement. Did you bring any clothes? Lin Xiaofan asked. No, but every guest room has many brand new bath towels, just like in a hotel. Oh. Though she said this, Lin Xiaofan's gaze was still on Ling Yue, watching her carefully examine everything in the hall. Especially the gigantic crystal chandelier in the center of the hall, resembling a sky full of brilliant stars fallen to the mundane world, casting a soft and bright glow. Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, just go. Also bring my clothes back, don't throw them around. Ling Yue pointed at the clothes in Lin Xiaofan's pocket. Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Lin Xiaofan took out 2 bundles of clothes from his pocket. Next time, don't do that. If someone sees, I'll be mortified. Ling Yue recalled how they had to sneak out of the hotel. They had seen the villa during the day, but it was a different kind of beauty at night. Moreover, this villa spans 2,000 square meters, and there were still many areas they had not explored. However, their master bedroom had already been selected just on the 2nd floor. General Huang, would you like to join us in the hot springs? Lin Xiaofan asked the sparkling-eyed Miss Huang Jing. Wait a moment, I'll go change. Huang Jing returned to her room. In her heart, she secretly thought, heavens, this villa is too large. Even the apartment I live in is not as big as one of its rooms. This villa, like the one in Jiang City, has a large gym on the 1st floor equipped with all kinds of high-end fitness equipment to satisfy the villa owner's pursuit of a healthy lifestyle. Facing a glass wall, one can see the flowing little bamboo forest outside during morning exercises. Unlike the villa in Jiang City, it has a luxurious private cinema with top-notch sound equipment and a massive screen, allowing for movie watching at home in the future. General Lin, you are about to start school soon, right? The beautiful broadcasters from the company gathered around Lin Xiaofan. Yes, I'll be reporting in early September. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. You all won't be going home from Monday to Friday, right? They asked again. I probably won't be coming back unless something comes up. Lin Xiaofan still needs to scout talent at the university. Especially for future AI talent, he must invest in them. General Lin, how about we stay here from Monday to Friday? We can help you with the cleaning and manage such a large villa. They found that every room in this villa was exquisitely decorated, from luxurious silk curtains to soft handmade carpets. Compared to 5-star hotels, it is even more upscale and beautiful. They felt a bit reluctant to go home. General Lin, would that be all right? We will work hard in the future. They clung to Lin Xiaofan's arm, shaking it, while sweetly asking. Well, Lin Xiaofan could not make the decision. So he said to the beautiful employees, how about this, during the hot springtime, you can ask Linger and the others. He did not refuse them. After all, recruiting these beautiful employees from various places is not an easy task. Although the company has not yet opened, the filming supervisor below reported to him that they are very serious about their work and are not acting like divas. They all went back to their rooms to change clothes. After changing out of their precious and beautiful clothes, they rinsed off in the bathroom, then wrapped in towels, headed to the outdoor hot spring in the small courtyard. In just a short while, a large group of beauties were soaking in the hot spring, waiting for their little boss and wife to come over. This scene resembled a natural outdoor hot spring from a small island, full of enticing visuals. General Huang, can you please talk to General Lin and let us stay here from Monday to Friday, since he won't be home while at school? Seeing Miss Huang Jing joining them in the hot spring, they immediately urged their acting president to speak up. You can directly ask him yourself. Huang Jing was also wrapped in a towel, soaking in the hot spring. We mentioned it, and he told us to ask Miss Linghua. They gently shook Huang Jing's arm. I'll help you ask later. If you stay here, it will be more convenient for filming, turning you into young ladies. Though she said this, she clearly understood in her heart that they were all here for the wealthy Lin Xiaofan. Even she, General Huang, harbored similar thoughts. Who wouldn't like such a villa? With a male worth over 2 billion, which girl wouldn't be attracted? He's here. They watched as Lin Xiaofan appeared in black swim trunks, with Ling Wei following behind in her swimsuit. Then there was Yi Xia, the stunning ant. Her pair of fair and tender feet approached gracefully, and as she lifted her delicate feet, even men could sense the fragrance of her exquisite feet. Will someone be peeping? I don't want rumors flying around before I even start school. Lingwei glanced around. The second villa next door also belongs to us, so no one will see. The design of this outdoor hot spring has taken that into account. The garden's design features not only high walls, but also tall arhit pines along the hot spring's edge, ensuring that aside from drones no one could possibly glimpse this gathering of blossoms. Miss Linger, do you attend school Monday through Friday? Do you seldom return to the villa? They began asking the fresh, stunning campus beauty. Ling Yu's arrival instantly made her the center of attention. A peerless campus beauty whose gentle gaze lent her the ethereal grace of a celestial maiden stepping forth from an ancient scroll into the mist-veiled hot spring. Especially striking was her white bikini, which clung flawlessly to her elegant statuesque figure, accentuating every graceful curve. Ladies, if there's something on your mind, speak freely. I'm practically your employer after all. Go ahead and ask. Linger idly trailed her jade-like fingers through the warm water. Madam Boss, we'd like to move into the guest rooms here at the villa to help guard the house, keep it tidy, and save the company rental subsidies as well. Their eyes remained fixed, rapt upon Ling Yu's pristine white swimsuit. In this day and age, beachside beauties often purchase swimwear simply for spontaneous seaside frolics, not for prolonged stays. After all, besides their employer, no other man resided here. Xiaofan, what do you think? Ling Yu turned the question to Lin Xiaofan. I have no objections. It saves on domestic staff and rent alike, cutting monthly expenses by 100,000 yuan or more. Lin Xiaofan watched as they sank fully into the hot spring, the water-saturated fabric clinging ever more intimately to their forms. Where exactly are you looking? Am I not beautiful enough? Ling Yu teased, noticing his lingering gaze upon Miss Huang Jing and the others. I'm comparing you with them. Who's lovelier? Lin Xiaofan replied, naturally you're lovelier. Annie, wouldn't you agree? At least you've got good taste, she responded. Yi Xia observed him with quiet amusement, yet she found herself deeply drawn to this vibrant youthful energy, which somehow rejuvenated her very spirit. Very well, move in all of you. Just keep an eye on him. He's been taking advantage of me. With that, Ling Yu lunged playfully into Lin Xiaofan's arms and gently nipped his shoulder. Our Linger is a little puppy, no a petite lady dog yapping woof woof. Lin Xiaofan retorted, biting back in jest. You're hurting me, huh? That night promised to be another delightfully joyful one. By the following morning, they had returned to their own apartments at dawn to pack their belongings before moving into one courtyard. Each wheeled a suitcase, large or small, their faces radiant with joy, brighter than blooming peonies. Even without wages, they seemed utterly unconcerned. Though true, Lin Xiaofan still employed a cook, ensuring meals awaited them upon returning from work. It's even more breathtaking by day, far surpassing any five-star resort. They fell instantly in love with this opulent palatial villa. Listen, you'll need to register your faces at the Property Management Center for entry access. Don't expect me to rush back from school to open the gate for you. Lin Xiaofan stretched lazily as he emerged from his room and addressed the group of beauties hauling suitcases. The 3.5-story detached villa even boasted a luxurious elevator, ascending seamlessly to the rooftop terrace. There atop the roof stood an indoor-outdoor party hall, equally perfect for celebrations under sun or rain. One rule: no boyfriends allowed. Lin Xiaofan added, rest assured, boss, we're all single with no boyfriends, and certainly no men will cross this threshold. Good. After all, it's a women-only space. Having men around would be inconvenient. What about your father? My father won't live here yet, but he may join us later. By then, just avoid running about unclothed. Yet Lin Xiaofan privately mused that if so many beauties lived under his roof, his mother would surely insist his father stay elsewhere. For the next several days, Ling Yu settled into the villa, granting him precious time to savor life before enrolling in school. Time flowed like a white steed dashing across a gap, swift, silent, and gone in an instant. A few days later, Lin Xiaofan's company officially launched, complete with ribbon cutting and the release of numerous works onto highly trafficked platforms such as Redbook app. Exquisitely filmed portraits of beauties quickly garnered widespread sharing, reposting, and saving across social media, building momentum and steadily amassing popularity. Son, here's a red envelope. Keep up the hard work. Ling Yu's father pressed one into Lin Xiaofan's hand. Linger has one too. Dad supports you. Keep going. Zhao Jinghao likewise presented a red envelope. Naturally, beyond those for the shareholders, including Lin Xiaofan, red envelopes were distributed to all the female employees as well. Each employee received 8 envelopes, each containing 1,000 yuan, totaling a sum equivalent to a full month's salary. A company offering such generous welfare is truly unparalleled. Even searching with a lantern would yield none like it. Yet, Zhao Jinghao noticed something subtle. His daughter's aura had transformed. In just a few days, she exuded a delicate, enchanting charm, one that unmistakably signaled a deepening intimacy between her and Lin Xiaofan. Moreover, he observed his ex-wife appearing even more alluring, her every step swaying with the sinuous grace of a water snake, her attire and bearing infinitely more captivating than before. Yixia's breathtaking presence left her ex-husband momentarily spellbound. "What are you staring at, you wretched man?" she snapped, clearly repelled by his gaze. "You!" Zhao Jinghao nearly exploded in anger. Yet recalling Lin Xiaofan's budding enterprise and his daughter's involvement, he swallowed his fury. "Dismissed early today. Let's celebrate. The rooftop banquet is already set," Lin Xiaofan announced to his team below. On this first day, there was no live streaming. Only pre-edited content uploaded across platforms, followed by strategic posts on WeChat Moments to maximize visibility. "I'll pass. I still have work at the office," Zhao Jinghao muttered, glancing at his ex-wife's icy expression. "Dad, come take a look. You haven't seen Lin Xiaofan's villa yet. Just a quick visit before you head back." Ling Yu tugged her father along. "Mr. Zhao, please do come. It's no trouble now that you're already here." Lin Xiaofan's father, mindful that this man might soon become his son-in-law, extended every courtesy. "Uncle Zhao, please. Just a brief look before departure. I'll have Mingyao drive you to the airport afterward." Lin Xiaofan treated him with even greater deference. After all, this man, who once looked down on him, was now his future father-in-law. How could he afford anything less than utmost respect? Not only had he won his daughter's heart, he now guided even his ex-wife's lifestyle. Otherwise, how could she have blossomed so radiantly, appearing years younger, her fiery, voluptuous figure stirring his long-composed heart into a fluttering rhythm? It is hard to refuse such hospitality. Despite the displeasure of his ex-wife, he had no choice but to attend at Lin Xiaofan's invitation. Lest he actually marry Ling Wei in the future, would he not face some difficulties, considering he had only attended the company's ribbon cutting without even visiting their new home? Wasn't it a bit disrespectful? When he arrived at Lin Xiaofan's newly purchased villa, he was astonished by its 2,000 square meters of space and its decor. He thought that Lin Xiaofan's villa in Jiangsheng was already luxurious and spacious enough, but compared to this one, his own apartment felt inferior, barely matching a master bedroom. "Dad, what do you think? Is Xiaofan's place big enough?" Ling Wei walked with Zhao Jinghao in the garden. At such a young age, he is already surpassing his father. Zhao Jinghao had to acknowledge this point. "So you don't oppose my being with him, right?" Ling Wei asked happily. "It's not that Dad opposes it, but you are still young and might get hurt." At this point, Zhao Jinghao sighed and shook his head, saying, "If you both remain together and love each other dearly, Dad would certainly bless you." During this time, he had also come to terms with it. As his ex-wife put it, his daughter had grown up and needed to soar into a broader sky, as she couldn't be sheltered forever. To protect her for a moment does not equate to a lifetime of protection. There are paths that children must choose for themselves. Once chosen, they must walk it through regardless of right or wrong. "Dad, he treats me well, and I am very happy and joyful with him," Ling Wei said, tightly holding onto her father's arm. "Whatever you do, Dad supports you, child. The road ahead is still long, and you need to walk it slowly. A father's love may not be as detailed as a mother's, but each simple word is filled with deep affection." At that moment, Yixiao was pulled into a room by Lin Xiaofan, allowing her to watch her ex-husband and Ling Wei strolling in the garden from the floor-to-ceiling window. "Xiaofan, is this glass window one-way or two-way?" Yixiao asked, standing by the window. "What do you think? How about you? When are you planning to go back?" Lin Xiaofan whispered in her ear. "I don't really want to go back right now. Living here is too delightful." Yixiao had been intoxicated by this luxurious life for the past few days. More importantly, she was accompanied by Lin Xiaofan, who brought her immense joy. It made her feel a bit young again, and her mindset became different. Just like now, watching her ex-husband from the window, she had an indescribable feeling, wishing Lin Xiaofan had been born earlier. Though she said this, Yixiao still remarked, "Let's go back in a few days, or once I've had enough fun, I'll return to work." In her previous life, Lin Xiaofan had not spent much time with Yixiao, only knowing she always maintained a frosty demeanor. A high and mighty female CEO, even her son-in-law dared not meet her gaze. Now, unexpectedly, she turned out to be just a lonely, beautiful CEO. Indeed, she domineeringly said, "Does he dare to speak to me like that? Should I give him a call to say goodbye?" Lin Xiaofan looked at Zhao as he prepared to leave the villa. "All right, he'll call." Zhao Yinghao was just about to bid farewell to Ling Yue when unexpectedly his ex-wife called. According to Ling Yue, her dad still had some feelings for her mother and had always wanted to reconcile. Hello, is there something? Zhao Jinghao directly pressed for answers. Nothing, have a safe journey, bye. That call was quick, just a few words, and it was immediately hung up. Your phone really is quite fast, huh? You rascal, if he finds out and comes looking for trouble with you, let's see how you handle it. Yixia turned to Lin Xiaofan and said, you two are divorced, what else do you want to happen? Do you want to reconcile with him? Lin Xiaofan looked at the young and beautiful aunt. How could I reconcile? I have no feelings for him if it weren't for Ling Yue. Yixia shot him a glance. In the future, auntie will help me, let me become your son-in-law. Lin Xiaofan looked at the beautiful and charming female CEO. Auntie doesn't even want to go back now. How about this, after we graduate from university, you sell the company for 10 or 8 billion and make a fortune. Speaking of which, Jiangxing is the provincial capital. However, after 2020, the economy began to slowly enter a recession and everyone in society began to doubt life. In his previous life, Lin Xiaofan also heard his mother-in-law say that the company had not turned a profit for several years, but also did not incur losses. In simpler terms, it was just working without profit for a few years, supporting some workers. Compared to before, in a few years, bankruptcies and closures were rampant, leaving only state-owned enterprises. The upper echelon would support them, ensuring they did not collapse, while smaller private firms were the ones that fell. However, after being supported, whether they can rise again depends on their own abilities. He should have suspected me when he saw me today. Yixiao recalled the look of doubt in Zhao Jingha's eyes during the ribbon cutting. He's suspicious of you, not me. Oh, why care so much about it? Don't you think so? Lin Xiaofan said. At this moment, I feel a bit sorry for old Zhao. Oh, it's truly tragic. Yixiao looked outside and saw Zhao Jinghao had already left. Of course, Lin Xiaofan's female secretary sister Mengyao drove the small car out of the villa, taking her former boss to the airport. The beautiful secretary unexpectedly did not expect that the first thing her former boss would ask was not about Lin Xiaofan's performance. Instead, he asked her, Xiaoyao, have you noticed that my ex-wife is a bit enchanting? Are you talking about Jiang Yixia, General Jiang? Mengyao pretended to know nothing. Yes, she now dresses like a young girl. If others didn't know, they would think she was Lingyu's sister, looking like she is in her early 20s. Zhao Jinghao thought of how beautiful his ex-wife had become, stirring feelings in his heart. He recalled the memories of pursuing her beauty when he was young. Youth is good, beautiful, and mature. Mengyao thought of how Yixia had become the confidant of the young boss, spending each day together. It was no wonder she looked so youthful. His daughter was the same, spending each day with her young boss, living like a couple. Even she, the secretary, was not spared. Don't you think she's a bit unusual? The general asked his former secretary. Unusual? Dressing beautifully is unusual. She was trying to cover up for her young boss. Have you noticed if she has been with any man from the capital recently? The general began to suspect whether his ex-wife had a man. Well, he'll transfer you 1 million yuan. You tell me, regardless of whether or not I will respect her choice. Now this exquisite beauty secretary has become Lin Xiaofan's little darling, and she is very fond of this job. At least Lin Xiaofan does not treat her like a mere employee. Before Ling Yue arrived, Mengyao and Yunqing seemed to serve their little boss Lin Xiaofan diligently every day. Therefore, she would not betray him at the moment. Boss, how could General Jiang find a man here after just a few days in the capital? Mengyao said while driving. Really not. Am I mistaken? Zhao Jinghao asked, reflecting on himself. General Zhao, don't overthink it. Besides, you are divorced from General Jiang. She seems to have no feelings for you apart from Ling Yue. That may be true, but I still can't let her go. I know you said you have been waiting for her to ask you to reconcile. Although that may be the case, Mengyao felt sorry for the prideful General Zhao. Because he couldn't let go of his pride, his ex-wife had already gotten involved with her boss, having a great time together. It was just short of putting a ring around his ex-wife's neck. However, she wouldn't mention this to her boss, just thinking that this old man cared too much about his pride. To be honest, in the eyes of the younger generation, how much is pride worth? Can it be eaten? When Sister Mengyao returned to No. 1 courtyard, Lin Nanhui and the company's employees officially started the party with all sorts of food, drinks, and entertainment, making it quite lively. The fat man seemed to have brought in several beautiful flight attendants dressed in lovely airline uniforms, looking fresh and attractive. Disgusting man. Miss Huang Jing couldn't help but curse when she saw the fat man having a great time with several flight attendants. However, she didn't see Lin Nanhui and her mother-in-law the whole time, wondering where they had gone. It wasn't until the evening that she saw Lin Nanhui and them appearing at the swimming pool, swimming together. But the fat man and a few flight attendants attended the party for a while before heading back to the hotel, leaving the space for their buddies. Because he knew that being the only man in the villa would be somewhat inconvenient for them. Xiaofan, you won't go to the wrong room tonight, will you? How could that be? Don't worry, it won't happen. Lingyue asked while cuddling Lin Nanhui's neck in the water. That said, Lin Nanhui noticed that today at the party the beautiful hosts from the company were intentionally or unintentionally showcasing their most charming sides in front of him. To be honest, their figures were not inferior to Lingyue, the campus beauty. Each had its own merits. The beauties who could work in his company were all meticulously selected, truly the cream of the crop. It doesn't matter if I make a mistake as long as I don't have any babies to avoid future troubles, right? Linger said with a considerate expression. It won't happen, don't worry, even if there are babies I'll be with you. Lin Nanhui said to his cute girlfriend. And those little lives, don't just throw them around, you understand? Lingyue whispered in his ear to prevent anyone from taking away his little lives to breed. There was a news story about a cleaning lady in a certain hotel who unexpectedly had a child with a wealthy man who frequently visited the hotel. What do you think the outcome was? Everyone knows that the wealthy do not lack women, but rather heirs. Generally, women who marry into wealthy families, especially in families with few offspring, consider heirs very important. The dragon has 9 sons, and surely one will be successful. The distribution of family assets is also crucial for the continuation of the family line. I won't throw them around even if I do it'll be on you, okay? Lin Nanhui said to this cute campus beauty. Throw as much as you like. We won't raise the kids ourselves, we will hire a nanny. Linger kissed Lin Nanhui and said, I never said I wouldn't help you raise them, or just wait until after you graduate to raise them. Jiang Yixia, sitting by the swimming pool, looked at them speechlessly. It's okay, my mom will help me. Lin Nanhui thought of what he said when his parents were cutting the ribbon in the morning. Little boss, do you want to take a look at the data? Miss Huang Jing brought over her tablet, opening up data for the female employees. How's the business for today's local delivery app? Lin Nanhui was more interested in whether this app was profitable. As for the beautiful hosts in the company, their beauty packaging and voiceovers across various platforms had garnered several thousand fans, if not hundreds of thousands. In Jiangcheng and locally there were less than 200 orders in total, Miss Huang Jing said. Having such results on the first day is not bad. We still need to expand the market and recruit some business staff to promote in first-tier cities. Let's consider it 200 orders, with a commission of 20 yuan per order, that's 4,000 yuan. And this doesn't include income from some membership services that enjoy member benefits. Therefore, the future profits of this kind of platform are very promising, requiring minimal investment and no significant costs. It only needs a few service administrators to maintain the system. Don't worry, I will expand the market, especially for the year-end bonuses. Miss Huang Jing was not interested in that little salary. She was focused on the year-end bonus, and if she could expand to several major cities, the daily income would be substantial. If it can develop into second and third-tier cities, would there be tens of thousands of orders in a day? Or thousands? Thinking of this, Miss Huang Jing felt that her female interest app couldn't compare to Lin Nanhui's newly developed app. Speaking of female interest apps, she has integrated with several quality, reputable brand e-commerce platforms. As long as her customers click to buy products, she will receive some kickbacks and commissions. Therefore, in a few years, the profits from those free or short-term services will come from advertising and product consumption commissions. Work hard. If you work hard until the company goes public, all of you here will be millionaires, Lin Nanhui said to all the beauties by the swimming pool. Really? Boss? They swam over to Lin Nanhui. Little Lin is painting a big pie for you, but to go public you all need to work hard to ensure the company has profits to apply for an IPO. Miss Huang Jing was also wearing a beautiful swimsuit, and when it got wet, even more alluring sights were revealed. Unfortunately, Lin Nanhui was currently being restrained by Lingyue. He didn't dare to make a move on these beautiful hosts, let alone on Huang Jing. Going public is simple, just acquire a shell company. Lin Nanhui thought of how there were many shell companies listed abroad. Those companies that were half dead and not moving are shells. Whoever buys into these companies is in trouble. If a large sum of money is invested, just wait for the possibility of delisting and the money cannot be recovered. Saying this, Lin Nanhui told them, our company is financially strong and doesn't need to go public yet. Just work hard for a year or so within the company and you will become stars with advertisements coming to you one after another. Really? They thought of the contracts they signed with a 50-50 split for the ads they filmed. Yes, once your popularity rises, product companies will naturally seek you out, but we won't endorse just any product. We will only target reputable brands with quality. It's important to remember that years later some companies could have done better, but but they only focus on immediate profits, being overly eager for quick success. As a result, they ruined a company that had raised tens of millions. Of course, it can't be ruled out that it was a trap. Shortly after the funding, such situations can arise, possibly taking investors' funds to open their own sham companies. Just imagine playing with such big data. Would you believe they didn't have a group of bots to manipulate it? And then taking investors' funds to inflate data for their sham companies, etc. Although this money wouldn't go directly into their accounts, what if it went to their relatives and friends? Some people only need to make one substantial profit in their lifetime. Some people work hard throughout their lives to create their own brilliance, not fixating on the money in the investor's hands, but focusing on the customers. Little Lin, should we find a company below to inflate some data? What does a media company do? Indeed, it revolves around data. Data is the king, and traffic is the ultimate proof. The company is in your hands. Just go ahead and manage it. I believe you can do it. Lin Nanhui extended his foot in the water, brushing against the beautiful CEO's long leg. All right, I know what to do now. Leave it to me as long as the money is in place. Huang Jing pinched his foot in the water, preventing him from succeeding. Financially, 3 million yuan, you handle it as you see fit. Lin Nanhui withdrew his foot, grinning at the beautiful woman. 3 million yuan is too little. Before Huang Jing could finish, Lin Xiaofan interjected, "Isn't burning for more than a year enough? Tomorrow the new platform will emerge, and that will be our best opportunity." A new platform? Yes, indeed. It will be the best platform for the future, with potential surpassing Alibaba. They were still in the process of developing data for this platform. Lin Xiaofan also had Meng Yao probe the situation. Indeed, it involves investing in this digital giant, the future most outstanding Douyin platform, the largest platform for product sales. A company that stands shoulder to shoulder with Alibaba. Of course, many of them are just facades selling shoddy goods while boasting about their potential. Thus, one should examine various reviews on the products sold by the platform. Regardless of whether there are thousands or tens of thousands of comments, opening the negative reviews will reveal the truth. Especially those financial teas and financial wines. It's not that the tea leaves are bad or fake, it's just that those e-commerce platforms package ordinary tea beautifully, then have popular influencers promote them. And those so-called wines priced at hundreds of yuan, supposedly sold at a discount, are actually sold for tens of yuan. Would you dare to drink them? Meng Yao, what do you think about Ming's company? Lin Xiaofan asked the exquisite secretary beside him. His team is still in development. He asked me to tell the boss that the maximum is only 8 of the shares for 100 million yuan, saying that it requires money to get people to download and watch videos to earn. Meng Yao had run some errands recently. 8 is not a small amount, but let's try to secure a bit more money is not an issue. Lin Xiaofan considered that this platform was still in development. Also, you asked that rural girl to sign. She agreed and will come to sign the contract in a few days. Great. The company can be registered under her name, but we need to hold 60 of the shares, or we control all operations. Lin Xiaofan thought it over. As long as it was reasonable, this beauty specializing in traditional crafts would definitely agree. Moreover, signing her now for 1 million yuan is quite a bargain. If she becomes popular later and promotes products under her name, providing sufficient dividends, she would never turn against them. Thus, when some influencers become famous, they are the first to flip the company, believing that the company's achievements are solely due to their efforts. But do they realize that without the company's various promotions and investment in traffic, could they have achieved fame? Therefore, behind a person's success is undoubtedly the effort of their company and team. Xiaofan, how many companies have you invested in? Annie was a bit surprised by his words. Currently, apart from the 2 companies in hand, I plan to set up another company in my name registered under the other party's online name. The last one is to invest in others. Regardless of the type of company, as long as the money is right, it can persuade the other party to allow Lin Xiaofan to finance. But no matter how they think, they would never imagine that the companies they established would be the largest and most popular platforms in the future. Especially that little rural girl who would become the most famous influencer in traditional craftsmanship. That night, Lin Xiaofan discussed many business-related issues with Huang Jing and the others, particularly concerning e-commerce and product sales. It must be known that well-known e-commerce platforms with good reputations can generate several million yuan with just one sales event, not to mention tens of millions. In the following days before school started, an auntie returned to Jiangqing. Lin Xiaofan indulged them in fun, making Yixiao reluctant to return to Jiangqing, while Lingwei accompanied this resourceful person. Until a week later, when Jiang Yixiao returned to Jiangqing, leaving her daughter Lingwei in the capital, accompanying Lin Xiaofan as they navigated entrepreneurship and lived a joyful life. At the airport's waiting entrance, Xiaofan auntie is returning to Jiangqing. Yixiao felt a bit reluctant to leave him, but thinking of her company and the many matters to handle, she had to depart. All right, if you miss me, just fly over and hang out with me. Lin Xiaofan watched this charming aunt leave. Mom, take care. The watery-eyed Ling Yue waved her small hand, feeling reluctant to part from her mother. You too, if anything happens, discuss it with Xiaofan. If he bullies you, just tell me, and I will handle him. Fu will take care of whom. If you're such a bad guy, I don't even know where you buy so many items from. I bought them online, and didn't you say you like them a lot? After sending off Annie, Lin Xiaofan began to feel a bit of a headache thinking about the military training before school starts. But considering the importance of this university diploma, he had to pay attention to his studies no matter how he felt inside. On this day, he and Ling Yue appeared at the university entrance with their admission letters, dragging their luggage ready to enter the highly sought-after university. A week before classes started, they had to report early. At this moment, the morning light illuminated the university entrance, and the new student Ling Yue looked like a dazzling sight appearing at the entrance with Lin Xiaofan. However, everyone was not paying attention to Lin Xiaofan, the handsome guy. Instead, they were captivated by Ling Yu's graceful figure, her body exuding a remarkable charm, her short skirt fitting perfectly around her curves. Especially the black stockings tightly hugging her long, beautiful legs, seemingly radiating alluring charm, with every step attracting the attention of all the male seniors. Junior, are you a new student this year? Some seniors bravely ran over. Yes, here is my admission letter. Ling Yue replied to the enthusiastic seniors. Come, let me help you with your luggage. These guys rushed forward to lend a hand. However, while Lin Xiaofan dragged his luggage alongside her, he did not enjoy such services. The campus beauty is indeed different. Is she greeted like this wherever she goes? Lin Xiaofan looked at Ling Yue like a bright star, attracting all the male students' gazes around. These particularly bold seniors were drawn to the enchanting Ling Yue, as if magnetized, flocking around her to ask for her phone number or to add her as a friend. Junior, how about adding each other as friends? If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. They were more eager than flight attendants to offer help to Ling Yue. Junior, don't mind them. Let me take you to check in first. There are still many things to collect after that. The boys surrounded Ling Yue while Lin Xiaofan was left feeling like a superfluous new student sidelined by them. Is this the difference? Lin Xiaofan shook his head awkwardly and helplessly. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Yue being swept away by these students. Because during this time, Lin Xiaofan had won her over, being considerate and attentive just like Zhang Yanqing. However, she had gone to report to Peking University with the chubby guy, so they could only plan to meet on Saturday and Sunday. Junior, you have so few luggage. I saw those new students carrying 2 or 3 pieces. Junior, do you have a boyfriend? Where are you from? Junior, which department are you in? Want to be friends? I'm a graduate student. The school flower. Their school never lacks beautiful school flowers, yet never have they encountered a junior as stunning as this one. Her fiery, alluring figure and the enchanting aura she radiates draw the attention of every boy. They enthusiastically compete to serve Ling Yue more passionately than flight attendants, with their courteous words rising and falling like waves. The fervent atmosphere surrounds Ling Yue, making it unnecessary for her to handle her enrollment paperwork herself. Junior, what are you staring at? Hurry and fill out the form. I have things to do. An older student beside Lin Xiaofan noticed him continuously gazing at Ling Yue. Then she added, stop looking, you're not her type. Lin Xiaofan chose not to argue with this senior. However, he had to admit that the sign-in senior before him was indeed quite beautiful, though not as stunning as Ling Yue. Nevertheless, she possessed a rare beauty, her mature figure exuding feminine charm. What's with the stare? I don't have a preference for age gap relationships, you know, the senior sitting in front of Lin Xiaofan said, watching him fill out the form while he stared at her. Aren't there too many beauties in our college? As Lin Xiaofan walked in, he noticed that the girls here were exceptionally beautiful. Haven't you heard? 9 out of 10 pretty girls are intelligent. They've always felt exceptional since childhood, and they tend to be very self-disciplined in their studies. Before Lin Xiaofan could respond, this senior, radiant like a brilliant pearl, continued. I'm not the one saying this, it's data researched by some people in our college. I suppose you're one of those girls, right? What year are you in? Lin Xiaofan sensed her mature charm akin to aged wine, emitting an intoxicating fragrance that wasn't just perfume. Only in my 2nd year can I do this kind of work. She said this while meticulously observing Lin Xiaofan. Her attention was caught by the brand of clothing Lin Xiaofan wore. She had heard her friends talk about this brand Amashi, which starts at several thousand yuan. The finance department. This is something only the 2nd generation plays with. Are your parents in the bank? Or in the financial bureau? Li Ziyue asked curiously as she glanced at his chosen major. Neither, but it's just an interest. Who knows, I might end up doing some odd jobs at a bank, Lin Xiaofan replied. You're thinking too simply. Without a graduate or doctoral degree or some background, don't even think about getting a job there. Lin Xiaofan didn't say much more, knowing this senior was speaking the truth. Careers in finance are controlled by the second and third generations. Without discussing hereditary privilege, it's somewhat similar. On the surface, they recruit externally, but in reality, relatives and friends are already hired internally, leaving the odd jobs for open recruitment. This is your dorm 308, four-person dormitory. The senior's facial features were exquisite and beautiful, her fair skin as delicate and smooth as mutton fat, jade flawless in every way. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but stare at her for a while longer, especially at her chest, which seemed to match Ling Yu's size. What are you looking at? Hurry up and scram. Li Ziyue scolded this junior. Pretty is pretty, but a bit spicy too. Don't tell me you're from Northeast China. Lin Xiaofan observed her willow-like brows gently resting above her beautiful eyes. You'll have military training as a new student in 2 days. Make sure to perform well, said this senior whose eyes sparkled like countless stars. Don't forget to add me as a friend, or I'll treat you to dinner later. After Lin Xiaofan finished speaking, he took his documents and luggage, got his school uniform, and headed to find his dormitory 308. As for Ling Yue, he had no idea where she had gone. He guessed she was probably with the seniors, either picking up Ling Yue as a school flower or helping her carry luggage to the girls' dormitory. Originally, Lin Xiaofan thought he would be the first to check in, but upon entering dorm 308, 3 studious roommates were already studying, their desks piled high with books, making Lin Xiaofan feel the atmosphere was undeniably different. Thus, a conducive learning environment is crucial. If you're surrounded by academic elites, you can't help but be influenced. The last one to arrive. Hello, our future roommate, classmate, and friend. One of the bespectacled roommates greeted Lin Xiaofan. I'm Lin Xiaofan from Jiangqing. Lin Xiaofan also greeted them. I'm local and my dad and mom are both in finance. If you need loans or something, just ask me. I won't say much, but 100,000 yuan isn't a problem. Let me introduce myself, I'm Yi Fan. This roommate shared the same character with Lin Xiaofan. Fan. It's a kind of fate, isn't it? Zhu Hao. Zhou Tian. They all knew they would live together for the next 4 years as classmates or future partners. Those who could get in here are all very bright academic elites. Their future achievements are not to be underestimated. Lin, what do your parents do? Yi Fan and the others asked after introducing themselves. Indeed, their parents were all in finance. Their statuses might not be high, but they were well known in the financial sector. Of course, those private financial investment companies are simply businesses created by ordinary people. Financial advisors and the like are often graduates with doctoral degrees. In this country, there is no shortage of talented individuals. What is lacking are connections and backgrounds. My parents are ordinary people. Lin Xiaofan thought about how his parents were now traveling everywhere. Forget about making money or running a business. Lin Xiaofan would rather earn interest in the millions. Before their son gets married and has kids, they might as well travel around and enjoy life. Then they can settle down and enjoy raising grandchildren for a few years, relishing the joys of family life. Ordinary people, how did you choose finance? Yi Fan observed Lin Xiaofan with curiosity. Unless you start a business, otherwise it's extremely difficult to enter the finance sector. Even graduates might not get in. They said this, but they were somewhat skeptical. After all, looking at Lin Xiaofan's attire, it's hard to believe it was worth only a few tens of thousands. To be honest, Lin Xiaofan didn't want to wear these brands. However, recently when shopping with his aunt, they insisted on buying him these big-name brands. After graduation, I want to start a financial risk investment company. Lin Xiaofan said. Oh, I see. They nodded slightly, saying, if my dad hadn't pushed me to choose finance, I wouldn't have picked it either. That's great. If you get a position as a branch manager or something, you won't have to worry about women. Are you watching too many gossip news? Those who eat from their own gardens are just low IQ. How can they compare with us high IQ individuals? True, how could highly intelligent people do such things? These guys were wise. They knew what they were doing and what they wanted. When it came to discussing those gray transactions, they would only chuckle a few times. However, the real estate sector is likely to explode soon. In 4 years, who knows how many big shots from finance will be affected. Although it won't be publicly announced, some will be demoted or transferred, and so on. The first day of school, Lin Xiaofan had not yet met any classmates other than his roommate. However, the 3 of them mentioned that there were a few beautiful girls in their class, and they even had photos of them on their phones. Come on, add me as a friend so I can pull you into the class group chat, Yi Fan said. Sure, Lin Xiaofan replied. With 30 students in the undergraduate class along with mentors and counselors, the total number displayed was 35. Now that the last student has arrived, let's hold the class meeting tonight, the academic counselor announced to the students. Got it. He thought he would be the earliest, but ended up being the last one. Huh. Aside from the class information, Lin Xiaofan received a signal from Ling Yue. Babe, I won't be having dinner with you tonight. I'm building a good relationship with my roommate, and we'll meet up with you after military training. Alright, you have a class meeting tonight, and I still need to buy some daily necessities. As the top-ranked college in the country, it naturally has its unique advantages. The cafeteria served dishes from various cuisines. The hygiene was cleaner than that of a five-star hotel, and all the food was prepared by top-notch chefs. The prices were also very reasonable. Lin, what are you looking at? Yi Fan and the others were eating together, watching Lin Xiaofan, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. Looking at beautiful girls, Lin Xiaofan replied, his gaze fixed on the curvaceous girls. In the summer, they were all wearing beautiful white shirts and rarely wore uniforms. The girls' figures were captivating, with the buttons of their shirts straining against their prominent curves, seemingly exuding a visual allure. Stop looking, most of these beautiful girls are famous, or would they even notice us? Zhu Hao was also admiring those alluring curves, resembling the most enticing mountains in the world, radiating a unique charm specific to girls. A little eye candy is nice, their beauty is a feast for the eyes. Zhou Tian remarked, gazing at these senior sisters, their beautiful lips resembling delicate rose petals adorned with light lipstick. In high school, lipstick was prohibited, but in college it was allowed. Each girl wore a slight smile, the corners of their mouths lifted with a touch of confidence. Whether it was confidence in their studies or in their beauty, they all exuded such self-assured smiles. Look quickly, that beauty is stunning. Yi Fan seemed to discover a new world. His eyes were fixed on a girl in a short skirt and black stockings, her rounded hips and long legs showcasing her graceful curves. Her appearance seemed to attract the gaze of every boy in the cafeteria. While she looked over here and smiled at us, is she looking at me? Yi Fan wiped his face. Yi, your saliva is dripping, don't let it fall onto my food, Zhou Tian said, pulling his plate away. Beautiful, so stunning. They fixated on the mountainous curves of her figure. Each step she took, the sway of her peach-like behind exuded a natural rhythm, making other girls pale in comparison. She was none other than Zhao Linghua. However, she did not sit beside Lin Xiaofan, instead choosing to sit across from him with 3 other female classmates. While eating, she glanced over at Lin Xiaofan and smiled at him. Bro, did you see that? She's smiling at me. Yi Fan greeted him. She's smiling at me. Zhu Hao turned to look at the lovely beauty and said, Zhou Tian, why don't you go ask her for her phone number or add her as a friend? Yi Fan suggested. What if I get rejected? I wouldn't want to lose face. If you want to go, then go. I already have a girlfriend, Zhou Tian replied. I'll go then, Yi Fan said as he got up. Lin Xiaofan, do you think she's looking at me? Zhu Hao kept eyeing Linghua. That fiery figure, those long legs and black stockings, seemed like a deadly weapon to the boys. Of course, not all men are easily swayed. Some boys have strong self-control. So those who can enter here for college aren't simple. Classmate, my name is Yi Fan. How can we add each other as friends? Yi Fan's boldness was comparable to that of a bold person. He actually approached her in front of so many people. He watched her long hair cascade down like a black waterfall, softly falling on either side of her shoulders as she gently tucked a few strands behind her ear. You can scan it yourself. Linghua opened the QR code on her phone for Yi Fan to scan. All right. Yi Fan beamed. You promised not to share it with others. Zhao Lingyu's voice was soft and pleasant, flowing into the boys' hearts like a mountain spring. Understood. After adding her as a friend, Yi Fan hurried back to Lin Xiaofan's side. Wow, I really added her as a friend. Yi, genius brother, give me her QR code. Zhu Hao snatched his phone away. Stop messing around, as she's not interested in you. The one she's interested in is me. Can't you see? She's waving her hand at me. Yi Fan saw Linghua looking over at them, waving her hand. Lin Xiaofan felt speechless about his playful girlfriend. He knew that the reason she added Yi Fan as a friend was definitely to keep an eye on her life at school. The boys around were. Most of them couldn't help but be attracted by the beautiful, curvy new girl, their gazes inevitably lingering on her prominent features. Study well, and don't be swayed by beauty, Lin Xiaofan said while eating. Haven't you heard that a boy's other half is often found in college? Yi Fan looked at the stunning Linghua while eating. To be honest, he really lacked confidence, but thinking of his father, mother, and grandfather gave him a bit more. Everyone was a smart boy, as such a beautiful girl is not something an ordinary family can support. Others may not know what to think, but they clearly understood that love is paved with money. Only money can build lasting love and family. Do you believe it? Some boys and girls in other schools might think that love can be a meal. But in this university, they do not think that way. Only money can establish lasting love. Without money, at most, they could only have a romantic fling before breaking up. Her name is Zhao Lingyue, what do you think? Beautiful, right? Ha, you don't have to envy me. Yi Fan said while touching his face. I feel like a flower growing in a dung pit, Zhu Hao remarked. I think the same, but my girlfriend is prettier. Zhou Tian added. Keep bragging, they both said. Let me show you my girlfriend's photo as she's from Peking University. After Zhou Tian finished speaking, he opened his phone to show Lin Xiaofan and the other two friends. I must say this guy has a keen eye. His girlfriend is indeed very beautiful, seemingly on par with Lingyue. She has a bit of a brotherly vibe, Zhu Hao said looking at the beauty in the photo. Uffed. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. Have you hugged her? Kissed her? Loved her? Yi Fan asked curiously. Not yet, but we've agreed to meet twice a month. Bro, don't blame me for not reminding you with such a beautiful girl. Grasp the opportunity, well, don't let other boys flirt with her. Yi Fan seemed quite experienced. If I say we should meet once a week, even if we don't go to a hotel, we should at least have dinner together and watch a movie. Zhu Hao patted him on the shoulder. After returning from the cafeteria, they chatted about Lingyue's beauty and figure while waiting in line to take a shower. Hurry up, the class meeting is at 7:30. Yi Fan sent a few messages to Lingyue, receiving a reply, not free, let's talk next time. Haha, fortunately these classmates did not know that Zhao Lingyue was Lin Xiaofan's girlfriend, or they might have been so enraged they would have spat blood. Have you all checked our school's website? Lingyue has climbed to 3rd place on the school's beauty list, Zhu Hao said as he opened his computer. No way, she's so pretty, and only 3rd. Yi Fan asked, somewhat incredulous. Just look at the 1st and 2nd place seniors above, you'll understand. They're all beauties from the Art Institute. Zhou Tian said. The forum says that among the top 5 beauties, 4 are from the arts, including those from the fine arts, music, and dance departments. Impressive. Lin Xiaofan wasn't paying much attention, but upon hearing them, he opened the webpage on his phone to take a look. As they said, the girls were stunning, appearing as if they were not of this world, prompting Lin Xiaofan to enlarge the images on the screen for a better view. Lin, what do you think? Beautiful, right? The seniors from the Art Institute are not so easy to approach. Lin Fan said. Come on, in the end it's all about money, Zhu Hao replied. The girls who could get into the Art Institute must be exceptional. However, Lin Xiaofan didn't dwell on it for long. He merely looked at how they compared to Lingyue. Let's go, it's time for the class meeting. Let's meet our future classmates. Lin Fan put on his shoes. Wait for me. The class meeting required not only a fee but also each person to take turns introducing themselves on stage. The students entering the finance department were somewhat related to their family backgrounds. Otherwise, how could ordinary people play in finance? Financing involves not just money, but also networking. Class teacher, how old are you? You look like you're in your mid-20s. Lin Xiaofan asked the beautiful teacher in their class. Right, teacher, how old are you? Why do you look so young? They also focused their gaze on the homeroom teacher. This year I retained my PhD, I'm 27. You can call me Sister Ma Wanqing. If nothing unexpected happens, I will spend the next 4 years with you all. This not only youthful, but also very beautiful teacher answered the questions from the 8 boys in the class. Then she smiled and introduced their counselor Tang Xiaowu, a 25-year-old graduate student. Teacher Wanqing also wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, but was 3 points more beautiful than Meng Yao, the exquisite secretary. If Meng Yao's figure was like a large melon, then the doctoral tutor in front of them had a figure akin to a sweet honeydew. Very mature, very graceful, very charming, causing Lin Xiaofan to involuntarily scrutinize her. The counselor was also a beauty, but slightly less than the doctoral tutor. One thing must be clarified. Among the 30 students in Lin Xiaofan's class, there were 22 girls and 8 boys. What do you call this? A feeling of yang dying and yin flourishing. Despite the summer heat of 38 degrees, the entire classroom was filled with a faint fragrance. Several female classmates were very pretty, while a few were not so impressive. Although some did not look great, they all exuded confidence and a sunny demeanor. It's fate that brings us all together here. I won't say much more. Teacher Ma Wanqing's voice was not loud, but was sweet like gentle spring breezes and dew. You are no longer middle school or high school students. You are all adults now, and every action and word must be accountable to yourselves, Tang Xiaowu said with a smile as she looked at the students. All right, everyone, start selecting a temporary class leader, 1 boy and 1 girl, a study committee member, to cooperate well with my work in the future. Indeed, we need to elect a temporary class leader who will play a role during military training. Later, when everyone is familiar, we can hold another election in the middle of the semester. Let's choose based on scores, Zhou Tian raised his hand to say. I second that, the others agreed. All right, among the boys there's 1 with 720 points, and among the girls 1 with 715 points. At this point, the girl with a slim waist and curvy figure looked breathtakingly at Lin Xiaofan, as well as another female classmate. Wow, so impressive. Yifan couldn't help but shout. You guys aren't bad either, all above 700. Tang Xiaowu gently tossed her hair, walking elegantly to the blackboard and wrote down 2 names. Not bad boy Lin Xiaofan, girl Fang Yajing. This girl lived up to her name, quiet and graceful, fitting the petite and delicate mold. Lin Xiaofan will serve as the temporary class leader and Fang Yajing will be the vice class leader. Do you have any objections? Tang Xiaowu asked them. No objections, I support it. Yifan and the 3 of them raised their hands in agreement. We have no objections either, they nodded in reply. The class leader was just temporary, the job and responsibilities were numerous. Who would want to be this free laborer? To be honest, Lin Xiaofan didn't want to be one. He preferred to focus his time on making money. However, on the first day of school, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on everyone, so he decided to take on the role for now. Once classes officially started and a suitable candidate was found, he would let them take over. If there are no objections, let's say this: over the next 4 years, I hope everyone achieves better accomplishments. Teacher Ma Wanqing said to her students. This was Ma Wanqing's first job after graduation, and she wanted to make some achievements, secretly deciding to work hard in her role. Then she tentatively probed the students, trying to gauge their understanding of finance and investment. I wonder if there are any students who have done some investing, such as in the stock market. Teacher Fang asked the students below. Haha, teacher, you're asking the right person. I recently became involved in a lending platform called Huaya app. Yifan stood up, drawing attention to himself. Come on, Yi, share your insights. The beautiful teacher Fang invited him to the podium to share. In my opinion, the future belongs to the internet and young people. The risks of small loans are low. You spend first and pay in installments. Before Yifan could finish, the classmates below began to voice their thoughts. Isn't this already a thing? It's called credit loans. Exactly, those who are big do it on a large scale. Mine collaborates with some popular apps. Lin Fan said. Indeed, it is a collaboration with a very high-traffic app platform. If the interest is 18 per year, then 2 is given to the partner platform. You, which area are you developing in? I'm also planning to start a campus small loan, about 2,000 in advance, another student asked. My dad only lent me 200 million, targeting the local Pengcheng, with a maximum loan of 500 and a minimum of 200. Haha, don't underestimate this 200 million loan. If you lend out 10,000, the daily interest is 5 yuan, which amounts to 150 yuan a month. If it's 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million, the daily interest could be 500 yuan. If the 200 million is spread across several thousand people for loans, the daily interest would be 100 yuan. Then if 100 is continuously lent out, compounding interest over a month could yield unimaginable profits. Small loans are very low risk. No matter how poor you are, it's unlikely that you can't repay 200 yuan in a month, including principal and interest. In fact, Lin Xiaofan had thought about such small loans a long time ago, but the financial bureau is not that easy to approve. But these guys are different. Their backgrounds are solid, and their parents are secretly supporting them, providing significant help. Yifan, are you lending out the entire 200 million? If it's all lent out, how will those later people borrow? A classmate asked. What we are dealing with is data. Not everyone who downloads my app can get a loan. Yifan answered him seriously. My app has been downloaded 3,500 times, but only 3,200 were approved. Unless the company has money, those who download later will be notified and will receive a certain limit. What does it matter if the classmates below learn? As senior sister Li Ziyue said, not everyone in the finance department can afford to play with this thing. What good does it do to develop such an app? Does anyone really think the finance bureau is that easy to get approval from? If small loans are approved for capital, what about the state-owned banks below? Should they stop doing small loans? You should know that in a few years there will be a type of loan called a credit loan in bank apps. 4 small credit loans amounts around 10,000 or several thousand yuan can be achieved with very low risk, making it almost possible for everyone to take out loans for consumption. Yifan, are you saying you won't make money even though there are several thousand download users? Lin Xiaofan asked. There's nothing I can do. I only have this little money to invest. But I'm satisfied at least I earn over 3 million yuan in interest a month without doing anything. Yifan said. How about I invest a bit of money in you to make it bigger? I will only take 10 interest, and the remaining 8 will go to you. Lin Xiaofan said to this not-so-simple guy. How much to invest? I won't be interested in 100 or several 100,000 yuan. Let's talk after we return to the dorm. Alright. Before the official start of classes, everyone discussed knowledge and finance. As the class leader, Lin Xiaofan naturally became the one everyone looked forward to. Because the instructor also wanted to hear the viewpoint of this top student, who scored 720 points on the current financial market. You should know that in the future they might be recruited into the finance bureau responsible for managing various financial departments of the country, as well as evaluating and estimating risk investments both domestically and abroad. Do not think that a small finance department is only focused on making money and ignores everything else. Lin class leaders share your view on the market. Ma Wanning was eager to see what potential this guy had. Alright, I'll show my flaws, but if I don't speak, well, please go easy on me. Lin Xiaofan said. No worries, everyone is just listening. Zhou Tian had high hopes for his dorm mate. Scoring 720 points and choosing the finance department definitely indicated he had certain opinions and perspectives. Everyone knows that today's capitalists like to play with leverage. 20 billion can be leveraged to 200 billion or even 300 billion. They merely nodded without expressing opinions, just watching Lin Xiaofan, their class leader, continue speaking. Everyone knows that currently it is systemic finance. Banks lend out 30 billion yuan. And when that 30 billion flows back into the bank, they lend out 28 billion again, continuously magnifying in this manner round and round. If the first person who borrows 20 billion collapses, how much will the bank lose? This question was left for the classmates below to answer. But it must be said that the people who can get in here are truly not ordinary geniuses. How much money would upstream and downstream companies need to borrow to digest a 20 billion yuan business? So when a real estate company collapsed back, then it was not just the large and small companies above and below that went bankrupt. The ones who became unemployed were all migrant workers. Then the economy entered a recession where no one consumed, and even more small and large companies went bankrupt. Do banks dare to lend out so much money? It shouldn't be so easy to collapse, right? They asked. It's hard to say. If it's a scam under the guise of a group, it would be different. Lin Xiaofan said. How could that be? Can it be uncovered? When snakes and rats are in the same den, how can it be investigated? Ahem, let's not discuss this. Lin Xiaofan, please talk about the stock market again. Ma Laoshi would not let them continue discussing these sensitive topics. The stock market, if it were in foreign countries, would guarantee profits, but domestically it's all about dark box operations and speculation. Lin Xiaofan thought about the several market-moving stocks this year, which were all manipulated by capitalists behind the scenes to reap profits. Without mentioning anything else, just one education company could go public and its stock could triple. Do you believe that? Of course, later on the Finance Bureau would intervene and investigate, but that's a matter for the future. They earned tens of billions, and even if fined a few million, how could the maximum penalty be in the tens of millions? But I have high hopes for cryptocurrency. Lin Xiaofan said. Cryptocurrency. Class leader, you lack vision. Didn't you see the news in April? Several classmates also focused on the cryptocurrency. I know what you want to say, that tens of thousands of coins were stolen by hackers. I know, but in the long run, I still have great expectations for it. Lin Xiaofan said. Unfortunately, among the classmates present, very few would believe in this. It's the kind that's not tasty to eat or worth discarding. They believe that in the next few years there wouldn't be too much volatility. As for domestic stocks, as Lin Xiaofan said, they were all about large and small financial institutions speculating and harvesting retail investors. Lin Xiaofan, don't tell me you bought into cryptocurrency. Yi Fan and the others asked. I bought a little just as an experiment for my investment calculations. After all, it's not expensive now. Lin Xiaofan said. Alright, let me pretend I didn't ask. Yi Fan nodded. He never expected that years later all of Lin Xiaofan's predictions would come true one by one. Is it high profile? Haha, what good does it do to talk about events that will happen a few years later? These guys won't listen to anyone's one-sided words. All investments carry risks. They won't engage in certain investments during their studies unless they have a rich family. Just like Yi Fan, after registering a company, he then uses company funds to invest in lending. These things are not important. What matters is that someone approves it. That's the key. This kind of small lending app, in simple terms, is just taking food from the bank. Especially those financial institutions linked to banks, helping to facilitate credit loans, drawing commissions, and so on. That's why having some connections means you don't have to worry about not making money. Only ordinary workers would not be able to make money. Lin Xiaofan, do you know Lingwe? On the way back from the class meeting, Yi Fan saw that Lingwe had sent him a message actually inquiring about Lin Xiaofan's speech tonight. If I say she's my wife, would you believe it? Lin Xiaofan asked his dorm mates. Believe you? If she's your wife, I'll wash your stinky socks for a month. Yi Fan said loudly. If the campus belle is your wife, I'll treat you to a meal for a month, said Zhu Hao. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I don't want to discourage you. Lin Xiaofan noticed that Yi Fan was starting to look at him with suspicion. Alright, let's talk about my app. Don't say I'm not taking you all along. If you invest at least 1 million yuan, I can help you with lending. Yi Fan started to regret saying he would wash stinky socks, Now that he thought about it calmly, he wondered why the campus belle was starting to pay attention to Lin Xiaofan. At the beginning, Yi Fan mentioned during the class meeting that they would elect a class leader. The second sentence asked Yi Fan who the class leader was. Unsurprisingly, it was Lin Xiaofan. Then Lingwei began to ask about Lin Xiaofan's performance in the classroom tonight, her tone suggesting she was interested in her class leader. I want to invest in your small lending app company. I don't need much, just 45 of the shares will do. Lin Xiaofan clearly remembered that if some legal lending financial institutions were unable to repay, it could lead to credit issues. Also, for large amounts, not only would it affect credit, but one could even end up in prison. Under such policies, who would dare to be a defaulter? Even a small credit loan would not be dared to default. 45 deal. Do you have 300 million, Lin Xiaofan? It's just 300 million after all. Lin Xiaofan can come up with this amount of money. 300 million is not a problem. Let's sign a financing contract tomorrow. Really, Lin, are you actually going to come up with 300 million? No way. Zhou Tian and the others were taken aback. It's just 300 million, a piece of cake. Even if I don't have it, Yi Fan can use the company's business license to get a loan. In Lin Xiaofan's words, his small loan app platform clearly has a lot of traffic. It's like letting money go to waste. Even if he doesn't pursue this kind of app, now more people will be doing small loan apps in the future. P2P and small loan apps are different. With current big data monitoring, it's not so easy for those scoundrels to run off with the money. A P2P platform is one where customers deposit money and earn high interest. Small loan apps have slightly lower interest rates than banks, allowing for repayment after consumption and can be paid back in 12 installments. Lin Xiaofan, do you really want to finance this with me? I just plan to play around and earn a bit of pocket money. Yi Fan was taken aback by his words. If we're going to play, let's play big. After I secure financing, your company will be worth 500 million. If your father can lend the company 2 to 3 billion, that would be even better. Starting with 2 to 3 billion really shocked Zhu Hao and the others. Play big. How? The traffic is only so little. We can collaborate with other companies' apps to promote ours widely. There should be many senior sisters and brothers in our school who have developed apps. Let's go back to the dorm and discuss this properly. This kind of collaboration requires advertising expenses. However, we can collaborate with Miss Huang Jing's company. Her women's interest app has over 100,000 registered users. In the future, it could exceed 500,000. But compared to the population of this first-tier city, 500,000 registered users is just a drop in the bucket. You have to know this big city has a population of over 84 million. Companies that handle data often choose first-tier cities to attract a wave of big traffic in a short time. Then they can leverage the data to go public and earn money, etc. Let's end the conversation for tonight. Tomorrow, I will have my secretary come over to sign the contract with you. Lin Xiaofan chatted with Yi Fan for a while. I can't shake the feeling that Lin is not focused on financing, but rather on loans and leveraging debt. The two of them picked up on some clues. If 500 million can lead to a loan of 2 billion, what if the traffic doesn't come through and no one takes out loans? How will you pay back the bank's interest? Zhou Tian asked. Don't worry, if we can't even generate this bit of traffic, how will we survive in the finance department later? You guys can also take out loans at a 9% interest rate. My family is rich, who I don't need to. You can lend to friends around you. That's doable. Get your friends to share on their social media. I'll withdraw the red envelope. Sure. Everyone shouldn't underestimate the annual interest of 18. If they earn $5 a day on 10,000, the company has to pay taxes on that interest. 300 million, and just like that they invested, making Zhou Tian and the others start to doubt Lin Xiaofan's identity. However, Lin Xiaofan claimed he was just lucky casually betting 5,000 on Brazil versus Germany in the World Cup. With a multiplier of 6500, he made over 300 million. He didn't mention that he owned 2 companies or bought 2 large villas. He only said the money was sitting in the bank and he hadn't taken it out to earn interest. Damn, your luck is off the charts. The three of them surrounded Lin Xiaofan, hands all over him. Come on, share some of that luck with us. I'll buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. They hugged Lin Xiaofan and said, let's sleep, enough talk, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan, should we first secure financing and then see how the data looks before increasing our investment? Don't worry about the data, trust me. You should know that Lin Xiaofan's influencer company has already started attracting traffic. Currently, online management isn't too strict, allowing the beautiful streamers below to explain the loan app to their fans so they can download it. Moreover, there's a collaboration with Old Ma, allowing the app to be one that uses services before payment. The next day, Lin Xiaofan and his 3 friends began signing the financing cooperation in a private room at the school cafeteria, with Zhou Tian and Zhu Hao as witnesses. Speaking of which, Meng Yao is beautiful, mature, and charming, but they had no ulterior motives. Because their eyes weren't blind, they could tell that Meng Yao had a close relationship with Lin Xiaofan. After signing the contract, they immediately transferred the funds to the financial account of this Huaji app company. Yifan, looking forward to our cooperation, Lin Xiaofan said, shaking hands with Yifan. Looking forward to our cooperation. I just called my grandfather. After the company has been operating for a year, getting a loan of 2 billion won't be a problem. Having a good father makes all the difference. Cheers to that. Haha, I originally just wanted to build an app for fun to earn some interest as living expenses, but I didn't expect. Now with 300 million in financing, just the interest collected in a month could reach several million, and over 100 million in a year wouldn't be an issue. There's a thing called compound interest where the interest collected is put back out to earn more interest. Especially for users who default, the interest can rise significantly, but it will always be within the limits set by law. It won't be like those loans where 10,000 turns into hundreds of thousands. To make a company last long, one cannot focus solely on immediate profits and damage the company's reputation. Yifan, can you ask that school beauty Ling Yu out for a meal and see if she has any pretty classmates to introduce to me? Zhu Hao asked this wealthy friend. He'll ask around, but whether it works out or not, I don't know. Yifan sent a message to Ling Yu. As a result, not long after he got a reply. Because Ling Yu is currently busy planning to join clubs with her classmates. She has been quite busy these past few days. Even her replies to Lin Xiaofan have been very brief. Besides, Ling Yu, Zhang Yanqing is the same, busy with various life and work matters in college. Even the chubby guy hasn't contacted Lin Xiaofan for 2 days. She's over at the Arts Institute. Do you want to go see her? I think she's signing up for dance or something. Yifan showed them the information on his phone. What a waste of time. Those dance studios do not allow boys to enter at will. Zhu Hao thought of the girls in the dance studio who wore extremely tight-fitting clothes. Zhu Hao asked this little rich kid Yifan, is it possible to arrange for dinner? Let her bring a few girls along. I was thinking of calling